I said push their racks, not pause for snacks.
Hey, Gabe?
No. Hi, it's Gabe in your lane. It's Gabe Newell. Well, we're tremendously excited that we're all getting the Dota 2 community together again. It's been another crazy year, and during that year, there's just been a lot of incredible Dota played, and some not so incredible Dota being played. But now we're putting on TI-11. I think it's going to be fantastic. And whether you're there in person at the arena or watching from the comfort of your home, I'm so excited to say, welcome to the International.
Welcome to the International Grand Finals.
To the International. It is finals weekend. And we got ourselves a sold-out, absolutely packed Singapore Indoor Stadium. So welcome to that, everybody watching inside the stadium and out, because I know there are a lot of you. There's also a lot of players, 20 players to be exact. You see them standing there and they are ready to battle it out. Only one team can lift that Aegis, and only one team will be properly remembered at the end of this weekend. Only one World Championship, a lot of pressure. There have already been 16 teams falling down, dropping down like flies here in the lava. And those final 4 teams, the pressure that has been mounting up over the last 5 days, who will crumble under that pressure? Who will thrive under that pressure? We're about to find out, because we are ready to kick off today with some awesome top-tier Dota, and top-tier Dota accompanied by top-tier panelists. That's right, I'm Shiva, I'm your host for today, and we got ourselves Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. Couldn't wish myself a better panel. Lacoste, how are you feeling today?
Feeling good, feeling excited. You know, every single time we have the last couple of days of TI, you know, the nerves are gonna kick in. You can feel the nerves also of the players. Like, you know that they want to get on the stage and get this going.
Yeah, they want to take that Aegis.
But I'm so excited, though. Everything just feels so real. The second you see Gabe on your screen saying, welcome to the International, the butterflies kick in, the excitement kicks in, and I honestly can't wait to see the conclusion of what has been an amazing main stage.
It's true. This is the man that forged the Aegis himself, the man that gifted immortality to Roshan. And finally, after all of this time, we get to see who will become the immortal one, such as Gabe Newell himself.
Or which 5 players will become the immortal one. And coaches, of course, cannot forget those. We've had quite the long road to get to this weekend, and I would not blame you if you missed some of the matches, but here's a little bit of a recap what's happened in terms of brackets. Today, we'll have the matches that are listed with the red there. We're going to kick things off with Liquid versus Aster, and later today we'll have the upper bracket finals with Secret versus Thunder Esports. And then tomorrow it's lower bracket finals and grand finals time, but that means that this is our finals weekend bracket, and every series that we're going to watch from here on out, Lacoste, is going to be a blockbuster.
Oh, definitely. I mean, look at these names. Secret against Thundra, Aster against Liquid. I don't think you can ask for better matchups. Like, we did see a lot of those matchups, especially in the European region throughout the DPC, so that's going to be a super interesting one. And also, we have, Team Aster against Liquid. They only met once this year, and that was at this TI in the group stage.
Yes, and that was pretty one-sided for Aster. But since then, Liquid has had a little bit of evolving happening, and I think a lot of people will remember where we left off, because our final series that we had last weekend was Liquid versus Aster, and I think that's a series that's going to be in our minds for probably forever. It's definitely going to be in the minds of Team Liquid as we hear them talk about it.
I mean, I think the Thunder series, as a group, that's, you know, our best moment so far. I mean, we got away with one.
This throne is going down here and now. Thunder, are you fucking kidding me? Game 1 against Liquid. Unfucking-believable. My God, this team, how do they win from that position? They were 2 minutes off buybacks for everybody in that engagement. What a demoralizing way to lose, honestly. They are going to have to mentally reset from that game again.
After game 1, I really felt like death. Like, I don't know, why am I doing this? You know, why am I doing this to my team? Why am I not strong-willed enough? I didn't take this 0% to lose route that game, and I was really angry at myself. And then I went to bathroom, I started resetting my mind. I was like, here we are again, you know, like against Vigi Gaming, but this time it's Thunder Awaken. We still gotta win the 2 games, like no matter what we do, go into the next game and, you know, like really smash them in that game and like, yeah, let's go, you know. And for the 3rd game, it was truly a roller coaster.
We're going to see another mega creep situation. How blessed are we today?
It's such a scary position for Thunder, who are the ones making the shot here. They're making the call.
I know this was like one of our most stressful games, for sure. Like, I think everyone was stressed out of their mind.
I kept dying in a very...
Let's go Nobar lagi,
I never had a guy next to me to infest. I was like, I mean, I'm dying every fight. My goal is not going up. I'm probably like the bottom net worth of every core. Like, we're not winning this game. Like...
They do not have the buybacks, but they do have an Aegis. They have this overwhelming advantage for the next team fight.
But Tumba bought out. He bought out for AC. He is short buyback. 400.
Oh, there's the hook.
The ball.
The first snap. They're trying to deal with this ward. And ends up getting a freebie. Now it's a 4 versus 5, 4 versus 6 with the Aegis.
Everything had to go right. Even like the second to last fight in our base when they pushed, like I died without buyback, yeah, and a guy dies and I get assist gold to get my buyback back, and that's the only reason we're actually still in the pushing the base.
And that is going to be enough to be able to finish off a Tumba, but he doesn't have the buyback. Foxy, he's going in. Side, the second lifer, get back to the fountain. The Havoc Hammer pushing him away.
Melting them all.
Running him down. The Bloodstone gets on. Rampage kill. Rampage on the main stage, but because Matumba got the buyback, he's going to die once. Nobody else. It's just Dark Mongo. It's just because a 2-on-2. Disini now joining in with the Dark Mongo's going to try and deal with him where he can. The freezing field going out with the Suns. The bashes doing so much damage with Tumba with the bashes, making it 12. One fall, the other to follow. No buybacks. Team Liquid, they hold again.
It never felt like we were fully out of it, even though maybe the numbers and statistics all said we should have been. And then, you know, at the end of the game, it comes down to literally 1 HP. I think if Mickey dies and Matu is like, Infest doesn't save him, then probably game over.
This is a hard fight. You have to pick your jump well. You have to hit these scores.
Now Sacred goes for it. Immediately the Black Hole, they're just going to focus all in onto Mickey, and it looks like maybe down to not enough. All over the side. Swatch will go over the Rolling Thunder on through them. Mickey surviving through it, and now the Marcy dies, and now they get the shot on the Sacred. Now he's dead as well. 12 seconds. How much can you get in 12 seconds, Liquid? Can you claim top 4 in 5? It's not going to happen. The throne's not dying fast enough.
Dark Mongo's up there too.
Just killed him.
Punch him in 1.
Back in. Now the buybacks. Now the comeback.
Fight for your life.
Won't die fast. 1,000 health. Trying to finish up to the edge.
I'm speechless. I'm speechless.
I think it's Arteezu said this at, I think it was Arlington Major. He said, God giveth and God taketh. And yesterday, God giveth.
During the 7 years, that has not happened to me. Even winning TI7 when the last round died, it didn't feel the same. It's just the build-up wasn't there for it. But this time, it really, like hitting top 4 like this, damn, that was the best thing ever happened to me.
Oh, if we only get like one game that lives up to that hype, I'm gonna be happy, and I think the players will be happy with that too. That was insane to watch. Also, it hasn't happened to Matu yet, even though he won TI. I think it's very cool that there's been 3 Mega Creep comebacks ever at TI. Zai has been in every single one of them. That's pretty impressive. And we got to talk a little bit about the Dota as well, because of course we've had a lot of Dota played. We had a lot of heroes picked. There's been 114 heroes picked so far. And that means that there's a couple that are not picked.
Yeah, 8 specifically have not been picked. 219 games. And Purge and I are here to tell you why you're probably not going to see the other 8. Purge, let's get started, my friends. Okay. It's been a lot of Dota, but there's a couple of rejects here. Tell me about Clinks.
Clinks, vulnerable early game. His team fight's weaker than a lot of other carries. He's just not as good ultra late as a lot of other choices.
He's here. Wind Ranger.
Farm's mediocre. Not very many people like her. She needs BKB to team fight. She's really bad versus Leshrac. It's a lot of things.
It's a lot of things that sum up to garbage. Boom. Bounty Hunter.
No stuns, no team fight. Like a third as good as a Marcy on your team. Why would you pick Bounty Hunter?
Why would you pick him? Garbage. Get out of here. Get out of here. DK.
Dragonite, let's see, he's survivable, but like he's so much worse than all the other good offlaners. Enigma, Primal Beast, Marcy, Brood, Beast, Matt, should I keep going?
No, you shouldn't. All I need to hear is garbage. Boom. Treant Protector.
Teams are farming a lot right now, so like tower push defense timings aren't as important. And he's not even that good at it anymore. The heal comes out slower.
Oh, yeah, I'm not on board. He's garbage. Boom. Coddle.
Weak at laning, not good at ganking, tries way too hard to be cool. Lesh doesn't even need mana anymore. He's got Bloodstone as his friend, so why do you need to coddle?
Get him out of here. He's garbage. Boom. Techies.
Decent lane, good damage, but he doesn't have any stuns. His ulti's very counterable. There's just better heroes than Techies.
There's a lot of them. I'm really going to enjoy this one because he's garbage. He's garbage. He's...
Oh, wait. I got it.
Get him, Purge. Get him, Purge. Get him, Purge.
Ini pemipu aslinya di Sepa.
Wait, there's 1 hero left.
Oh, there is. Why are you even here? Nobody likes you. I might think that you're one of the worst things to ever happen to Dota.
That was brutal.
Neil, it made me really sad, and then I got a chuckle, and I feel a little guilty about it, but here we are. We are also here with the first series coming your way very soon. Of course, Liquid is going to face Aster. It's their only elimination series of today, and I want to make sure that people watching that are tuning in, maybe only for finals weekend, just a recap, what type of Dota do these two teams play? You want to start off with Liquid, Jenkins?
Yeah, Liquid, I mean, it's not like a team you can call like, you know, this is like an aggressive team. They play aggressive or defensive, whatever is needed. Like all around, they play good Dota. But one of the most important things about this team that I think makes them unique is the fact that they don't really play roles. They play heroes. And this is something that's been true for like every iteration of Liquid, that at least the recent ones. You know, where Boxy was playing offlane, and then he can swap to 4 position. Now, of course, he's playing the 4 position. They'll play Matu mid on Sniper, Lone Druid. They'll swap the supports lanes as well. So yeah, this team, the hardest part about them to beat is the fact that they're just hero experts and they can play any lane.
All right, and if we look towards their opponents today, Effie, we got Team Aster.
Yeah, so Team Aster for me are incredibly fun to watch because this brings me back a little bit to the ESL Malaysia LAN that recently happened, and Aster proved to a lot of the fans watching there that individual skill is important, but it's not the most important thing in Dota. Aster are a very team fight oriented team. They're always drafting in a way where they can come back from a gold deficit just by virtue of outfighting the enemy team. They play a really tight-knit formation on the map always, and the way that they distribute farm around the map is so intentional. Everything that they do, you feel they've discussed, they've calculated it, and they will always play for their specific timings, right? It doesn't matter if they don't have the items or the gold at certain times. They will hold their areas very well. They will not give up Roshans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team Aster, they've always been in the shadow of LGD because LGD was always performing so well, and they showed that, you know, 3rd place at the Arlington Major and also 2nd at DSL 1 Malaysia. They came here to play.
They came here to play indeed, and guess what? We came here to watch some Dota too. And we're gonna kick things off for game 1 with the draft. Let's go.
Let's go play some Dota.
Versus
Let's go play some Dota.
Aster. Game
我正补，我反补，我正补，我右反补拉，我正补，我反补，我正补，我右反补拉。
Greetings! Welcome to TI.
Tahun goblok anjay.
Fan here with Cinderin. We got Stormer and Toby from Entity to help us out with this draft. 'Cause God knows, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, doing great. Hyped to be at a TI, and I don't know, TI vibes are really good, right?
Yes, they're. Can we hear the crowd? You guys hear? What's going on? Oh, awesome. So Aster versus Team Liquid. Lower bracket, Team Liquid comes in with a ton of momentum, but there's been a bunch of days off. I don't know how that would affect them. What do you guys think?
Well, I got some background info. I know that Liquid was hella bored in some of those things.
Yeah.
Having a day off, but
bentar
yeah,
ini
gonna be exciting. They had like insane momentum from the lower bracket, obviously. Had to come back from this 0-2 now against Aster. It's gonna be wild.
I think a lot of the time when you have this long of a break, it's about not getting into your own head, right? Because you run this mock draft like 100 times and you start overthinking, okay, what are the enemy team going to do against us? Start playing this rock, paper, scissors with yourself. So there's different ways of approaching a 5-day break like this. This is kind of, you know, unprecedented territory for us. Like, are the teams going to bring something new? Are they going to play what they did so far? And so far, nothing too surprising here, I guess you could say. Maybe aside from a first phase Sven ban. Did you expect that?
Marcy,
we just spent 5 days preparing to give the Marcy first pick. So let's see what the plan is.
We highly respected Boxy Marcy all the time. I think that Marcy is still the top contested hero at this TI, I think, in terms of picks and bans, if I'm not mistaken. And I think Marcy is probably the most spooky Marcy that is out there right now. I think we literally banned it every single time we played against them.
So what do you think makes him spooky on this hero? Like, what is it he does better than other Marcys?
I don't know. He just gets to like 20 minutes, gets a BKB, and one-shots your carry.
That sounds pretty good. Yeah. I like when my 4 does that.
Yeah.
So if I'm not mistaken, in the upper bracket when these two faced, Aster had Lesh every game, both games, and they 2-0'd. Very, very powerful and popular hero these days.
Yeah, Lesh is crazy. We see the next first ban.
Wow.
To enable the Lesh.
So, I mean, very standard though. Like the Maiden, I think Maiden Leshrac is just pop up at this TI. Maiden is an insanely strong hero, and Lesh is probably the most contested mid lane hero right now. One of the most. 8 Broodmother is pretty interesting. What do you think about it, Toby?
I'm the biggest Broodmother fan. I would have picked it. I'm not sure what Sai is gonna do with it.
So I think we've seen in multiple series now Crystal Maiden as a direct response to Marcy. Obviously a good lane counter because you have a slow and a root as a support. Is there anything extra about this that makes Crystal Maiden a good response to Marcy? Is it just that the other 5s can't really handle her, or is it really that simple?
I think the CM was more preparation for the 8-pick that was coming out, especially the Brood. And I've seen Sven and Lich against Marcy to give armor. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Maiden's just, in any case, probably a pick that you just would love to have in the draft from the beginning on. Just a strong laner and, I don't know, just rounds up a lot of holes already before the draft. Second stage bans are pretty interesting too. Mars and Naga against Aster. I mean, just high contested heroes as well. I think Naga is a Brood counter as well, right? The meta carries love to lane against the Broodmother, so that's why they get it out. Aster, meanwhile, banning the Lone Druid. I mean, there's Matumba, man. There's one guy on Liquid. He's probably the best Lone Druid out there playing this hero, so no surprise with banning it. And the 1 HP hero is getting banned out as well, the Pangolier.
Do you hit some crazy timing with Lone Druid Brood when you get the Lone Shard? Is that what they're considering, or is it just like in general a worrying timing that you're facing? Is it just like extra strong, or just a targeted player ban?
I think what's scary about Liquid is that if they pick this Lone, they can flex it onto lanes. They might play carry or mid, because Mick is also very comfortable playing the carry role. So banning Lone Druid against like, whoa, super crazy. Banning Lone Druid against Liquid is just a safe shot in many cases if you're not sure what to ban.
I was going to ask, what is left in the pool that's good against Brood? Because we've seen a couple of Brood games where they pick it relatively early and it's been punished. Spirit Breaker is obviously very good. There's Kunkka. Anything else come to mind for you guys?
They still need a carry hero that can lane against Brood.
Yeah, that's true. Like, you see this Broodmother, the thing is, nowadays I think Brood is almost always on the off lane. You don't really see it mid. So, the thing is, like, obviously there's only a limited amount of heroes you can pick into this, right? You cannot pick any carry. So, I guess it's to assume that they're gonna pick it on 18.
Knowing Mane, he plays both Monkey King and Gyro, who I think both fare pretty well against Brood, right? They have a way of dealing with the Spiderlings once you get the Flak Cannon up when Brood gets level 6. Is there anything else you're looking... like, you're assuming this is a Marcy Brood lane, right? And you have the Crystal Maiden covering you. I guess most carries can kind of float this lane until Brood is 6 and then it gets super scary, or am I underestimating Crystal Maiden's impact on this lane right now? Are there some carries that just can't play this lane at all?
I can see a patch coming for either team in this phase.
Hell yeah.
Lich first. Lich leader. Wow. Okay, that's surprising. I didn't see that one coming. Double spellcaster. I mean, they're just heading into the Mika Lina. I think Mika loves this matchup against the Lashrak. It's one of the favorite ones that they actually like win like 60-40 or a bit more even. And yeah, sniper. After going for the 18 carry, it's a sniper. Whoa.
One of the only heroes that outranges Lina. If she's played as a core in mid, which is
techies technically.
Yeah, that is the other one, which nobody plays. Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
I can see mid sniper and Lash carry. Lash carry very good against Brood.
Do they flex it? Never. When they play Lashrak though?
I don't think so. I think
ciri khasnya sekali sniper.
Okay, this Brood we can handle in the beginning with our Maiden, and we obviously have the Spirit Breaker rotation possibility, so we can get away with putting Sniper 6 lane. And once Brood gets level 6, things might get dicey and they have to swap lanes around, because Sniper cannot play this lane after Brood hits 6. It's one of the... It's actually interesting to see Sniper as a response here, because usually Brood was a massive counter pick to Sniper. I want to say half a year to a year ago when it was played mid more. Sometimes the last pick Brew would just ruin his game.
Void
like it's a double range against double melee offlane, right? Like
Tapi ada
main sniper
ya?
against Marcy Brood.
Juggernaut
How do you think
ya?
it's gonna be like?
I think Brood can play this lane. I think it's a pretty good Brood lane. I hope it's Lash carry, to be honest.
It's better?
Yeah.
Is it possible that Aster start at tri-lane for like a minute or two? That's what we've seen some teams do to try to shut down Brood in the beginning. You see Liquid banned out some of XXS's best laning heroes against Brood to prevent that they set a 1v1 and just play an aggro tri-lane, right? They banned out the Pango as well as the Mars, which XXS has been playing phenomenally this tournament. Are you kind of worried that a potential starting tri-lane from Aster is going to make Brood's game too difficult? Or are you happy as Brood that, okay, I'm getting shut down a little bit?
Aster butuh
No, Brood definitely needs a good start. So
butuh
if
apa
they
ya?
can give
Global silence kali. Silencer harus di-ban silencer
where
tuh.
he can play 1v2.
Aduh.
It's possible, but it's hard into Lich, I guess.
Yeah, Lich is already a spooky laner.
So regardless of the position for Lash, Team Aster looking for offlane, I assume, and Liquid position 1.
Void kah?
Yeah, except if XXS plays Barrow. I'm not sure if he can play Spirit Breaker.
Okay.
Yang bisa counter sniper apa?
It's a possible.
Spectre.
Ember. Liquid right now, what I would love them to like adjust in the draft a bit is that they have no clear way of initiating at a certain point in the game. They have Marcy, Lina, and let's say post 20 minutes or something, it's not the easiest to engage fights. And Lina and Lich, they want heroes to go in for them. So there's still a Mato pick coming up. I would love to see Liquid pick up a hero that like goes in first. I'm not sure what would fit that, because he also has to worry about the last pick XXS. He still got some time left though.
You also would imagine that it would be nice to have the carry use Frost Shield, right? You're picking this Lich early against essentially nothing that Frost Shield counters in terms of defense, right? So at the time when they picked Lich, they saw CM Lich Spirit Breaker who have like basically 0 physical damage. So now that you've picked it in this manner, you would imagine Liquid have some sort of an aggressive plan.
Monyet di ban,
Frost Shield on him for the control.
PA
Or you put it on Marcy,
PA ini Liquid harus
feel like
PA
that's
guys.
most
Oh,
valuable.
Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker is going to be the
Aduh, Bloodseeker pula.
choice.
That's interesting. I don't mind it. I'm not sure how this against Sniper. What do you think, Toby? I think it's really good against the Lash of Barrow.
It's good against Lash.
Yeah.
I think they have sniper problems.
Yeah, there are some sniper problems though.
Sniper
Yeah, that's true. But I like
problems,
the
yeah.
idea like it goes in for the rest of the team. Rupture is a very old school counter. Bloodseeker is not so popular in this TI, but yeah, it basically fits the gap of like frontlining and sort of lockdown. It's not a stun, but it does like 50% of it.
So if you're, let's say you're entertaining the idea of running standard lanes with 2-1-2, what kind of an offlaner do you pick with Spirit Breaker against Lich BS? It's a pretty strong lane, right?
Just some melee hero.
Not a range? Not like
oh, it's
Viper
too
or
hard.
something?
I think it's too hard.
So XXS would have probably liked to play any of the like 4 last bands of Liquid. So all right, they have made up their minds. So it's going to be another melee hero, the Underlord.
That's interesting.
What do you make of this?
I'm not sure. So, I mean, both drafts are very interesting. Like, it's actually tough to... The mid matchup is going to go pretty well for Liquid. They got the Lina against Leshrac matchup. He is playing against a Bauer, which has always been a bit annoying for her to deal with because he gets on top of you. I'm not sure what the bottom lane is going to go like. This entire Bloodseeker...
Pretty good for Bloodseeker, but he shouldn't feed on Underlord.
Yeah.
And free Brood game in my book. So.
Free Brood game?
Yes.
Okay.
You're both taking Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking. Like, I think Liquid has like a pretty good shot, but I think Asta has OP heroes as well. I'm taking Asta.
Okay, split panel then. Let's go to Sir Action Slacks, who's looking like a mob boss today. Very, very nice. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Game 1! Singapore is ready, my friend, and it seems like you guys are as well. Disgusting draft, if I may. A Brood Mother, a Bloodseeker. You really are treating this like an elimination game, huh?
Yeah, shout out to Koikva for the Brood. This one's for you, buddy. Never left our team.
Attaboy. So, are you concerned at all? I want to know a little bit about how you guys prep for this. You had a big, long break. I think most of it was on your big old brain. What did you guys do during that time off to get ready for a team like Aster?
We did nothing. We sat in our rooms, chilled a lot, watched a ton of Naruto, which I'm slowly trying to get into potentially. And yeah, me and Matu just drafted. We kind of just enjoyed the moment, you know? We had a lot of time to think about it, and what an incredible thing to be up here. We just kind of appreciated the moment.
All right, well, all those weebs in my game with the anime profile picture, apparently that's all you need to do to get good at Dota. Let's see if we get a good match, my friend, and we'll throw it to our...
Ya, ini apaan nih bisa dipencet?
Thank you, Sir Action Slacks. Very
Team with first Rosan kill.
Lower bracket semifinals of TR11, Aster versus
Dyer.
Liquid. Game
First player to get 5
nice. Thoughts on the draft?
I feel like it's interesting that you have this much time to prepare and you don't really know what to expect. And I would say, as far as surprises go, I feel like Astra are bringing something new here. They do get this D-ward, by the way, worth mentioning, is a little bit.
Alah, disuruh login.
They're bringing some stuff here that we haven't seen them play that much. They're playing the Underlord on XXS, the Spirit Breaker on Boboka. I don't think they played these heroes much, if at all, in the playoffs. Whereas Liquid are more sticking to the guns of what we've seen. So. This is something I'm very curious to see throughout this day in the next series as well, like how the teams prepare and have different approaches. I'm not going to say one is better than the other because I genuinely don't know. But it seems like
that's
the thing about having this many days off is the theory crafting probably gets to the point where it's not even helpful anymore. We're going to see the rebound here from Boxy, but Siamese Cat's going to be A-okay. And looks like the bounties have been split evenly to start us off here for today.
Yeah, and it will be the expected lanes here. So bottom lane will be Brood together with Marcy against Maiden Sniper, mid is Lesh against Lina, and finally top lane Underlord, Spirit Breaker facing off against Lich Bloodseeker. So as we talked about on the panel, probably a slight edge in the mid lane to Mickey here with the Lina matchup against Lesh. We've seen this played a decent amount this tournament. Lesh has been incredibly popular, and Lina has been one of the best responses that we've set our eyes on. Speaking of which, setting eyes on Boboka is playing very aggressively onto Insania, skilling charge level 1 for some damage.
As Mickey and Ori facing off in the mid lane, Lina versus Leshrac. You can see Zai getting...
Paulus, my keyboard not working, huh?
And I don't know if those are ooze, Oz, or booze, or all of the above, Cinderin, but first pause today.
And the crowd goes wild.
The crowd goes
What a pause! So I imagine we have a small tech issue. We have not been given a reason just yet for why this pauses, but this gives us a little bit more time. All right, so disconnect from Insania makes it seem...
Well, I've heard some players have to change their chat wheel to be not GG, but of course that might not relate to these teams at all, considering they're all good manner players.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine a player like Insania having
my
GG
keyboard is not working. Let's dipakai sama Insania.
You'd be surprised once you know, you might have your opinion on players, then you meet them in real life. Never
It could
meet
be
your
a totally
heroes.
totally different beast, you know?
Never meet your heroes, and that's why I regret ever meeting Sir Action Slacks.
He was your hero?
That's true, actually. That wasn't accurate at all. I just wanted to throw that out there regardless.
The conclusion is never meet Slacks.
Yes. Yeah. I think that was what I was trying to get across. Appreciate that, sir. That's why you're here. You're analyzing my thoughts.
Telling you what you wanted to say.
That's right. Very
不
good.
要凶嘛，不是故意的。
Tell me, how does Zai play Brood this game?
Yeah, so it sounded like, so Topi is quite the Brood specialist, right? And it sounded like he thinks this should be a free lane for Brood. I don't play the hero much. I feel like, from my perspective, Maiden Sniper probably does okay, or at least for a few levels. Once Brood gets level 6, you're screwed down here as Maiden Sniper. You have to evacuate and solve it, but that's where Aster have a hero like Underlord who could go there. They could park the Lesh there if they really have to defend the tower. But for starters, I would imagine this double range lane does fine against Brood. Zai will just try to stay alive, get some CS where he can. You're seeing Boxy currently planning on pulling the wave down there to try to get a little bit of a different lane positioning so that Brood can get closer to his tower. And then,
well, we're about to unpause. I want to get the crowd's reaction here. Let's do a live poll since we have some time here. Can I hear who is rooting for Aster today? Aster. Okay, that was kind of underwhelming. I'm not gonna lie.
That was lukewarm.
And what about Team Liquid? Oh my. Okay. So we have some bias here in the crowd. First it was OG, but they're not here anymore. So transition to the next EU team. As we're underway again. Insania pushing back Baboka. Mid lane still relatively even on, but 2 denies already from Mickey, but relatively a wash at the moment. Baboka still taking damage from Insania. If you had told me 6 months ago that Lich and CM would be played to this extent, Cinder, I would not have believed you.
yeah, it's a really interesting development. I think especially Lich, because Crystal Maiden has kind of had her time on and off recently, but Lich, it's been quite a while since we've seen given this priority. A little bit of poke back and forth.
Yeah, Zai. This is kind of a weird setup right now. With Monet kind of on the other side of his tower. What the rebound is there on top of the sniper from Monet. On the right click away, no dispose yet because Boxy's still only level 1, but in the end, a lot of harassment damage traded each way.
Yeah, if you play Dota casually, you'd be like, why are 2 heroes behind the tier 1 tower minute 1? And this is simply what happens when the position 4 in the enemy team repulls and repositions the wave behind there. You have to go and contest this experience in gold. You can't just let the Liquid side get that for free when you have this double range lane. You are willing to take those trades, and ultimately what ends up happening is that Zai has a grand total of 2 CS to the 10 of Sniper with a good head start here on Monet. Getting it behind there.
Rebound, disposing
ada level 2 lah, langsung lah hajar.
Damage. Monet taking the brunt of it though. Do they have enough to get first blood in this game?
Boxy, let's go Boxy. Nice Boxy.
Boxy with the first blood as Sniper goes by.
Iya, level 2 hajar aja.
Great start for Liquid in this lane, despite, like you said, the CS for Zai not being too respectable, but this should open it up a little bit for him.
Yeah, so he's not the one getting the first blood, but he gets the space in the lane now, right? He gets to, I believe, deny 2 range creeps here potentially. I think the second one will be secured here. It will. By Pichu. But yeah, Zai will be very happy with that. Even if you don't get that first blood, just getting a little bit of time. He's now going to get his level 3. Currently holding the skill point. Curious what he's going to choose, because it feels like all of the skills here actually have some decent merit with how this lane's playing out. He's eyeing up his options, not choosing just yet. We'll go for the Silken Bola now.
Okay, very nice.
More aggressive approach, I guess you could say. It's kind of hybrid, right? You can also use it to slow and run away, so.
Yeah, but like you said, once he hits 6, should be scary times for Aster. I mean, at that point, what is Monet doing? Like, where can you go as a sniper? See another rebound, this time onto Siamese Cat for the Crystal Maiden. Looks like that's going to be another death in this lane for Aster. As Boxy and Zai kind of punishing, which we've seen so many times with the Marcies in this tournament. Insania in the top lane, though, getting chased. Looks like he'll live as Matu trading some right clicks with XXS.
Yeah, obviously the Bloodseeker benefiting massively as well whenever they play aggressively bottom, gets that thirst bonus up top and trying to turn that into even more advantage here for Liquid. Yeah, you've got to be really wary of your positioning, and it's easier said than done, right? Your Crystal Maiden, you kind of want to at least put some sort of pressure and do some damage, but at this point, when Marcy and Brood are both level 3, I think you have to backline Sniper. If he gets jumped on, you use both your spells defensively and you try to reposition and stabilize. And At the same time, if you have to sacrifice somebody, it's better that the Maiden dies than the Sniper. And then ultimately when Brood hits 6, I think the Sniper is just going to sit maybe mid, or you open up top and you play up there. Okay, Zai taking some serious damage bottom. Not enough to die, but he doesn't have any regen except 1 level in Spin Web, so it'll take quite a while before he's online to fight with Boxy again.
And Baboka able to TP out. And I would expect the kills to start ramping up a little bit more now, just because we have such aggressive heroes overall, especially with the Spirit Breaker on the side of Aster. As we haven't really seen a gank mid. Does that surprise you at all? Because I feel like that's a Spirit Breaker special, as I say that he's charging right now.
There you go. I don't think it's surprising we haven't had it yet, but I think this is a pretty good time to do it. Mickey's running out of mana. There's no power runes, but we'll not be able to find the angle. Base. Oh, Boxy.
I trying to turn this around onto Monet, as Zai's going to be able to get these
Let's go.
as well, and Monet's in a lot of trouble with the Frostbite, dealing a lot of damage to Zai in the meantime, as Boxy looking for another kill.
Nice kill.
Onto Monet. That is the second just for him. I'm not even sure if Zai was in range for XP at that point.
I'm sure if Boxy got all of it, they don't really mind. Again, it's a matter of just giving Brute the space here to recover the CS in the lane. Zai currently sitting on 1-0 and 2 in terms of KDA, so...
Oh, the charge coming from the other side from Baboka, but Boxy is ready for this, but the Split Earth is there with the Pulse Nova. Mickey taking tons of damage, does get off a good LSA, but it does not save him in the end, as Boxy getting run down now by Ori's Pulse Nova. Double kill for him. And Zai, now that they know he's left to his own devices, they can kind of harass him out of lane to a degree.
Oh my god, look how many creeps are mid too. They get the double kill. This is 2 full waves and a siege creep just hitting this tower. So first of all, you get a lot of tower damage in here, but the death stings that much more for the Lina losing.
Zai getting low, and Baboka's charge will finish the job, as Aster now all over the map, as we kind of expected with the draft. Able to take full advantage of this space cow.
Yeah, this is the luxury you have in this position with having this Underlord top. It's hard for Matu to put meaningful pressure onto XXS, who's running a Bracer and Ring of Health. He's just buying a full self-sustained build. He's going to finish his Vanguard now as well coming out.
Hello, bro, hello.
So if you want to kill this Underlord as Liquid, you need to bring 3+ heroes. I don't think they have any other way.
Kenapa terus saya reply?
Okay, no comms at all. Interesting strategy at TI-11. Monet at the bottom. They do get that tier 1 tower, like you said, but very even game despite that. And top lane is the one we haven't really talked about too much, but Matu...
Maybe they were all watching Knowledge.
What's that?
Maybe they were all watching Knowledge.
That's true. I mean, I talked to a couple Liquid members as well during the break, and I mean, they couldn't find Scrim, right? None of these teams probably could find many Scrims, so... Kind of a weird situation, and you kind of overanalyze probably. I think taking some days off was probably pretty important for a lot of these teams just to reset, because especially for Liquid, who had all that momentum, that I don't know, I would have been super drained.
The overall consensus that I gathered was that I think most teams, if not all of them, took 1 to 2 days off and then started getting back into it. You know, you take a little bit of a break, make sure you don't overwork yourself, because it is very, very mentally taxing to prepare for these games, and you've obviously played a very long tournament already to get to this point, so getting that little bit of a breather, definitely helpful. Aster with I don't know if we should call this a recovery. Obviously the bottom lane was not going too hot, but the rest of the map looking very good, and with that rotation bot where they killed Zai, they managed to take the tier 1 tower. They almost got the tier 1 tower mid as well, minute 8, which is very good news for Aster. Zai.
Wants to go on Monet, but he's going to get Frostbit and charge. Already at half HP, and Monet can just right-click from afar as the charge connects, and one more right-click should do it, although Siamese Cat nets himself the kill with another Frostbite. And this Broodmother feels like it's getting shut down a bit in the last couple minutes.
I love playing Spirit Breaker against this hero, I gotta say. It feels so rewarding and so powerful that if Brood shows at any point, you get this connection, and Crystal Maiden is a great support to play it with in the early stages because you have this long route and slow. You see Pichu in this game choosing to max out Frostbite, which we've seen sometimes. It varies whether people prioritize Frostbite or Crystal Nova, but against the Brood, the route is just so good to allow a sniper to get in all of that damage. Let's see if Monet's skills assassinate or not, because we've seen different sniper builds here on level 6, whether you take that route at all, or if you focus on maxing out headshot. All right, Boxy with the job.
Initiation, and that is enough burst damage, but Boca charge not in time.
It's the humiliation.
Mickey gets credit for that kill. That is his first of the game. He has a haste rune still, and with the Falcon Blade going for the BKB as a pretty fast item. Matu is getting chased, but just on the other side of the fog here. So
very good ward there.
Catch up.
Pichu will realize this. Like he read that all too well. So gonna get the D ward, and they force out the glyph. Lesh will immediately rotate into mid. They don't want to lose their mid tower. Ori is gonna show here.
Yeah, well, Mickey is getting charged, so now there's TPs coming into the mid lane. See if he can get the LSA off. Oh, uses the horsey and gives himself enough distance to get away. But in the meantime, they're going to find Boxy instead, who's trying to help out Mickey, but wasn't really needed in the end.
Yeah, it looked like Boxy was trying to find an angle where he could maybe get a dispose onto the Lesh rack, but what Aster did really well there was that they rotated not only the Lesh, but also the Crystal Maiden in the tree line. So when Boxy did try to go for that, it just gets frostbitten from the side and does not find any move. At the very least, the good news for Liquid here, bottom tower will be claimed. Brood is starting to build a new home here, as Brood does. I wonder what build Zai goes here. We've seen a lot of Broods go this Arcane Boots into either Pipe or Wraith Pact, these kind of auras. I assume this game will be no different, but I wonder what the priority will be.
Pipe is pretty freaking good this game.
Yeah, there is a lot of random magic damage, and it's a great way of keeping your spiders alive during fights.
Yep, as he is taking control of the bottom lane. I mean, that's the one thing about transitioning out of this lane against the Brood. He'll just take over, which he has done already.
Has to be so careful with showing on the lane, though. He's actually showing his hero, and that means he's opening himself up to being charged at any point.
Yep, all they need is a little bit of vision
Oh,
here.
bro. Zai kabur, bro.
Zai in the trees, but his spidey senses are tingling for once that actually makes sense. Yep. Looks like he'll be okay, so a little bit of wasted time, although I have an idea that he's in the area.
Wasted though.
Pops. Oh, Crystal Nova just off. Actually did connect, and now they have the vision. There's the charge from Baboka. In comes Access as well. And that is a big kill onto Zai. It took some time, but it worked out, and now XXX can just go back to where he came from.
This is a pretty cool duo of heroes that we like never see played. The Spirit Breaker plus Underlord combo. You charge someone, you Fiend's Gate in, and Spirit Breaker has that natural follow-up that he needs. This hero's, one of its weaknesses, even though it's one of the best roamers in the game, is that it doesn't really solo kill very well. But, you know, if you have something like Underlord connecting or Sunstrike, like whatever it is at your disposal, then situations can suddenly look quite promising. Boboka with a charge, no rune here.
Boxy is here. Nice pit of Malice though, but the dispose keeps XXS at bay. He's already at half HP, and in comes the Lich as well. But look, 4 members of Aster are continuing on here as Insania gets off his Chain Frost. Looks like he will drop in the end as Matu has finally come to play, but the Laguna Blade on top of the Rupture is enough to find himself a kill. Now the focus is on to Baboka.
Nice! Sniper nggak, double damage
Gets the stun off, and Baboka will be next.
Nice.
Here for Liquid. Great transition from Matu.
And they make sure to bring the numbers there. Matu coming in, Lina with the double
Belum ada
damage.
damage
It's just too
snipernya itu.
overwhelming. And Mone, yeah, would have probably been wise to not get involved there. You can understand why he's trying to help out his teammates, but Boxy isolates him with the rebound dispose combo, and once Sniper is repositioned, he's not getting out of there. Does not have any way of repositioning himself for now. Wonder if he's going to buy a shard later to try to help with that, but for now, obviously going a pretty standard route, Mask of Madness to Wraith Bands and Treads, eyeing up the Dragonlance, Pike, another way to reposition, of course. And he should need it this game. You got to be feeling really good if you're Liquid with that exchange, though.
Yep, absolutely. The lead has slipped into their side, just barely though. As we get in, I'm gonna rehash this conversation again, Cinder. You know where I'm going with this, I'm sure, but
Tier 5 neutral.
The old Roshan. As we're gonna see another strike onto Insania. Ori's in the air, he gets off the Lightning Storm. But the Frost Shield ends up mitigating a bit of damage here and forces the rest of Aster away as this is taking just too long. They get a high five for their efforts. Which team would you say has the advantage in the Roche pit for both killing and fighting in the area?
I guess for killing, I would imagine Liquid does it maybe a little bit faster. It's kind of close.
After the Underlord. Yeah. We're jumping 2 here. I think we can fight. I'm really sure.
Sniper!
Okay.
Sniper!
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, that was an eternal envy showdown. That was nice.
They got done with their Naruto episode and now they're playing. So good to see.
Indeed. Anyway, you were saying about Roshan, Cinderin.
Yeah, so I think overall, I guess the Dire, depending on, I guess it's level 1 side peak. It's kind of hard to say who's faster at it. I do like Aster's chances of fighting in the area in general, though. Underlord, Lesh, and Spirit Breaker, as well as Shrapnel level 4. He's very, very good in that area. But I think neither team has any interest in even thinking about Roche for quite a while. Neither lineup's particularly good at it. There's a lot of risk involved. Foxy, good charge.
Charge in the top lane next to the tier 2, but the Frost Shield comes out again. Chain Frost not really bouncing, but finally does off of the creeps, and that is going to cause Ori to drop. But Boca gets disposed. TP canceled. Second kill for Liquid. A big punish in this top lane. That Frost Shield has been kind of pretty annoying for Aster to get through.
Yeah, they chose to go for that with 5-second cooldown another strike. They didn't have Spirit Breaker ult, so missing that component, but also Liquid seemed like they just read that play like a book. You know, Mickey was in position immediately, getting that counter play. Nicely done from them. They get those two. Mickey now rocking a BKB. Is very ready to fight. Liquid actually hitting a strong time here. And
the Horsey is there. He gets stunned and brought down. Huge kill for Liquid, but XXS has come to play with his ult. Gets off the nice Pit of Malice and Firestorm. And Zania looks to be the sacrifice at the very least, but Mickey and Matu want to continue to fight potentially. They're going to try to focus onto the Crystal Maiden, and a nice stun from Boxy. Under 2 heroes with Mickey's LSA to follow. 4 dead for Aster, and Liquid, I mean, they got the big kill to start, and Aster still wanted to fight, and they get punished.
Yeah, just Lesh didn't get to play his hero there. Got chain stun completely, rebound into the LSA, took the full burst there from Mickey, and they get that job done easily. You're gonna see on the replay here, so really nice way to open this with Boxy getting the rebound. They kill the sniper before any assistance arrives. As XXS comes in and does kill off the Lich, it's a pretty small consolation prize. Nice fear here, by the way, from Insania.
And Boxy stun coming up soon.
Yep.
Which absolutely destroyed.
Perfect.
My
Triple
God.
stun into double stun.
And that was the Bloodstone reveal as well on the Lesh, and it just gets destroyed. Not literally, not a Kyle. But Baboka now in the bot lane. He's going for the Shadow Blade. As Zai, again, he's just been chilling in the bot lane. He's close to finishing his pipe, and we talked about the amount of magic damage that Aster has. That is going to be a huge pickup for them.
It seems like the play call here from Liquid is just leave Zai alone. Let him do whatever he wants. He needs to get that item before he really offers teamfight impact. Curious to see what the idea is now. It's coming out. Are you going to see a bigger rotation? Are we looking at a bottom tier 2 tower? Are we looking at a potential rotation into killing a hero mid and then getting Roche? There's plenty of options for Liquid here with the game state they have set themselves up for. And I mean, essentially, if Zai doesn't have to join, why would he, right? He can also just keep farming down here and keeping a Pestilence, forcing heroes to rotate down here and defend, putting pressure on the tower and just farming up, get toward his next item. Maybe an Axe could be on the menu. Extremely annoying item to play Spirit Breaker against the Brood Axe. So definitely could be something he's considering.
And Liquid want to keep up the aggression. Mickey now, or the BKB from Matu. So 2 BKBs on the side of Liquid. And they are definitely ready to fight. As the tier 2 tower will take a little bit of damage, but XXS is going to show himself with the Firestorm, but Liquid want to kind of reset here. One thing we didn't really talk about is the fact that these two obviously face in the upper bracket, and we've seen it so many times. The upper bracket team that wins, that faces the team again in the lower bracket. The lower bracket team ends up learning more about that matchup overall, and they got to see Thundra beat Aster as well. But potentially that's what we're seeing here right now. But standing onto the high ground, he is so tanky at half HP, but he will be the sacrifice. As it looks like it's going to be a trade for the position 5s. Nice freezing kill coming out, but it only delays the inevitable.
Oh, they ruptured Lesh.
Yep, he gets his Bloodstone off just in time as Matu pops the BKB, but the Lesh is dead. Laguna Blade into the grave, and Baboka getting chased, but a nice Pit of Malice, keeping Boxy and company in this area. But the Dispose comes down to Baboka, but he does have the status resistance.
Let's go, Liquid!
That right click is coming for him. Is that enough? It doesn't look like it. He shall live.
What an amazing escape from Baboka there, turning around to dodge the stun and then finding the charge through everyone to survive. I definitely had him expected dead there, but he gets out of there. Still, the big kill for Liquid is the Lesh. They keep finding him every fight. Zai, okay.
Yeah, he's here all alone. Insania on the outskirts, but the assassinate is coming.
Zai
and that's not gonna help you
mati.
there.
Zai
So Monet getting a nice pickup for himself as he's kind of struggling. He's middle of the pack in terms of net worth, and this is a hero that you do not want in that area. I mean, how much of a comeback mechanic do you have on this hero, would you feel, based on the items that he's going for? Because he has Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, he's going for Hurricane Pike, so it feels like more mobility / utility than damage.
I guess with this build, you definitely do farm slower than if you had, say, Mom Maelstrom, but you probably just have to get the Pike at this time. If you go Mask Maelstrom, it's gonna take too long before you have the essential items to be any sort of presence in a team fight. In skirmishes, this is also a pretty good single target damage build, right? You have a long range, obviously you can activate the take aim for the guaranteed headshots, which by the way are only level 2 on Monet currently, so his damage will ramp up significantly when he levels up to 13, 14.
Oh, Matu getting charged, and there's a Fiend's Gate here as well. He pops the BKB, but still gets stunned. That is 4 members of Aster, and that is a nice pickup for them. Very nice team play, and now I mean, the Fiend's Gate is so cool, but Mikke, he's in the area, he's in Viz right now. Oh, the LSA does not connect, but they still get the stun. Laguna Blade to follow, but the Bloodstone healing up a decent amount. The BKB popped by Mikke, and that is enough to take out Ori again. He's left by his team via the Fiend's Gate, and Liquid taking full advantage.
Yeah, that missed stun from Mikke ends up costing him a BKB charge, but still well worth it. You're happy to get that kill. And probably the bottom tier 2 tower, I don't think you have a chance of defending this as Aster. Well, maybe they are going to try it. XX
finally comes out. It's only going to connect a couple times, but Mikke looks to be mega dead, and Zai and company have to get the hell out of here. Insania is successful, but Zai inside the Pit of Malice charged up, and it looks like he's going to be brought down as well. So Aster successfully defend the tier 2 tower.
It seems like Liquid had the same expectation that I did, that tower was just going to be given to them with a dead Lesh, but the crucial part in all of this is that Mikke with the missed stun ends up using the BKB on the first kill, and Aster are like, wait a minute, can't we just go on this guy and kill him with Spirit Breaker and Underlord? And they could. There wasn't enough protection there. I don't think there was a defensive dispose from Boxy to try to reposition and keep him alive. And that's huge for Aster.
Yeah, we have a rupture onto XXS, but the rest of his team is coming. A nice charge onto 2, but the Blood Right does connect. Silence that Space Cow. But Boxy just getting right-click from afar. And Matu, despite having the BKB, does have the move speed to get away. And no range for the Assassinate, or no vision for the Assassinate.
If they had any way of getting vision, that could have been so much bigger for Aster, but they're very, very happy with this for sure. The game was starting to look a little bit scary for a while with the control Liquid were getting, but...
And the first Roche attempt is here. Aster know that they're in a 5v4 situation.
No BKB on Matumba either.
Yeah.
Bloodseeker is just not a very good hero in this time in the game when you don't have that BKB. It's so hard to run in and do anything. You can just get turned on and blasted. So as it looks, Liquid, I think they really want to try to poke at this, but it's just really difficult. They don't know the exact timing either. Every spider's getting killed outside the pit.
Yeah. Looks like Monet will get the Aegis. Not putting on the Lesh. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's good on both. A lot of the time we do see it on Lesh because you get so much value from getting the full mana refill when you die as well, but maybe the logic is Lesh is less susceptible to dying straight away. He has more health, he has the Bloodstone, whereas if Monet gets jumped, he can just die instantly. And this way you also maybe open up a little bit more for the potential of poking top tier 2 tower with just the sniper. Lesh needs to go closer and expose himself to do that. Sniper can just safely take it from range, and if you do try to jump on him with your Marcy combination with Lina, you know he has that second life you have to worry about.
Both those fours have 4 deaths each for Monet and Ori, but they've kind of brought this game back, Cinder, and this is net worth-wise very even, and obviously with the Aegis, it's going to help them potentially extend that just a bit, as the tier 2 tower is not being defended yet.
And I think it is worth keeping in mind for a game like this that a lot of the expectation of how the game goes kind of rides or dies with Brood, right? And Zai's impact, aside from, you know, pushing out this bottom lane, being there, has not felt like Brood has been a first phase hero, right? Or arguably it has, because Aster solved it so well. a lot of Liquid's Brood game wins, they would be in a much better position than this now. And I think even just in an even game state like this in terms of gold, the Radiant lineup is having a pretty solid time scaling late game. I think a lot of what Brood offers becomes less and less important against this lineup. Whereas Astra's lineup is just going to scale to the moon, right? Sniper, Underlord, Lesh, Tricore.
That is true. Wraith Pack has been there for a little bit on the Underlord, as we see a full smoke here from Aster. And we can see that they trying to go into the enemy triangle is the question. As a Force Staff picked up from Mickey, actually, so he's going the full Hurricane Pike as well.
He sold it again.
The way. Did he?
Yep. Oh, changed his mind for now. He's still... Oh, he's changing over to Silver Edge. Okay, so I guess he wants the break for Atrophy Aura. And they need some more damage.
He's going to get spotted, charge, right clicks, dead. Easy kill for Aster. See if they go for this tier 2 tower bottom now that they have the top. Or if they're just happy to farm away. I mean, how important is it for Aster to use this Aegis in an effective way? Or are they fine just farming? Like you said, they do technically scale better.
Yeah, I think they're fine farming, but I wouldn't mind seeing them trying to use this Aegis for another tier 2 tower. Probably mid is the most accessible one for them right now, because I think Brood really thrives in the bottom tower area. There's so many trees, so many angles you can find there to be annoying for the support. But
he changed his mind again. He went Hurricane.
Oh, he changed again. All right. Well, maybe the gold lined up nicely.
Dire's bottom tower
Liquid are not too phased by the Aegis, though. They're still going to look to cross the river and maybe make an aggressive move. They do have a double damage on Mickey, which would be really nice for them to put to use. But Boka will push out that wave and reposition himself. It looks like Aster are aware that Liquid have some big plan here. Ori also farming very defensively over on the ancient side, making sure to stay all the way left to not get caught. And this move from Liquid will bear fruit in the sense they get some good aggressive wards out. You see they get the good ward over at the Radiant Triangle, and they get a good ward down in mid, so definitely looking for some sort of catch against the Aegis team at some point in the near future. But it looks like they'll have to settle for Mickey just, 10-shotting the top tier 1 tower casually with sidekick and double damage. Packing 400 damage with that per hit. Not bad, but now it's run out. And Aster will opt for the bottom tower rather than the mid one. This was the one they had the option to access. I think they would have been happy to take mid, but that's where Liquid were grouped up and covering the lane. So they will settle for a trade in the off lanes.
And they will get it successfully. So 2K lead for Aster is the Aegis.
Okay.
It's expiring in 40 seconds.
Yeah. They will knock on the high ground though. Sniper very good at this. Obviously, massive range. The only repositioning tool Liquid have is, aside from an offensive pike from Mickey, which is probably a bit naive to think is going to happen, you have level 2 disposed. So he's feeling pretty damn safe standing down here hitting this tower. And just keep throwing out one shrapnel if he wants to hit it some more. There we go. He's going to keep poking at it.
Pop the Math of Madness. The defense is coming for Liquid. Ori up in front. He's going to get ruptured. Pops the BKB. That's not going to do too much for him. But he's kept himself away far enough as the Aegis is expiring in 3 seconds. Trying to get through the Fiend's Gate. He does so successfully. And Aster retreat. In part. Still a couple members here.
Yep.
And Ori can just refill and, okay, does not want to take the Fiend's Gate. Wants to farm up mid.
I'm surprised Ori went in an edict at that tower. I think letting Sniper just keep doing his thing was pretty good. It only cost him a BKB charge, which isn't the end of the world. And I guess he did force the glyph, so maybe it's okay. But if Liquid find a move off it, the story will be very, very different. Ori is going to walk straight into
Laguna Blade, but no LSA connection, but they still find the Crystal Maiden nonetheless. The right clicks are way too much. BKB already popped by Matu as they find the kill onto Ori. So 3 dead overall, the complete segregation of that fight, but Liquid coming out way on top.
Yeah, so what ends up happening there is Lesh has BKB cooldown from bottom, and he's walking in the mid lane together with Spirit Breaker. I think a pretty crucial mistake here from Aster, actually. The 2 heroes were even stacking up, so they got chain stunned and didn't get a charge up to try to protect Ori. He just walked straight into Matu, got ruptured and killed, or actually didn't even rupture, I think. They just hit him. He couldn't get away anyway without the BKB.
I able to clean up to tier 2 mid.
That is a huge swing for Liquid.
And we won't know for the next Roche for another minute 40, but that is going to be an extremely important factor in this game, as it usually is. But looking at Ori's item progression, obviously he's had the Bloodstone for a long time. BKB is on 8 seconds. He's only used it once, surprisingly.
Yep.
Has the casual plate mail, and I would assume an eventual Shiva's, but still going for his Boots of Travel. I mean, his farm for Alesh is not very good this game.
No, I think he's had a couple of times maybe pushing one wave too many, and Liquid have done a really good job punishing him. Overall, the 5 deaths on Alesh is a major setback. You compare that to Mickey on the Lina with only 2, has a 50 CS advantage because of this. The thing I wonder here for Ori is if Travels is actually the right choice, because you're obviously playing against Rupture, right? So having extra mobility in the fight isn't necessarily going to translate to more safety or more damage. Whereas having items where you can just stand your ground and survive longer, like you said, the Shiva or something to that effect could be an interesting choice. But maybe even Ags could be a thing this game. You're against Brood, Bloodseeker, and an attack damage Lina build.
Nihilism.
I think Nihilism could be interesting, but well, for now it is going to be the Travels. And obviously it depends whether the flow of the game will turn into a little bit more of a stalemate where the teams are just pushing out waves and farming, because then Travels are obviously great. But if we have a key fight coming up sometime soon, this might not be the best allocation of net worth that Ori can have at this point in time. Getting those Travels up. Roche will be known to us now. It's a long respawn.
Yes.
233. Will be quite a while before Aster potentially get their hands on that. And I do say Aster because they are controlling the area for now, and they did get the first one. There's no saying that Liquid can't make a team move in there and contest it.
Yeah, Matu has his Mjolnir now. Zai has had the Wraith Pact pipe, and is going for Aghanim Scepter. Spinner Snare, really.
Yeah, it is very good, this Axe. When you're playing a Brood role where you don't have to deal very much damage, this Axe is just incredible for map control.
Smoke up, but they see Boxy. They're going to start charging him next to Liquid's outpost, technically in control of Aster right now. The charge is there, but the Frost is going to keep him healthy for the time being. Ori, though, and Baboka end up taking him out with the help of Monet. Just like that, it's a 5v4, but BKB already popped by XXS as they find Zai in the trees, but the charge onto Matu. See who they try to focus here. Firestorm doing a lot of percentage-based damage. Lich ult coming out, but it's only going to bounce once as Zai just gets cleaned up. Double kill for Monet. As the Fiend Gate's back to the fountain, they can just refresh and rejoin this fight as Insania looks to be next. 3 dead for Liquid. And Aster looking very good now, but like you said, Roche is not going to be up for another minute, so they can't take advantage of that.
Definitely consider themselves lucky that this isn't up, because this would have been an easy collateral for Aster. Ward would have forced 2 buybacks out of Liquid, but yeah, just a very different fight in terms of positioning here, right? So you get the charge onto the Marcy, so she doesn't get to play the fight at all. Ori gets ruptured, they get this Marcy kill, they run back, and then they zone control. Underlord is creating tons of space by just running in with a Pit of Malice and just frontlining. Sniper is keeping them at bay with shrapnels. There's the Crystal Maiden ult coming up. It's just too difficult for Liquid to re-engage here. And a nicely played fight here from Aster will secure themselves a good position in the game once again. And the control of the pit, 30-second respawn on that. Both teams will want to get access to this. This is the second Roche, so will come with a little bit of a bonus.
And Mickey has the Daedalus, so he will start to hurt. Is opting to go for a Lincoln Sphere as the next item.
Okay, that's I like that approach too. You know, you're feeling a lot safer against the Rupture. You get yourself that freedom of movement.
Well, the Rupture's on his team.
Oh, I was looking at the Lesh. He's also going Link.
Oh, yeah, that one makes sense. I'm trying to figure out this.
Everybody gets a Link.
The charge is very annoying.
Yeah, that's true.
And I mean, the only way to take full advantage of that, if you're the Spirit Breaker, is to get an Ags, which he is going for. So the Lincolns won't be that big of a deal at that point.
Aster,
so we have a smoke now from Liquid.
Aster poked the Roche and went out. They feel like Liquid are going to come contest this, and they are very right. The top lane is all the way in the tier 3 tower, and no one from Liquid's defending this. Is a dead giveaway that Liquid are up to something here.
And Roche has a
will
low
do the same.
Are scanning.
Baboka is terrifying with that Shadow Blade that he's had for a while. If they get vision on anyone, they could just get stunned out of nowhere on Liquid's side with very minimal defense, except like we talked about the Frost Shield, but doesn't really save you from this Radiant lineup very well.
Yep, Ori already used his Bloodstone, thinking that he was going to get jumped, so another 15-second cooldown on that.
Success. Will find the ward.
And very tense as both teams know that Roche is up.
With the gem, knows that Liquid have vision here. Obviously not going to go for the D ward. Way too risky. He could get jumped by Marcy and just blast it there. So gets the information, gets back. They have Baboka clean up mid with a charge. Next wave will now be cut by Baboka as well. Going to clean this up out of the Shadow Blade, just killing all of those spiders in one charge.
Yeah, ever since they changed
really good.
his bash to do that much damage to creeps.
Yeah.
Very even better counter.
I think this is the most CS I've seen a Spirit Breaker have been at 34 since Xiao 8 played at mid. That's what spiders will do for you.
That is true. I mean, he's halfway to his Ags, and that thing is crazy how good.
Invisibility.
Still posturing on the other side of the map. No one quite ready to fight, knowing that this Roche could potentially decide the game. I mean, it's a little early to call that, but
there's a very good chance that
the win percentage with second Roche has got to be really high for the team that gets it. As look how close this game was. Yeah. 68% for Aster. Do you feel that? Watching this right now as the Rupture onto Ori, gets disposed. Ori at half HP, he's gonna get bashed out as Amatu, trying to right-click his way. Bloodstone's not gonna be enough. A 1-for-1, but it's a support for a mid. And Liquid trying to reset. Now that Boxy is on relatively low HP, disposed onto Amatu with the rebound movement speed buff as well. They're able to reset completely.
And the buyback from Insania, a 5v4 situation effectively here. Lesh has buyback too, but no BKB ready, so if he connects, he has to be careful. The trade-off here, of course, Liquid using 2 of theirs, Marcy and Bloodseeker with a minute cooldown, and Aster are actually confident that this is enough for them to contest the pit. They know they can buy back their Lesh. What can he travel on? They have the outpost too, so the connection point is there.
Monet, double damage as well. McKay inside the pit, and Malice gets Force Staff to safety, but they're going to find a Space Cow first. Laguna Blade onto XXS. A nice Chain Frost bouncing as XXS still has the BKB activated. Siamese Cat looks to be next on the list, but double buybacks now from Aster, and they can reconnect relatively quickly, especially wants to put a Fiend's Gate there. Still 5v5, but that is several buybacks from Aster. But like you said, the BKB is very important for Liquid. The charge on to Mickey, but the Frost Shield is going to be able to get a lot of his physical damage. Boxy's going to be dead. Trying to help his teammate, and Mickey pops the BKB, trying to get the dieback onto Ori. He's at half HP, but the Bloodstone healing up to a high degree, but it's not going to be enough. Ori diebacks, and Monet stuck in. So what is it? He's just stuck there, trying to right-click his way out of this. Getting some lifesteal now, but Zai, is he going to be able to take him out in the end? It's going to be close. Monet is still lifestealing, despite just standing still for the last 30 seconds. Matu has already died, and now Baboka trying to chase the Lich, but there's the rebound. Mickey gets instantly stunned, disposed back, they kill Monet. Finally, he buys back into the game, though, and now the Unleashed going to town on XXS has bought back himself as well. Looks like Broodmother is next here, though, and now this has turned into a 3 versus 2, technically in favor of Aster, but Baboka dies. That's another dieback for him. Boxy keeping away. He is successful. 6K lead for Liquid. What the hell was that fight?
It's actually completely insane. If Aster do end up claiming this, I guess they're somewhat okay with what they had to throw for that. They spent, how many buybacks was that? I kind of lost the overview.
A lot. I mean, this isn't even accurate.
4 buybacks, I believe, from Aster used in this situation. Obviously, they had to buy back Ori in the beginning, so again, Ori really not progressing too much.
They want to go. They have the rebound available. Roche is relatively low. The Frost Shield is there, but a nice pit of Malice. Gonna root that. But Boxy gets into the pit. He gets to dispose of. Who gets the Roche is the question. Nobody wants to kill it. And finally, Monet, he snatches the Aegis. So technically, Liquid get the kill. Not sure who got the shard on top of that, but either way, Aster is happy with this exchange. Looks like Boxy, did he actually take the shard?
Boxy grabbed it, and in a fit of panic, he used it instantly. I don't think.
Oh no!
I don't think that's the best shard they could have used there. Maybe. What are the other options? Brood or Lina? Yeah, maybe it's actually.
Yeah,
the best
it might be fine. Actually.
Now they have a save that they haven't had before. They can obviously rebound the target away.
Yeah, right. Not able to hit the LSA there, but. Wow.
I mean, honestly, the craziest thing about the team fight that we just saw was how long Monet stayed alive, right? It's because he's getting Crimson guarded by the Underlord, so the spiders do 0 damage. Zai has a 0 damage item build, so he's basically tickling him. And Monet was just using Mask of Madness, standing still and pressing A-click on the ground.
I've never seen a sniper stand still for that amount of time. It's going to have some more action, it looks like, potentially. Rupture. But Zai is kind of stuck. He's going to get charged at it. XXX is taking the brunt of the damage from Matu. He's going to get bashed up, but will be able to get the Fiend's Gate out in time. As Liquid just don't have the damage right now, but Zai, he gets charged in on, into the Nether Strike and into the right clicks of Monet. And now with the assault onto XXS, this is going to add insult to injury, and this push will be even faster for Aster. No pun, I mean, that was a rhyme. Intended. Tier 2 tower looks to be done. How much more can they get? Still 3.5 minutes on the Aegis.
50 seconds on Brood as well.
Yep.
And Zai does not have buyback gold. They do not know this for a fact, but they might have a feeling based on the Aghanim Scepter being purchased that he cannot reconnect to this fight. Still, you have to be a little bit careful about this high ground push. Marcy is very terrifying on defense, and as we've already established, Boxy with the dagger doesn't even need to rebound in. He can blink in and dispose and rebound out to maybe force a BKB. He can obviously also rebound in and dispose and then blink out if he's fast enough. If he takes any damage, that is not happening.
He can rebound his teammates.
He can also do that. He could rebound Mickey in and lose the game. That is another option he has.
We have seen it during the DPC. We have seen the Marcy Shard win games and lose games.
Come on, Boxy. Habibi! I'm keeping over. I'm keeping over.
I can't get it. I mean, whatever happens, this fight will do a good for us, I think.
Yeah, buyback sniper.
And Sania counting the buybacks there.
Yeah.
Wonder if he counted all of them and wrote down all the times. That would be very impressive. That would be inhuman, as a matter of fact.
Indeed. It's nice to have a human calculator on your team, as I'm sure you can attest to.
Yep, I have that every game.
Well, 2 minutes still on the Aegis for Aster, but Liquid, in terms of net worth, have the very slight lead right now. An incredibly close game. DD is bottled for Monet, and I'm sure that they're going to want to use it here to at least get a tier 3, if not, try to get a barracks.
That bottom lane is very, very open. Minute 50. I don't know how much is left on the bottle. When did he pick that up? So if he picked it up around 40, it might have been sitting there for a little bit, but should have enough time to maybe connect on a wave. Spinners, snares are starting to make life difficult for Aster. Very annoying.
Techies was deleted, but
I actually think
lives on in Brood.
I was saying this is kind of the new old Techies, Spinner, Snare. It is incredibly annoying to play against. Don't underestimate how much the mental means, but, well, no snares bottom just yet. Monet pumps the DD. Will force out the glyph. They will get another glyph after this tower falls, mind you, with the changes, so Liquid do have another round of defense for the barracks.
Tier 3 finally down.
Yeah, Monet's attack speed is nothing to scoff at. He's got a lot of attack speed items. They have the AC on the Underlord, Mask of Madness activation. It's looking pretty good for Aster. This is a big moment now. Liquid will try to find perhaps an angle. Just pushing out mid for now. Do they even have any smokes left? They do not. Yeah, they do. They have one on boxing. So if Liquid do want to challenge something here, they can, but it's a very, very difficult position to access yourself into. You keep scouting them with Spinner Snare, though. Oh, Monet, well, we can't flip another one. No, XXS, however. They'll find another Spinner Snare. I'm sure he's having a great time there.
They're smoked up, but he knows, right? It notifies them.
Yep. This is not happening.
That is actually hilarious, man. I think it's my first game casting Brewdags.
It's one of those things that's hilarious to watch, and then you're imagining being a player on Aster.
Oh, of course. Of course.
That's
but that's Dota, right?
It is very annoying, let me tell you. All right, Liquid, it's time. This Aegis expiring just now. Aster will place XXS to cover the high ground.
They jump him. They know they get the bash up, and Monet is right-clicking from afar. Vicky pops the BKB, gets a Laguna Blade, and now they jump on top of Monet and kill him immediately. No buyback for him, and Baboka now stuck between a rock and a hard place. That's a second. Make it 3 for Mickey. What a fight. What an initiation with no vision, I'm pretty sure. Not able to get the rebound. Boxy has been playing out of his mind. And now down the mid lane, Liquid goes with a 7K lead, knowing that
a lot of these buybacks will not be available. Only the Underlord at the moment.
And you just love the confidence from Boxy, right? The smoke breaks, he instantly just blinks up blindly and pops his ult in BKB. Finds a target, the fight breaks out. And Monet tries to come in and help, but they just destroyed him with Marcelina. He didn't even get to play the fight. Probably felt relatively confident it was Butterfly that he had something to stand his ground with, but just not the case. Liquid, are they actually just going to go for it?
They're going to try to go for the throne. They know that Sniper's not back for 60 seconds. Tier 4 is already at half HP. They're going to be able to take it out pretty swiftly. Can Aster actually defend this in a 3v5 situation? Finally, the fortification is popped. They won't have one for the rest of the game in all likelihood if they continue down this mid lane. Unleashes pop for Boxy, just priming and ready to go. One tier 4 down. Will Liquid continue on here? 33 seconds on Monet. Crimson Guard are trying to mitigate a little bit of damage here, but there's the initiation on X. They get the Rupture on him. They force tap him as well, but he's going to live inside the fountain. But the tier 4 goes down as well. And now onto the Ancient. Ori pops the BKB and Bloodstone, but the focus is now onto the Ancient for Liquid. All they have to do is right-click that they'll get game 1. Charge in from Maboka. Pretty big, but make it continue to right-click with the data. That's going to be enough. Liquid take game 1. Unbelievable. I don't know how this team continues to give everybody heart attacks around the world, but I'm close to that right now, Cinderin. Good Lord.
What an amazing way for them to do that. So the moment Aegis expires, they're like, it's go time. We smoke. They run in. They find an amazing fight. There's no buyback on Aster on the Sniper. Their best line of defense is out of play, and Liquid just take the risk. They're assuming he doesn't have the buyback with the fresh Butterfly, and they just commit. They run down the mid lane, they push through it, and they get the job done. What an amazing way to end that game. And not the way I thought it was going to end, or the speed.
Yeah.
This happened very suddenly. They found the perfect moment, and they get themselves up 1-0.
Absolutely unreal game. And if you're Aster, obviously we talked about they 2-0'd Liquid in the upper bracket. They face them now, and this is a team, this is a different Liquid team than we saw in the upper bracket. I mean, they were upper bracket, sure, but their momentum, despite this break, is just ridiculous. This is like Team Spirit, not to pat myself on the back, Team DC from TI6. Like, a lot of these memories are coming back to me, Sinner, and this team is pretty fearsome, to be sure. Let's go to the studio and see what they have to say. Don't listen to Sinner anymore.
Thank you for that. Indeed, I know that a lot of people were wondering, like, 5-day break, that momentum, it might be gone. No, it's not. No, it's not. Team Liquid take game 1 here against Aster, so they are one step away from getting to that final day of the International 11. I'm joined by Jenkins, Lacoste, and Effie. Effie, this game, where do you want to start breaking it down? Because it was such a close game till the very end when we saw Monet die without buyback.
I mean, that was a great game, just as we expect from Liquid, but I guess I just want to start from the draft, because I think that they did something really cool conceptually that game, which was they countered the Leshrac that they gave to Ori, which is one of his best heroes, with the same timing, the 15-minute pipe timing on the Broodmother versus the 15-minute timing of the Bloodstone on the Leshrac. And it felt like every time Ori was taking these fights, he just was not healing. And the BKB from Lina came in so early as well. So I think if you just break it down to basics like that, they had a lot of really cool ideas that they obviously prepared for.
How does this keep happening? Every single time Team Liquid plays, it's just pure chaos, pretty much. You know, ever since like their days in Alliance, some of these players, like, you know that they're not going to be able to close out the game. Something weird's going to happen.
Like
they're serious against Thunder Awaken.
Like Brood coming through the portal of the Underlord.
Yeah, Zai's like, yeah, I got to check it out to see what's in this door. And yeah, he joins, but most of the time he was at the bottom, just chilling, farming his items, something that Effie did mention. This was brutal. Like, this fight right here, people life-stealing from both of the Wraith packs, having the life-steal from the sidekick, Paladin and Sword as well. I think Boxy is having the time of his life. Like, this is extremely good performance. This might even be, you know, Boxy Tuska really up there, but Boxy on Marcy completely
that
different.
TP was insane.
Yeah, so many times clutch plays coming out from him.
It's like a redemption arc for him, I feel like, because you know, when Liquid lost Taiga, I think a lot of people were thinking, you know, Taiga, for this guy, he's coming in and taking Taiga's role, you know, fan favorite going over to OG, but it's like he has absolutely proven himself over the year. I think we were pleasantly surprised casting him in throughout the EU DPC. But this isn't just like a pleasant surprise from him. This is fucking insane. He's legitimately carrying his team. That last game was entirely on his shoulders. The blink up onto the high ground, the BKB TP out that we saw. He was not only initiating every single fight, his 2 cores were dead, and he was carrying it. He was doing the damage. This guy's a 4 position, not the carry.
No, he's definitely insane on that role, as you say. And someone who's also insane, a little bit, is Direction Slack, who's in the crowd. Stadium is packed. I thought that we would go and talk to some people about that last game. Pretty exciting stuff here. Hello. Who are you rooting for in that last game?
Liquid, obviously.
Obviously. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Well, what'd you think?
I thought it was phenomenal.
And what do you think about this stadium here right now? You feeling it? You feeling the TI hype?
Oh, it's beautiful. Look at it. We got flags and banners going on. It's great.
All right. Where are you from?
I'm from Canada.
Canada? I saw the hat. I thought you were one of my people. Can we get one yeehaw, please? Canadian yeehaw?
Yeehaw!
Yeah! All right, any Aster fans? Aster fans? Anybody like Aster? Oh, okay,
Aster fans.
What do you think about that last game, my friend? They need some words of encouragement. Anything to say?
They're both pretty good, but I just support whoever wins the team fight, actually.
Okay, well, that's depressing. I think they needed something more. Don't worry, you can do it, Aster, right, boy? Everybody, we got it? Aster! Aster! All right, fantastic. Well, we're going to pass it back to the panel, my friends. But before we do, I just wanted everyone in the arena to let those people that are watching know what they missed. Can we please tell them from home how hyped we are? Let's go, Singapore!
Game 2! Game number 2!
Right, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Indeed, Slacks and banners. What more do we really need? I know that Aster needs a little bit more, though, because they got a lot of pressure on them now, Lacoste.
Yeah, most definitely, because they showed how good they can play on LAN. But if they don't win this series, this is going to be the second time in TI history that there's not going to be a Chinese team in top 3. There was one time that it happened. It was TI3. But other than that, they are carrying the torch for their region.
Yeah, definitely, because they eliminated the other Chinese team that was in the TIs, that was still in TI, and PSG LGD. Let's hear them talk about it.
打那个THUNDRA的时候，我能感觉到我们队有一趟压力，就是自己给自己压力，就没有什么别的原因，就是可能感觉就是放不开吧，就我们。我觉得兰姆他就是，然后输给THUNDRA之后，他还跟我们说了，是我们打的太没有那个进攻性了，就是打得太怂了。然后我们也总结过了，就改天就打败老干爹嘛，
就感觉老干爹一直是我们就是在中国赛区最大的竞争对手，然后之前也很多比赛被他们什么3比0、2比0，然后就各种被他们就是被他们干嘛，然后。
Tuh, mantep maskernya Aster. Ada lambang Asternya maskernya.
Chance of winning. Damage is going to be enough to actually get beautiful rolls coming out from XXS. They take him out 2-0 to start this fight. He's A-okay as Ori. He's going to get the instant kill onto Nothing to Say, who does not have buyback. And now they're going to turn this around onto the Primal Beast. This is what's looking like the beginning of the end of game number 1 as Aster has come back with a vengeance. He's going to get the double spear with the shard. Triple kill on Ori. Nothing to Say is dead. Will he get the Sunder? No. 4 dead for PSG LGD as GG's come out. Aster eliminate LGD from TI11.
How did it feel knocking out LGD? What was it like?
打完之后感觉又是挺可惜的感觉，就有被死边什么的，看蛮可惜的感觉。
这次到了 TI， 肯定还是想往更高的名次冲刺，想把以前的那些输掉的比赛都赢回来。
我觉得我们今年这个
这5个人在一起的那一刻，我就觉得我们是奔着今年的冠军来的。我
挺难忘的吧，这7年来，这是我第一次冲进 TI 4强，并且有拿冠军的机会吧，所以我非常珍惜这一把翻盘，然后也很珍惜和我的队友走到现在。
我觉得不管是老干爹还好，还是我们，还是RNG好，为了中国粉丝。尽力去拿下这一个冠军吧，然后之前中国赛区的成绩都比较不错，然后都是老干爹，差不多都是老干爹拿的，然后今年到我们了，所以我觉得我们也要接下这个重任，然后不负众望。
Now that for sure is a lot of responsibility to carry on your shoulders, but if there's one coach that can propel you to do that, it is Alanam, because he's been at every international apart from one. He only missed CI7. This is his 10th international, his first as a coach, and he knows what you need as a player, I think, Jenkins, in order to make sure that you can focus on your game most of all.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's been one of the most experienced people at this TI at the start and at the end, which it is funny that for this TI, a lot of the newcomers, the new blood, we're actually losing them. We're down 20% in terms of new blood versus old blood. It turns out experience is reigning supreme here, at least in the main stage of TI.
Yeah, Aster still has also a first-timer.
Is the newest to competitive play, which I thought was really cool because he's kind of like Aster's troublemaker in that he's always starting fights in pubs in China and coming up with memes. But I really like that you guys brought up the experience factor because that really feels like it was what Aster was lacking. Last year they had really great results within China, but not internationally. But this year they brought in Ori, who has so much competitive experience, and it really felt like that was the piece of the puzzle they needed, just some in-game shot callers, someone to play around, someone who knows their stuff. And if you combine that with Lanam, who we've already talked about has so much TI experience, you can really see the effect of it on this team.
You can indeed. Fun fact about Pichu, or Siamese cat, is that
Liquid. Oh, udah kamar mandi.
But he is playing professional Dota 2. A catch-up specifically, by the way. What's in the name?
Sudah cuci muka mereka,
guys. To the stage right
Sudah
now. We got
cuci
Team
muka.
Liquid and Aster for the second game of this best of 3. They'll be taking their places. The pressure is on. The crowd is there to give them more energy, though, to propel through for sure as they are taking their seats. Now, one thing we've been talking about Aster, and we can continue talking about Aster, but isn't it also a lot of fun to hear players talk about players or teams talk about teams? For example, to hear Team Liquid talking about Team Aster.
I think Aster, they're individual. They're very, very strong.
A lot of the Chinese teams tend to have like a very good idea of like cohesion, and they play together very well, and they understand like how to ebb and flow around the map. Like when someone's being aggressive on one side, the other side is defensive, and they play this kind of map very, very well.
I think their individual strengths, along with like, I'm sure Lanam brings a lot to the table because their cohesion and their overall strategies is also very solid.
In a lot of games, you can see they get severely outfarmed, but it doesn't matter because they just construct this 5-man ball that eventually will win the game. You know, no matter what, how much you outfarm them, they will win the game. It's their style, and it works well for them, and we're gonna try to counter that.
Well, and they did already in that first game, of course. I want to talk a little bit more about the game plan that we saw coming out from Aster. This is one of the faster drafts we've had, right? Because you do have 5 days to prepare. We saw the Underlord Spearbreaker, XXS Baboka have been playing together in the same team since 2015. That's over 7 years, Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, 7 years. Some people have not been playing Dota for that long that are in this tournament, which is, you know, pretty impressive. Sticking together, the chemistry is out there, and they're on to something. I mean, Monet did talk about, you know, I'm going to quote him, with the 5-day break, it feels like everyone's caught on a cliffhanger. Like, it's a lot of time to think about what you're gonna do, and I kind of liked what they had in this game number 1 with the Spirit Breaker and the Underlord, because you can have like a bit more of a global presence, and also Underlord against the Bloodseeker, where you can use the portal reset, going back to Fountain while you're ruptured, and then come back in. So you know that they're theory crafted quite a lot. We could see this in game 1, but they might need to bang out something even stronger.
But to talk about the other side of the coin, I think Liquid prepared for this match so well. I was genuinely so impressed. I did manage to talk about it a little bit, but they gave away Aster's comfort heroes. They gave away the 2 heroes that they lost to in the upper bracket, right? They lost to Aster's Lesh and their Sniper in that game 1, and they just comfortably gave it away with ideas of their own. And I thought that Broodmother into the Lesh was very innovative, because typically you don't really think about them as a timing versus timing hero, but that's actually what it turned out to be. And of course, Boxy, who lost on the Marcy twice to Aster, just came out swinging, right? He had a great upper bracket performance, but this one topped even that. So I feel like Liquid, their momentum didn't stop. The 5-day break did not hurt them like a lot of fans were worried that it would do. It actually seems to have benefited them. And you can really see the impact of the 3 coaches in Liquid now in this 5-day break. They really upped their analysis.
And going back to Aster, I don't feel like what they prepared is something that they want to go back on. I think they can feel pretty good about that game, especially Baboka on the Spirit Breaker. He was, I think,
some clutch stuff.
Yeah, the same way that we're talking about Boxy playing Marcy, if Aster had won, we'd be saying almost the exact same stuff about Baboka. Like, the 4 positions both carried so hard in both of these games. So I feel like the game just came down. It was very close for the entire thing. It was back and forth either way, and it came down to like 1 or 2 like clutch fights right at the end. I think Aster can repeat the same thing, maybe with a little bit of a tweak, and they can feel good about their preparation.
I mean, after the game, it's easy to say, oh, they should have done this, done that, but I don't mind. Like, I think Aster played well. The shot calling, went to use the buybacks. This is where the game kind of went towards Liquid's way, because they used 4 buybacks, and they didn't get too much out of it. They got Aegis, Boxy did still shard, and it's a meme shot. You know, he also consumed it.
Okay, guys, it is time. We're going to head into that second game of Liquid versus Aster. Let's head over to some experts for the draft.
Team Liquid. Team Liquid versus Team Aster. Game 2.
Thank you, voice of God. Suns fan here with Cinderin, and again joining us is Stormstormer and Toby from Entity. Game 1. What did you guys think?
Exciting match. Great to kick off, I think. A lot of action in early and mid game, a lot of fighting. I think you could see the nerfs a bit as well. Like, people tend to go for a bit more risky plays and stuff, but I mean, that's what the stage makes you do. So pretty enjoyable, pretty back and forth game, enjoyable to watch.
Feels like having a player like Boxy who's not afraid to take risks is so powerful when you're in this game state, and he was on the Marcy, which he will not be this time, because it will be on Aster. I think we unanimously agreed that it felt like Boxy probably the MVP of that last game. Yeah. Just tons of playmaking, a lot of confidence, just really landing stun after stun. When his smoke breaks, he's just blinking in, setting things up for his team, giving vision. This time around, though, has to find another solution.
Yep. Draft's looking pretty similar again. I guess the only new hero is the Tusk.
Oh, there's a Primal Beast.
Oh,
you're right.
Yeah.
Primal's in the pool, you're right.
So you talk about how Marcy owned, and these are fast picks, by the way. These teams know exactly what's going on, but Boxy's Tusk has been pretty disgusting as well. Like, he's played like 3 or 4 heroes like S tier.
Yep. For sure.
Do you like it as a counter 4 matchup against Marcy? Is Tusk one of the better ones, or do you not really mind?
I think Boxy just went down his list and took the second hero after Marcy.
That's honestly how it goes sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, it will be interesting. I mean, one of the very crazy things is the 8 sniper on Aster. It seems like they have very high confidence pick. Like, they rate it super highly. There's not a Lina this time, and sniper is usually a Lina counter, so they just like it no matter what. Bands are also looking pretty similar. It looks like Liquid is going the list down again. They banned the Mars second stage as well last time.
Yep.
Don't remember what else they banned. I think Naga, but that was for the Brood, so they might not opt to that.
Yes, they banned Mars, Naga, and Pango. I do think the Pango will go, yeah, it will. So, yeah, it's... I feel like when you're targeting XXS in second phase bans, these would be my 2 go-to ones. A potential honorable mention to Brewmaster. I don't know I guess Brew's a pretty good hero against Lesh, right? I've seen some teams use it as a counter pick. Just, Lesh hits this amazing timing with Bloodstone. You just cyclone him and fight someone else. So it might be worth a ban here for Liquid as well.
I think it's also one of XXX's top tier heroes, and they're gonna have to pick 16, 17. They don't know what they're going up against. And I think Aster is one of the teams that might pick it up if it's not getting banned in the second stage. If you think it's good, Toby.
There's a Visage for him.
He plays Visage?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is it as well. Yeah, Visage an old school Lash Rank counter as well. Still in the pool.
Thinking hard about this lone druid ban on Aster.
True, actually. yeah. So still, like, once again, you're playing against Liquid, you're playing against Matu, you're thinking, do you ban the lone druid or do you not?
Paper, it's bad against those heroes.
Getting rid of the Lich. This time around, I guess Aster, especially with this opening, are more countered by Frost Shield. And Insania did have a pretty meaningful impact in that last game with some Chain Frosts too. However, would you say Lich is like, I guess the Frost Shield component against snipers, just straight right click is nice, but he's never really going to be in position for Chain Frost. He's never going to be in range for the, and he's one of the heroes that can kill the Spire if Lich goes for that. He's kind of a hybrid mix.
I think the Frost Shield would have been good against both Sniper and Marcy.
Yeah.
Like, it would have just countered them too hard with the Lesh. Also, the Brewbound coming out last from Liquid, I think that's very smart. As I said, like, XXS really loves this hero and would have been a decent answer to the Lash Rank. The
Sniper
coming out is no
lagi.
surprise, honestly. Maybe surprised it didn't get banned. It's one of those heroes that Insania just loves to play. It's another Frost hero and a stronger lane. Surprised it didn't get banned.
Sekarang Liquid memakai Lash Rank ya.
Yeah. But I think it makes sense against Marcy and Sniper with the Lash, no? Like,
I guess.
With the Frost Shield.
Do you think there's any downside to having a lineup that doesn't have a ton of flexibility right now? Kind of know where I mean, you said they could play position 1 Lesh technically. You said Aster wasn't able to do that probably, but as we're going to see a Putka.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay. This sniper patch is flex, definitely.
I meant for Liquid.
Yeah, I think Liquid, they don't flex the Lash too much. I don't
Jakiro,
think Matos played Lash
okay.
a single time this tournament, and Mika always had good results.
Bukan
Mika
berat
can
ini.
play safe lane Lash.
I suppose, yeah, if there's a good reason.
Strong Spirit, nice.
wow.
Untuk backup lane, untuk mengejar sniper
They really
bagus
want a
sangat.
solution for the Sniper in their lineup here with that backline jump.
This is really interesting.
So I believe it was
LS
actually
di ban,
Liquid against
Broadmother
Thunder
di
Weekend
ban
where
tadi.
Thunder were picking Pudge into
Broadmother
Lesh, and he is
dipakai.
just insane against this hero. You pop Flesh Heap, you take
Seven,
basically no
Lina,
damage
Mars,
from, you take
Pangolian,
almost no damage from
Master.
Pulse Nova if you have any sort of magic resist on top of it. So is a direct counter here from Aster to the Lesh. Do you feel like Storm's matchup against Pudge is meaningful though, or?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's I honestly I don't know to play any of those two heroes, but it's probably a decent matchup mid for the Storm Spirit. He does very well against many melee heroes, and obviously an answer to Sniper, which I feel like they were lacking. I think the mid matchup is probably fine.
I've seen Storm lose mid really hard to Sniper.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
this is
That's what I was
yeah.
thinking as well. So like they could actually opt to put the Sniper mid and the Pudge carry. That could be a very, I think, Sniper fair matchup of midding against the Storm.
Is there a world that you can play a 3 Pudge on XXS? Because he has also played that hero in the past, or is that just kind of outdated at this point? We've barely seen it this tournament, right? It's almost only carry and mid.
I think that would be wild. I think that would be a bit like crazy, especially because Monet and Ori are just insanely confident on it.
Yeah.
And I picture XXS as sort of the team fight hero player, like the Panda like a band out the Pango, the Mars. They even banning like more and more the Tide. I think they want some AoE control on this last pick on Aster possibly.
Liquid, by being second pick, will have the ultimate last pick of the draft. You guys need to pick a hero for XXS now. What's it going to be? Like you don't know your carry matchup, so I'm assuming you're trying to pick an offlaner that initiates for your team and maybe has a solution for Storm to an extent, or Sanking?
No. No. You don't want to get counterpicked by Matu and playing his sinking.
Yeah, so
Casual Visage.
Visage, okay.
10 seconds remaining.
Any melee strength hero.
And Visage is pretty decent in this game. I guess Aster's team fight would then not look that good. I'm still curious if Liquid is thinking about putting the Lash Rank possibly on Matu, but I think it's almost 99% on Zai. He showed it multiple times.
Kalau mereka, kalau Aster ngeban Ursa berarti kemungkinan Aster
Dawn for
ngambil
XXS definitely not. He was
Enchantress.
banned last game as well by Liquid. It's kind of going down the list
Apakah
again.
betul?
I wonder if
Atau
there's
hanya
anything else they have
ngeban
their eyes
hero
on as a
signature
potential
mereka.
threat that Aster might go for, but yeah, Dawn seems pretty solid.
What else is in the pool even? So Brood is out, Enigma is out, Mars, Pango, Brew, Tide. So many threes are banned.
Nyari mid mereka nih.
Higher. Okay.
Toby got it.
Oh, Visage, okay.
It feels like Dawn is a nice, like, layer of protection for the sniper later on as well. Like it could be the difference maker about whether he stays alive or not if he gets jumped by like Storm Tusk. Maybe a Donald can buy some time. You also have the hook obviously to try, and you have the... If it gets really crazy, maybe you can get a dispose off, but most of the time that's going to be tough. So what do you feel now? You like the Visage, right? And now that's not an option for Aster anymore. So
I don't really like Dawn, but it's like the only thing left.
Still the best one? Okay.
Yeah, this is a tough one, honestly. I'm not sure what else is even still left in the pool, and you have to consider that Liquid has the ultimate last pick against it.
I'd say I've seen Lone Druid do pretty well against Dawn in games that I've watched. Not really here at TI. I don't think it's been a common matchup, but just high-ranked pub games, Lone Druid fares well in that lane a lot of the time. Are you thinking about Lone as Aster? You probably are, right? As an option here for Liquid.
Oh, Aster kebingungan ini guys, mau ngambil apa guys? Sudah lah, fix.
Is that a concern for Dawn, or is it still just the
Kalah
you
mereka
have and
ini.
you just kind of have to deal with it?
I think you just have to pick it.
There's also the Underlord that he played last game. Maybe it's a tough line pick, but it's a decent hit.
Omni Knight.
Nah, kan nggak jelas kan?
Okay.
Nggak jelas.
Who's a core? Marcy or Omni?
Or Jakiro.
Or Jakiro.
So what's the idea?
So this is a Matu hero, right? Lone Druid, you're saying. What do you guys think of Spectre? Good against Sniper, good against like pure damage through Omni Knight's
I
ult.
think they have punch problems. They need
Pudge is too good against that?
Yeah, they need someone
They
to
need
kill
damage for punch.
Yeah, the Lifesteal and Ursa now. The Spectre is not really needed because you already have the Storm against the Sniper. You could double counter him, but I'm not sure also how, like, Spectre's pretty
Bloodseeker di ban. Udah lah void tapi base.
On that matchup, Ursa, Bloodseeker, and Lifesteal are the three best. They're all gone. Something like CK can sometimes overpower it, but you're still against Flesh Heap and you're against GA. So it's kind of worry.
Yeah, it's not a good CK.
You have no dispels whatsoever against Omni in this game. I actually really like this last pick from Aster, given that they don't have
Enigma lah jelas.
It puts a lot of
Tapi
pressure
nggak
on Liquid
ada
to find a
hero
perfect hero that
Matum
might
ya.
not exist.
Morphling is the perfect hero, but
Giro,
Matu doesn't play it.
Giro, right.
Matsu plays Morph? No? Maybe he hasn't played it this tournament. He definitely plays it.
I guess. I mean, there's always like, it depends on what you've practiced the last couple of months and how confident you are on it. So, in any case, is this an offlane Omni, you think? Or XXX Marcy? That's actually like still not obvious.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it doesn't
I
necessarily.
wonder if it's an Ori
Sounds
Sniper
like
and
offlane Omni.
carry Marcy with Omni support. That's also an option.
All right, looks like
Probably
they've
not
made their selection. They're going to wait till the last second. The whole gyro meme, I believe, is what Blitz said. Just to make Insania sweat a bit. And it will be the Morphling. Okay.
Nice call.
Matu maman Morphling.
Well, you said it was the best pick, but you also said he wasn't playing it. So you get 1 point out of
I mean,
two. That's
Matu
still
was
pretty good.
laughing, so I think he
He's like,
understood.
it's perfect
So
pick,
it's like,
but
I
I
don't
don't
play this
like
hero,
it.
guys.
Toby on the case.
Wah, ini first game Matu aku
Alright, so
lihat.
whose draft do you guys like?
So it's a 5 Omni for Pichu.
Offlane Marcy.
Offlane Marcy.
Aku yakin Matu
Punch.
bisa.
Or mid Pudge, exactly. I like Liquid's draft, honestly. It's confidence coming out from this Morphling pick. I think it's a very good Morphling game. Also, Zai has done wonderful things on the Slash, Boxy Tusk. Curious to see how this mid matchup will go in the end. The Storm against Pudge, but I think Liquid's draft is...
I like Liquid's draft as well.
It's pretty damn good with this Morphling last pick. I think they got them.
How do you think Marcy Sniper fares against Lesh Tusk? I feel like that might be the lane to watch here. Is that clearly favored for either team? Assuming it's... Or, sorry, I said Marcy Sniper, sorry. Sniper Omni. Do they have the tools necessary to lane?
Sniper Omni should do very well in this lane, I think.
Okay.
Unless they get outplayed.
And Marcy in any lane will do well, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what we've learned at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this hero is still bonkers, I guess. XXX can also
Plus
do
4
good things,
Jakiro, by
and
the way.
it's-
Yeah, so Marcy Jakiro against Morph Maiden probably is going to be a
whatever.
farming lane, largely, right? But the Omni Sniper is definitely an oddball.
I guess the Marcy is also like not counted in any way this game. Except the Morphling Baby. I'm not sure what the lane goes like, but it's a decent Marcy game as well. Yeah.
So, Sir Action Slacks, I believe, is with us here with a nice interview before game number 2. Let's hear what he has to say.
Absolutely. I am here with Lanham and Helen. Hello, everybody. Welcome. First question for you. You're up against the big blue team, the big blue meanies here with that draft. Sniper last game, Sniper this game. I know Liquid has not beaten Sniper yet. Is this on purpose? Do you think that's their weakness?
你们对战一支全蓝的队伍，在本次比赛当中 ，Liquid 没有击败过火枪，你们是做了功课针对他们的吗？
这个英雄对他们的英雄池有一定的克制作用。
Well, this hero kind of counters their hero pool.
A standard answer. All right. Let's talk about Omni Knight. Now, we don't see this hero a lot. Coming out here, last chance here. Do you believe in the omniscience? Do you believe that this is the power you need to come back in the series?
其实全能在本次比赛当中并没有选的很多，你对自己的全能有没有信心？信不信他？
我不信他，我也不会选出来吧。
Why would I pick him if I don't believe in him?
Yeah, baby. All right.
Hey!
With the crowd, of course, the crowd is cheering for you. They love you. I want you to have your last moment. So take it away. Say whatever you want to say.
现场观众有很多人都替你们打气，有没有什么想跟他们说的？
希望兄弟们打气的那个声音再大一点，我在里面听不到，好吧？
Can you guys cheer louder? Because I can't hear you.
Oh, we want you to cheer louder. Can we give him one more before he gets into the game? Singapore. Pretty loud enough. All right, we'll throw it back to our casters.
Thanks, Lax and Lan M, Cinderin with Sunsfan.
You're welcome.
Hello, Sunsfan. Thank you. Liquid versus Aster, game number 2. And we're going to see a Matu morph, as we already discussed. We're going to see the Omni Knight support, which is a hero that didn't exist until recently, it feels like. Tell me what this hero offers.
Yeah, so Omni usually will, on level 1, skill Hammer of Purity, which is also what he has done here. So it's his trading ability in lane. You just do some damage and effectively trade HP off. You bring your tangos yourself and you try to trade with either the enemy support or the enemy offlane or whatever is better. And then later on, okay. That's a start from Ori.
Yep, the hook looks good. He's all warmed up from game number 1.
Yep.
Just give me Pudge. This is an elimination game. Give me Pudge. I want to have fun.
I will say, to be honest, this has been one of Ori's most impressive heroes to watch this year. After it became relevant as a core hero, he's been one of the standout players on it, so I think Aster will feel confident having him running that. To finish off on the Omni thought, aside from this early laning trading that he does here with Boxy, who's pulling the wave, what Omni is going to offer you have a Dispel that gives regen, and your ulti, obviously, the full physical block, which Liquid have done a very good job at. You know, with their lineup, they have solutions for Guardian Angel.
Okay.
Ori.
Yeah, he pops the Fairy Fire, so he's going to live as a result. Matu getting pretty low in the bottom lane, and Zai getting low in the top lane. Action in all 3.
Bloodseeker in this lane, he would have a million move speed right now, but...
Let's go, Matu.
Talking about
Kamu pasti bisa, Matu.
On the Pudge, Mickey on the Storm Spirit. Pudge is just, I mean, we've talked about this hero a lot, but very level dependent. Yeah. And the fact that he's being played in core really gets benefited from his passive, which is now an active. He has great base damage. He can write good attack animation. Like, it's really hard to deal with this hero.
I think this lane is pretty dangerous for Storm, because if you do get hooked, you have no way of repositioning yourself. You have 285 move speed, so you can never outrange the Pudge.
Yeah.
Even if you Vortex, the slow isn't enough, slow yourself, so... it's kind of a balancing lane where Pudge needs to gauge whether he can go for a kill or not. And if he can, and lands a hook, it's an oh boy, insane.
Dispose and first blood to Aster.
Look at that, it's the same as last game. Marcy jumps made and then kills her in the same game.
I mean, we talked about it. Wait, Primal Beast wasn't banned at all? Or was that in the second?
He was ignored.
Kenapa nyicil-nyicil,
Wow.
I believe so.
Yeah, Primal Beast and Marcy, we were both expecting to be the most picked / banned, but to get through at this late in the tournament, shocking.
Yeah, and there's that trade-off.
Vortex, but Ori with the rod. We got a TP coming in, but Boxy is a little too late. Gets the ice shards off.
He's level
Water
1
Rune
though.
is popped by Ori, and it looks like he's fine. Wants a high five. Will he get a high five back? No, Boxy just focusing on CS.
Oh, this is concerning for Liquid. Once Ori gets going on this hero, he has the ability to completely take over games. He's gonna now go and get the bounty rune for a refill.
Oh, yeah.
Also gonna hook the Centaur for some added benefit.
Great.
He's gonna get a Tango, a Heavenly Grace. Everything to make good old Pudge happy here, and yep, that solo kill mid is enormous. He's 600 net worth now ahead of that Storm, and the level advantage is nothing to ignore either. When Storm hits 6 after Pudge, he's constantly at risk. Any connection on a hook is a kill. You can even just walk up and dismember him if the lane positioning is unfortunate for Mikko. He's not paying attention or being careful enough all the time. Yeah, it's scary. This mid lane start for Liquid.
And this is not even taking into account that there's a Marcy on your team that has not even bothered to help out in mid lane because they don't need to, because he's winning that, and now they're going to go on top of Insania again as Matu trying to deal some damage to Boboka, but it looks like Insania will be the death.
Oh, Jalkiro dikit lagi mati
0-2 thus far in this lane.
Yeah, Maiden Morph just knocked the
Kasian CM-nya terbully.
Liquid obviously acknowledging that Morphling has a good core game.
CM Arcana lagi. CM Arcana gratisan ya guys ya. Nice, sniper mati duluan, let's go. Gak apa-apa mati Zai. Sniper mati duluan ya guys ya. Nothing tulus ya. Wih CM kok di belakang aja lah, jangan anggap si CM, udah mati 2 CM. Macam mana boleh nge-feed.
Almost level 5.5 as Mickey just hits level 5
wih,
now.
Strom dikit lagi level 6 tuh, jangan mati.
See how passive Mickey will be at that point.
Mane is doing some serious damage to Boxy, not enough though.
Ayo,
Yeah,
bisa.
this lane from Liquid, it's really fun to watch this lane because it feels so different from most of what we've seen. Not the Lesh Tusk is pretty common, right? But the Omni Sniper, this tournament, this lane is played, I would imagine. It's very special in the sense that Sniper has basically no way of repositioning himself, but Omni can make you strong enough to maybe stand your ground, even against Tusk Lesh. As long as there's creeps around that can eat part of the Edict, which he's going Lightning Storm stun for now, but Edict will be coming later. Perhaps it's enough. I also wonder how comfortable Liquid are playing against this matchup and Omni.
Woi, Tux! Ya Allah, nge-feed lagi nge-feed. Oh, enggak.
Boxy, one of the best Tusk players in the world, of course. We've seen this time and time again. Looking certain death in the eye as poking onto the range creep. And
Might have wanted the siege actually, but
yeah, possibly. Either way, the next creep should get him to level 6, and that is where Mickey has to be extremely careful. But Ori's taking a lot of damage here, so we'll see. Has 10 wand charges right now.
It is power rune time though.
Yep, there it is.
And he's gonna go for it right away.
Immediately, here comes the snowball to try to cancel, but the
Aduh, belum level 6 dia, Cok.
dies first.
Belum level 6.
Boboka is the one technically getting credit for that one. Zai, in the meantime, has to TP back to Fountain in the top lane.
Yeah, so the trade-off here is it's a 1-for-1 kill, but Liquid have to bring 2 supports mid to get the trade, and obviously that leaves their side lanes exposed, and Aster identify that and immediately take advantage of that top. Lesh is not a good hero 1v2.
Untung line sniper nggak ada stun ya, jadi Zai bisa kabur.
Ideally a melee 4 that can set him up and tank some damage, go first. Once that's out of the window,
tadi putihnya beruntung kali di level 6 duluan dia. Iya sih, tadi dia nge-kill sekali ya.
Bit of a hammer of purity and a shrapnel and just run Lesh down.
Jadi perbedaan XP-nya itu ada.
Talk to me about back to Pudge, of course. Can't stop talking about this fat guy, but
understandable.
Ori has his phase boots. He's going for the casual cloak into Ag. That's really fast.
Yeah.
Is that because he's owning right now?
It's that, and he has Omni, right? I think that that extra layer of protection really helps in speeding up your hero going for a faster pace. So I don't mind it. We've seen some different builds on Pudge. We've seen Blink Rush was popularized, especially in the China region earlier this year. Cloak into Axe has been run without Omni as well, so it's not like the first time. We've seen Hood into Axe. We'll see. If he dies once, he might just buy a Hood for value. But as long as he's balling like this, I mean, he has died once. If he dies again.
Yeah, but that death, it was a good trade.
It was a trade.
He got the XP.
Oh, close to hitting that hook on Mickey. Had the ward seeing Mickey's movement, which he's now going to ping, is like, why on earth would Ori ever hook here unless he saw me on a ward?
Yeah.
But Ori did not count correctly with the, didn't account for Storm's slow movement speed and threw the hook out too early. Mickey obviously not even having boots will make that movement.
Imagine being that slow and it benefiting you as Mickey gets out the Electric Vortex. Boxy is here as well. Ice Shards to connect onto Ori. He's stuck here. Gets off the hook though. Instantly cancel on the Dismember. So no kill comes out from Aster this time. But that is a haste rune.
Oh, this rune is insane on Pudge.
Indeed. And just like that, Mickey zips as far away as he can, knowing that he can't really contest here.
Or he's going to see Boxy. He might just go for it. So
it's time.
Keep in mind, Ori's going for a pretty standard Pudge build here. He's going 1-3-2, which means when he activates Flesh Heap, it blocks all of the self-damage from Rot. This spell gains so much from the second point. And when you have that haste rune, you can just run at people with Rot and Flesh Heap on the duration, usually enough to find a key kill in a fight. So you've got to be very, very careful as Liquid around the map right now.
Yep, and they actually just drew. I believe that was Boxy. They know that this gank attempt is happening.
Hampir kena hook.
Good attempt from Ori.
Yeah, good read.
Pop the haste now and get back to mid.
Great read from Zai to TP there, because I think a lot of players in that situation just start running and probably get out from running aside from
Kabur itu ada Marcy-nya.
So he knew that that was a haste play coming in when Sniper started playing aggro and instantly TP'd away. So well done. Still a very Aster-favored early game. Last game was a lot more even at this point.
Mantumbaman linkkan dulu ya. Oh, ada Putge ya.
This movement, it's kind of created some space here for Matu to catch up a bit. He's top 2 net worth right now. So he's off to a pretty good start. He, of course, went for... Oh, he's going straight Lincolns right away. First item. This is like super old school.
It's pretty old school. It's not a build we see.
Oh, mati CM-nya nge-fit lagi.
Sania is eventually, surely Crystal Maiden doesn't run away from him. Surely he is dead. They want Ori to try to get these Flesh Heap stacks. The hook connects.
Nice.
And Ori gets another Flesh Heap
Nice
stack.
hook, nice hook.
Now at 3. But yeah,
that might be the longest that Maiden escaped from gank ever.
So that was like, I thought it was slow motion at first. Big zip in with a connection from Boxy. They're focusing on Baboka. They get him. Make it a little bit low on mana as Ori is now TP'd in. Looking for a connection of their own, faking the hook, not going to go for it.
That was with the power rune picked up from Mickey. He got a double damage, and that enabled that play to be very swift. So immediately converting that to a support kill. Not the biggest, but it's still nice for Liquid to force rotation, if nothing else, from Aster. They do get the TPs in toward mid, which I think arguably are worth more than the kill itself in that instance. Just getting Ori as well as Pichu's TPs on cooldown. It could potentially open up for something here up top. Boxy is thinking about it. He's getting level 6 from the next creep in Fog. But Pichu in a very good position here, covering Monet, and it is a difficult kill. Keep in mind, if he Heavenly Graces at the right time and removes multiple abilities, Monet just gets that bit stronger. That could keep him alive. He also has Raindrop and a decent...
Wardnya tuh ya. Oke, bisa dicontoh di situ tower ward ya guys ya.
Assist for Liquid. Hook, Matu with a quick wave form.
They could just go for the tier 1 tower on top of the Omni Knife potentially. Gets off the Heavenly Grace, but Boxy, he's the one kind of isolated right now. The snowball is going to buy him a little bit of time, but he's just going to get right-clicked by Monet. So a really easy kill here from Aster.
Yeah, and Liquid even brought a Maiden for that just to die in a 2v3. That feels really bad. You're the one allocating resources to try to threaten the Sniper, and he's just standing his ground, showing to be way too powerful with the Omni Knight behind. You kind of settled for trying to go on the Omni, but just not possible.
Oh, we got Ori. He's going to get the Dismember up, but that's against another punch named Matu. Trying to get off a little bit of damage here, but he's going to get Ice Path inside the Macro Pyre. Hook back into the front. Matu zip back in, but now the Heavenly Grace comes out as Mickey has to walk away in shame. Aster here in numbers. Not sure if they see Insania, but
yeah.
Janganlah kayak gitu, Matu farming dulu.
Oh, this is one way Maiden can escape for a few seconds, but
tapi mereka nggak ada. Miss hook.
Crystal Maiden jukes in slow motion, but XXS is here, and
dapat lagi stuck Putge.
Create a little bit of space.
Hey, you'd think it's impossible for him to beat his record from 2 minutes ago, but here we are. He actually kited them for a good half minute there. That, if you're a Maiden, you take that. That feels pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, splitter the connection. There's Matu coming in with the wave.
Let's go, Matu! Hey, Matu
right off the bat, is this the 3 versus 1 against this tank?
Let's go, Matu! Let's go, Matu!
For Liquid, if they're able to grab him.
Hey, Matu, morphling ball.
So 2 core kills for Liquid.
Yeah, and a tower. That could not have gone any better. And not a ganking duo you would expect in that instance as Monet. It's the Lesh Morph gank in the side lane. And the TP too late from Ori, and Omni Knight did not have one, I believe, so couldn't show up and protect in time. A big moment for Liquid, just recovering a lot of
Langsung
their
naik loh.
deficit there.
GPM-nya Matu sekali
Two
nge-kill.
floors in a tower. Doesn't get much better than that.
That was a savior friend syndrome domino effect. Something. But on the bright side for Aster, Ori is more than halfway to his axe. Once he gets that against a Lesh, against a Morph, it still works that way in Morph, right? The health reduction. Actually, can't remember anymore.
Yeah,
that was changed.
It should favor Aster.
So a really good Pudge Axe game.
I'll cancel the Pudge out there. I'll cancel it. I think we can kill him too.
No cancel anymore.
His thing is running out. Yeah.
Yes,
Fucking get it, boys. I said only cup two.
They sound very happy all the time, don't they?
They do. I mean, it did win game one.
That's true. That'll help. Indeed. Nice path not able to connect here.
Memang tapi kalau ada Tux nih berat guys.
Aster favor, but that one move, it felt like it brought
Tux nih diam-diam support.
essentially even for
Bisa
net
mukul orang Jo.
You can see Zai still working on the Bloodstone. Obviously, position 3 is not going to farm nearly as fast as the usual mids that we've been seeing. Mickey getting relatively close to finishing the Sage Kaya. And of course, on Matu's side, let's go back to this Lincoln Sphere. This is like a Dota 1 classic. Literally every game you buy this first item. And then early games of Dota 2, it kind of transitioned over and then disappeared pretty much. I don't remember why at this point. More items were added.
Yeah, a lot of the times you would see now, I think most Morphlings buy Falcon Blade into something else than Lincolns. There's like plenty of items.
Oh, ada yang smoke.
I'm just looking for the reasoning for the Lincolns. If is it Dismember? Is it Dismember?
Mickey zips in, but there's 3 members of Aster. He doesn't seem to give a crap about it. There goes Punch right off the bat. And Aster super happy with this exchange as Insania baiting them into a potential chase of the lifetime again, but they will give up on that.
You can't underestimate how much Omni does in these situations. If you're jumping a support and you're like, man, he's low, I can get this kill. Omni casts Heavenly Grace and a level 1 Purification, and Baboka all of a sudden wasn't even remotely close to dying.
Yeah.
But Mickey needs backup. This is not the greatest Storm game to solo kill in, because the enemy supports are actually relatively tanky, right? There's a Jakiro, there's an Omni. If you want to get a solo kill on either, you really have to burst your entire mana pool away, and then you might not even be able to get out afterwards, so might have had to wait for the Sanj Kai there. That could have made the difference, potentially.
And Ori destroying an illusion here as we're going to see a bunch of items picked up. So Bloodstone for Zai, and we saw Ori's Aghanim Scepter now being completed.
Pudge is insanely strong right now. He's easily the strongest hero on the map. If he has Omni Knight protection and he gets Flesh Heap off, I think Liquid genuinely can't even kill him with 5 heroes during the duration of Flesh Heap plus Heavenly Grace. So they've got to be pretty strategic about how they approach this fight. Ori has queued up his next item. It's going to be the Blink Dagger. So, well, they're going to go on him top here. Flesh Heap is
going to try for it. Ice Shard's blocking him in. Nobody nearby, but he's going to get the Dismember instantly canceled thanks to the split Earth.
Balik!
Decimating them. Zai forced the TP out, but the hook back in. Split Earth is coming. He's faking it out. Doesn't do enough damage though, as Zai locked down on Ori with another stack of Flesh Heap. That's up to 7.
Yeah.
Ada Omni jadi gendut dia.
That doesn't cut it. It looks juicy, right? It looks tempting. He's even half duration Flesh Heap when they initiate. All it takes is for one support to show up and Ori can clean house there, and that's...
And Aster back to 2K now.
It feels like Liquid will not make that mistake again. It's kind of like you're testing the limits. Are you able to pull that off? The answer is no. Next time you're bringing probably the Storm or the Morph to make sure you get that done. But it's a costly learning experience. It's 2 heroes dead. It's almost a mid-tier 1. It's more Flesh Heap stacks like we talked about. And something else I guess we didn't mention. Marcy with Pudge is pretty interesting too, just for the rebound move speed. This hero isn't too fast, but effectively giving him haste when he initiates, he jumps on him. XXS will finish the tower here, no problem.
Yep, not really defended. Rebound, looking for an opening, but none to be found yet. Mickey's going to be shown, but no Blink Dagger yet there for the instant initiation from Ori.
We see Matsu going for pretty standard Morph here. One of the best items to get against Pudge with the Ags, the the stat steal is very powerful, and you steal this obviously stat resistance as well, so you can maybe lock onto him and bring him down. It's the link hits that's a little bit unusual, I would say. Maybe we're talking about that a bit too much for. It's not like
let's bring it up for the third time.
It's not like an insane rarity, but I think a lot of players in this spot would have gone for a cheaper build-up with Falcon Blade into the Ags, or maybe
well, I would say
maybe it's a Manta game. I don't know.
First item is variant. Yeah. But there's Dismember, there is Dispose, and there's Assassinate.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yep.
So, I mean, that's one argument is Linken's is extremely good when there's only 3 things that cancel, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's also a feel-good item in terms of like being full health and mana when you're pushing around the map, in terms of farming. It is a good item on the hero, but
they're hunting a sniper, but he has a lot of distance there. Boxy looking for an opening.
He has the pike though. This is not easy.
Yeah, and he's going to use it prematurely there.
They're spam pinging it out. They know.
Good awareness there from Aster as their lead continues to grow. Now at 4K with the Blink Dagger now online on Ori. So he can just jump in. I would assume a BKB would be next.
Let us fight.
As Zion Boxy just have to try to keep Aster at bay a bit. And you know what this conversation's going against, Cinderant.
Yep.
Who does it benefit?
Who's tier 5 neutral item? Roche.
The same joke every time. Eventually somebody will laugh.
That's the thing though, when you get toward the end of the tournament, you run out of content, right? It's the same with the teams. But actually, the drafts have been pretty creative today, so that's been pretty cool.
True.
Roche, I guess if Boxy had more levels in tag team, probably the Radiant is the faster Roche killers, but overall, Marcy will always be one of the best heroes at doing it as a core. Level 2 Unleash with Foreign Sidekick. Speaking of which, Mickey.
Oh, zips just in time. Wants to get a little bit aggressive, but he's outnumbered.
He'll get out.
Be able to get out.
Good reaction. If that connects, that could have been really scary. But yeah, I guess either team can Roche relatively quickly if they find 1 or 2 core kills, and that looks to be the game plan here for Aster. They're rotating top to start taking control of this area so they can start threatening Roche. And if Liquid is showing 2 cores on the enemy side of the map or something like this, you could just sneak it with Marcy plus Sniper, I guess. I guess actually, they're pretty good at killing it. So, both teams looking at it more and more. Yep, there we go. They see cores bottom. Well, it's only 1 core in the Lesh, but let's see if he pops the Unleash or not. XXS is holding on to it, so this will be a slower kill than what it could be, but does offer the protection of, in case a fight breaks out, he has that BKB Unleash, which is very, very powerful. And yeah, Aster know that they don't need it at all to kill it. They will grab it. Looks like it's going on Monet again, like last game. Could have seen it on Pudge in this one, honestly. I definitely think Ori is in a position to just go crazy with an Aegis, but it's rather protect Monet.
Yeah, Monet always gets the Aegis. That's what we've learned here. No matter the hero. Onto the high ground, the hook connects. But see Insania trying to get away, but some good moves. Not going to be enough though. Split Earth onto the Sniper is the rest of Liquid trying to get away in this bot lane. Shrapnel slowing him to a crawl. Zai continuing to get headshot. Do they have the stun? They do. Ori with a double kill across the map. Now top lane, looks like Liquid want to try to get something out of this.
AK's out of mana.
He is. I don't know if he can get this kill. Has to TP out. Will live, but no kill for Liquid at all.
If Aster had any TP with a stun there, that could have been a dead storm, but they're all on cooldown or unavailable. So Mickey, I mean, that was just a full-on global fight, top to bottom to top again. Very understandable that Mickey tries for it with how many heroes from Aster rotated, but again, Storm just doesn't have enough in the tank to solo even the Jakiro.
XXS, that's who they want. Boxy has the Blink Dagger, Walrus Punch as well, but XXS gets off his BKB and Unleash, and now he wants to fight because Ori has come to play. Matu, nice save on the Boxy. But it's going to cost them the Crystal Maiden again. It could have been a lot worse for Liquid. But Aster able to keep their position 3 Marcy alive.
All things considered, that was not too terrible. Matu showing up with the Ags there. Definitely helping out against the Pudge.
About to zip in. They're trying to take out the Omni Knight. The hook from Matu. That is enough for a kill, but the instant initiation from Ori. They delete Boxy from the map, so it's a 1-for-1 in this little mini engagement. XXS, he's going to get split earth with Matu just right-clicking him. Looks like that's going to be enough with the adaptive strike as well. And Aster, like they're going to retreat despite having the Aegis for another 3 minutes.
Nice dodge on the hook there from Liquid. Both of their heroes sidestepped it to the right. If that connects this fight, it's totally different, but they dodged that Ori play. And also great play call there from Meke to go for the Omni in this situation. It's not an obvious move that you're able to pull this off, but with the hook connection from Matsu, they get that kill. Sure, the trade-off for the Tusk isn't the best, but it's good enough. When Omni's out of play, suddenly you can access new targets. You know there's no BKB on XXS, and that dodge on the hook, crucial for how this fight plays out. Zai would have been in a very precarious position there, but gets to just run away and reset.
Now, we joke that Matu doesn't play Morphling, and he's not really, he's playing Pudge, right? That's probably the reason he was laughing. Looking forward to getting that Agnum Scepter and turning into a big, juicy boy. I mean, how much stats does he get from that when he turns into a strength hero?
So you steal 20% of their strength, and then he steals 40% status resist because it's a strength hero.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's very meaningful.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still, obviously, part of the equation that Ori does have the Omni Knight. We cannot forget how much that matters in this instance, because even if Morph steals away a lot of Pudge's tank ability, Pudge is there, or Omni's there to return it to him.
Yep, true.
So,
bottom tower has fallen.
will be a tower for Aster bottom. Zai is doing a lot of damage top from the fog with...
Yeah. I mean, kind of what it feels like he needs to do at this point. It's only a 3K lead, though, for Aster, but again, with the Aegis, pushing now knocking on the high ground on the tier 3 bottom.
It's a slightly different vibe to this than the last push they did last game in a similar situation. Feels like they're in a stronger spot.
Yeah, but Monet continuing to get sidekicks, which he didn't get last game, so we'll definitely expedite the high ground offense.
Top tower is under attack.
Top lane was being pressured a bit by Mata, actually forced out a fortification from Aster.
Boxy there.
But Ori, he wants to go in deep, instant initiation, counter initiation from Liquid. Snowball connects, the zip in by Mickey, pops the BKB as well, but he gets dismembered. He's gonna die inside the BKB, no! Zips away with just a sliver of HP. Now can go heal up in the fountain. Now that the BKBs are down on Aster, but the hook comes out from Ori. Zai gets off the Bloodstone, but it matters not. The rot is too powerful. Now this Rax is under peril.
They're still pretty sustainable, Aster, with the Omni Knight. A lot of the time, Storm in situations like this can start finding kills when heroes stick around for too long, but Aster are not phased, they're not worried. They have enough in the tank to keep the heroes safe. You even see the salve here from XXS going to be up to full health again. And it's like nothing happened for Aster. The only thing that's really on cooldown here that matters is the Marcy BKB.
Oh, the blink hook, dismember, death for Insania. Aegis is down, but this is gonna be a full set of racks now. Ori has a BKB. I mean, not that they could kill him anyway before that.
Yeah. I guess the silver lining here for Liquid is that Mickey survived because of the status resistance and Kai Assange, right? He would have died
that's a good
otherwise. So, I mean, it's a very thin silver lining. It's like, it could have been worse, but essentially you got basically nothing and lost a full lane. And Aster are gonna start looking to push out the other two lanes on the map to keep this pressure. Now, bottom lane's gonna be a constant issue that Liquid have to deal with to get pushed out, and that means Aster will look to push out mid first and actually making a rotation toward top, feeling like they could find Mickey up here. This time he will have BKB again. It's been that long. Pichu's taking the outpost. That will be a giveaway to Mickey that they fear. He also has a ward there, keeping him safe.
Ori is eyeing a Shiva's as the next item.
He is. It's kind of incredible that Matu is higher net worth than him, actually. I just looked and I was like, that's very surprising. Ori has 10 kills.
Doesn't feel like it.
And like 200 CS.
Well,
Matu has almost 300.
He did go Lincoln, so it's not really a damage build, right?
Right.
But now he's going Scotty. He's only a point booster away. But I feel like it's going to be one item on top of the Scotty before he's really dishing out damage, like a butterfly or whatever he wants to end up going.
Damage.
I mean, is there any? No, you're not going to go BKB this game. It's way too defensive on top of the
Dire's
Lincolns.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, you probably don't go BKB at least yet. know what the best option he has really is. Can you even go like Daedalus after this? Just really hard commit on the damage part so you have a way of killing Pudge? Because I feel like that's what this game comes down to right now. For Liquid, the problem is they don't kill the heroes they need to kill. Astra's lineup's just way too tanky of a wall, and they're so confident they're going to go up without Aegis. Almost landing the hook. They're already trying for a blind one into the tree line. This is a possible fight for Liquid because there's no Aegis this time on Sniper, but if Astra continue to have good formation and very good coverage with wards from the right, it's hard to find that attack angle that Liquid need, and Astra are going to constantly pressure this tower with Liquid Fire, with Shrapnel plus attacks from Sniper.
Yeah, they dip on in. They want to get the Omni Knight immediately. Will they get him? He gets 4 steps to safety. There's the Guardian Angel just in time, and Mickey has to buy back after dying right off the bat, and Matu is dead as well. A terrible fight for Liquid as the BKBs have come out from Astra. Now they can just focus down Zai. Another death, another kill from Monet. Ultra kill overall. Ori wants another hook, he gets it! Mickey completely out of mana as Monet trying to finish the job, but able to zip away is Mickey again, but Boxy slowed to a crawl and a rampage! Monet just sitting in the back while his fat friend does all the work, and he gets 5 to his name.
Just an insane strategy from Astra, but I really think Liquid's idea of jumping the Omni Knight there feels like the only possible way that they can win a fight, and Astra were just quick enough to react. I think it was a defensive dispose from XXS that threw Omni away. He gets Guardian Angel off, and the moment that happens, the fight is actually lost. I think it doesn't matter what Liquid do after that point. They just need to try and disengage and look for a better opportunity, but it's too late. They can't get out. Pudge gets on top of them with a rod. They lose a lot of heroes. Oh, try here.
Yeah, Mickey. Oh my god, the damage.
Don't underestimate Monet. He's just picked up a Silver Edge. He hits really damn hard now. They do get the melee Rex.
Oh, and there's a double damage.
And there is a Rosh in a minute 20, which neither team knows, obviously.
This was the attempt to delete Siamese Cat, but he got off the Guardian Angel, and Liquid just lose the fight after that.
There's just way too much damage. Matu can't stand his ground. He's pretty tanky, right? He's got Lincolns, Ags, Scotty, and he turned into Pudge, I think. Didn't matter. It's way too much damage.
Got it.
This Astra lineup just proving to be formidable so far in the game. And if they... Oh.
Okay, Insania, he's dead.
He went scouting. He found them.
Yeah, we can see that Rosh won't be up for another 45 seconds, so Astra just biding their time. Just want to play disciplined Dota, make sure they don't throw any leads.
Here's the tricky part for Liquid, though. If they give away this second Rosh, I think the game is effectively lost. But the Rosh will spawn before Insania is up. So if Astra are in position at the time it spawns, they could effectively force a 5v4. And even if it's just the Maiden, it's still a pretty crucial thing for Liquid to not have there. It's a Force Staff that's out of play, it's an AoE slow that's out of play. Astra just need to keep scouting it, and if they recognize it, they will be able to grab it for free.
And I believe a courier will be sitting in the Rosh pit. Never mind.
Doesn't work.
Doesn't work anymore. But Rosh number 2
will try to force them back. I like this. This is another approach, maybe. Maybe you can defend Rosh by pushing bottom. Force a rotation, but Astra just elect to use the glyph here to maintain Rosh control, rather than TP back basically any hero that could have defended that tower.
Yeah, I think Matu's gonna... Maybe they just give up the Aegis and Shard and try to get a Rax themselves. Matu going to town on this tier 3, but it's gonna force the TP out. From the Jakiro, actually cancels it.
But Matu will still be scared off, and that is the Rosh. And now the problem for Liquid is, okay, so it's extremely hard to take this fight that you kind of have to take, so you're going to try to make this split push play, but the only lane you can split is the one that the enemy team has strong creeps in. So Astra just going to force down mid, and the bottom lane will defend itself no problem unless Matu knocks on the front door. He's the only hero that can do anything about it. He's not doing it. Too many heroes missing on Astra, he doesn't feel safe.
Monet with the Aegis, he takes the Shard as well, so has the concussive grenade. Even more slippery. It feels like the initiations from Mickey are pretty crucial. And this feels like a game you need to go Ags or something, but he's just going to be too far away. Actually, the Orchid is a good choice against the Omni Knight.
Yeah.
That is one way to try to counteract, but the problem is he has an Aeon Disc, he has a Force Staff. That's going to be
They actually can't prevent him from getting spells off anymore. It's just impossible with the lineup they have.
Need to get a nullifier, which is very expensive.
Nobody wants to buy it. They have no dispel for him at all, and yeah, he just needs to not get chain stunned to death and silence. Just get a 4-step ulti off and a Heavenly Grace, and he's basically done his job. So yeah, so that play is out of the window now too. Pichu identifying that that is the one play Liquid had based on the previous fight, and he's eliminating that one. So if Liquid can't force them back, they have no reposition. I mean, they have an offensive 4-step on Insania. I'm starting to look for kind of desperate approaches because it feels like
4-step into the splitter that is already on the ground.
I mean, otherwise this just happens, right?
Oh my god!
All right.
All right.
That was close.
That hook went right through the 2 polygons that exist for Morphling, not including the cosmetics, of course. Very quick fingers from Matu, but again, they are on the back foot. BKB picked up by Zai.
Yep.
And this is, like, they have good defense with Lesh and the Tusk to some degree as well.
They just have absolutely zero map control, right? That's the problem. Bottom is pushing in, mid is pushing in, and top is now also starting to cross the halfway mark. And if Aster want, they can cut the next wave top. So Liquid are completely cornered. Matu's going to turn into Sniper, so taking away some of that adu.
Monet takes a little take aim action to himself, a little right-click action from Matu, but I mean, they're delaying it, but again, the lead is still growing in Aster's favor. There's no technical rush for them.
And Aster's probably going to find this ward now, too, that is giving Liquid some really good information, right? Because now this camp is blocked, and they're like, wait, what? And there we go. So the last little bit of vision that Liquid had left given away by the camp itself. And you might wonder, like, why do you place a ward there? Isn't that going to be obvious to the enemy team when the camp doesn't spawn? Yes, but at the same time, it's really not an obvious spot to place it to begin with. So the sentries that you usually put in this area, which you see from Aster, the first sentry that they have did not find the ward, but ultimately they get it.
Yeah, looking for the jump onto Matu. They're all smoked on the low ground. Overwhelming blink, not quite up yet for Ori, but
yeah, this is kind
ready
of
to go.
telegraphed because nobody is, like, Zai is getting pretty far top.
Yeah, they
Nobody's
scanned
showing
it.
mid.
They just scanned it right now. Trying to delete the ward. They do so. The hook is in, but Ori not able to connect. Aster having to reset, still with a minute 20 on the Aegis. Now they can just do the old sniper trick again. Get this tower kill. That's the biggest thing preventing them from getting onto the high ground anyway, on top of the splitter, of course. Linken's is popped now. Hook not connecting again from Ori, but there's the punch from Boxy into the hook from Matu. Already half HP on Monet, but again, he still has the Aegis, and Zai getting destroyed. My goodness, he melted. Freezing Field comes out just for a split second, but it matters not. A second death for Liquid. Hook on into Monet, but he gets a concussive grenade off again. And Liquid crumbling here in game number 2. Aster coming back with a vengeance, looking to get the mega creeps. Buyback comes out on Matu as one last potential stand here from Liquid. McKay not able to do too much. A nice ice path comes out into the dual breath. They find the Pudge finally, but how much is it going to cost them? Boxy ticking away ever so slowly. Matu, the last remaining member of Liquid after the buyback now. He turns into Pudge, or he's still Pudge in fact. Has the rot, just getting kited. Finally gets disposed back into the ice path, and he's actually staying alive thanks to the strength morph. Has to reset back into the fountain. Boxy has to be careful. This would be a dieback for him. He's gonna tick away.
Matu had 6,000 health because he also had the strength from Pudge.
That is a very beefy boy as the mega creeps now come out. Aster, massive advantage here. GG still not called. That's only a matter of time here as the last tier 4 will fall. Matu and Zai trying to get something up. Really want to kill Monet now that the Aegis is gone, but the ice path is there. Hurricane Pike on top, and that is going to be the death of Liquid in game number 2. So Aster, they come back really nicely to push this to 3 games.
Yeah, that's got to be really good for their confidence. You know, in that first game, the first game was really close. There were plenty of opportunities in that game where Aster could have maybe started getting a big advantage. They didn't manage to claim it. Liquid ended it in a swift move. This game, Aster pretty much dominating more or less from start to finish. There were a couple of glimpses from Liquid, but for the most part, Aster just crushed them. I love their draft. I think the Omni Knight last pick was brilliant. They get their Pudge on Ori mid against the Storm of Mickey. He gets a solo kill. That's about as good as it could have gone for Aster. So we'll see. Liquid have had their backs against the wall many times already.
Yep.
They're definitely not scared of a game 3.
That is very, very true. This is going to be a hype game 3 for sure. Let's go to the panel and see what they have to say about this Pudge performance from Ori.
Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Sinner. And indeed, a game 3. We wanted a game 3. We're getting a game 3. Very excited for it. But first, let's talk about how we got there, because this game definitely was a little bit of a change up from Aster in terms of game 1 versus game 2, because it was incredibly dominating here, Lacoste, for them. They were so difficult to kill.
It was. I really didn't feel the influence of this Storm Spirit pick. I think Aster put them into a trap where both supports, we're talking about Omni Knight, if he gets the Heavenly Grace off and Jakiro, a hero that has a lot of strength gain, they're very difficult to pick off, and they always had a really good read where Team Liquid is gonna strike. So Storm did try a couple of times at the early stages of the game to try to go in and get some pick-offs going, but it was not successful. And I want to talk about timings as well. Being able to get Aghanim Scepter on Pudge at the same timing as Leshra gets the Bloodstone, and then taking a fight, reducing Morphling's healing and also healing from the Bloodstone. All I'm going to say, if Pudge is played by Ori, you got nothing to worry.
Now, honestly, what...
Or you don't need it. Okay.
Sorry. Don't be sorry. No, I honestly think that was just an incredible performance by Ori. I mean, if your Pudge is solo killing the enemy Storm Spirits in the mid lane, that's more than you could ever ask for, right? His items came at right the amount of time. Siamese Cat on the Omni Knight knew just when to play with the Pudge and when to stop playing with his sniper, and it just felt like all of the pieces of Aster's draft aligned with each other so nicely. And I just love the fact that they took the Marcy away from Boxy, right? They had previously beaten the Marcy twice in their upper bracket series versus Liquid, but they just lost to it. Instead of being shaken or maybe questioning their openers, they take the Marcy for themselves, which they then pivot into an offline Marcy with the last pick Omni Knight, which I think nobody was prepared for here. So I'm just really impressed by how Aster handled that game 2. And these game 2s at TI always turn into Pudge territory, sniper territory,
Sniper
SF
Pudge,
territory.
baby.
Yeah, you don't want to get eliminated without potentially just trying your best and going for your cheese picks. So honestly, 10 out of 10 draft there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I love the Omni. Like we've talked about, and Liquid even said it in the interview that Aster, they play together. You've said a bunch of times they play for team fights. What's a better hero to play this positioning death ball meta than Pudge, Sniper, Omni? Right? So you have the repositioning on your side. You want 4 heroes that are all protecting the Sniper. You have the Omni who can save people if the enemy team tries to jump in, isolate one hero. It's if you are good at the team play element of Dota, this is one of the best drafts that I've ever seen for that. And I would expect a potential Omni ban in the later phases of the draft in Game 3.
I wouldn't be surprised with that dominating performance indeed. We actually have an Omni Knight specialist as part of our talent crew. We're heading over to him right now. It is Sir Actionslack. Omni Knight specialist as part of our talent crew. We're heading over to him right now. It is Sir Actionslack.
You bet your booty I'm an Omni Knight specialist. We have 90 seconds to give away 2 Storm Spirit pillows after that Storm Spirit. I want to hear the best Storm Spirit impressions. If you can do a Storm Spirit impression, so raise your hand. Can you do one?
Zip.
All right. Can anyone do a Storm Spirit? Right.
Haha, I'm here.
Audience? Oh. Storm Spirit impression, sir.
Zip.
Jeez, what is wrong with you guys? All right, come on, somebody. Okay, hurry.
Storm Spirit.
That was pretty good. Take your pillow. Thank you very much. Anyone else? We got a few more seconds here, my boy. Excuse me, sir. This will be a tight fit. Excuse me. There we go. Perfect. Sir, please be good.
Storm Spirit.
All right, that's good enough for me. Can you beat him?
No. I don't know.
Okay, great. There you go. Thank you very much. All right, back to the panel. Woo!
I'm not going to remember.
Well, okay. Thank you, Slacks, for that. Yeah, I didn't have high standards set for the Storm Spirit sounds, but it worked out and people got free stuff, so we're all happy for them. Who we're also happy for is Matumaman, because he made it very deep in the tournament that he, from the get-go, had already said, Effie, it's his last ever.
It's very sad, but I mean, for a last run, he's performing spectacularly. We saw it in that earlier video where he talked about how he felt like he messed up that first game versus Thunder. He went into the bathroom, he washed his face, and he said, "You've done this before, you've done this so many times," and he delivered for his team. And we've talked time and time again about how Boxy showed up, how Mike has showed up, but Matu has shown up in spades. I think he's playing some of the best Dota in his life right now, and his teammates are just so inspired to get this win for him before his last run.
And with that in mind, we actually do also have his teammates talking about Matu's retirement.
To put it frankly, it sucks. Because I think, you know, like, right now I feel like I just want to keep playing with him.
He's a really good dude. He's very stoic, he's very Finnish, but he's also very good at Dota. I mean, the reason why I'm retiring is I was already contemplating after last year's TI. Like, after losing this, I felt like sometimes it hits harder, sometimes it hits a little bit less. I mean, in the moment, you always go with emotions that why you could have done better. Your mind just keeps like barraging you with these feelings and like what you should have done. Did you throw the game for your team? And it's truly miserable feeling. Feel like this was your worth, kind of like what you put into this year. This moment was the worth, and you weren't good enough. This year, obviously, I mean, I was crying after that lower bracket final against Team Spirit. I mean, it's heartbreaking to lose that way.
Will he get another rampage at TI-10? Absolutely, Yatoro! And they're going to call GG. The underdog story is still alive. Team Spirit move on to the grand final.
It just doesn't satisfy me equally anymore. Like, I just feel tired. I'm doing it out of sense of it's my job and duty to become better, or like stay at least like as good as I was before, or like maintaining the form. I feel like whatever you choose to devote all your life for, you better do it like fully hearted. Like, there's no way I'm gonna half-ass this thing. Like, it's gonna eat me alive. That's how I feel. I think this year, especially on the team that we're on now, he's kind of embraced more of a leadership type of thing. So he's kind of got that. Yeah, he's our stoic, bearded Finnish leader. For me, I think this TI maybe not that sad, because I get to relax after this and enjoy my retirement days. So for me, it's really a win-win, you know?
It sucks. There's no real other way to put it.
The Dota scene, I think, is gonna miss him once he's gone.
I don't think it's like a very reluctant leave, but hopefully he'll do what Jerax did and come back in a few years, and we'll be waiting with open arms.
They're with you. Wow.
Not dead.
Sure about that, guys.
I just saw him.
Don't worry, he's very much alive, and he has had a fantastic career. Still having it, by the way. He's not out just yet. There's, of course, one more game, and he could potentially go all the way with that as well, but we wanted to make sure that we highlighted, because this is a TI winner, one of the two still remaining in the tournament, and Lacoste, it is definitely a guy to be celebrated.
Oh, most definitely. I like how the rest of the team also does celebrate Matu in a way, you know, even after a couple of years, if he wants to come back, they're going to be waiting for him. Definitely a good dude, you know, gives you that energy. And I like the way he talked about, you know, giving his 100%. You can feel it in the way that he plays, also taking the leadership role a little bit. But he gave everything. This is what you need to do when you're playing professional Dota, like at this level. And I think we can, you know, see Matu in the next 3 months sitting at the boat, just enjoying himself.
Oh, you know he will.
That makes sense, considering he was part of the 4 anchors plus the C captain.
I believe he was the C captain.
And if he wasn't if he was an anchor, he has definitely qualified as officially a C captain.
He's definitely not an anchor of this.
Not an anchor. C captain in the eyes of millions of people out there in the world.
For sure. We all know retirement in Dota 2
doesn't mean
it's hard. Apparently people can't.
It's too good.
The game just keeps pulling you back in.
I think that if you're competing at this level, you have this strong drive to just always be good. to be the best to play for that glory and not necessarily for financial reasons. And this sense of competition inside of these players is so strong that it's hard for them to stay away. But he did mention in the video that at this point he's just tired. It feels like a chore to him right now, and when you reach that level of burnout, you do owe it to yourself to just see what your next step in life is. So I fully support him in all of his endeavors, and I mean, he's just one of the greatest players to touch Dota. His results have been excellent. He's been on some of the most emotional stories, from winning TI with a team to getting kicked, to then getting third place, to now going through the last chance qualifiers when people counted them out. I mean, this guy is just really part of so many awesome stories.
Yeah, he also was in the live studio that got the 1 HP Pango. I think that moment will be immortalized in Dota 2 history for sure. Just like I think all TI winners are immortalized, and all these guys want to be TI winners. Yes, Matu and Poppy already still in and are already immortalized, but they want to do it again. And all these guys going back to their booths, they just want to make sure to win just one game of Dota 2 to make it to the final day, because that is all that is standing between them and lower bracket finals. One game, Jenkins.
That's absolutely right, Shiver. He is from Finland, but of course, Matamba does not want to be finished after this game. He wants to continue playing.
Yes.
High five, Lukaski.
Yeah, very good.
Go on, Jackie.
How long were you sitting on that?
At least 5 minutes.
Well, thank you for getting that out just in time. Now, we've talked a lot about the teams, and earlier on, we heard Team Liquid talk about Aster, and now we're going to hear Aster talk about Team Liquid.
Liquid 其实在这么些年一直是一支很强的队伍。
我觉得他们因为一直在进步吧，因为他们首先从突围上打上来的，然后一直在就跟进自己的打法，然后再努力的改进自己的错误。
我觉得他们的那个教练挺能领神的，因为我昨天在网上看见了他们的那个语音聊天，他们在赛前，然后他们会一起团结鼓励一下，就是说一些大家能团结的话，这样。
我觉得他们主要是马图巴曼为这个队一直在改。就是他能适应各种的打法，就是马桶巴，就是为这个队付出很多。
虽然之前我们2比0了他们，但是他们能重新杀回来，但是然后也是不容小觑的吧，所以我们依然还是会很重视他们。
And they have been taking them very seriously, which is why we're here in this third and final game of this elimination series. Who will take that spot tomorrow? We'll have to wait to find out. But I want to hear from my panel what's going to be the key element in this third game, according to them, Lacoste.
According to them, I mean, Team Liquid, they did go like full 5 heroes, blue heroes, last pick, water, literally, and it didn't work out for them. And also one thing to know is if we want to like check the pattern that has been happening during the main event is all Western European teams are eliminated by other Western European teams. So, you know, Team Liquid does have an upper hand here, and then we have 3 European teams left in top 3 that can eliminate each other.
To that, I would counter being the sole Chinese team left in the top 4, and after having eliminated PSG LGD, who are the fan favorites in China, Aster are really feeling that pressure of needing to perform here, because not only do you want to win for yourselves, now you feel like you're going to win for an entire region. You're carrying the hopes. So they definitely are equally as motivated in Liquid. But I just love seeing how much these two teams respect each other. I mean, the way that they talk about each other, the way that they just value each player individually and have obviously put in a lot of time preparing for each other is going to make for a great series of Dota. I mean, I think this last game is going to be a banger.
It's good for Aster that they didn't... feeling the weight of an entire region, especially such a proud region, could be crushing, especially after game 1. So yeah, this is a scary team considering they feel that weight, and instead of it crushing them, it empowers them. And maybe that's our boy Lanham that's you know, partly to blame for that success.
For Aster, I feel like personally they perform the best when XXS is on an initiator type of hero. We saw in that game 1 he was playing the Underlord, who obviously provided a lot for the draft and the team in terms of map movements. But when it comes to the way that they've traditionally taken these team fights on the back of his Mars, on the back of his other awesome initiations, if they lack that, it does feel like overall they are playing a little bit worse. So what I want to see for this game 3 coming out of Aster is just putting XXS on that initiation hero and just depending on him to win these team fights.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about Marcy in that case, because we have seen Marcy win both games and in very successful fashion. Obviously, Boxy was the star of the show for game 1. XXS on the offlane Marcy Lacoste are doing the same thing.
Yeah, the hero, I mean, this is the reason why this hero is the most popular hero of this international, just being able to close the gap. Strong laner scales really well into the mid-late game. We saw Boxy in game 1 that he can also scale from position 4. Like, people did figure out Marcy going for BKB instead of the previous builds that we had, like Blink, Ether Lens type of a build. And you did say Marcy win both games, but also Lashrak lost both games. And that's a big question mark for me for the game 3. Whether teams are going to prioritize this hero in the first phase, I feel like it's gonna be a no.
I think there's still merit to this hero. They just have to kind of set up for it a little better, right? Because, for example, if that Pudge from game 2 had been a Lashrak potentially playing with an Omni Knight, it could have looked better for him. But I do agree with Lacoste that it does seem solved at this point. But for Liquid, what I do want to see is Boxy on another roaming 4 just demolishing the game. Like, he has been the bread and butter early game winner for Liquid. He's the one who goes from lane to lane. He just has so much impact early on. So absolutely do not put this man on some backline support. Do not do it. Just give him what he's best at.
Yeah, it's something that I was a little bit worried about seeing Baboka on a Jakiro, Jenkins, but he crushed that one too.
Yeah, he did very well in that game. I mean, especially after the game 1 performance, it's like, no, like, give him a playmaker. Like, this guy's clearly on fire right now. But in game 2, I guess he was actually literally on fire, given the Jakiro.
Only one half.
Yeah, only on, yeah, 50-50. But no, he played really well. I mean, the thing is with Jakiro is, like, for good Jakiros, it kind of is an initiation to a degree, because, like, if you're coming out of a smoke, for example, you can hit with, like, a clutch ice path. Like, at least there still is, like, clutch potential with Jakiro because of the ice path ability.
Other abilities are not as flashy. Like, you can't really do much, but he did some work. Yeah. He really put in some really good work.
It's time to find out what's going to happen. Game 3, Aster Liquid. Let's go.
Team Liquid versus Team Aster. Game 3.
Game number 3. Loser goes home, winner stays alive. A lot of storylines, of course. Last Chinese team, Matu. Talked a lot about him. Everybody's rooting him on, of course. But last game, what kind of adjustments do you guys expect to see?
Marcy, man. Marcy's bad.
Neither team will get Marcy.
Yeah, got that hero out. Won both games when it got picked, and also once again, Liquid second pick, Aster first pick. I think it makes total sense.
I think these teams almost always first phase Primal Beast when it was in the pool.
That's
and
also
it was ignored last game.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Primal Beast got ignored last time, and Aster goes for maybe snatching from Liquid.
Yeah, so if you're new to Dota and you haven't watched so much, generally in best of 3s, a hero that loses the first 2 games is then first pick in the 3rd game. That's very normal. Happens all the time, because there's nothing better than seeing a hero that got crushed twice, winning the 3rd game to show that you're the best.
It's not her fault.
Give me Nick Slash right now.
Nick Slash?
Let's go.
I wonder also, I mean, what's in the heads of Liquid right now probably is a Sniper 8. Like, Aster seems so confident with that hero, they just literally picked him on 8 last time. And Liquid right now is probably, like, not in the easiest spot about this. You're probably already making up your minds for it. But Nuke Slash might be decent no matter what. Nux is pretty good against a Sniper, you can carry place a Shrapnel if it would come out.
So just to clarify, when you say Sniper 8, you mean the 8th overall choice of the draft. That means
yes,
both teams have done 2 bans.
Yeah.
That means it's the 4th pick.
Yeah, sorry. This is like
pro player lingo.
Yeah, it's pro player lingo. So
sorry, yeah.
it's a good way of referring to, like, once you're in the lingo, of referring to the order in which heroes are picked. But if you're not familiar with the lingo, you're like, Sniper 8? I thought the highest roll was 5. But
okay, so they do the Tusk Lina over the Lashrak.
So they're preparing for Lash.
Preparing for Lash, yeah, it's good against the Lash if they would pick it. I think Aster could go for the Sniper once again, though, if they wanted it. I mean, they picked the Sniper against the Lina in the first series, the first game, sorry.
Yep.
so they could just opt for it again.
5 seconds.
It's also Nixon pool, Lesher pool.
Is Lina good against Primal Beast net? That's the question.
I think it's definitely like decent for sure. Like you should do pretty good.
Has Ori played Primal much this tournament?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He has?
Yes.
Okay. Because I don't recall none of the games we had with Aster he has been playing Primal, but
okay. And the sniper is a ban out. They're like, okay, take the beast, ban the sniper.
So how likely is this Primal mid?
No, they play it offlane, but
I think pretty likely. It's still a flex in the end, but like Linas usually do fine, but it's a bit like two-sided because like the Primal can also get on top of the Lina. So with like one rotation, for example, the Lina always has to be scared of like potentially dying. So Ori is probably fine with playing it, and it's in the end like they fix it into the Lina. Also, Oracle Lightstealer ban. I don't quite get the Oracle ban, what that is for. Did they ban it last game? I don't recall. It's a bit of a special ban. Lightstealer makes sense. Matu loves the hero, good against Primal Beast. Liquid sticking to the Mars ban as always. They didn't let Laster get that pick the last 2 times. Probably leading into Pango ban as well.
I guess something to say about the Oracle ban is, first of all, it's one of Insania's absolute best heroes. Even when the hero isn't popular in the meta, he will still pick it. It blocks a ton of Primal Beast's damage, right?
True,
I guess. It blocks the entire trample, it blocks the pulverize, it gives you a hard save against the Primal. I guess it's one of the few things in the game that can even stop a pulverize, right?
That's true. Yeah, I guess the Fate's Edict is really good.
And you also protect yourself from a potential like Huskar Oracle second phase where they pick the Oracle first, and now you kind of have to, you know, cover that base, and then they don't even need to go there. So I do think there's value in it, but it is definitely not a common choice here that Astra are going with. Did they? I feel like they banned it last game.
Yeah,
too.
I'm not sure as well. They might have banned it. In the end, it's one of Insania's best heroes, or maybe his best hero after all. Also, we see the Pudge being banned out. This time Astra bans it, even though they did really well with that hero last game. But already they got the Primal Beast, which they might put on mid, so it's a bit weird to pick the Pudge with that.
Is this telling you that they want Lesh? That they banned the Pudge? Is that setting up for that?
Maybe they just think that Liquid also loves it. Like, they run a lot of this Lina Pudge combo, where like the Pudge is like a semi-core and the Lina out of mid carries the game eventually, and playing the Mountain Pudge. Interesting to note here that this is the first game where Pango is available in the second stage.
Yep.
As in, like, Liquid did not ban it, they banned the Omni instead, which looked pretty damn good too. So the Pango is definitely in both teams' minds right now. Liquid might pick it up right now as both Mickey and Zai play it. 4.9.
Okay.
A hero that was first picked many games early on in the tournament.
And disappeared completely, almost, in the last few days.
Well, now Pango is pretty good.
Yeah, so how much importance would you put on Aster having a way of breaking Tombstone? Is that something they specifically need to pick for in this game, or can you kind of play around it? Primal Beast is obviously very mobile.
First of all, they need a hero that can even lane against Undying.
Yeah.
That's highest priority, I would say.
Yeah, Undying like has like these 2 annoying aspects, right? It's very dominant laning stage, but also then later the Tombstone. So you can kind of think about the hero in 2 ways. I mean, in terms of hitting Tombstone, the Lina is already on Liquid, which is a normal answer to hitting Tombstone. The Sniper is also banned, so they could also just go for the approach that if the Tombstone is put on, they just run away from it, basically.
Something that Liquid have banned in the series as well was the Naga Siren, which teams have used in the past. You just Song of the Siren, you break the tomb. Is that... I guess Naga doesn't look appealing enough here that you can pick it with these 2 picks before Liquid get a counter pick into the second ban phase.
It's interesting. It also depends who on Astra will play the Naga in the end. Some people play it on +3 and 1 as well. Oh, they go. All right. Nice call. Does XXS play the Naga?
Is it +4 Naga maybe?
I guess it's flex for now, right?
Yeah, +4 Naga is very possible.
Attack speed aura for the tomb as well. Probably not the primary reason they're getting it, but what's the Beastmaster logic in this spot?
Beastmaster, good hero. Can pick.
All right.
Does this mean anything for Primal Beast's position? Are you expecting a 4, or can he still go?
I'm expecting Primal Beast mid and +4 or carry Naga.
Yeah, I think so too. Interesting though, I think that Undying is a pretty strong lane against Beastmaster, right? So
yeah, but really bad against Naga.
Yeah. I mean, do you lane Naga Beast into Undying?
Yeah,
That's fine.
that definitely works.
That's interesting. And the Pangolier. There we go.
Whoa. They already have a hard lockdown for the role here. They have the Beastmaster.
Let's go, Pangolier!
I guess if it's a carry Naga, you could see the Ags come out as well, right? Is that a concern for Liquid?
You can always shard the IX net on Pango.
Okay.
So you can also shard the net gets themselves, right? And then you keep rolling. Yeah, it's a nice mechanic you can always abuse. I think if the Naga's +1, maybe she goes Axe, but she might just go for the other core items instead.
It's a pretty solid lane for a carry Naga. Tusk Pango doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of games, it's not the most free illusion game hero, I guess, because of the Pangolier. Pangolier is one of the best illusion gear heroes, but it's playable, I guess.
Monet loves Drow.
10
Drow still in pool?
Yep.
Yeah, Drow still in pool, actually. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Might get.
5 seconds.
Drow looks pretty interesting, I agree.
I think Monet likes Morph. Also very good.
He played an insane morph at TI7. I remember that when LFY looked like the team that was going to win the whole tournament at one point. Monet's morph was scary.
So Liquid thinks it's a carry Naga as they ban on Snapfire. So,
I mean, whether they think it or not, you kind of have to pick your poison, right? They probably identify the options that Aster have, and they just probably choose the path that they think is the least scary, which is a support that kills Tombstone on its own. Would you agree with that?
It's interesting. I think this is a better offlane Lash game than last game. But this game, they went for Pango instead.
I mean, Pango was always banned as well.
Yeah, they banned it themselves last series.
Liquid's turn to ban.
Aster bans a Bloodseeker. This is also interesting. As like, you know, Aster is the team who plays against Pangolier, so they don't like it.
Is that
it's actually hard to tell.
This Bloodseeker ban, is that just, okay, well, what does Matsu play well? It's Lone and Bloodseeker that we're most scared of? Or is this setting them up for their next pick? They obviously don't have the ultimate last pick, so they're going to have to show something key here.
I think it is good against Drow.
Okay. The Seeker?
Yeah.
It's definitely already good against Primal Beast, I guess. Like, of course, Raptor counters like the hero who has to move to deal damage.
What if they would have picked it themselves against Pango?
That's what I was thinking. Like, they could have picked it themselves on Aster. For the Raptor and Wolf, like, against Lina, it's decent. Against Pangolier, it's very good. But they opt to not do so.
10 seconds.
They would have had a very melee-oriented lineup, so maybe that's why
true.
They don't like it so much.
So you're still Team Drow here?
It's not bad, yeah. It looks. The question is, what would Liquid pick if they would draw an Aster?
Aster picks Drow every game they can, I feel like. Either that or carry Naga.
What was Forza cool as well? I like the Drow a lot. Drow against Lina is also legit, and there we go.
Nice call.
Is it Matumblum and Lycan?
Oh, that would be...
Lycan against...
That would be very interesting.
Drow. Does he play it? Does he like it?
I mean, I don't know if he likes it.
Oh, we've already established that Matsu doesn't play Morph for some reason, so I guess we can also say doesn't play Lycan, which is like one of his best heroes.
Main is a bit annoying, maybe, but I mean, of course, besides that, it's pretty decent.
For now, you have Beastmaster problems, first of all, so
yeah,
you need to deal with that lane first.
You can't pull off Phantom Lancer, right? It's also one of the classic counters to Drow. It's too hard against Primal Beast, I
feel like they will even lose lane against Naga Beast.
Yeah, it's too rough.
This Naga Beast second stage seeming to work out. It's crazy. But I'm curious also that lane will go nonetheless. But yeah, PL also a bit annoying against to play against Maiden and the Beast. But that's still a pool even.
Lifestealer, which kind of sucks, right? It's banned actually. Never mind. They can't.
It's a random Ursa, but it's also not good.
Oh.
Matsu, go. Maybe it's a Lycan in the end.
I guess Lycan or PL are our best ideas so far.
like Lycan.
PA, let's go, PA!
True. I feel like we're missing out on something. Nice.
Whoa, nice Stalker.
Oh no.
That is safe lane carry NS.
I feel like this Naga will destroy this lane so hard.
Wow.
Okay, this is very special.
Yeah.
All right. You guys have to choose a winner now after seeing that.
I think Toby is over.
I'm pretty sure
I'm on board with Aster, guys.
I mean, I feel like the Lina is like decently strong this game. She has to play against Raw and Drow though. It's not easy. I mean, this Night Stalker last pick I'm a bit curious about.
Let's go, nothing to lose, Matumbaman.
Beastmaster should have a good lane against it.
Udah
Do you
mau
feel like
pensiun
Night
juga.
Stalker is a solution against Drow in general? Like, he can obviously get on top of her, but the supporting cast around it with Song of the Siren, with Roar.
Yeah, sort of. I guess like this draft is really based around Mickey and Lina. Like this Lina is like the turret that is gonna stand at the front if 4 heroes go in for him. So if Mickey is like having a good start, he can carry this game.
Okay, so with that, I believe Sir Action Slacks is with Blitz. Let's see what they have to say about this game number 3 draft.
Hello, everybody. I am here with Blitz Dota yet again of Team Liquid. Sir, I know you guys usually run down the clock for the memes, but that one looked like you were really discussing till the end. Do you feel like this is one of the harder drafts that you guys have had to do this event?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Aster is such a sick team. We were really scratching our heads, and we told Montu, if it's the last game, what do you want to play? What do you want to go out on? What do you want to have fun on? And so we let him choose.
All right, and there we go. The Night Stalker, huh? Do you believe in his choice? Do you think he's got it? Does he feel it? He got the energy from the booth?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty good. I mean, he's a pretty bad Night Stalker, but you know, it's his choice.
Well, I gave Lanham the choice last time, so I'm going to let you have one more speech out there to everybody watching. You're a crowd favorite here, so any words out there to the audience?
Yeah, you know, if this is our last game and this is Lasse's last game, I know he really appreciated all the support. It truly means a lot to me just to be up here. We're blessed every single day. Thank you to the fans that are watching. You really make this all possible. Every year I realize that more and more. So thank you everybody who came here to see Lasse play and the rest of our team. This one's for you.
All right, we'll throw it right over to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Slacks and Blitz. And like you said, game 3 underway, and I believe the first 10-minute discussion here by both of us will be about Matu Night Stalker and what we think. I mean, the idea of a hero jumping on top of Drow makes sense. I would assume an Aghanim Scepter might be something that he'll prioritize, along with obviously the BKB and a Blink Dagger. Am I missing anything else here? You can eat the boar when you get the shard. Actually, you can eat whatever Helm of the Dawn, right? Does that work?
Yeah, you can
during
eat
nighttime.
You can eat the Helm of the Overlord even.
Yeah.
Right. It's the only thing in the game that counters that, which I think was a big part of what inspired.
Is that only during nighttime, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
The battle begins.
I believe so.
So it's all about getting.
Now you're making me question myself.
Yeah, I know. I do that all the time. Sorry about that. Boxy's going to ice shard his way onto the low ground, but he's going to be met by Boboka. Gonna have some nice blocks.
Yeah, it only targets Ancients at night, so that's the only time he can kill the Overlord at Ancient Creep.
Yeah. Okay.
Safeland Night
this is a
Stalker ya
completely
guys
out
ya.
of left field pick. Nobody
Ini
expected
pertama
it.
kali gua
We're
lihat
not expecting it
Safeland
at all.
Stalker.
Stormstorm and Toby, obviously, and I'd be willing to bet that Aster had no clue this was coming either. So, you know, that's sometimes surprise picks like this show up amazingly, and sometimes they fall flat. Either way, it's a really creative response here for Liquid, and it's a pretty polarizing carry. I'll say that much. Night Stalker has his games, but he also has games where he falls completely flat.
You are the expert on this hero too.
I used to play it mid. It was a different time. You don't go that build anymore. Well, to be fair, nobody went that build.
What was the build?
I went Earn Ewells.
Oh my god.
It was different. Yeah, it sounds horrible now, doesn't it?
Just awful.
It worked back then.
Your career makes so much sense now.
Yeah.
We are into the game,
Everyone was awful.
Siamese Cat getting pushed out here by Zai, playing the Pangolier. Yeah, talk to me about the Drow Ranger, because you guys all predicted it. Why is it so good this game?
So first of all, you have the Beastmaster aura, which is nice for ranged right-click carries. Secondly, Liquid don't have the best backline jump, right? And it's also just a favorite of Aster's in this tournament. You saw them play Sniper 2 games in a row. They like playing Monet on this heavy long-range artillery, so it just fits the bill. The only catch that Liquid had until they picked the Night Stalker that could maybe get on top of her is a Tusk or a Pango, which both kind of get countered by Force Staff. So you naturally want to buy Pike on this hero anyway, so it feels good. And that's why we have so much focus on this NS, because I think he has a very clear job in this game that he needs to perform. And if he does get to do that, it could look amazing. So mid lane, something we talked about as well, how well does Lina do against Primal? So far, so good for Mickey. He's been playing a great Lina this tournament in general. He won with it in game 1.
Well, what's the reason that Primal, I wouldn't say he's fallen off necessarily, but he was completely ignored in the first 2 games, I believe. This is a hero that was picked or banned in basically every game in the group stage and a lot of the main stage.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't consider it good enough. It's hard to remember all the drafts by heart, because there might have been some counters in play or other heroes picked that you know, just bumped his priority down a little bit. But it was pretty surprising to see overall, given how even the later stages of this tournament, Primal's just been like a top tier prioritized hero.
I mean, we even cast a game, I believe it was Ace playing Primal Beast, where like there's 3 hard counters this year, and he destroyed.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't even matter.
Oh, top lane, big damage onto Zai here.
Yep, he has a shield crash for that damage mitigation, but it's worn off now. Gets off the swashbuckle with the tag team combo as well, but it's not enough. Aster strikes first, and Monet is going to get help.
Sangat membantu ya guys ya.
Frostbite from Siamese Cat. Is it going to be enough for a double kill? Indeed. They get 1 each, and Aster on the board early, and obviously not a good start here for Liquid. You can see what they were going with.
Double S.
Team combo is extremely strong. There's not enough damage yet.
Drow has pretty decent armor. She's playing with 7 armor in the lane with the Wraith Band. And Crystal Maiden is really good against this lane, I have to say. Like, the slow against Tusk is amazing for countering out tag team. You have Frostbite as a disarm as well. Like, there's not enough in the tank there for Liquid. And it's kind of understandable that I wouldn't say they're desperate, but they're really eager to try to find a kill in this lane because that's what's going to give them comfort. But that was just not the time. Maybe a level 3 time.
Hero matung di ban semua.
Tag team perhaps, or 2 in the either crash or swashbuckle. See, Zai will choose the crash here. Instant frostbite. He's going to take quite a beating actually for getting that creep.
Gets the swash off, but he's going to lose a lot of creeps to denies, it looks like. Can't really get too close. You can hear Primal Beast just belching in the background. What the hell that was?
Yeah, you love that.
Up top lane, got the multi-shot coming out. Siamese Cat's in a lot of trouble, though. He's going to get taken out finally here from the Liquid side. As Zai will barely get away. Monet just continuing to get these, He's 16-5 right now versus the Night Stalker, which is Matu, of course. 23-3 in the opposite lane. So in terms of the position 1 CS, it's Liquid favored right now. But obviously kill-wise, not so much.
Yeah, Matu's finding some great farm for sure. He has 3 mangoes that he can use during nighttime, which is coming up. That could lead to a chase. Oh, speaking of chase,
from Boxy, Monet, he's going to get the multi-shot off, and they're just going to turn this around onto Zai. Nice kill for Aster. An attempted TP out from Boxy should be fine.
Yeah, that's still, even if you survive there on Tusk, this still feels bad, right? Because you're abandoning a lane with creeps in, that all this experience just effectively going to waste now. Monet is going to be close to level 5 when Zai returns on level 3. This top lane is just, it's toast for Liquid. This lane is not good, but the other 2 are going great. So both the Lina as well as the Night Stalker are having a good time. And as we talked about, nighttime now for Matsu could lead to some aggression in the bottom lane.
Yep.
Unfortunately for him, Undying, not the best kill partner during nighttime. He kind of has to do most of the work himself. Doesn't have like a slow or a stun to bring to the table. But at the very least, Matu will be finding excellent farm down here. XXS isn't doing too bad though.
Yeah, but mid lane you mentioned, Mickey is owning. 38-12 versus Ori's 23-1. So Mickey with the huge advantage as bottom lane. Insania getting gone on for the time being, but basically out of mana at this point. But 3 mangoes there for Moss if he wants to feed his support a bit.
Yeah, it is actually kind of tricky for the NS when you look at it. There's both the Orb of Venom on the Naga and the Boars. When the Boars hit level 3 here in a second, this slow is going to be pretty substantial. Struggle to play as aggressively as you would like. Loving this from Mickey though, in the mid lane, getting half the tower, playing very aggressively with his siege creep wave. Could even choose to glyph it here and just squeeze as much out of this as possible, but we'll choose not to.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We do have the Crystal Maiden setting up. So Ori hitting level 6 from this wave. Pichu is in the neighborhood in case an opportunity opens up, but looks like not the case, so we'll just back off, covered that angle.
This'll come in handy.
And in the meantime, Money is just having the time of his life top, just running at Zai. Look at that damage with the multi-shot. Zai now down to 200 health. This, I think, I dare say, might be Zai's lowest net worth this tournament, minute 7.
Yeah, Pango versus these long-range heroes. Any hero that can orb walk is a pain for this hero.
1,600 net worth on Pango to the 2,800 of Beast, so 1,000 net worth difference between the offlaners. And Zai is just not being given any space. He buys a Ring of Health to try to sustain, but he's almost going to get killed off by the Crystal Maiden here.
Yeah.
Has to back off once again, and it's tricky now for Boxy as well, right? Because where do you go as Tusk? It's hard to gank mid against the Primal. If he has any vision, he can get away with this onslaught.
Bottom lane, we're going to see the Tombstone come out with the Void, but XXS can just TP away knowing that the Void is on cooldown.
Tombstone used as well, pretty long cooldown.
Yeah, but still, Matu farming extremely well, and kind of items that we're expecting here from early on. He has the phase boots, going for the armlet. He had the Helm of the Iron Will very early, so he can turn that into the armlet soon. Pulverize onto Insania, trample to follow. Soul Rip's not going to be nearly enough to heal him out of that. And top lane, again, the aggression coming out from Monet. The multi-shot has been owning. Boxy gets off the health salve. It's going to get canceled, but can he get out of this? He pops another one, it looks like. He's still going to live. And Zai is there.
Yeah.
Exists.
That's Pango this game so far.
I mean, is there any consideration? I mean, I know it's elimination game, but to give Boxy some farm and have like kind of a transition into core.
I think that ship has almost sailed. It's 8 minutes in and he has no net worth. So his recovery curve is way too hard, right? He has the lowest net worth in the game.
Oh, nice LSA. Pulverize came in, or Ori still has the Pulverize available. Looks like this is going to be a kill, but the Laguna Blade comes out onto Ori. That is enough to turn this around as Liquid TP in and
Nice sekali. Rotasi dari Matu.
LSA connects onto the high ground. Ice Shard.
Nice.
3 kills in the name of Liquid.
Great punish. Also at the same time felt a little bit forced. I think Ori didn't have enough mana to go for the combo he wanted to. Monet threatening Zai here, will lose vision in the fog and not try to chase.
He has been on 10% HP the entire
Pango
game.
kesusahan ya guys ya.
But Liquid, like you said, in the other 2 lanes, pretty damn good. They get the tier 1 mid as well, and still with another minute to go on the nighttime for Matsu.
Matsu did get involved with the ult, so once nighttime ends, he will not have that to work with. But with this natural night still happening, he might go for the dive here.
Yeah, they're going for it. Monet was slowed initially by 1 zombie, gets a nice multi-shot off. He's going to be stuck by the ice shards now. Swashbuckle from Zai to try to get some form of revenge.
Nice sekali bro, lagi malam ya.
We're finding tons of kills on the map now.
He's gonna lose them their bot tower. XXS with the Helm of the Dominator will push this tower minute 9, but if Liquid can get this trade top, I think they're pretty happy with this. Like,
tapi bagus ya di sini Zai udah level 6 gara-gara bisa
starting to stabilize a little bit more. And as for Matsu's build, I think you go armlet. He's getting the shard, which is just a given here against Beastmaster. Probably just BKB after, right? I don't think there's any reason to buy Ags when the Naga is support.
That's true.
You'd rather get some hard-hitting single target.
Initiation on a Mickey. Snowball comes in from Boxy, but Mickey taking the
nice save, bro.
Man fight versus Ori, but looks like he's resigned to his death here. LSA not able to connect as Mickey drops to XXS in the end.
Mati dia sama
Not doing a ton here. He's gonna be able to snag the Invis rune at the very least. But we got the onslaught coming in, but no vision. Although Zai will get clipped a bit by the trample.
Yeah.
Now they know there's no
showing up
there
with the Hurricane. Pushed back into Lina for the kill. And they're going to turn this into a tower push. So this is kind of scary times for Liquid. You don't have Dark Ascension for 10 seconds, but at least you have the Glyph. Maybe it's enough to hold this tower. Zai obviously has the Invis rune, which is something they also have to be wary of. They know he has it. He could be anywhere right now. That's how Invis works.
Thank you.
And he's actually going to... Oh, that's an Observer Ward. Never mind. He's not going to respond. He gets some important information that Liquid could act on here. Still no Rolling Thunder, and now he's showing. Roar was faked out.
Yep, gets the swash and shield crash off. He's playing very cocky right now, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of his team is in the area. But XXS is quite tanky, going for the Wraith Pact, of course, after the Helm.
Yeah, maybe you just don't go Helm of the Overlord at all.
Because he can eat it?
Because of NS. Like, maybe it's not worth it.
It's only half the time.
It's a lot of the time. And when you enter a team fight, you don't have Ancients nearby, right? So you bring your Ancient, he eats it, and then... And even if you're using it to split push, you're essentially just funneling in a lot of gold into NS. So I feel like we've seen this before when Night Stalker offlane started becoming a pseudo-counter to Beast, that Beastmaster would just bypass Overlord because you're kind of just giving too much over.
Yeah.
So I kind of like this approach. You still want the Dom because it just does that much this early in the game, but don't spend too much net worth on just getting creeps eaten.
Ori on the other side of the Ice Shards. Nicely done from him. But we can see the CM here as Matu able to get the 4-shot off. It's a lot of damage coming out from Dark Ascension.
Maiden, but that's Dark Ascension. I think he was hoping to get a bigger kill on the Primal Beast there, but Boxy's charge just barely too short, not clipping. What a weird net worth distribution this is. Liquid easily have the top 2, and then they easily have 6th.
Tapi base armor next Stalker tuh ini memang keras
unhealthy
dia.
for their lineup, to be honest. If there's a hero in this game that can have low net worth and still find major impact, it kind of is the Pangolier, right? So it's not a requirement for Zai to be farmed. Maybe he's going to go something like a dagger and just try to find a good ult hero there, or at least eat the roar for his Night Stalker, which is also really important. Yeah, very close.
Bentar ya guys ya, gue mau lihat Aghanim Sarknya Night Stalker.
Night Stalker. It might have been, was it carry Night Stalker? Yeah, I think it was Saberlight playing, where you get the shard, you get Midas every game, but it seems that has fallen off. Maybe a little too risky, being kind of pushed down by the likes of Beastmaster and Drow. But will be actually not going shard first. Has the Ogre Club right now,
so he will go BKB.
Shard definitely adds a lot of farm.
Yeah, and he can't be adjusting
Aghanim Sarknya Night Stalker.
So true.
Aghanim Sarknya Hunt in the Night. Max health restore, max mana restore, cooldown, cast rank. Oh, cooldownnya berkurang. Oh, oke.
It's gonna get kited too hard.
I'm showing in the bot lane now is in here. Ori going to town, but
jadi cocok ya untuk
Stalker ya.
Bisa kita contoh nanti untuk main di publik.
See the troll summoner out and about, got the rally skeletons ready to go. Actually, it's only one. It's a singular rally, not very powerful at all. But Matu defends successfully. And in terms of itemization for Mickey, looks like I think they're trying to line up these BKBs on both him and Matu right now. Like he's already picked it up actually, so we'll see if they fight a little early on. But tier 1
terus kalau next Stalkernya ulti,
not even a chance
ini nge-heal,
so a freebie for
nge-heal max HP. Berapa persen tadi? 20-30 kan?
They don't need to risk anything by putting a hero in range of that tower. Just let the summons do it, stand back.
Ini kita nunggu Zai-nya dapat item aja nih.
Killing the summons. First of all, he's terrible at it, but even if he were to try, he could die in a roar. So, yeah, you just have to give that one up. But you can look for your own move. Liquid will try to find some sort of opening, and there might be a little bit of a false feeling of safety here with that Hawk finding nobody. Liquid know it's there though, because they have a sentry. But this could open up a potential play for them if they can somehow get the right vision. They see XXS on this ward at the bottom tier 1.
Zai.
But no way to invade.
Yeah, so it's just going to continue to be farm session here. As I should mention, Baboka, you did bring up the potential Aghanim Scepter. It is not a carry Naga, of course, but be able to get the ensnare on the Rolling Thunder. But I mean, it feels like Pango does go shard every game anyway.
Yeah, then you ensnare the Night Stalker instead, which is true, mega high impact. So if he gets there on the Naga, it could be a game-deciding item. Usually support Nagas will not get this until pretty late, but given the map control that Aster have and the way they're playing, if they just keep pushing out these lanes with the Beastmaster, with the Primal Beast, and Naga gets to jungle like this, I mean, you get there eventually. He's been giving a lot of space. You can see Baboka is fully committed to the idea. He buys the Blade of Alacrity first.
Thought they were going to go for Monet, but instead they find Ori, who easily gets out thanks to his onslaught. So gank attempt from Liquid is thwarted.
That's a Dark Ascension. So
yeah, and it's a full 4 minutes until night. So Matu's going to be at a big disadvantage. And
right, Liquid are going to try to put it to use here.
Okay.
So
they're going to lose their tier 2 in all likelihood, but they can get this first Roche.
It's just pretty much the biggest value they could get out of this insult when it fails to connect.
Might be a contest. There's a smoke here from Aster. Zai's gonna get off the Rolling Thunder. It's only been an illusion to start. Baboka looking for the song, but he's getting controlled.
Nice, Zai, nice!
And Mickey gets the Aegis. The roar applied to Zai, but it's really just a delay tactic, it feels like. Gets a snare on top of this, but Monet and company still want to fight, but he's gonna get Laguna bladed. Mickey pops the BKB, focusing on the CM, but now on the other side of the tree line, taking the right clicks. Looks like he's gonna be the first to fall in this engagement. But Pango died on the other side, and now they're gonna get the Night Stalker. Matu in a lot of trouble with the LS.
Nice, Amlet, let's go!
Ori's dead, beautiful stuff for
Aduh, tapi nggak apa-apa dah, Cok.
And he's left to his own devices, completely surrounded. The Gust is there, multi-shot, and the axes. So Aster, they get some kills in retribution. Liquid taking the Aegis away in some respect from Aster.
Yeah, what a great fight from Matu that was. Just perfect armlet toggles, keeping him alive 2 times in a row. So at the very least, Liquid get out with him alive, but they do lose their Aegis and the second life on Lina, so can't really consider it a true win. At the very least, they don't need to worry about the Roche going Aster's way in the next minutes, but Aster, I think, still should be feeling pretty good about this overall exchange, considering the Song didn't get them the Aegis contesting. And they rode the Pango, I should say, just to save the Naga, so they didn't have this for the Lina or for the NS, which also prompted Liquid to feel strong in this fight, right? But keep a look at Matu here. So first no follow-up damage is available. He's frostbitten. He's going to toggle out of this one with Monet's shot mid-air and the charge.
Yeah,
we're back to
another
live.
fight. Hold the horses here, Cinderin.
Nice.
Looks like Siamese Cat's gonna be the first to fall, and now XXS is the one that's completely surrounded, so wrong territory for him. Matu gets credit for that one, and he is very close to a BKB.
Well, that was a killing spree, so some extra gold on that one for NS.
Nggak ada dia kan.
Still another 2 minutes in the nighttime. So he should have his BKB in his inventory with nighttime still here.
Udah lah, nonton lagi deh. Ide kalah langsung eliminasi nih.
And does have the shard, by the way, so has been eating creeps. So I guess he went for the casual ogre axe into shard, and now is finishing BKB.
Yeah, I guess he changed his idea.
Mana Billy aja lah.
Halfway.
Dia main sama Will.
Seems like a little bit of a weird way to do it, but.
Will tuh nggak ada PC guys, jadi harus memahami ya dia. Sebagai orang yang baik.
I guess so.
Extra HP is pretty nice.
Oh, XXS close to connecting the roar there, but not quite.
Locked out, but yeah, Liquid not wanting to engage. It looks like
Aster,
very even
XSS.
game. And Aster showing some balls. I mean, they fought despite not getting the Aegis.
Yeah,
not
and
having
throwing the roar and the Pango, yeah.
Yeah, no roar as well.
But sometimes, even with
Matumbaman pakai next stalker cok, save lane.
Get to take the initiative, it can work. I don't know if you would consider that fight successful prior to this.
Tadi dia pakai warpling cok, kasihan.
That Pango roll is down is very important for
Hero dia di
Primal
ban
Beast who
semua.
now has BKB. So the next fight will be of a totally different nature. Coming out from Ori. Liquid might choose to smoke here. They are grouping up forward, they will. Aster in a strong offensive position down here, pushing the tower with Ori in front. They have the ward covering the back angle. And they're going to expect Liquid to do this because of the no heroes on the map. They have the prediction that this play is coming. Liquid do have Dark Ascension, though.
His smoke gets popped. He's going to pop Dark Ascension, but he's the focus. He's going to get roared inside his BKB, so he mitigates a ton of this damage. Now XXS is the one stuck basically on this cliff area. He's going to get right-clicked down quite easily. A nice kill to start things out for Liquid.
Oh, easy gaming. Gak pengen lawan Draw Ranger lah.
Apa Draw Rangernya tapi nggak diambil cok.
Enggak, masalahnya tuh kalau Draw Ranger tuh kan ada Matumbaman, tuh bagus tuh pikan dari itu. Gak bohong-bohong, bagus tuh piknya.
Tapi Drawnya tuh nggak mati-mati cok.
Payah. Nggak, kalau itu maunya tinggal ini aja Blink Dagger, tinggal Blink Dagger BKB tuh. Matumbaman kalau mau nanti. Nanti aja tapi. Udah fix mati tuh.
Together with Beastmaster, that play fails. Then
Wah, dia mau radian soal Matumbaman, nggak beser kali ya.
Bukan radian gitu. Satu lagi.
For like 10 seconds, we're gonna see the replay here. So look at this. This BKB crucial.
Nullifer.
Plus success and the Drow probably just kill off Matu, but he stays alive. And now Pango on the bottom right is just rolling Drow out of the picture, quite literally. Entire fight until he finally gets to turn around now.
Karena next stalker ini kan udah tebal dia.
Kind of crazy for Mori. Yeah, I don't know if he accounted or if he thought Mickey had used BKB. It turns into a BKB trade in the end, which isn't all the worst for him, but yeah.
Kalau Primal Beast dibawa late game nggak bisa apa-apa. Tidak ada damage.
Apa?
Primal Beast.
The Rolling Thunder, as we've said, and of course, more importantly, he'll be able to reel in enemies, Cinderin.
Yeah, we haven't seen that used very much.
And if we have, we've forgotten about it. I like the concept, but it definitely needs...
It has not been very favored to do in the song.
Yes. I mean, other than that, the axe is great. Like, we're going to see here very shortly why that is.
Yeah, so Zai is not buying the shard that Toby talked about as as kind of a pseudo counter to ensnare Axe, but he's going Lotus, which is another way of solving it. Doesn't have it yet though, so this coming fight could be a big surprise factor.
Mereka harus maju tuh karena next Stalker-nya lagi nggak ada ulti. Kalau mereka nggak maju, agak jelek sih.
Mereka mau dapetin tower bawah aja, ngambil outpost.
Iya, tapi kan mereka harus fight tower 2 itu tetap harus aja ya.
So that is a pretty big help.
He'll get both, I'm sure.
Probably, yeah.
As he's actually had to use a tome for himself. That just shows how rough of a game it has been for Zai. The tier 2 tower is going to go down one way or another as the tombstone is placed. Pulverize coming in from Ori, pretty much full duration here on.
Wih, andaing tebal banget udah ada ultinya. Tapi kayaknya Matung Paman udah ambil sar. Nganu cooldown lo tuh.
Startnya GG Gimang sih startnya ini. Stalker nggak bohong aku. Soalnya kau kalau darahmu setengah tiba-tiba langsung full tuh.
Iya, nambah darah, nambah mana.
Mana ada BM pula kan, BM Master kan pakai yang gede tuh, dimakan aja yang gede sama dia, udah selesai. Gak ada guna lagi tuh BM Master tuh, udah counter parah itu.
Aku tadi lihat cooldownnya pun berkurang.
Aku ada nih, ini PM nih, primal beast yang immortal baru beli tuh, baru beli level.
Oh dapat, dapat.
Aku beli level tuh.
Astagfirullah, penyembah Gaben. Penyembah Gaben, mending beli game bodoh.
Ini bisa dijual lagi soalnya.
Mana bisa dijual bro?
Same time Drow gets BKB, so Aster now have another tool against the Pango roll that's been ruining Mone's game so far. Now he can reliably get some damage off.
Everything off.
Ada true strike replay.
I'm killing Primal. Looking at side. Kill two guys. Running.
Orang ini bagus, support orangnya ada Tux. Memang Tux nih bagus sekali lah.
It's like, oh, there's a primal beast here all alone. Okay, we'll take it.
Drawnya belum BKB, baru jadi.
After the BKB, Armlet now has a basher, but
jadi Basher nih. Basher, asal Kurias, tebal.
Is a good way for him to counter
Basher buat siapa itu?
She doesn't have the BKB.
Basher, next Stalker, Basher.
Not much else to nullify for now, right?
I mean, if you get it off before the BKB doesn't do anything anyway.
Kabur terus.
It remains.
I wonder if
dia mau beli Shadow Blade.
But I feel like Blink Dagger at
some kedua ya guys ya.
But into the Roach Pit, Liquid go. And yeah, Aster have an idea this is happening. They're gonna smoke up. Is it gonna be too late? No, it's at half HP right now. The Rolling Thunder coming in, mostly on illusions. He's gonna get roared right off the bat. They're focusing on the pit now. No song to come as Mickey gets the Aegis.
Ya dapat Aegis sudah.
Is there a shard on the ground? There is.
Kalau Drawnya nggak kabur mati deh itu.
As here comes the onslaught. Looks like the focus is on the Tusk to start this out. The Naga's going to be the trade, so it's a 1-for-1. Matu wants to fight, but a big multi-shot but a big
mampus.
Matu. And now they're going to get
mampus. Udah di silent.
Ori has to be KB. Onslaught to safety. Looks like he's fine, but Liquid coming out on top again in this fight.
Yeah, these Roach so far in this game have been absolutely perfect.
Didi wes ketahuan langsung lah dapat
Naga rotating in and getting the song off, and it took them quite a while to kill Zai during the roar as well because he has the armor.
Kan dia ambil ini dulu kan, ambil Absolute Curious dulu kan.
So you're going to see the replay here.
Mantung Baman.
Pretty much same situation as earlier in the game, the exact same spot, same.
Ini mainnya nggak di akuarium, jadi nampak orang.
So go and grab that.
Item yang mau dibeli.
We're gonna need to see what the other shards are in this game. I mean, there's a Beastmaster shard that he has not purchased in there. I don't know about that auto consumption. Song healing
ini sekarang about timing aja nih.
Bad, but it's one of the weaker ones on their team.
BKB dan 6 detik.
Ini terakhir ya, hari terakhir ya.
That's very surprising.
Atau besok finalnya.
Sama besok.
Besok yang terakhir finalnya.
Ini masih lower ini.
Iya, maksud aku ini kan yang terakhir. Belum ya?
Iya, final.
Ini kan udah 3 besar kan?
Mau ngambil 3 besar. Ini lower bracket.
Secret berarti udah mati ya?
Belum. Nah, abis ini Secret sama lawan Thundra.
Oh, di atas itu ya Thundra.
Di
Ya?
atas. Apa?
Udah selesai tadi? Belum?
Belum. Ini game pertama hari ini. Jam 12 tadi mainnya.
Let's say the Night Stalker, perhaps he has the confidence to get a charge that is going to connect, right? Yeah. Which has been a problem for him so far in this game.
Nggak nonton nih, aku matiin ya.
Why?
Discordnya.
Really well. They're now going to take the top tier 2. Building their lead to now 7,000. With Aegis in the hands of Lina for another 2.5 minutes, you would imagine they want to go and get the mid tower as well.
Yeah, most likely. Wraith Pact almost online for Boxy.
Aku tadi buka Dota mau lihat ini Aghanim Shardnya Light Stalker.
Aku ngambil put guy tadi guys di yang itu yang satu.
Gak pernah main aja.
And for the side of Aster, what are the items that they're waiting for? It looks like for XXS, the BKB is still not there. About 1,000 away from finishing that, but it looks like they're going to smoke into this.
Ada smoke.
Maybe this will catch Liquid off of guard here.
Ada smoke dari Aster.
Boxy in the area. Not going to pop smokes initially though.
Liquid kind of know this is happening. They break the illusions here.
Yep. And smoke just pops there. Loboka with the instant ensnare. Wants to get off the song, but won't need to. They'll just walk away casually, dewarding. Still a little less than 2 minutes on this Aegis.
Yeah. Do they want to use it though?
Finalnya tuh besok. Berarti hari ini sampai juara 3. Nanti menang ini lawan yang jatuh dari upper bracket. Terus itu besok final. BO5.
There's no Pudge anymore, sadly.
Yeah. Starting to look better and better for Liquid. Mickey is now solo pushing bottom tier 2. Super confident here.
Yeah.
Knowing where Aster are. We'll grab this tower.
They're reading the situation very, very right.
Untung naga sirennya support.
You know, poke at the tier 3 a little bit if you
Jadi
want.
gampang dihancurin ilunya.
Now that his teammates are arriving. We see the win probability right now 77%.
Harusnya kalau mereka udah bilang harusnya naga sirennya di core, karena kan udah dipamis tuh, udah ada tadi.
Wow, really?
Minute 15, yeah, I couldn't believe it when I looked at it. Like,
udah maksa itu.
I mean, they were winning, but it wasn't.
Malah jadi support dia. Jadi ilunya, jadi matung baban kan nggak usah menguruskan ilu.
And is that because they just didn't have enough time? Is it
dia strike single hero aja.
Perhaps.
Jadi Asalut Curious dagger lah harusnya. Tapi kayaknya mantung baran ini dia kayaknya mending ini dia main nggak usah ngincer draw, mending dia lindungin apa Lina. Ambil yang dekat aja.
Jadi maksud aku nggak jadi masalah kalau dia pun nggak mau beli dagger. Tapi kan nanti tier 3 tuh nggak bisa masuk mereka.
Single dagger kan ada Lina.
Nggak, masalahnya tuh mesti belum dagger tuh untuk nahan Lina nantinya supaya drone-nya nggak bisa ngincar Lina.
Nggak bisa masuk juga dia. Ada Pango, ada Tux.
Oh ya udahlah itu.
Tadi warnya aja. Draw-nya tuh nggak posisinya tuh nggak dapat. Susah dia jauh. Kabur
Some
terus.
potential power spikes coming out. I mean, a fresh BKB pretty important, but it is a
walaupun cuma
Beastmaster.
berubah
Yeah, not
satu.
sure how impactful this is really going to be. It feels like he's been able to get his roar off the last fights anyway. So I don't really know if this is going to be very noticeable compared to the Night Stalker AC, which is definitely a big bump up in strength for Team Liquid.
Scan coming out, it's gonna miss, but onto the high ground they go. Siamese Cat is completely isolated now. He gets destroyed inside with a huge rolling thunder onto 2, forcing the BKB from Monet, as it looks like Boboka will be the sacrifice. So
tengoklah damage-nya.
for Liquid. Tombstone has been
Ngeri kali 2 hit aja. Naga Siren CM 1 hit, Wak.
Supports for Aster have buyback. Here comes the pulverized BKB from Ori. Instant roar, but there's the Lotus Orb.
Iya toh, kan kena skill 3-nya ini.
But actually stuck inside here. He gets reeled in to the high ground. I never
Ada Zai, cok, kena disarm draw-nya, mantap.
He's going to right-click a bit onto the tower, but now that the Reelin is down, there's nothing to fear for Liquid. In a 5v4 situation, Zai with the Basher, so the swashbuckle becoming much more fearsome.
I wonder if he's going to go for Axe next just to ramp up on that, or if he will get another defensive
Lubang
item like
konsepnya udah
Linkens.
5
But yeah,
tuh.
another huge moment for Liquid. Die back on Naga. They lost absolutely
Kok
nothing
sumbang
there,
lah
Liquid
akun
did, right?
kecil.
Nope, nothing at all. And now they're, again with the map position they have and the amazing warding they have, they're in a really good spot.
Tengok
to get
tuh.
the next Roche.
Satu hit sama
Forcing the whole
Mantum
situation.
Baman.
Has to be Kibi on Mane, and that means he won't have that in the follow-up fight here as Naga returns to the fight.
Dia kena skill 1.
I was hoping we get a
Langsung
replay of the
dipukul.
Reelin, if I'm being honest. Really hype. Good initiation from Ori, though.
And they just don't have enough damage. He's too tanky.
Indeed.
Makan tanky
Draw is
kali.
not quite there yet.
Wait,
Wait, Reelin, wait. There it is! Unbelievable! And then he dies. Very dangerous fish to reel in, no doubt about it. Just like you said, Roche is probably next on the list here for Liquid if they can continue to have this map control. We won't know for another 10 seconds when it spawns. As now Matu is eyeing the nullifier. Is it just for the Hurricane Pipe? Oh, there's also a Ghost Scepter on Siamese Cat. Yep.
Tuh, Stalkernya nggak mau maju ke dalam kan.
But still, pretty big counters to both those items.
Ngejar yang dapat aja.
And it's going to be a relatively late Roche.
AK is so insanely farmed. I just realized he's 150 CS ahead of the next hero in the game.
And he seems to have a double
Ma itu
damage
stacknya bisa sampai
quite often in this
7.
game.
Kayaknya dapat talent 3 ya.
Ori will clean up the wave, still
Udah
be
kayak
forced
machine
to
gun
live, though.
nembaknya.
This should not be underestimated how much this could end up meaning later. Because the Roche will be falling likely before this glyph comes back up, whichever team gets it. And if that is Liquid, that basically opens up for a free tier 3. They'll obviously get another glyph after that, but this Radiant lineup kills towers really fast if Lino gets to just stand and deliver.
Indeed. But
Aster
Aster,
push up mid.
They want to aggress. They're going to find Insania. The instant pulverized gust to follow, but the Rolling Thunder is coming in. Insania is going to live. Now the Roar on top of Zai. They're right-clicking him very easily, but XXS is taking damage as well. So it's a 1-for-1 in terms of the position 3s.
Dua banding
Find the
1.
beast as well.
Tak
And
apa.
no buyback here for Aster as they're left with 3 members.
Double damage-nya
Still
dipakai.
50 seconds on Roche, so
Jadilah.
Aster will technically, in fact, everyone will be up.
Such an awkward situation to play as Naga Siren there as well, right? What do? Do you use Song to try to save your Beastmaster with the heal? Then you're also saving the enemy Pango. So, or actually, no, he could have Songed, right? He was in roll. I actually think Boboka maybe with the heal would have made the difference. But
Okay, dapat tower, nice.
Yeah, Matu ends up getting the tower here, getting kited a bit as the Lincoln's applied, but you can see Mickey is the real right clicker here. Fortifications popped.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And they're going to reset. They're not even, they're not going to go for the melee. Don't want to overextend. And Roche will be up in 10.
Rosan 10 detik. Rosan 10 detik.
So Night Stalker is still very powerful.
Oh, Aster, tim Asternya juga tahu ya. Rosannya mau ini.
Oh, nice eye
Jangan dihitung sama dia tuh, ini AI lah.
Ya mana lah kayak kalau kayak kita kan nggak dihitung.
After the BKB, getting kited to a high degree here, but
Zai mau bunuh. Langsung kabur semua. Nice sekali, burst damage dari lidahnya guys. Laguna biliar.
Gonna get the melee racks and likely go for Roche after, although there are no creeps here, so the
Dah mati 2. Tuh kan, yang di belakang kocar kacir kena Rolling Thunder. Gak perlu loncat lagi Matumbaman.
Now they're going for the second set. Yep, they know that these buybacks are long cooldowns. That's 2 sets, and
let's go!
Get Roche. Of course, they do have to be careful. We've seen the song come into play, and it's going to be up in 6 seconds.
Yeah, Matsu does not want to go home today. Could have been his last game, but he's 10-0 and 11 on the Night Stalker that his coach said he can't play. So kind of making a point that he can play whatever you damn want.
Aganimnya next Stalker apa?
And Roche has the Aghanim Scepter, which
I hope it's on Matu. For the love of God, please.
It will probably be on Mega.
Wih Reja, ganimnya apa Reja?
Ganim apa pula kalau
Next Stalker kan kau lagi main Dota. Baca dulu.
Next Stalker tuh harganya bikin skill satunya area efek.
And look at that, he's top 3 net worth now. Would you look at that, Cinder? After that rough start, all it takes is some Roches.
Had a great start. No
Mending
surprise to see him
masuk jadi talent.
And Aster left to be kind of in defense mode, but the longer they're in defense mode, the bigger the deficit becomes. 32
Maunya Ganim naik Stalker tuh terbang terus.
They're on the doorstep of securing themselves top 3.
Gila itu ya, terlalu OP bodoh.
That's going to lead to
jadi ulti dia cuma untuk heal aja, sama jadiin gelap. Ya nggak guys? Woi, mampus disepak, mampus, drawnya masuk.
Pakai otak guys, jangan tidak pakai otak guys, tolong.
Mampus drawnya, masuk pula, hampir mati deh ya guys ya. Kalau nggak kena song mati dia. Zai dapat Aganim start lagi, dapat Aganim lagi. Let's go, let's go.
Kau malah farming. Like this bro, why the fuck you farming?
Diam kau, nonton TI malah main.
Tidak, menurut TI tidak menambah skill crit itu.
Nambah lah bro.
Jadi tim yang aku dukung sudah mati semua.
Mampus. GG! Gigi call bosku.
Eliminated from TI11.
Yeah, we had no idea what to expect out of this game. Some very different drafts. Popoka on Naga, we have Matu on Night Stalker. But the constant that has been working for Liquid so well in the playoffs, Mickey on the Lina again with an outstanding performance. Insane farm, insane damage, output, lane push, the whole shenanigans. He did an amazing job this game. Liquid can be so proud.
Matumbaman tidak pulang hari ini.
They'll know who they're playing against after the next series coming up later today, but
dia akan melawan siapakah?
It's hard to call them a favorite at this point.
I was gonna
really scared.
Game kedua hanyalah untuk nge-throw ya guys ya.
This is a team you do not want to play against right now. You can put Night Stalker position 1 for God's sake. And it worked out here for Liquid. Let's go to the panel and see what they have to say about Matu and the rest of Liquid's performance.
Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Cinder. And indeed, Matu's career continues for a little bit longer. And they are making it. We'll see them, of course, again tomorrow. We're going to talk about this game. We're going to get a chance to talk to the winners as well. I'm here with Cost. And there's a lot to break down in this game because we know that Blitz at the end of the draft was like, how'd you get Night Stalker? Well, we just asked Matu which hero he would like to play last. Jenkins. Anyways, Night Stalker that he has not played a TI game before.
Yeah, he had a flawless game on a stupid hero. I'm just going to put it out there. He was just trying to have a good time, try to have fun.
Liquid win!
I'm kind of thinking that next year at TI, perhaps the meta, instead of, you know, Yatoro with the bald meta, retirement might be the meta coming out because Matu's performance in this game was absolutely amazing. I mean, I think all of Liquid stepped up. Like in every single fight, Zai was jumping to backlines with his role. We saw it twice. He saved the Roshan. Insane, of course, he's probably the one making the Roshan calls in the true site. Mickey, he functioned as the true carry this game, even though there was a flawless game from Matu. And Boxy, he's playing his Tusk. Like the guy had some insane shards this game, just like he has in other games.
Absolutely. Like the front line of Team Liquid in these games, like positioning, understanding who needs to soak up the damage. Whether it's a Night Stalker with using the BKB, getting roared, and then Pangolier has a free pathing in the backlines. Like, enough damage that goes through BKBs. Once they pop their BKBs, Aster runs, and they're already man down, maybe even 2-man down, and it makes the fight so very difficult. And I think the big key important here is also having vision advantage. You do have Night Stalker, you do have Tombstone, fighting underneath the ward so many times, and Matu, as we see him, you know, clapping for himself, keeping his dream alive.
Genuinely, it was such a great Night
Yes,
Stalker.
yes.
it fit the game so well. You have this Lina from the mid lane who's going to need protection, who can dish out the damage, but is very susceptible. Liquid played around Mike on his Lina so well. They were reacting to those early game rotations so nicely, and because this Night Stalker went for that early game build with the armlet, all of a sudden they had this hero to play around from the safe lane while the Lina farmed up, and they just had the late game security of this Lina outscaling potentially anybody on Aster's draft. Also, Jenkins did mention this, but the Pangolier did so much in these teamfights and protecting objectives. Like camping the Pangolier near the stairs, near Roshan, because that's where Naga walks down from to try to steal it, is just so good. It worked out twice in one game.
And that is with Zai having a very, very bad game. And we have obviously last week heard Blitz do a speech a couple times, but what's better than the speech from Matu?
I mean, guys, no matter what happens today, we win and lose as a team. No matter who the fuck fucks up or anything, we're gonna win and lose together, yeah?
Very wholesome. And together with that as well. So congratulations once again. And I would also love to hear a little bit more from our winning team, which is why Avo is standing by with Insania.
Thank you, Shira. I'm here with Insania. What a series of games. You guys take every game to the third one. Are you just doing this so Matoman can play as many games as possible?
I mean, I wish it was intentional. It's not. I think they had a really good draft in game 2, and the Sunday night kind of caught us off guard, I think, and we didn't really have a nice answer to it. So they really got us in game 2. It was nothing intentional there. And they're a tough team, you know, like it comes down to very small margins, and I think they really had us there.
In the first game, you guys managed to beat the sniper pick as well, which was a big thorn in the side for a while. Was that a bit of a morale boost for you guys?
I'm bro, Tenzel.
I think game 1 went a lot according to plan. Maybe not gameplay wise. I think having the 5-day break, we were kind of a little bit nervous, I think, when we started playing the game, but like halfway through the game we got comfortable again, and you remembered like it's the same event we've been playing the entire way.
Right.
So yeah, no, game 1 went pretty well, I think. Yeah, sniper, I don't know, it's a good hero, but I think we had good answers to it.
And finally, Matu with the last pick, the Night Stalker, a new pick for him at TI. Was a little bit of talking together in these final days, or spur of the moment kind of thing?
I'm trying to think if we actually did scrim it during these days. I'm not sure, but he's been playing it for a while. Like he played it back when there was like this big puck meta. He would play it mid. So it's not a new hero for him, per se, but it's also kind of funny. Blitz said like, Matu, what do you want your last hero at TI to be? And we're like, what are you saying? And Matu's like, this is not gonna be my last hero, and then he picks NS.
Well, we're gonna thank you for the interview, Insania. A pleasure. Congratulations once again. And I'm gonna go back to the panel to analyze that game.
This is not going to be my last hero. The confidence, that's good stuff coming from Insania there. Yeah, Team Liquid moving forward. I feel like we have to talk a little bit more about Team Aster as well, because eliminated from TI before the final day, our final team coming out of the region, China. Because you mentioned it earlier, it's not been done.
Yeah, since TI3, that was the last time China did not have a team in top 3, and this is going to be their, like, TI
tidak ada dari region China ya guys ya.
Like,
Lagi ya guys ya.
They were not able to go to lands at the start, but once they
showed up, their
performance is really good. Like, and they also showed that you know, PSG LGD, they can beat them, they can eliminate them from TI, and you know, competition is their proud region, no doubt about it. And I think we gotta give credit to all of these players.
Ini cowok yang sebelah kanan
Pichu, Sammy's cat,
ngomong dari tadi.
Player that showed up at TI. And carried really hard for position 5 as well.
Yeah.
And XXS, I cannot emphasize enough how much this player does for his team. He is such a clutch player. He's not just the playmaker, but he's the one who folds least under pressure. I can recount so many times where things looked bad for Aster, but then he just comes out with these big black holes or these big arenas. So just having someone like that on your team who can bring things together for you is so important. And of course, Ori, who we mentioned, he really just pieced together the team. I think Aster should be really proud of their performance. I remember in an interview, Monet said that once they were at Arlington and they heard the crowd cheer for the first time in a very long time, it just re-energized them and it gave them the excitement and the motivation to just play well. So I really hope that they can hold their heads up high and be satisfied with the results they got today.
Yep, XXS and Baboka. I just hope we get to see them together again next year. The greatest bubbies in Dota 2 history. I think they're #1 for played of all time. Or is that for teams that still exist? Because I know there's Dendi and Puppy, and I think maybe they're like 3rd of all time or something like that.
I know that they surpassed Fly and No Tail at some point, because I know that I
think they are #1. I think
they're doing really well together.
At the very least, for the teams that still exist, people that are not retired, like these guys are the greatest of friends, and I'm happy to see that they still have the synergy after all of these years. They've got some young up-and-comer in their team that's giving them the energy. They've got the coach who's played 9 TIs. This is the 10th TI. And yeah, I have high hopes for them next year because they finally broke the curse. And this is the first year that we're seeing them break the curse. Usually it's some LGD at this point, and Aster is the team that loses, maybe 7th or 8th. We'd be impressed by them. But next year, I think there's good things for this team coming.
Yeah, this is already a better result than they've had so far. Monet, of course, he did come 3rd earlier, but the rest is top 6 max, or as you heard from my panel, Pichu, this is the first TI he's played at.
4th place? That's amazing.
4th place is insane. Lanham, his highest position as a coach. He did come 2nd at TI1, but it's a pretty formidable team, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do next year.
Go top.
I'm looking forward to hearing some final words from them as Avo is standing by with Baboka.
Just go. IDN coming.
Thank you. Here with Baboka, and you guys, for Team Aster, there's been a big redemption year, especially in comparison to last year. We've seen an incredible improvement for you guys, both in majors and TI.
Tapi Aster boleh lah.
For you guys, how do you feel about all the effort you managed to put in and seeing the fruits of your labor finally flourish?
Apakah tahun depan Aster akan kemerang lagi dibanding LGD?
无论是打 Major 还是本次 TI， 然后在这一年的努力当中，看到现在这种成果，你觉得自己的付出有成果吗？
我觉得我们整个这个队 Aster 都尽力了吧，但是我们就还是差点吧，就是我们就没怎么经历过这种比较激烈的时候吧，就是还是太急躁了。
I think as a team, Aster tried
bisa
our
lah
best,
naik ke
but
support.
Tadi yang
we
Aster
lacked
bodoh.
experience and we didn't play to our fullest.
Naga Siren.
Is there anything you'd like to say to all the fans that support you throughout the year?
Jadi lah tuh naik ke support, ngasih vision.
Naga Siren bodoh.
有没有任何话
Kau terus ngapa sebut tadi?
Ya salah lah, ralat lah, nggak boleh.
Gak usah kata orang bodoh hal gitu. Goblok, dia yang goblok apa itu?
Bukan bodoh, itu namanya bodoh, salah nyebut.
Soalnya bodoh makanya bodoh.
Bukan bodoh, itu bodoh.
没打好，还有我们队整个的运营就没打好嘛，就
dah lah, dah dapat duit lah itu, posisi keempat dah dapat duit banyak
All I
itu.
can say is apologies.
Cukup lah main warnet sampai tahun depan.
But it was we didn't play to our fullest, so all I can say is sorry, apologies.
Tahu kali kau Reja.
Ratusan kali, Cok.
Back to the panel.
Udah bisa dia bootcamp lagi.
Well, I don't think Aster has anything to apologize for, as we have
aku
highlighted.
lihat
This is still top 4 TI, a very good result, something to be proud of for sure. We are moving forward without Aster. We've got 3 teams left remaining, and those 3 will stay until the end of the day. No more eliminations. This was our only one that we eliminated today, so it's always a painful moment, but it has to happen. But it's a good thing that we are one step closer to crowning a champion, and we are going to be having a little bit of a relief, of a breather, with our Dota 2 historian, Pyrian Flex.
I read more twists. How did they get the recipe?
Hater propetnya kepus kan? Aku pakai CM, aku ikuti terus dia.
A welcome appearance and impeccable timing.
Menangis dia, Cok.
A fresh import from our old friends Sittle and Court. Now they're engaged in a triumphant revival with something called the Candy Works.
Let's go, bro!
Means sample the fare.
Let's fucking go!
Oh my.
Akun pertama.
But
ya,
it
pertama.
is
Karena aku mau nge-GBR ini sampai jam KM.
Engkau belum dapat.
Exceedingly,
mau dapat
astonishingly, cosmically rare.
Levelnya kurang masih 60.
Can you imagine the nightmare of maintaining a healthy
PA persona.
Ya.
Dasar pemuja Gaben.
But I've also heard a different tale. That Roshan's not the only Dota beast beset by a craving for... So, How about it, pro players? Remember when you first played Dire Tide?
All I can say, like, the first Dire Tide was kind of epic. I feel like that was like the best mode ever released.
It was like 2013, 2014. These events I used to have like a
Why the fuck?
play with a lot of friends. And I used to look forward to the holidays because there would be some cool event that comes.
It's also might be good at team building.
What the fuck are you doing, bro?
Good.
What the fuck are you doing in there, idiot? We can push easy this tower. Why the fuck you go?
No, the very idea is absurd.
Why the fuck you go like that?
Difficulties strike even the best of us. A coincidence of little concern. Bring on the next dapper guest. One who surely remembers when.
可以跟自己的一些好朋友去参加，或者也可以跟一些。
Apal?
Oh, bollocks, that's right. Where there's Grieve or Taffy, there's Grievels. They'll ruin everything. Dire Tide. My archives. My Ascot. Wait a minute.
Baiklah BKB, dude.
The Grievels aren't a problem.
You need that
They're
shit.
an opportunity. The Candyworks opening soon. There's money to be made. Riches beyond the meager touch of Midas. Think what I could do with all that coin. I could expand the archives. Even consider paying the help. They've angered Roshan. We'd best get out of here before he pulps our gravy train into useless bits. You there, intern. Saddle my fiercest penguin. Tonight, we ride for gold. We ride for Taffy. Punch Grievels. Destroy your enemies. Ride a penguin. Dire Tide is back.
Dire Tide is back, Reza katanya.
Oh, you love
Dire
to
Tide
see
is
it
back.
and you love to play it.
Iyalah.
Looking forward to that for sure.
Habis ini tapi.
Looking forward also to the Dota 2
Habis
that is
TI
going to
kan?
be played
TI.
very soon.
Gak sekarang.
We're going to just close the book on the series we just watched and look a little bit ahead. We've got 3 teams remaining, Effie.
Yeah, and all 3 of these teams are from Western Europe. The top 3 teams at TI are the teams who, at this point, know each other the best. They've spent the entire year playing against each other in pubs, in scrims, and in LANs. And I think it's no surprise for me personally that the top 3 of this tournament are the ones who attended the most tournaments this year, as other regions weren't really able to get to some of the majors because of certain reasons.
They did also play like 2 teams at the top 3 at the international are last chance teams. So they did play some extra games. They did manage to get here, get the meta, and kind of form the meta for themselves and also for the rest of the teams, which is kind of impressive.
It is impressive indeed. We've already seen Liquid play. We still have 2 teams to play, but before that, we're first heading to the arena to see what Slax is up to.
Hello, everybody. It is time to show you the end of a very long journey. It's one of the best times of the year for me. It's time to tell you who won the Dota 2 short film contest. Now, before we get too into it,
Dota 2 film contest, the winner.
To everybody that submitted one. I mean, again, the Dota 2 community is so creative. Everything that you guys make has so much passion, and this is the moment for us to celebrate some of the hardest working guys in our community to show their love of Dota. So before we get to 3rd place, ladies and gentlemen, can you please put your hands together for everyone that submitted to the short film contest this year? Thank you so much. I'm sure they appreciate it. All right, well, time to get into it then. In our 3rd spot, it is a very exciting video. It was done live action, which is extremely rare, and it's very hard to pull off without being cringe, as you can see me up here. Completely cringe. So let's go ahead and take a look at our 3rd place round.
Memang bayung guys ya. Kayak gitu deh guys.
Yang juara 3 live dealer live action.
Jelas sih manusia nih. offline mode.
I think he's gone.
There you have it. Congratulations to Fierce Lego Link. I mean, the costumes, the set design, everything about that, and the live steer itself, absolutely incredible. But coming in second place is another very unique submission. This time, animated, hand-drawn, I believe, of an incredible moment that you might recognize. Let's check out our second place winner.
Pasti live steal rank itu.
Halo.
Oi.
Ikut gak?
Reza tuh aja.
Mana kamu tadi aku komen di YouTube mau nobar bareng nggak? Terus kamu tidak balas. Baik, kalau
sudah.
Kalau kau nayangin yang live tuh yang dari mana? Dari YouTube-nya yang official ya?
Enggak, dari Twitch.
Oh, kalau takutnya kena take down atau apa gitu biasanya.
Enggak kena take down.
Ya semoga tidak. Biasanya kalau yang di PC yang pas di PC tuh, yang grup-grup tuh, kalau nayangin official bisa kena ban loh.
Oh.
Ya guys. Makanya yang pada delay biasanya.
And in case you didn't know what that was the iconic RTZ1 V5 Rampage that happened over at TI9. So such a cool little feature there. And the time has finally come for us to reveal the first place winner. Guys, please put your hands together for one of the best SFMs I have ever seen. Let's take a look at our winner.
No mana.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for For Fun, who is now a multi-year winner of the short film contest. An absolute fantastic job there. And again, guys, it is so great to see these short films come out. Such creativity, such incredible, artistry coming out in so many different ways. So thank you again to the community for releasing those. Congratulations, For Fun, on your $25,000 first prize. But short films are not the only creative things that the community does. No, in fact, just as creative is the world of cosplay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the cosplay competition at TI-11. Fantastic. And I'm not alone here, my friends. I do have several friends here, co-hosts, judges, cosplay aficionados themselves. Alodia, hello.
Hi Slacks, love the energy. But before anything else, for you to participate here with us, you gotta wear a costume. Are you game with that?
Yes, absolutely. Please give me my sweet stinky hoodwink. Hell yeah. Thank you.
All right, so hi guys, I'm Alodia from the Philippines. Today I am cosplaying as Puck, and I'm such a huge gamer. I love Dota. I've been cosplaying for the past 20 years, and I am truly honored to be here today with all of you amazing guys. So thank you so much, Valve and Dota, for this prestigious event. I'm so lucky to be here.
Thank you for coming, and your Puck looks amazing. Give it up for the Puck. Woo! All right, fantastic. We also have some judges here as well. We have Tasha, of course, a fellow cosplayer. Fantastic, thank you. And you will be judging. And then who do we have over here?
Vera Chimera.
There you go, Vera Chimera. Give it up for our judges, please. There we go. All right, guys, we have got some fantastic cosplay. We are ready to go. Are you ready?
Cosplay dari Mars.
I am ready.
Bagus ya kostum Marsinya.
All right, game. Yep. Okay, well, we're going to start things off. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not avert your eyes from the disgusting but delicious Hattie Acker as the Weaver.
Jadi Weaver.
Able to successfully mimic Weaver's silhouette by crouching. He's able to hold this position and move around with the help of a trolley. All powered up with the help of lights. Be careful when he casts Swarm.
Jadi Weaver dong, ada skateboard.
In the other competition, watch out.
Timber.
Sign now, Hazika's the Timber Sauce.
So cool. This Timber Sauce armored weapons are made out of rubber sheets to make him look strong.
Nyala-nyala
He
cuy,
incorporates
timbernya
LED
cuy.
lights to make his weapon glow. Make sure not to be in his line of sight when he casts Whirling Death.
Fantastic. And coming up next, it is Fish Ice as the Hoodwink. Okay, I thought what? You're stealing my Hoodwink. Whoa, that is beautiful though. You win.
It's your twin. So
Jadi
adorable. So
Hoodwink.
you think
Keren.
Hoodwink's weapon is made out of wood, but it's actually made out of rubber sheets painted to look like wood. So make sure to dodge his acorn shot.
Oh my goodness. Coming up next, it is some hot stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Ryuki as Lina. I remember her from the anime.
It's amazing. So if you look closely, look at her heels. They are transparent to make her look like she's floating, which is similar to the game. So also held up by her wires, her skirt is actually there to keep it rigid. So watch out for her Laguna Blade.
Oh my. Coming up next, Artificer and Avion Tees present the
Rubik coy, keren kali Rubiknya.
Insane! This Rubik, if you look closely, his staff is powered up by fairy lights cleverly embedded within the crystals. It is also used rubber and wood to craft
Keren
these.
kali, Caru.
So, yep, no magic is definitely safe with this Grand Magus Spell Steal.
Fantastic. And up next, we have P-Teak as that disgusting lifesteal. Oh, it's hideous. It's so real.
Lain Taylor
It's
real.
pretty intense. His suit is actually made of silicone, so it's more flexible for more movement. So don't let your guards down when he casts Infest.
Oh, infest me any day, my friend. Coming up next, we got Shabazz as the Ember Spirit.
This Ember Spirit's costume details are insane. The structure and shape are made out of rubber sheets, also using reflective and neon paint to make his weapons glow. Watch out when he does Fire Remnant.
Okay, and next up is King KJ. Is that really Lich? That's really Lich.
Oh my gosh, he's huge. If you guys are here in the stadium, he is 2 meters tall. And if you look closely, he's using 2 poles to control his arms and hands. So be sure to disperse when he casts Chain Frost.
Fantastic. Coming up next is Mizuki Otawa, as you know him from your band list.
Huskar.
Wild. Huskar used a combination of silicone molded to look like muscles for more movement and rubber sheets for his weapon. His eyes are also glowing with the help of LED lights. Always be on guard when he leaps on you with life break.
And last but not least, the librarian with the most. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Rukia as the Warlock.
Warlock, udah kayak Ultraman tuh.
Would you look at the Warlock's lamp? If you look closely, the mask and the lamp are all 3D printed to get that precise angles.
All right, before we give it up to our winners, please can everyone give a round of applause to all the cosplayers here today. Absolutely fantastic work here. And we will begin. Now, our first category here is called Best Technique. What exactly does that mean?
The Best Technique Award is for the cosplayer with the most clean and precise work. It should be designed to be easy moving and durable.
That's right. It's all about the movement, the preciseness of the animations. Yeah, just like Hoodwink. That was perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for Best Technique, it's Artificer and Aviantes as the Rubik! Ah, yes, fantastic.
So next up, we have Biggest Transformation. So this is the cosplayer with a demonstrably impressive costume that shows a marked transformation in the cosplayer's appearance and physique. All right, so Biggest Transformation Award goes to...
The Biggest Transformation Award goes to Mizuko Tawa as a Husker! Transformative. All right, Judge's Choice. Now, can we talk a little bit about what a Judge's Choice is?
Absolutely. Well, Judge's Choice, it's a mixture of both portrayal and precision of the character. So we want to find a nice, healthy balance of all the little talents that we can find so this person can really up their cosplay career.
All right, fantastic. Judge's Choice. The winner is your boy, Honey Actor at the Weaver! Skirotted! Oh, look how happy he is. Oh, that reminds me of when the support Weaver was happy. Oh, Carrie Weaver, very depressing. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is time now for Best in Show, the most coveted of them, the best overall, right? Are you ready?
Ready?
Are you ready?
Oh, very.
Yeah?
All right, I'm ready.
Okay.
All right, Best in Show goes to the cosplayer who scored consistently in all areas and criteria, which is accuracy, craftsmanship, portrayal, presence, and creativity.
Fantastic. And your winner for Best in Show of Cosplay TI-11 goes to Ember Spirit, the Shabazz, baby! There we go! The stance, the weapons, the flames! I'm feeling hot, baby! There it is, absolutely gorgeous. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our cosplayers! Woo! Fantastic. Alodia, what did you think of all the cosplayers here today?
They were amazing. Like, we saw them also the other day. It's like we were so excited to be here for you guys to see them in person.
Absolutely. Well, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us, seeing all the creativity of the Dota 2 community. We got short films, we got cosplay, and we've got such more great Dota to see here today. But you don't want to go anywhere, because we got something I know you're going to want to see coming your way right now.
We've been waiting here for like 2 hours. What is going on?
I don't know.
Is anyone in there? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, what can we do for you?
Hey, which one of you goons wants to have a meeting at 6:30 in the morning?
Stop it!
They're firing us.
Okay.
They're firing us.
Calm down. They're not going to fire us. I'm sure it's fine. No, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Mr. Newell called you in today concerning last year's Gabe Newell Mega Kills pack.
Okay, yeah, they're going to fire us. Okay. Mostly you, but...
Listen, I have zero money, okay? I spent every penny I have on the battle pass. My wife has no idea. I sold the car, I sold the house. I needed the naked axe. All right.
Okay, we'll talk about the naked axe another time. You listen to me.
All right.
I don't give a shit whether you're naked or not. I'm going to get us out of this, okay?
Okay. I got you, girl. All right.
Am I back? All right. All right, listen here, Gabe. N. If you so much as think about firing us, I'm gonna pluck every last hair out of that giant beard of yours and burn this building down with you in it. Do you understand what I'm telling you, friend?
No. This is not a package deal. You want to fire her? I'm cool.
Mr. Newell is amused.
Yep.
That's why this year he would like to record a follow-up to his greatest success, his mega kill pack. But this time, it's going to be recorded by you two.
Oh, that's great. All right, that's good. Yeah.
You'll find scripts personally written by Mr. Newell himself on your respective stools.
All right.
One for Casey and one for Jack.
Okay. Jack, it's actually Jake. Gabe knows that, though. We've worked together a lot of times.
Your name's Jack.
What?
It's Jack, okay? You're changing your name to Jack. Listen, this guy's fucking crazy, all right? Last year, I was the taste tester for pet food. For pet food. But now, I'm the VP and my name is fucking Gary. Gary, all right? So listen, just be happy that your new name starts with the same letter. Okay?
Could I please be Karen?
I don't know. Does the script say your name's Karen?
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Okay, you guys are doing great. Keep up the good work.
Asshole.
Let's start recording now.
First blood, vast implications into the lore.
Nice.
Double kill, dab on those haters. Hey-oh.
Oh, yeah! No, none of that. Stop that.
Monster kill. Is this what you guys want? Because I'll give you what you want. Gabe, is this what you want? Because I can do more. A lot more.
He hates it.
First blood. Huh?
Do that one, but with no teeth.
Okay.
Unstoppable. Oh my God, this is awful. Are you guys liking any of this? Because we both know it's not working. I think everybody knows it's not working.
Be cool, man.
Unstoppable. Rampage!
Yes.
Dom?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes!
Good.
You did a good job for once,
Good
huh?
job, I know.
Nice, all right.
Thanks, Gabe.
Bye, thank you. Perfect.
Thanks,
We had a
Gabe.
great time. Invite us again. When do you think it's coming out?
Well, let's see. They've got to edit.
Why is this door locked? How long is this gonna take?
I don't know. This is long, even for them. I'll take a look.
Hey, how much longer are you guys gonna be? Gabe? Gary? Oh my God.
Oh my God. He's dead.
Duh. Oh no. Hey, did you look inside his pockets yet?
Oh, okay. Going straight to the looting.
Yeah, why not?
Pretty standard.
Ah, this tracks. Of course.
G-Money.
Oh, Gabe? Gabe, it's Casey and Slacks. We were just calling to check in on the status of the Casey and Slacks announcer pack, remember?
What?
The Casey and Slacks announcer pack. You know, that thing you locked us in here 4 years ago to do?
Right. That was Garbo. Gary's fixing that, right?
Oh, Gabe, I don't know how to tell you this, but,
Not again. Gary, bring me the potato phone.
Gabe? Gabe?
Gabe Johnson here, founder and CEO of Aperture Science. Welcome to this phone call.
Okay, man, it's G-Fat.
Who?
Gabe. Gabe Newell. I saved your life in Nam.
Right. Yeah. Choking on a hot dog. That was a dark day. What can I do for you?
I'm calling in a favor.
Sounds ominous. I'm in. What's going on? Nobody's talking. Are we still talking? Because I got a hot dog cooking. Okay, I'm hanging up now. In 3, 2, bye-bye.
Let's go! Let's go! A cosplay celebration! A Cave Johnson announcer pack! My boy J.K. Simmons coming in the clutch! Can you believe it, my friends? It's celebration time as we're getting ready for our next series. I'm here with Sheepstick, a Lizard, and T. Sheepo, can you believe it? A Portal announcer in my Dota 2?
Dude, I'm so excited. I was just talking the whole time. First because I thought it was Saxon Casey, but then I thought it was Cave Johnson. Whew.
I'm here, don't worry. We gotta get on to some more of the Dota, so let's close this party down. I know we're having a lovely time, but we have Dota to get to. It's intense times here. This is upper bracket finals. It's secret and it's Tundra, and it's going to be me guiding you through it. I've been given a little bit of a press release. James, we've had issues with James in the past. And that's not the case this time. No, he's actually feeling a little bit under the weather, so you're stuck with me for the rest of the day. Hopefully he will be back tomorrow. I'm sorry, people in Singapore, and I'm sorry here in Norway. Apologies, friends. You've been doing a great job building up all the chemistry over all of playoffs, but now I'm here to mess it all up. So, T-Gov, tell me about...
Oh, no, not me first, not me,
no,
please.
don't worry, it's brackets. Let's talk about brackets. Is this my camera? Is that my camera?
Brackets.
Let's talk about brackets. I think that's how it works. Or we can talk about the state of the Dota. Yes, we just saw
Pick your
Liquid.
mind.
Okay.
Choose one thing.
We just saw Liquid take down Aster. And we can see how it all happened.
Oh, this is the second worst host I've ever had.
Good. We're setting the bar high. Lizard, you haven't gotten a chance to talk, and I know Too Good regularly stopped you. So here, the floor is yours. Where were we at in the bracket?
Should I even try talking?
I'm not going to cut you off, I promise.
I can actually speak?
Lizard,
amazing.
T clearly wants to say something.
Yeah, we've come a long way to get where we are into the penultimate day with 3 EU teams already. Secret, Tundra, and Liquid waiting in that lower bracket. Secret and Tundra, the upcoming match. You guys have been like both. Wait, actually, it's T-Gov. You've been covering the EU scene, right? So you've seen this matchup many times before.
Yeah, too many times. No, but I think the surprising thing here, at least in regards to the history of Western Europe, Secret has always been 5th place in the region. So they come now to TI, and it's like the top 3. They're playing against the teams that always beat them inside the regions. So there's a lot of kind of redemption required for Secret, at least for how kind of difficult their whole DPC season has been.
Especially since they came all the way from last chance qualifiers. It has been a hell of a journey for 2 out of these 3 teams, but it's not that much of an anomaly for these teams who have taken the longest journey to TI to do well in it. This is all the teams that have come through wildcards, regional qualifiers, and now last chance qualifiers in TI 11. It's not that weird for them to do well. Sheepstick, we basically started the wildcard process come TI4, but it seems like a direct invite does not guarantee you a high placement.
Yeah, that's true. I think a couple of players talked about, going through the open qualifiers. I mean, that's just part of the call. Like OG, didn't they win one of their TIs off the back of that? It's right there, yeah. Like that was probably one of the biggest hype stories ever, and I'm happy to see other teams taking this momentum and just running with it.
It's the momentum, right? It's also the sheer amount of games that you're playing through the LCQ, through the group stages. Like, you get the feel of the meta, and if you have the right players that are very skilled, but perhaps need a little bit of refinement, like Crystalis is. Right. Actually, wasn't it Thompson as well with Monkey King? Right, like the first year, the TI8, it was Thompson with Monkey King as well that came into the scene.
Thompson was a pub star. He was doing Meteor Hammer Invoker and then starts winning a TI afterwards. But it's all these teams put together that had a little bit of unique secret sauce that got them to this point too.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that you have... I completely blanked, won't I, mate? Yeah,
it's my fault.
Yeah, you just asked me the hard questions. I want James back.
Yeah,
nah, it's good. No, I think the main thing for at least, like, let's say Liquid, it's they're playing with their hearts. You know, I think Tundra, they're the team that's calculated. They break everything down, and Secret, they are kind of forged through the fire of having to go through one of the more difficult seasons. So now that we have our top three, we've got passion in one team, technical ability in the next team, and then kind of just Secret's just resilience in the other one. So it's just, yeah, it's an incredible top 3.
Wait. what is Thundra out of those three? They're the technical
team? Yeah, they're nerds. They're the cool nerds of the
They're definitely the nerds.
Yeah, they're the ones that break it down.
I would argue that before them, Liquid were the nerds, right? Like when you imagine Insane,
I agree. I think Thundra are the passion. Like Thundra is the team that works harder. They're more passionate. They care so much. You listen to them talk about Dota. It's like, yes, we spent all hours of the day scrimming, pubbing, talking to each other. Like they live and breathe Dota. Obviously, everyone that gets to this point in the tournament has, but they're very open and vocal about how much they love the game.
Every single one of us that has worked with AUI, with AUI, as an analyst, as a coach, that man lives and breathes Dota.
He's a degenerate, for sure. And
he eats with his bare hands.
Yes, I've witnessed it on multiple occasions. And obviously, Aster no longer in the tournament, but each of these pairings that brought them to success, Tigov. I think that it's a little bit unique how it's not always just the offlane and the carry that's winning these games. It's not always the mid and the support. Each team kind of has their own dynamic.
Yeah, coming into the top four, you know, shout out to my mate Benji, we went through this. We wanted to look through the average kills by 10 minutes from all the top four teams. These stats were based on from yesterday. They haven't taken into account the series we just witnessed. But if you already look here, for example, Liquid averaging 5.71 kills every 10 minutes. Compare that to Aster all the way down at 4.1. The key thing here is look at Secret and Thundra. They're biggest contributors to this kill average. For Secret, support Joe, Zayats and Puppy, the 4 and the 5. They unlock their lanes, they rotate around, they make the map quite big. On the other hand, Thundra, it's the offlane Joe. It is like the world star offlane Saxa and 33. These guys, they are dominating lanes. They are crushing their opponents. And that gives Thundra the ability to enter the game. So we have these top 4 teams, now top 3. But the key on like kind of enablers in the early game, it isn't always just the 4 and the 5 or just the mid lane. It is different from team to team. So that's going to be the big disparity in this matchup, at least Secret and Thundra. Can they shut down this offlane?
And I'm surprised that it's specifically not Resolution and Zayats that are doing the magic, because they were the pairing, I thought.
They were the pairing, right? Like they played in the same team, they come from the same region. But when you think about it, this is probably the team where Puppy feels the most comfortable with since Na'Vi. They're pretty much all Eastern Europeans, right? Like you have Nisha as well, you have Zayats, you have Rezo. But Zayats and Rezo, you can feel the full Davai momentum from them, right? Like they're diving all the time.
I mean, yeah, Rezo and Zayats, it's more about their synergy, their ability to talk to each other and have a good lane. But Rezo's not really the playmaker of the team. He's very much like, they're playing him as the core. You'll see Crystallis moving much more than Rezo in the team, for example, and like you just see people going like gravitating towards Rezo's lane. We're going to gank for Rezo's lane. We're going to make Rezo have a good game. He will stay in his lane and farm, and then only move out of his lane via a TP when there's like a mid tower to push, or there's a Roche down that can be taken. Because this team also plays really nicely around having heroes that can take Roche early with the Slardar carries, the Marcy's, the Tusk, all this stuff.
And we talk about Thundra being a bunch of nerds, but it's a nice argument. But why don't we back it up with a source? What better source to talk on Thundra than Secret's Puppy?
I think Thundra overall have 5 skilled players, and they are a bunch of, I call them cheaters, they're just a bunch of cheaters. They got some cheaty strats, 33 is just gonna come up with some stuff and you're gonna look at it and you're gonna be like, yep, that's cheating. That's just cheating.
They have 2 guys, basically like 9 and 33. They're like kind of unique in a way that what heroes they're playing. Like 9 is playing some Spirit Breaker mid lane.
Thundra using a lot of Zu heroes for Search 3, because that heroes kinda cheesy, because if he plays it and you not counter well, you're gonna lose like in 20 minutes.
In my opinion, in my head, Thundra is still the best team to beat. On top of the fact that they're 5 skilled players, they just kind of like manipulate the game a lot. And that's what Dota really is about. It's about breaking the game. And they do it pretty well.
And they were able to break the game all the way here to the upper bracket final. But they've been here before, T. Stockholm Major, I remember everyone's like, oh, Thundra, Thundra, Thundra. They completely massacred the group stage, come in, and then at the finish line, they kind of stumbled.
Yeah, I think the thing for Thundra is they always have like the smallest hero pools of any team, but they have like the strongest understanding of how they want to play it. Like in the interview, they're mentioning 33's offlane. He's played 6 heroes so far at TI, and they're all kind of the Zooey annoying heroes, the Enigmas, the Visage, the Beastmasters. So if you're against this type of team, if you can do the prep, there's been a 5-day break. You've been able to study everything. This is where Thundra could potentially falter, but They're also so damn good.
I also hope they don't overthink it, because that can sometimes hurt you even more, right? Like, you're overthinking it, you're thinking like, which one of those Zoo heroes should we ban from 33 so that we don't lose 2 games under 30 minutes once again, like in the group stage.
Is it for the Konami for this one, Sheep? You think that they took their time off like Liquid did and won?
Oh, I mean, Thundra, they had the smallest hero pool coming into this final, so maybe they have new heroes. A lot of the players like to talk about bringing new stuff in. It's hard to know, though. I mean, it's not all about the cheese. You know, we got the Doom as well for 33 that he loves and has a lot of success with.
Oh, new hero. Let's go.
All right. You want to see new heroes? Let's see some new players. Let's bring out Thundra Esports. I say Western European though, but I broke up the British panel so I can root on my boy Snake King, doing it for the USA, repping NA, but he's gonna have a hell of a journey to go through as they make their way up the journey, because they are going to face off against Team Secret. How superstitious are you? Because if you believe Puppy's trends throughout the past few TIs, it seems already fated that he should be second place in this one. Win or lose in this game, he may end up in that grand final. But is it his turn to take an Aegis one more time? Will he be able to do it with his teammates that he has brought from the brink of near irrelevancy this year? Secret made 78 DPC points for the entire season. Now they show up here October in Singapore, and they're ready to take it away. Now let's see how they faced off against their opponents. I want to see what Thundra thought about Team Secret.
And Monet here to assist with the damage. Her BKB's already been used, but it doesn't matter. The cleanup from Aster is here. The 5 for nothing. They will take that.
Our first day, I would say, was not too successful. We had a series, series that we really thought we should have won, and we ended up losing them. Nobody really kind of played to their best.
I'm used to sitting alone in my room with the PC, right? No distractions and just focusing on the game, and suddenly there's people screaming, you know, crowd cheering maybe for the opponent, you know, reacting to the plays, and it's just a lot of new stuff being introduced. So I think it's just, you know, getting used to it is the most important thing.
The stress still kind of gets to you sometimes.
First upper bracket game against OG, where I played Slark. During the lane, I fed the first blood.
Oh my! Wow, that was a crucial mistake from Skitter, staying up a little bit too long.
When you're kind of dying on stage, and then the audience is cheering for the opposing team, like you kind of have to kind of mentally block that out, because like if you let that get to you and affect you, you're just gonna be on a downward spiral.
He's got a BKB. Charge from behind. Jump out there. Ooh, this is interesting. Manage gets 2. The most important hero, Oracle, dies first, and Misha's gonna fall too. BTM has already lost his Aegis. Thundra, this charge in from 9 may have just set them up for a fantastic team.
We really gave it everything this year.
And Skeeter is completely uncontested. One by one, he will just knock down these heroes, take away their agility.
And also, I can say, just from individual point, I think every one of our players is like now at the best form they've been in their life. I can say for myself, like this is the best I've played. I feel very confident, and I think it's the same for my teammates. And when these things happen, it's just you know, anything can happen.
This is my first TI, first time on a really big stage. For me, it's all about managing stress. I like playing against EU teams because it makes me feel way more comfortable, because we know them, as you said, you know. So not much of a surprise if you play them. We kind of know what's gonna happen. We all like accumulated so much knowledge over the years, try to learn from all the mistakes. And I think we managed to create like a really good structure. And I feel like we understand how to get to the top, and we are trying to prove it to ourselves and to the world.
Diamonds are formed under pressure, and what higher pressure is there than being in this situation, being in this arena, being in front of this crowd right now? Some of the players on Thundra are no stranger to it, but some of them may not have made it to this point. At least the man standing behind them, AUI 2000, has climbed the mountaintop, and he knows what it takes to get here. And now, Sheepstick, we have to see how these two teams face off. They've done it a million times. This is a classic Western European DPC face-off.
Yeah, and I'm mostly going to be looking towards this mid lane and how these players are able to make moves on the map, because it feels to me like both of them are quite space-creating players. Like even Nisha, when he plays something a little bit more greedy, like a Lina or a Lesh, he either makes space just by, or like makes farm for himself just by killing everyone and having a huge game, or like he'll itemize, he'll get boosted travel on a Lina, he'll make sure he's always able to connect to his team and make moves. He'll go for that ether lens, the less greedy build. Like he is always there to just destroy everyone and build his team up.
Yeah, coming from the European region, I remember Nisha back in alternate attacks. I felt him on my skin. I felt just how difficult it is to play against that guy, because no matter what you do to his lane, no matter what you do to him, eventually he finds farm, and he's just so stable, like you can't break him. He's silent, he doesn't give any interviews, but he brings all that energy into his gameplay.
He's always having an outstanding game, but how does that contrast to Nine, who's going to be facing on the other side of that river too?
Again, I think for Nine, at least within the draft, Thundra always does an exceptional job at just having a really strong foundation in regards to, you already know roughly what 33 is going to play. You kind of know what Skid is going to be going, and it gives Nine a little bit more creativity to kind of lean into his deeper part of the hero pool, and maybe we get to see that today. There has been a 5-day break. I've looked at his pubs. He is playing a couple of the spicier heroes, only a couple games, but I'm not going to spoil it.
Please, don't.
Yeah,
I want to keep these secrets, but I know we watched the previous series, Sheep, and you were very like, oh, nothing's changed. It's the exact same. So did these 5 days, were they just there for people to take some time off?
Well, I think Aster like had a little bit of creativity there, and also we had that Night Stalker. But for the most part, it's like, oh, they're picking Lishrak and Marcy and stuff. But I like what you're saying. Nine does play creative stuff. I think that's cool. He probably might bring something else out, and he makes them work. Like his Tusk, he maxes Ice Shards and Snowball, and then he'll just go and gank somewhere and then farm through the jungle with those two spells back to mid, and like he's always keeping up farm that way.
To hijack Tsunami's question though, like they had 5 days, and Thundra, they're a known team for, maybe...
Say it, Lizard, don't sugarcoat it.
Yeah, they flake at lands, right? Like it gets a little bit difficult. Do you guys think that these 5 days break might have been rough on them?
I actually will go
overthinking and
I'm going to say the opposite.
Okay.
I think that the 5-day break will give them the confidence and kind of the learning requirement to bounce back.
But they were good already.
Yeah, no, but I mean more like, so they were dominating in Stockholm and stuff, right? And then the intensity and the speed, then they fall, right?
Okay.
But now it's like, you win, you get top 3, you take a 5-day break, you get to kind of reassure yourself, this is why we're doing well. Let's maybe think about this at Spice.
Are you telling me they don't go to sleep dreaming about Puppy staring at them from across the stadium every single night?
Player does. Like,
that's true.
I don't know. I feel like I saw people going around saying, "Oh, Liquid, their momentum stopped. How could they possibly win?" And they won. So, does Secret's momentum here count? Like, maybe Thundra don't win here, or maybe they do because they're just very smart players.
Who do you have higher expectations of? Who do you think that you come to this point and they're like, "Oh my God, we're at upper bracket finals TI"? Is this Secret getting rattled?
Coming to this point, at this stage, like in basically the pinnacle of esports in Dota 2, right?
Exactly.
I believe you're looking at Puppy, you're looking at Ian.
Okay.
Like, they must have prepared something really nice for Thundra, because Puppy is that stoic Estonian. He doesn't mess around. He's like, if I'm correct, we win. If I'm not, we lose. And I'm sure that he figured out the correct way to play this series.
Puppy loves ideas. He talks about it. He's like, we don't think this team is better or worse. We think that they have different ideas to us. And these matches at TI, it comes down to who has the better ideas. And they're going to be confident, right? They've figured out Entity. That was one of the roadblocks in their way that forged them into being a better team, through that last chance qualifier. And Thundra, they also talked in an interview in the break about how they think their ideas are the best coming into this final. So I'm super excited to see them put that to the test.
Yeah, and if compare the captains, right? Snaking versus Puppey. So far in their careers, I think Puppey's won 26 games, Snaking's won 25. So in regards to the captaining side...
head-to-head?
Head-to-head.
Okay.
Just player to player. I'm not talking about teams, just purely head-to-head of the captains. And, maybe Snaking, he understands Secret and the Puppey kind of style of play because, statistically, they're pretty even on the captaining side.
Yeah, and I want to see if that experience does play a favor. I do think that the devil-may-care attitude has been very successful. We saw the previous True Sight. Silent, obviously, is a little bit more storied on team spirit, giving those speeches and giving that foundation. But the players, they were just happy to be there. And I can see some of that on both sides, on Thundra and Secret. If they have the strong base, you brought up Crystallis Lizard. This has been a glow-up story for him.
Oh, for sure, it has been. Like when he came into the scene, when I was watching his games, like every single time I open Western European DPC, I see a Monkey King played by Secret, and most of the time they are losing, right? But not only did he grow throughout the LCQ, but in the group stages as well. His hero pool has widened, and the way he plays his heroes, he adjusts to the game. Like Rezo, in so many games, he's the actual carry. Like, he's playing this Marcy on the offlane, he's getting BKB, Blink, Dezo, whatever, like, he's just bashing you. Meanwhile, Crystallis is just there, some Ursa, making space, going in, creating stuff, making things happen for Nisha and Rezo.
Yeah, I am looking forward to seeing how these two styles contrast against one another. Let's see it with the draft. It's game number 1.
Thundra Esports versus Team Secret. Game 1.
Thundra Esports turn to ban. Team Secret's turn to ban.
That's right. Welcome, everybody, to the Singapore Upper Bracket Finals here at TI-11. And it's going to be a very intense series. We've got two Western European juggernauts matching up against each other. Both of them have won 11 games in a row. That's finally going to break open here in this game. I've got SVG, Quinn, as well as Fly, who are going to be joining me for the draft here of this opening game 1. Gentlemen, I want to take with you, Fly. What's your first opening thoughts about this upper bracket final?
So I think this is definitely one of the more exciting matches that we have, because I think these are two very different teams in how they approach the game, how they want to draft, how they want to play the game. So it's going to be a battle of two different concepts. So I think that's something I really want to see, how they play out. How did they come here with all the preparation time they've had?
Yeah, I mean, she talked about the differentiating ideas and like the play styles, like Fly just said, and like the hero pools are just completely different. Neither team even dips into the other team's hero pool at all, as opposed to the OG series against Thundra, where they're trying to steal each other's heroes. It's like this mishmash of stuff. Like, they just pick completely different stuff.
I mean, we already see where the bans, right? Blishrak, Team Spirit have won their last 4 games with this hero. Thundra, I don't think they touched it in forever in the tournament. Same with Doom and CM on the flip side. But I tend to agree, these guys have very different hero pools. They use them in very different ways. I'm kind of curious what Secret chooses to leave in. Obviously, they're chosen to ban this Doom strategy, which I think was one of the underrated strategies Tundra's actually used in this tournament. But again, you're leaving all of those Zoo heroes for 33, and you're also leaving some of Sox's best heroes in the Tiny, the Hoodwink, some of these low CD stun skirmishes. You have to be able to deal with these, and I think in some ways, Secret have to understand where these strategies are going to come and already have the preparation done.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what the pretense behind this Tusk pick is, right? You have, like we said, you have a long break to think about, okay, Thundra likes the Zoo, they like the, the 5-man, this ball, and you open with a Tusk, and you wonder, like, what the idea behind that is.
So we see the Mirana. That's a hero they've been picking, I think, in every last game, pretty much, with a Broodmother first, too. So this is something they definitely prepared. And we see that they keep picking this Mirana. Initially, it was versus heroes like Marcy, so it's a hero that can get away in lane. It's hard for you to kill him. I think it's a similar concept, versus the Tusk. You can get out of shards. And then this Broodmother first too, we saw it earlier today. It did kind of struggle earlier today, so I'm kind of curious to see what Secret's answer is to this Broodmother.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Thundra. They are always going to jam this Netta offlane duo, and they're just going to say, hey, here's our heroes, deal with it. Netta's played this Brood vs. Monkey matchup a million times. I'm sure Crystallis has as well. So it comes down to, hey, we're both okay with this matchup. Let's see which one of us is actually right about how this lane goes.
I do think Secret's one of the teams that's happier than a lot of others taking their carry early this tournament.
Yeah.
Especially for Crystallis. I feel like they're pretty contentious. Okay, what do you want versus the Brood? They already thought about it. Pick the Monkey. They're happy to go into these second phases, getting what they want. This is kind of an awkward opener to me, though. I feel like a lot of times Tundra either goes this Brood Zoo route or they go the Mirana skirmish route, not necessarily together. Like, this opener to me needs some stuns and some lockdown. Otherwise, you're getting kited around in the fights. I feel like especially when you play with Mirana, you generally get that stun setup from your off lane. They're not going to have that option now because I'm pretty sure we're not going to see Brood on any of these other lanes. It's kind of like you need both things to get enabled in the second phase. So Tundra really have to think about what they want to ban here, so when they get to that second phase, something comes out to enable both these together.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you have 9, so you have this counterbalance in that your mid-hero will probably have a stun. 9 almost always plays these random skirmishy heroes, but the bans being on point is very important because if you're picking this melee this melee mid-hero weak laner against Nisha, one of like the best players in the world, insanely high skill, you have to worry about, hey, is this lane gonna be okay if we pick Spirit Breaker mid, and if you can counterpick this, bam, and you know you get slammed. So you have to be really careful about that.
I mean, something else I want to note is that they actually did take the Tusk first pick, which is one of the heroes Tundra has played the most for the mid lane. So we talked about them not really sharing the same hero pool, but Tusk is one hero that Secret plays. You know, usually it's been on Zayak. I think it's only been on Zayak. And it is something that 9 plays. So they are going to try to find something else mid lane that could fulfill that similar role. I think especially with a hero like Broodmother. Like you guys said, it is important to have some kind of stun. You have a Mirana and a Broodmother. They might look at something like Primal Beast for mid lane for 9. What else does this guy play that, you know, could do this for them?
Yeah, I mean, there's the Spirit Burger. He's played like a Void Spirit in the past. A lot of these, you know, sort of unorthodox heroes you don't see super often. I mean, Avery talks about the Brood and Potem being sort of awkward, but I think there can be some sort of similar dynamics with Tusk Monkey King. Generally, when you pick a Tusk first phase, you sort of balance it with some magic damage, maybe a ranged hero to lane with it, and then pick the Monkey King instead because they're getting that response to Brood. So you look at a first phase where both teams have heroes that they want, but maybe the heroes themselves, in terms of the way they interact, is just a bit unusual, which I think adds to like how will things turn out because it's not very common hero pairings.
Yeah, so these bans are a bit telling, right? Because Secret is banning Slark, they're banning Ursa. These are heroes that are good against these melee types of offlaners, so you can kind of see that they're planning something in the next phase already. I don't think these bans have anything to do with the Monkey King necessarily, right? They're kind of planning their second phase because they are first pick. They're gonna have to pick blind. They're gonna get counterpicked. So it's interesting to see. Like this gives us a clue as to what they're up to.
There's also a possibility they just want some beefy hero for Rezo in terms of Tide Hunter. We've seen him played a couple times. That would indicate the Slark Ursa bans like you're talking about, right? And then go. I honestly think this Enigma ban is kind of whatever for me. Yeah. I think when you do this Brood opener, I don't think you care about Enigma. And I think if Secret really wanted that Tusk Enigma, they would have taken it. And I think it's almost like a bait at this point. Because I'm more in line with what you're saying, Tal. Like, they're probably going for something to help deal with the Brood in terms of AoE, that they're afraid of the safe lane, just run at you, beat you down heroes, making the lane matchup too unplayable. I also wouldn't be surprised to just see Hoodwink come out for Tundra out of phase. I think it's their go-to with this Brood. It's like either Hoodwink or Tiny here to get their low CD stun playmaker. And then I think Secret can already think about what is Puppey going to play into that. If you want the big AoE team fighter, you have to think about what that hero's going to do in the Brood lane, because that lane is deadly for a lot of those types of heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra pre-picks this Potem, so Puppey may be less likely to want the Chen. I think the interesting thing about a lot of these bans is they're not really banning like heroes that maybe are like super ideal for the specific situation. They're kind of just like going down the list of, hey, this team likes these heroes, let's ban them, because both teams have a very specific hero pool, and they're like, you know, there's a Kunkka ban, you know, that you wouldn't see that against any other team. You know, there's this like Dirge ban because they play 4 Dirge. There's like, you know, a lot of really specific things like that.
Yeah, so I think we are going to see, I'm expecting something like the Tiny, like SVG said, for Tundra. We're going to see, because this is going to be one of their setups, most likely. And then the whole draft is going to be revealed from Secret side, and Tundra is just going to get to respond. So they're thinking pretty hard about this ban. They're taking a lot of time, because they're going to ban, they're going to pick their hero here. So they banned the Pangolier, another hero that's pretty good against Broodmother. And let's see what they take here. Okay, this is a Tiny.
Yeah, good call, has good synergy. I think heroes they're all very, very comfortable on. Soxa is very, very good at laning on the hero. He'll skill the tree, they'll go in lane, they'll contest every CS. Like, they're not going to give you these denies in CS for free. They're going to fight them. They're going to double last hit. They're going to use this tree. You know, maybe he'll pull some wave by throwing the tree. Like, they have all sorts of shenanigans up their sleeve.
I mean, I now think if you're Puppey, you're just taking that damage dealer. I think your options are like, we've seen Jakiro and Lich played a lot this tournament. I think both be solid. I would like to see a Wyvern, but you'll end up going Disruptor.
that is a good killer for both Broodmother and Mirana. She cannot leap out of the kinetic field. It's also, if you ever get to see Broodmother, you get to glimpse her back and you get to contain her because this hero is very hard to kill otherwise. So it is one of the best Brood killers. And I think this other pick is going to be something along Tidehunter, Mars. Those are what the bans indicated to me. So something that deals with Brood again, because you do have to address this hero. And they go with Magnus, actually. That's a different one.
That's a very interesting choice here. We actually, if we were looking at pub history, Rezo was playing this a bit in pubs over the break. So this could definitely be some mag strat they built and having a good idea going in, like, hey, we're going to get second phase mag, because nobody was going to ban mag going into this game one, right?
I think it's also not out of the question. This is a soft flex. Niche is a player who can play practically any hero in the game. Nine's not a player who picks like super hard lane counter picks, so likely you'll be playing in something that's somewhat playable. Maybe they get some Viper, some sneaky hero last pick that makes Skitter's lane almost impossible.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call, because it is something that Puppy as a captain has always taken a liking to, being able to flex his heroes, whether it's a Monkey King that can go middle or safe lane, in this case the Magnus. They are willing to put supports in either lanes. And we see the response, Naga Siren. Okay, how do you guys like that?
The Skeeter classic, right? Manta Orchid Heart every game, push the tempo, abuse the early team fighting. It's also an arrow setup. You get this sleep and that combo, which is really nice. The lane always feels good because you get the minus armor with the extra Mirana right clicks. Again, I think the more setups you have for this Mirana, it's nice. I think it's also a combo they've abused vision-wise a lot this tournament. Like Naga's pushing in the lanes, making people show, sending illusions in the fight, and then at the same time you have this Pada multi that's hiding your backline. It's super deadly in these team fights. We're talking about a team fight from Secret, which might be predicated around glimpses or big RPs. Suddenly you have illusions going in, and you can't see anybody through the Mirana ult. Makes all of those spells tremendously harder, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the theme of the way these team fights play out is super interesting. Like, depending how the early game goes, there's a world where Team Secret has an impenetrable wall. They're chasing you, you can't run into them because they'll glimpse you back. They have this RP waiting in the wings, a really fat Monkey King. And there's another world where Tundra has all this garbage running at you, and you can't see anything, and they see you, and they kite you, and they poke you, and you have Disruptor playing on the defensive, which is just generally not what you want.
They're basically the zookeepers here. I do think Tundra is definitely going for this vision type of game, right? They're going to push the lanes in, and Secret has to show in order to push the lanes back. They don't have that much nuke right now. And then they're going to play around with this vision. They're going to set up kills on the map. And meanwhile, Secret's just going to want to fight them. Whenever they see them, they can bring numbers. They can just take the team fight. They have a bunch of spells, like strong spells, you know, RP, you have the Disruptor ulti, the Monkey ulti. They have all these team fight spells, and Tundra doesn't. So it's, again, two different approaches, which is what we were expecting going into this. And this Wyvern ban is actually a pretty smart one, I think, because Nine does play Wyvern mid, and this is a fantastic Wyvern game if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that was a really clutch read, honestly.
Yeah, one of the old school mag lineup counters, right? I mean, do you think the lane shove here for Secret is going to be an issue in terms of like Disruptor Tusk? Not the greatest heroes at dealing with these illusions later. They can't really interact with the Brood lanes that are ghost shoving waves. It kind of forces Secret's cores to show here a lot in the game. And then at the same time, you have a support duo that kind of wants to set up kills and make stuff happen. I feel like you're getting split up too much. You're not going to have it. You might fall off with the damage at a certain point.
Yeah, I mean, that's where they could be looking for something like a Zeus, which, you know, maybe helps with the damage, gives them sort of this global presence so they can help deal with the lane some. I think this, you know, sort of sneaky, maybe niche mid-hero you wouldn't think of so much. This type of hero for niche could be very good here.
Sounds
Zeus
like
Tinker, he's...
Yeah, sounds like Tinker to me.
What do you guys think about a Timbersaw for Secret? Could potentially go different lanes. They don't really have any damage for him. They do have a Vessel Buyer and a Mirana, so they can't find an answer. But this Batrider ban is also something that's potentially giving a hint towards Timbersaw. But I do agree, either way, they need a hero that can deal with these illusions, with these summons. Just something that can also connect to the team, ideally. So, you know, you might see a hero like Ember Spirit as well, something like that.
I think anything mobile that can deal with the lane pressure so that other heroes can group a little bit where those spell synergy will shine is going to feel good for Secret here. And like you said, I mean, any of those heroes is right up Nisha's playbook, right? We've seen him dominate the year on a lot of those spellcaster carries.
I mean, you can see Tundra, they're thinking about the Magnus mid potentially as well. They banned the Darks here, so clearly thinking, hey, this Magnus is not guaranteed to the off lane, so you could have some flexibility here. Like, let's keep our mind open about these bans.
All right, clutch call is Timbersaw. Otherwise, I'm going to go with something like Ember Spirit or Storm. That's my call here. Let's see.
I respect the chatting up.
Let's see the Tinker.
Tinker?
Bust it out. I'm down for it.
If they go Tinker, I feel like we'll see an immediate Zeus.
Yeah, that is
the very classic 9 hero, so I'm not feeling the Tinker right now.
It is an extremely good Zeus game for Tundra as well, if depending on what Secret's pick is.
I do really like Zeus for their heroes. It's perfect for how they want to play this map.
Do you think they just steal it here? Like, is Puppy thinking about, hey, if we give him this last pick Zeus, suddenly the global threat with so much lane shove just becomes debilitating?
It's not bad, actually. It's not bad. They don't have that much reach between their heroes. They have the sleep, but other than that... Ember Spirit. Okay, they go for the stable pick.
And it soft blocks the Zeus a little bit, right? At least you're getting some gap close on him. You're going to threaten him a little bit. You can control the runes against him, which is nice.
Early game tempo is quite nice.
All right, Quinn, what is he going to play mid? I feel like this is your wheelhouse. You see an Ember Spirit. Your name is 9 right now.
My name is 9. I mean, I think the Zeus is honestly not that unlikely. I think them having this sort of long range, like if you look at Secret's lineup, it's kind of scary to just straight up run into without abusing this vision, abusing the long range poke. We talked about that being sort of thematically what their lineup wants. If I think about heroes that 9 plays that fit in that wheelhouse, it's the Wyvern, it's the Zeus.
Hoodwink?
Yeah, I mean, even something like a Hoodwink is possible, to be honest.
Talking about long range burst.
I feel like 9 is such a unique player that it's very hard for me to call what he's actually going to play here.
The only other hero I can think of he's played on playoffs, especially with the Mirana, was the Spirit Breaker game that he had.
I think it's pretty tough against Ember Spirit, right, Quinn? I feel like that one's kind of hard.
The game, I mean, you just can never charge him. He just presses W. If his fingers are on the keyboard, then you're not stunning him.
Does he play Huskar? Not even a consideration here.
Does not, I don't think.
Are we okay with Tiny Mid?
There is OD. He's also played a lot of OD.
Just at the tail end of it, Avery locks it in.
I mean, I was thinking, you know, because every time they see this morph, they see this Ember, they're thinking of Hour of Devour. I thought they were going to pick it earlier on in the tournament. He goes Midas, he goes Ags. Suddenly the multiple saves come out in the fight for RP and Static Storm. It's going to chunk through the cores without BKB. Pretty obnoxious pick.
Yeah, fits that style, fits that long range, sort of gives you that damage, that scale, so you aren't all in on this Naga who's playing against a Magnus, who's playing against AoE clear and the Ember and the Monkey empowered. I think it helps their lineup a lot.
Yeah, it's also decent against Disruptor. I'm gonna go with Secret on this one still. I think they have a really solid lineup. I think Thundra has to play a very concept style of game. Like it is their view of Dota, and they have to really make it work this game. But I think Secret has a easier understanding of how they're gonna play this game. They can just brawl. Thundra has to be very smart about which fights they take.
Yeah, I mean, ease of execution is definitely on Secret's side. As the game progresses, this Ember and Monkey with Empower, your Broodmother impact starts to dip a little bit, Naga Illusions start dying. Suddenly you don't have this vision advantage anymore, and you're just terrified of this RP all the time on OD. You can't show, you can't hit, you're just waiting.
So you're both favoring Secret right now, right?
I'm favoring Secret.
I think so, yeah.
Avery, last one on the panel, and I'll just remind everybody, 100% win rate, 9 OD. There have only been 4 games, 3 of them have been Tundra. They've won all of them.
Well, you're convincing me with every stat you throw.
You gonna stick with the stats, Avery?
I think Tundra might take this just because this type of playstyle with the lane shove being super obnoxious on the map, so many summons, so many illusions. You lose one hero, your map starts to crumble. It's so annoying in a game 1 scenario. I think that's when you're the least mentally prepared for it. Like, you think you're gonna deal with it, but then you get halfway through and you're like, a little too many things on the map right now, you know?
And this exactly harkens back to what we said at the start. This is a clash of styles, right? You guys said that Tundra has a very set style. Secret, they need to find a way to counter it. This draft pretty much spells that out, right?
Yeah, very much so. I think this is exactly the type of lineup you want as Secret against Tundra.
All right, Fly, any last thoughts? I mean, what do we need to see from the side of Tundra?
I think Tundra has to do well in their lanes, especially when you got to counterpick their lanes. If their lanes go well, they can slow down the grouping up tempo of Secret.
I'll cut them off if you need me.
They're good to go.
All right, Avery, and the side of Secret?
Don't feed too many kills around the map. Make sure when you take the fights, you drop the hammer on the OD instead of the other way around, and you get the big RP with your BKB timings. Secure Roshan. Make sure you fight around good areas with your vision. Don't get outclassed by that Mirana ulti.
All right, everybody. I know you want to be able to see Secret versus Tundra, but of course, we got to be able to check in with our favorite man on stage. It's Sir Action Slacks with the coach interview.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I am here with Owie 2000. Sir, this is my first chance to catch up with you. You know, your drafts have been called disgusting, cheating. Team Secret said before they got into this that you guys are cheaters with these drafts. Is that how you feel still? Are you guys keeping up with that sick theme?
What?
That's what they said. They said you guys are cheaters because your drafts are so disgusting.
Maybe. I think we're playing heroes that we're comfortable on, and I think this game, like a good vision of the game's supposed to go, and if we execute, then we'll feel really good.
Speaking of heroes that you're good on, my friend, I think we got a 100% win rate on OD very, very fast. Is this going to continue that for you guys?
Hope so.
Okay, well, he hopes so, and we hope for a great game. So let's throw it over to our casters standing by.
Thank you, Slacks. That's right, it's Cap and Avery, in case you forgot, Slacks. But here we are. We got to pause just to be able to catch things up, because we did have this situation where we had the teams kind of walking around while this coach interview was happening. Fortunately, we got this pause. Avery, we were talking about it before this game started. What was the storyline to this upper bracket finals? And for me, you actually said something that I thought was very fitting. You reminded me that Tundra was once upon a time one series away from being able to go to TI 10. They barely missed out on that one.
Very true.
Second chance for them, right? And being able to be here at TI 11, and they've made the most of that chance. They've gone very far through the tournament so far. And Secret, of course, everybody knows about that. There's a huge second chance right there. They had to go through the last chance qualifier. That's the ultimate second chance right there.
That's all you get. After that, there was no other opportunity. They've made the most of it, right? I mean, these two teams, second chances, they still have one in the bag, too. Upper bracket. Makes you feel a little bit more comfortable when you know, hey, if things go wrong, we're still in it. That said, I don't think either of these teams wants to drop down, and they definitely don't want to lose the dominance in terms of the meta, right? Both these teams are trying to define what's going to get them to the finals. If you get there with that definition in place, gives you a bit of an advantage going into those early games, because now you're saying, hey, no one has broken what we're doing. And especially for Tundra, who I feel like has just had one of the more unique styles this tournament. Banking off the Zoo, banking off the lane shove, Outworld Devourer. Who else is playing the mid heroes at 9 is playing at this event? Nobody else. I'll answer for you. This is a team that really wants to keep that momentum going and not have people kind of break that strategy and make them second guess, hey, are these things as strong as we think? Because like I always said, right now, they're just playing what feels good.
I was telling Bruno backstage, I was like, I feel like this game, this series could be just like just a stomp of a 2-0. I don't know which side it's going to be, but I feel like it's definitely two different ideas matching up against each other, and somebody's going to walk away right, and somebody is going to be a little lost mid-series and figuring out what to do.
Definitely possible. This is a make or break situation, and Puppy, the all-time experienced captain, he has made or broken a lot of teams. I wouldn't be surprised to see it go that way. That said, early laning phase, another situation where you have to play versus Tundra offlane, one of the most annoying offlanes in the game. You're always pulling waves, always disrupting the equilibrium. Never seems like you get that 2v2, so Puppy's already doing a little shenanigans with Soxa down here, chasing him down, trying to meet the waves. Of course, this will give solo XP to the other two, but Soxa does not want to run through mid.
And this is kind of what Puppy was talking about when he was saying that they're just kind of like, I like to refer to Tundra, I'm not sure if I would call them dirty cheaters, but I would say dirty and nerdy. That's the combo that I think of when I'm like, what is Tundra? What makes them dirty and nerdy, man? These guys are the guys who break down the game to a science. They know every little mechanical interaction. They know every little dirty thing you can do in lane in order to swing a bad matchup, and you're seeing it right here. And Secret, they also know that, and they have come up with a plan to be able to deal with that. Puppy's trying to, you know, as you said, meet the pulls together.
I mean, you can call it dirty and nerdy. I don't know. If you're in top 3, I call it just good Dota.
Yeah, that's good.
Figure out the mechanics of using better than your opponent. It's one of these things that these guys do the best. And meanwhile, Secret, they're going to have to play with that double melee off lane. So Skeeter is going to have a really good early game. Like, he is going to have very nice timings on his Naga. He's playing into Mag. You have to keep in mind this Tundra lineup, they have a couple save mechanics built in versus the big AoE teamfight that Secret's trying to push down later, right? You have to sleep to counter-initiate, you have the Astrals to counter-initiate. It's a lot of time you can waste for this BKB duration that at some point Crystallis might end up going here and trying to take the Roche fights with, already queuing up Maelstrom, so the more you can deal with the lanes for your supports, the better off Secret's going to feel in this game.
I also feel like the damage on Secret isn't like the fastest in the world. You know, like I could see a very real scenario where Crystallis, maybe give it a first blood, not quite. But just the damage could just be a little bit slow. There goes that save, there goes the song, and you're gonna reset.
Like Secret, when they choose a target in this game and they choose to go on it, you have to commit, and you have to commit hard. And you also have to get out of these lanes. Like, we've seen this Brood just destroy some of these side lanes. 33 is having a pretty good time. He has not had to invest a huge amount in regen. Normally, these super early waves is where Brood can struggle, especially in these core matchups like Monkey that tend to abuse him.
Oh, 9!
It's got a fairy fire.
Just as we showed the stat there of how successful OD has been at TI, and specifically, there it is, the 9 OD. The only other team to try out this hero was Team Spirit, who ran it in the off lane with Collapse. Didn't quite work out for them. It is interesting, though. It's the first time they're going to be playing Dire side OT. Wonder how much that changes.
Quick TP mid.
Yeah, an early rotation that's going to catch 9, perhaps. Oh, no, he ended up on the wrong side of the cliff. 9, I don't know if that was intentional or what. Maybe it was just good old-fashioned luck, but close enough to the cliff there that it puts Giants on the wrong side.
Nice little move. He'll sure it up. Still at Fairy Fire. I'm not sure he goes down. There's just not a huge amount of mana in the tank for Nisha there either way, but I think they're happy to get out of this lane in a pretty good position. Snaking, losing his courier. Not going to be too happy about that one.
Oh, even worse. Our Ember Spirit did not actually get a chance to refill his bottle, so talking about being low on mana, that only gets worse. Looks like Snaking, it's just gonna fall. Resolution. It's way too hard with the 2-2-0 build he's got going on.
Yeah, this is the buff to Shockwave, right? This Mag Hero is pretty strong on lane. Like, he's just chilling here with the ring. Downside of Mirana Naga is you can't pressure super early. So Rezo is just having the time of his life up here. Even CS with Skeeter, first blood gold on top. Even more unstoppable. And him having a good game is really nice because he has the most flexible item choices to some degree. He can go more early utility. If he can go the Vanguard, Arcane Boots, Mech, some of these early items can help them skirmish, accelerate the tempo. And at the same time, he's going to scale his other 2 cores.
Puppy steps a little bit too far forward. Crystal's going to come in, trying to help his buddy out here, but it's not going to be enough. Too much damage from 33 and Soxa. As I believe Puppy thought he was doing a little bit of pulling. 33 is going to take some damage in return. He can jump under the trees and make a go for it. As you can see, Soxa was even trying to cut down trees to make sure Chrysalis gets caught. But ultimately, feels like just pushing the Broodmother out of lane is good enough for him.
Honestly, giving Monkey some solo XP might not be the worst. I don't think Puppy wanted to stay down here too much longer.
That was a close call. You see that? Nine tried to stop Nisha from being able to pass over the bottle over to the Disruptor, but it did go off and he did get that refill.
Every little thing on the main stage adds up. Puppy's lingering around here, maybe trying to secure the vision for this 6-minute rune. They would really like it to go the Ember's way. Since this OD, of course, not one of the bottle mids. So this gives an opening for Nisha to really get these 6-8-minute runes, power up on the map. If it's haste or double damage, he's going to be in heaven.
And he's got 3 mangoes at the bank right now, and he just needs 1 creep to die, and he'll have level 6. And that's where that kill power from the OD, especially as he's been ramping up all those imprisonments. So this is a dangerous situation.
There's 3
Sox is going to cut over that 1 creep. It's going to die right now. He's going to get his level 6. Now they've got the ultimate to drop it if they want to, and there it goes. They kill the Ember Spirit. Now look to be able to chase down Puppy as well. Puppy, with a spiteful last breath, kills the Arcane Rune before he does die, but a successful rotation by Tundra, picking up 2.
Contesting that 6-minute rune, getting the level advantage on OD. Those little lane things matter. And 9 will drop that first hammer, cement this fate. No rune for Nisha. That was one he really would have wanted. We can also see like some of this minor synergy. You're gonna have to care about the Astrals a lot more in this game because every Astral means a free arrow for Snake. In the fights and the skirmishes in the river, we didn't really talk about this OD Potom combo, but it's a classic for a reason.
Uh-oh, Chrysalis. He go a little bit too far forward here. He's trying to get the Jingu stacks up and then be able to swap over, hit the big swing that gets him back up to full, and it's 33 who thought they could challenge the Monkey King. Step to the king, Avery, you best not miss.
Damn straight. That almost pushed him to level 6, so Stahl's having a pretty good time down here in this bottom lane. Like, he is really taking it to the Brood, which is exactly what you want to do. You need to slow down this Brood's level 6 timing as much as possible, because that's when you can start to ignore your core matchup, get into the jungle, cut waves, accelerate the farm, get into that right pack pipe or whatever utility he wants to go. That's what unlocks Tundra's 5-man team fight. If all of that gets slowed down because your Monkey King is killing the Brood early, it means your time to get to this Maggot power ramps up considerably. So Secret, I feel like they're having a pretty good time on lanes here. I mean, this is probably in the upper band of what you would expect or hope for, especially from a Mag lineup.
Talking about that Mag, when you talking about, okay, more time for the Empower to kick in for the Monkey King and the Ember Spirit, do you think that also means that they feel very comfortable going like pretty far into the late game against the Naga Siren because they have these big steroids coming in? Oh, bottom lane, 33. He's going to be kept in place. Not long enough, though, for the Monkey King to get those stacks.
I mean, I think you're always confident going late game with a triple melee core Mag lineup. But like we said, Tundra does have some of the saves utility to play around with it. Nisha
jumps over to his Remnant. Did have enough mana for that one.
That's a DD. They can skirmish around mid.
Yeah.
There's a lot of damage.
Dust is coming in.
Max Slight.
It's dangerous, though. The imprisonment, the self-save underneath tower. They get one last hit. He's going to go for it, Nisha. He wants his kill.
1 second for Slight.
Far enough away, he's out of range, and now they've got the toss up in the air. Oh, into the snowball pickup, dodges the arrow nicely. They are going to be able to get another round Slight. Look at 9. He's creeping in on the side. He's going to come in at the last second to be able to bail out Soxa and get the kill on his Zayas.
Tundra bringing the numbers again to shut down this Ember's momentum. That's a huge rune. We can see the damage coming through. And of course, the whole time that flies out, 9 gets to complete his Midas. Already proccing it. This is the build he is favored on this hero the whole tournament. Midas into that Ags Rush. This is going to be extra attack speed and extra item progression for him.
Here comes that arrow. Ooh, hit the range creep first.
And both teams really trying to play around these mids.
Oh, goodness. Look at that stack. Rezo is going to be huge. No stacks on the side of Tundra, so this is going to be, they're already up a bit in net worth. That'll continue with stacks like these.
And 33 just has to walk out of base here. He's choosing to save his TP. I guess they're going to send him mid. He's tired of going against this Monkey Disruptor kill combo. At the same time, he can't really go against Mag. I don't think he feels great just sitting up there potentially feeding Spiders playing into Vanguard. 33 a little lost this early game. This has been one of the rougher starts for him I feel like I've seen all tournament.
Yeah,
he's jungling with Insatiable. This is not the route of progression you want for your offlane Brood here. He's trying to get to level 6.
No, you're supposed to get, you're supposed to get 6 in lane, and then, you know, you just are able to, even if your lane is hard, you can still jungle so much faster. The fact he has to do it at level 5. Ugh. That's going to feel terrible for him.
It also pushes Soxa more towards these mid skirmishes, which again, we're seeing 10-minute rune.
Holding
Might
the
be
place.
a bit of trouble. Depends how much Secret commits.
Snowball afterwards should be able to keep him in place. The arrow sneaks in from the side. Oh, actually tosses over Zayas at the last second.
Hello.
Tries to block him off, but is going to be caught by the imprisonment. Probably surrounded here. I don't think Secret could do too much to stop this one. Indeed does fall 9 with a killing spree already.
I mean, Secret's got to be happy about both their side laners just getting full farm and solo XP, though. Like, sure, you're winning some of these mid skirmishes a little bit. You're contesting the runes. Ember, he's getting his economy drained a bit. He has some power to catch up. Rezo and Crystallis just having free-for-all in the first 10 minutes here. I mean, like you said, they are going to be big.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Rezo, I feel like he's had 2 different modes this TI, one of which has been like this carry style offlaner who he just is like picking up second most net worth on Team Secret, is just absolutely destroying in the mid to late game. The other mode is where he's just running around with Zayas nonstop. They're just constantly looking for kills. It's definitely going to be the former one, where Rezo's just going to take a lot more time farming in this game.
I mean, he can play carry Mag to a degree. He did opt for the Vanguard, will go Blink. I mean, it's a tri-carry lineup. They're fine going moderately late here, no matter what. And quick smoke from Secret, trying to activate the Strengthless Magnus with the Catapult. Push this Tiny out of here. They don't want to let Tundra just sit up here and leech XP, especially when nobody can defend this tower on their own.
Yeah. If they successfully kill this Tiny cleanly, they can go ahead and take the tower. Get a decent bit of map control, especially since Crystallis is still able to hold his safe lane, no problem. Tundra just really hasn't been able to activate around that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to double man smoke yourself, which is exactly what Tundra is doing.
Found him. Kind of in. Shards, Shockwave, and Soxa. Well, all you can really do is delay the inevitable at this point in time. There is going to be the rotation to bottom, so now we are seeing that activation to the other side of the map. Question is...
Crystallis should read this, though, right?
Yeah.
You know no one's defending top. This Naga's sending illusions mid.
It's so greedy to try and hold your safe lane tower like that one. The arrow's going to come around, but he was already on the trees. An interesting interaction where midway through the air, he got hit by the imprisonment, but managed to land on the trees anyway, and the arrow was off the mark as a result.
I mean, what is an astral prison to a king, Cap?
That's true.
He does not care about your physics. And that's a huge gank dodge, because that kill is the kill that's going to convert on this tier 1, right? Now, he can stay down here. He can play in the trees. Secret can have teleports up to take the fight if they want to, especially with Ember, the mobility on the map. Secret's invading your jungle. This lead can build a decent amount here in the next minutes if Secret make like one more good move. Meanwhile, Puppy's just been soaking the levels mid. I mean, he's 6.5 with Arcane Boots. He is farming up a storm, as Puppy likes to do.
That is true. He's had a very long career, and most of it has been playing sort of a greedier style 5 position. Because he's still, like, you know, you talk about, like, the captains, the old dogs who play 5 positions still, and there's so much talk about, like, oh, well, the strategy and drafting they do. But Puppy, when it just comes down to the play, he's still got it, man. He is still one of the best 5 positions from a mechanical perspective.
Oh, absolutely. He's also one of the best at killing creeps.
Well, that's a mechanic of sorts. Invis, Moonlight Shadow, they're going to be able to set up the toss into arrow combination that catches Nisha looking around in that dire jungle. Tundra reclaimed that bit of real estate, while they're also simultaneously taking the mid tower. Maybe not right now, but the Spiders, they'll eventually do their duty and bring it down. So
this is the downside of Secret support duo. They do not deal with the broodlings. So 33 can have his way in terms of cutting waves, pressuring buildings, forcing Secret Cores to split up. And that's where those moves from Tundra with Moonlight Shadow or the vision they have on the map from Naga makes it a lot easier for those to work. Yeah. This is where Secret have to choose how they play the map, and they have to choose it carefully. If they have more anchor points like this Monkey or Mag they feel are strong, the other way is just group up.
Blink reveal, skewer back, small little distance. They do hit a nice combo onto Zayats here, but they might be able to catch both here with a beautiful static storm. The chains on top, Snake King's gonna get run down. Zoxa does get bailed out though by 9, and that OD hits pretty hard. They don't want to play around him. They want to finish off that support. They do claim it. 33 was kind of hovering around here, isn't able to do much considering the lack of farm that he has. Doesn't really have an item to play with just yet, which is going to be that Wraith Pack build.
Doesn't end up claiming that tier 1 mid with the Broodlings on the back end.
That's nice.
It steals the rune from Nisha, so getting a little extra damage in. Of course, that with the Mag Blink reveal, maybe not the best target Secret wanted there. They would have really liked to just RP this OD and take the fight without that save. That's going to be a big consideration as well, right? When Rezo blinks in, you have to keep track of the Astrals. You have to keep track of this Nagasol. Because you get turned around on all of a sudden, maybe your static storm's gone, maybe you expended some remnants in that RP. Fight's looking a little worse, right? Yeah. Wukong as well. There's a lot of static spells that Secret can drop in these team fights. It gets reset. You have to rethink matters a lot. So when Rezo wants to fight, kind of the big key here.
Zayats, ooh, nice sidestep there. Instantly read the where a ward was going to be, and he actually picks up the last hit before Snake King can get the deny.
Secret baiting this bottom. Rezo pre-TPing. Stalls might get aggressive here. He has Maelstrom online already.
Hit him with the stun first, follow up snowball, just 100-0, nice and easy. And now Tundra, this little push that they were looking for, it's immediately denied.
Secret is doing a very nice job of holding their map. They're not building a huge advantage, but it's hard to do versus Naga Brood, who are just going to excavate the lanes no matter what.
Yeah.
The one advantage they're building is some of this XP, right? You look at Rezo, he's level 12. Compare this to some of the Tundra cores. Skeeter just got 10. The Brood was suffering for a while, still only 9.5. So Secret does have a decent level advantage here, especially on their Monkey and on their Magnus. And here's another smoke looking to use the Magnus' strength right now. Convert it into some map control.
Yeah, they've cleared out that bottom right-hand side of the map. Now they're going to sweep through the map and try and catch somebody at the very opposite ends. The problem is this Naga Siren's pushing in so aggressively. It's no heroes are showing on the map. Tundra's just playing safe.
This is going to be the name of the game. Like, if you can get these smokes to land, they're crazy valuable, but good luck, right? How are you ever going to catch anything in this map when Tundra can always just force you to show? Now you showed Rezo back on his own. Here's the setup.
Risen into arrow, Snake King perfectly on point there, and before the Mag even wakes up from that stun, he is dead. Also look for that, we've got a Blink Dagger Tiny now on the loose for the side of Tundra, so this just increases the kill power when they do split Secret up, when they do force them to show on these side lanes. This individual kill power of Tiny and Mirana, or the OD Mirana, whatever it is, it's going to be scary, especially for Chrysalis, who keeps on trying to hold this safe lane and doing so successfully. Honestly, I mean, he is known as a Monkey King expert, and he's showing why. The fact that he's been so wily, staying away from Tundra this entire time.
Have to tank the smoke.
But the Coyote might have just finally... Oh, that rotation was close. Chrysalis, once again, hypes away to the trees.
Like you said, Blink Tiny here. Can also blink and eat his tree.
Does catch Snake King, thinking about the Wukong's man. Now, this is a little bit of a stretch. Chrysalis really trying hard for this one. The rest of his team not quite there. Snake King is going to be caught. No leaps in hand. And they do get the glimpse backwards here with a snowball on top of that one. 2 pickups. Very valuable for Secret. Those are 2 big killers on the map. So now Secret, they could split up probably pretty aggressively here and try and push in the waves.
That was the one spot Secret wanted to bring everybody because it's where all their vision is. They don't have much vision on any of this top portion where Skeeter has just been constantly pushing his lane, stealing triangle farm. 33's in their jungle, scouting now with Broodlings. The vision is always going to be a constant battle for Secret, so they really have to maximize what they get out of it. And that just means bringing the numbers. Every time you bring the numbers, if Tundra get out without losses, they're super happy. They lose a couple heroes there, it means you're probably losing an objective. Secret get the most out of that play, and it's going to push this Monkey King up to BKB, 200 gold. It's a very big item for him. It means he can commit in the fight. Your Astrals don't control him as much anymore. Can't just arrow him.
It's also great for split pushing, right? Like,
Yep.
he can deal with the split pushing because now if he gets imprisonment, okay, I'm just going to pop BKB if they try and arrow me. So
every item that helps him stay out on the map independently is going to be amazing for Secret here. This is going to be Ags done on Outworld Devour, I believe. So this is a big power spike for Tundra. They also have Orchid on this Naga. You're not ready. If you get Orchided out on one of these cores, Nisha is not close to BKB. He's still 1,000 off. Tundra really want a big core kill into Roshan here.
Oh yeah, getting a pick off on Nisha would definitely be the most amazing opportunity for Tundra.
Look at Secret group though.
Yeah, the Spider crawling all over the map. This is one of the advantages of the Brood Mother. You feed away a little bit of gold and experience, but what you gain out of it, the vision, what you see, that information is very much worth the exchange.
Sometimes what you don't see, that scan clipped them on Roche, so Secret thinks they're roaching right now, and nobody's home.
Yep, it's gonna break. Staking. Is he gonna be able to leap away successfully in time? All 3 leap charges used to get out of town. Resolution not going to be able to find that opening with Blink Dagger. So
Secret's going to think about this tier 1 mid. They're also going to think about Roche here. Remember, their Roche teamfight is absolutely insane as long as you don't get Song.
that is a very good point. They've got all this good AoE, like area control team fight between the Static Storm and the RP, the Wukong's command, but it all goes away if you get Songed at the wrong time.
But I feel like you man up for it here if you have the Ember BKB. Yeah, they're 200 off this. Might be why they're hesitating a little. I think if you had that BKB plus the Monkey BKB, that contest is just not there for Tundra. You just BKB up near the end of Roche. Forgo any type of Song contest, and you're super happy committing for this objective. Nisha's gonna go bottom, try and deal with the split push, which is always gonna be a nuisance. Deny? He'll take it as well.
Very nicely played, but does he get out?
Mirana ults.
Oh, here it comes.
Orchid as well.
He has an illusion root, so they know about this. They can't just Orchid him straight up. They've got to be able to find a way for him to be able to pop that and then catch him afterwards. But Nisha, he held and held and held. He's like, I'm not popping this. I bet the only reason he went to that bottom lane was because of that power root.
Definitely that deep, yeah. He would have been out of there way sooner.
Yeah.
Have that. Saves his life from the shadows, quite literally. And that'll push him to his BKB. I think Secret is now a lot more confident to force Roshan, and as we see straight into the pit, they have max tag team out on this Tuskar, so this is going to drop pretty fast. Tundra do have an option to contest here. Remember, they have pretty much everything up, and they have this Ray Pact on Brood. But it's going to be a little too hard to push through this middle lane. That'll be an objective for Secret, and a big one.
Wow. I'm very surprised they're giving this up with the Naga Siren on their team. But at the same time, if they contested and lost, I feel like that would be the beginning of a Secret would just take a huge lead at that point in time, right? You would get map control.
Yeah, absolutely disaster.
Yeah.
I just think it's not even a favorable fight for them right now.
Fair.
Like at the point where both those cores get BKB off, now you have to fight into Wukong, you have to fight into an RP. Rezo can stay super far back. He went 4-staff Blink, so his catch range and initiation range went up a lot. This 4-staff can also help save people from an arrow combo, right? As long as they're facing the right way, force them a little deeper, it forces Tundra to commit with you. That sets up for your AoE turnaround a lot. This is the part where I feel like Secret's a lot stronger as long as they can connect, and
Smoke out of the pit.
Connects.
Cut across the map. Does manage to get the Tiny here. 3-man Avalanche is going to buy him a bit more time. Actually gets the other side of the shards. There is going to be the snowball that chases him down. So they're only going to get the one, which Tundra is probably accepting of a smoke for a forward position. Not too bad.
They'll take it. You do have to think about how much of the map you're giving up here.
That's true.
Again, your Naga and Brood can like split push these lanes out, but you're losing on the XP advantage every time you make this trade. And at some point you have to win that fight. And the more of those you give up, the harder that XP hill is to climb. I'm serious, look at these levels. You have a level 11, level 12 cores compared to level 14 or 15. It's already a significant gap. That means another level of talents, some more goal on the map.
Do you feel like that's something that is more valuable than it has been in previous patches? Because nice catch there.
Just found him.
What a beautiful skewer. Saksa was looking for a toss back there, couldn't quite get it, and looks like they're just going to be maybe not. Nine walking out of the Wukong's man. He gets glimpsed back though, and now he dies. Now they actually get the slight chains onto 33 as well with the double BKB pop and the Static Storm on top of that. That one's going to be 2 cores dead on the side of Tundra. Nisha. With the last remnant, it's a BKB hunting for even more heroes, but Saksa said, you wanted me? I jumps in, doesn't quite finish him off. The snowball save gets him away. A skewer back almost catches Snaking, but he managed to leap out. The glimpse doesn't pull him back far enough either, so Saksa daring to dive in like that was a bold move. Almost got the kill on Science, but instead ends in his own feudal.
More advantage going Secret's way in these 5-on-5s. Just doesn't feel like Tundra can take the full mana fight. Of course, Odie getting caught is worst case scenario, right? Anytime they can displace him, take the fight around the fact that Odie has to Astral himself, they're going to be super happy to do so. And of course, that glimpse, you got to think about it here. Like, this is a very powerful tool in this game to just keep Tundra heroes where Secret wants them. You can save your buddy, but what happens after the saves are gone?
Yeah. I mean, it's such a great, like, win more kind of spell, right? Yep. They win this initial part of the engagement where they get 9 out of the way. And once it's forced, Tundra is like, we can't fight back, we have to retreat. That glimpse becomes probably one of the best support tools in the game.
And I really like how Secret's itemized this game. Like, they are not being too greedy on a lot of their heroes. Rezo went the Vanguard Force Staff so he can bail somebody out.
Okay.
Puppy's just going the Lotus. That's going to help deal with the Naga Orchid and the net for Ember, right?
Oh,
this is
yeah.
an item built for the Ember Spirit to help Nisha in the fight. And of course, you have Tuskar who now gets his Blink, so you have Blink Snowball save online as well. These are 3 really powerful tools for Secret to reset those arrow combos. If the arrow combos aren't landing, your next best bet is these tossbacks to try and displace the fight yourself, right? Throw people into the OD hits, into the Naga illusions. You abuse the vision to a maximum.
Sounds like right now the supports have to do a lot of heavy lifting on the side of Tundra, and even then can be countered. We'll see what they can do, though. Tundra are going to go for a 5-man smoke. This is, I feel like we haven't seen them do this in maybe the whole game.
Now they might find this Zaya's Tusk, and they will.
Yeah, they will. They're going to toss him over to the side here into the Orchid. Now, Puppy shows up. He actually
ran in.
Going into this one. The Static Storm goes out. The Wukong's man on top of that one. They're going to chain it with the stun from Chrysalis. Make sure that the Mirana can't get away. Nice imprisonment save. The 5 position's going to come back. The statues and the slight. Make sure he stays down.
It's another toss back here if Tundra want to think about it. Oh, Rezo is going to displace it first, though.
Yeah, there goes the toss over to the side. So both the repositioning spells being used here by an RP, locking out the 2 of them. The OD ultimate was dropping on BKBs. Nisha, they're going to fight it out with Chrysalis. So the song isn't going to be enough for Skeeter unless, there it is, the imprisonment with the song on top of that one. Now with the BKBs failing out, can Secret continue this fight, or Tundra, are they going to be able to be the ones to catch over hero after hero? A glimpse back, not going to do enough, though, as it's going to be Nisha caught by the Orchid, drained of everything he has, including his life. They may have had the Aegis on Team Secret, but it's Tundra who come out the victors in that well-played team fight.
Oh, these long team fights are going to be Secret's bane in this game because these Astrals add up. They're just out of mana by the time that fight is done. You look at that Ember's mana pool and the death pool, it's 580. You got nothing left to do anything by the time this fight progresses past that song. Just an awkward initiation too, right? Both Secret supports pretty much taken out at the start to some degree. Puppy has to drop the full kit. Just look how much this Mirana death gets stalled. Was a snaking by, but now we're getting more player arrow.
Static Storm trying to protect him, but it looks like with the imprisonment, it's probably going to be enough. Now, Doxa's life is going to get traded out 1 for 1, but they do have the ensnare on the Monkey King here, and he doesn't have his BKB, not for another 20 seconds. He's in big time trouble. They do manage to get the skewer back onto 9, but without the Monkey King, do they have anything to take advantage of this one? They do have the Ember Spirit coming in hot. 9, he needs to get out of here, but this damn kinetic field would lock him in place. Nisha goes for the kill, and Nisha will claim it. Shockwave managed to finish him up the end. Now with the BKB, he's going to challenge Skeeter. Doesn't really have the damage against the Naga Siren, so we won't find a secondary kill during that BKB timing. They did cost Secret a buyback there from the Disruptor.
Expensive. You can see how chaotic these fights can become very fast for Secret. They want to take the more organized 5-on-5 engagements where they get their big spells off and kill it core. The second these Astrals starts coming out, Lotus Astrals, arrows flying through on top of summons, on top of illusions, on top of broodlings. It's too much gunk to keep track of. And at that point, especially if your BKBs are out, the fight just becomes a nightmare.
I like this pickup. Staking, grabbing the gem. Now that Tundra have kind of gotten back some of that map control away from Secret, they can start taking down some of these wards. Map goes dark for Secret. It becomes even harder to deal with these kind of split push lineups, right? When you don't have the vision.
Becomes harder to team fight too. Like, Secret's a bit reliant on the jumps at this point, I think. It's about who they initiate on, how they anchor that engagement. Ideally, it's OD every time. Trying to
the game, but it's not dead even more. No BKB on the Ember Spirit. Gets caught by the Moonlight Shadow rotation of Tundra.
This map is just way too hard to play. Like, Secret need to do something to regain some vision control, regain some lane control. It's not necessarily going to get easier for them in the next 10 minutes here. Again, there's just so much ghost push happening on the map. You have Naga Illusions cutting top, Broodlings cutting bottom. Tundra can group, Tundra can pick you off and not have to show that much to do it. Another toss back mid on this mag. Getting forced out.
Prisman reset here. Puppy. That's going to be a dieback on him. That's why he's kind of dropping everything. Ultimately, you're going to be dead for a solid 60, 70 seconds. You might as well throw all your spells out there.
It's the same cooldown.
It
No
really
loss.
is.
You are giving some extra mana away. Pumping up the OD a little bit.
Tower is under attack.
Picking up a lot of momentum now on the Tundra side, a 4,000 net worth lead, and they're the ones now assaulting buildings. And I think that's such a scary part of these split push lineups when they start getting on your side of the map. It becomes harder and harder to get it all back, right? You feel like you're constantly, oh, now this lane's being pushed in. Now our tier 2 is falling, the tier 3 is exposed.
This is the Tundra playbook.
Yeah.
This is what you have to be ready for in this tournament. I think Secret's idea is we get this mag lineup, we have a bunch of cores, you can shove out the lanes, scale really well, take the late game fights. You can't get there, it's a problem though, and yeah, who's Titan Sliver?
Yeah, who left that behind?
Somebody has a regret in the jungle.
Let's see, let's check out the Tundra side. Oh, there it is, it was the Tundra. All right, well, that's a freebie for Secret. Oh, look at that.
They don't want it.
Or maybe don't look at that.
They don't want any handouts, Cap.
Want to win this game fair and square.
That's damn right. I mean, the alpha move is you pick that up and you give it back to him. That's the next level play.
Under attack.
Imagine if you win the game on top of that, ultimate mental damage being done.
I mean, that is something Puppy would do. I want to beat you at full strength.
Next Roshan, that's going to be so crucial, right? I mean, you have gone on this entire, yay, Rezo finds it in the end. Hey, look, there's the Titan Sliver.
I've never heard such a resounding cheer for a neutral item in my life.
It's going to pass it over to the Monkey King, so that's a pretty significant not only damage buff, but also the status resistance could be
very nice.
Very crucial.
Roche does spawn here, but the biggest question is you need lanes out to be able to deal with it, right? I don't think you can just go in the pit and force it like you did last time if you're Secret. Maybe Tundra sleeping, but I wouldn't bank on it. They always have that sleep up, so you're gonna have to find a way to deal with these lanes. It comes down to this Ember just reading the map super well. There's a limit to that. When you have Moonlight Shadow, when you have all the vision Tundra has,
yeah,
it's just too much weight for Nisha to do it all. Now you're forced in a position where you gotta win the 5-on-5 clash. Tundra doesn't have to force it here either. They do have a Hex on Brood. This is an absolutely nasty item if he gets the initiation with it. Might be something Secret does not expect and does not BKB preemptively for.
They throw an illusion up into the triangle area, trying to get some information. Secret is smoked up, though. And so Tundra, they start moving north. They think, okay, maybe they're up here somewhere. Not actually the case.
You've got to find this OD or you've got to skewer one of these cores back pretty deep and then just triple BKB man up.
So you think of the state of team fights, it's much easier for Tundra to win, and it's Secret who have this, like, the onus is on them. There's this one play they have to do in order to win a fight.
I think Tundra's super comfortable in this game state. I mean, they're also Dire. They can abuse buybacks on the Dire outpost for this Roche fight.
Oh yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of things going their way right now. It's just so hard for Secret to make a move without Tundra knowing it and without knowing where they're coming from. They also have bailout tools. They can use support buybacks on the front line. They can use the tossback. They can use a Force Staff. The initiation is not guaranteed to go Secret way. You might just get hexed when you blink in. You might get Astral. Enough. You have to worry about them potentially just forcing it as well if you don't have vision. The Glimpse checking the Naga status. It will be real.
Yep. Of course, what you're referencing there is illusions. They do get one shot by Glimpse, so if you hit an illusion, just instantly pops. Problem is, there's so many of them.
Puppy doesn't mind doing a little illusion farming in the downtime.
Not bad.
I think Tundra's contemplating whether they want to just invade this triangle, but it's pretty much the only way Secret wins a fight at this point, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if they're just chipping away at the mid-tier 2, there's really no rush to go into that triangle,
there isn't.
right? You could just force them to bottom eventually.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to force in this game. And so we see Rezo, he's trying to look for anything.
You don't know what mix-up of button clicks that one was, but he force staffed and horn tossed, but didn't blink forward.
Soxa, think about blind jumping. Cutting his way through.
He's gonna find Science and toss him back over to the side. Nation's immediately gonna try and take advantage of this. They do manage to get off the snowball, and they're gone on top of the OD. That's all important, but he has the imprisonment. He's gonna come back into Chrysalis with the stun, but he blinked away just before the stun could have hit. And that is so much of the team fight on the side of Secret now. Tundra is going to continue to retreat, though, instantly the side forward onto the Magnus. He tried to go forward, but he had an Aeon Disc as well, so he's going to be okay. And that hammer did absolutely nothing to him, but it did almost finish off the toss. The Ember Spear is stuck inside the ensnare with no BKB. He will die, overextending. Now Nine goes in deep, though, with the RP. They land exactly what they needed there to turn the fight. 2 cores going down on the side, now with a buyback on sides. They're going to finish off Zoc, so he gets tossed over, maybe snaking low, beaten down. Chrysalis versus Skeeter, a one-on-one carry matchup where Skeeter has the health advantage, and he's got the ensnare, he's got the illusions, he drowns the Monkey King, and now Nine comes back into play as well for the +1. Rezo for Staff Skewer on away. They're trying to catch him, but Nine so close to be able to get off that extra imprisonment, but the blink goes first. Ultimately, Tundra walk away the victors.
I mean, honestly, it's not the worst outcome considering that Wukong stun completely whiffed on that OD. I thought that fight was going to be way more hard. And of course, you force this OD buyback. So that's a huge deal for Secret here. You're going to lose the Roche, but this Roche was just... I don't think it was in the cards at this point in the game anyway. You're going to have to kind of wait out this Naga's timings, go ultra late, abuse buybacks in a 50-minute plus situation here. That is the key to victory for Secret. Right now, Tundra, they're going to have free reign on the map. OD buyback, but he gets the Aegis.
So just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, you think even though they got Roshan on the side of Tundra, the fact that they were already so far ahead in your head, that team fight was kind of a win for Secret? Just the fact that, as you said,
I mean, I'm not going to call it a win. You know? It doesn't
a draw,
feel good.
maybe?
But just considering how that fight started and how hard it is for Secret to find these initiations, I mean, we see here, Tundra's completely reset, right? Yeah. Even on this second go, Rezo just gets insta-hex. These jumps are just very hard. Nisha tries to commit in, but at this point, again, your BKB is gone. You have no backup dispel. Yeah. The team fights become near impossible at this point. So the fact you got an OD buyback out of missing a Wukong stun is pretty good in my book.
Yeah, it's fair enough. And it's all thanks to Resolution being able to hit that RP. And perhaps a little overextension there from Nine, but ultimately he had the buyback, was able to use it to secure Roshan, and has the Aegis now for the next 4 minutes.
You were talking about that hammer doing nothing. Something I've just been laughing over in this game is Nine's been running around with this Eye of the Vizier.
Yes, the minus 15% max mana. That's how much value he puts on cast range.
He's just playing for the Astrals. Yeah, I don't need a high mana pool, you know? I'll make it up with the saves, make it up with the dispels. Of course, you get mana from the Astral, so...
I mean, he's probably jealous of Puppy. Puppy's sitting there rocking a psychic headband. He's like, that's the cast range item that OD really wants.
This is the future of Dota, where ODs lower their own mana pool for the dub. I mean, it's also Tundra's game plan for the fights, right? They don't need to burst somebody. They don't need to take some super short-oriented fight. They just need to play it long, get a huge amount of rounds of spells off.
Both the supports getting caught here. It's Puppy who's going to be run down. Looks like the Tusk maybe got away. He did. Well, he almost did. Well, Resolution's going to be found. Uh-oh. Now he's got Skew and he's got Aeon Disc. So let's see how far away he gets here. Is there an opportunity for him to be able to link away during this Aeon Disc, or no? Hit by the arrow. Oh, he still gets it off. That status resistance lasted just long enough. He bogs him and TP's out. What an escape from Rezo. Twice now, the Aeon Disc that he picked up comes in clutch.
Absolutely clutch. Doing a little tree work as well. Never hurt anybody. Yep. That's a lot of time. And every time Secret buys some time, it means they can get another lane out. Give him some remnant of map control and vision. They're pretty much stuck in the base at this point. Of course, I don't think they have any inclination of fighting this Aegis too much.
No, absolutely not.
And Tundra's caught up in the levels. They've caught up in the items. Skeeter is super far ahead in this game. 30k net worth. Opted for Bloodthorn, Butterfly, and BKB. This is like a man fight build, right?
Yes.
This is a build where he just wants to run in man fight Secret cores. You're not going to be able to out right click me. Yeah, that Aeon Disc status
able to get away.
Doing the work.
Backing live, we have the RP that lands onto the Naga side, but he's so damn tanky. They need to be able to 100% him there, but they've got the imprisonment plus the shard. So he's going to be able to walk it off, all thanks to that Roshan pickup. What a Gleipnir, though. Locking out a bunch of heroes. They also got on top of it. Once again, the OD, they're just walking away from this one thanks to that imprisonment save. They jump back over 33, who look to be able to finish off Puppy, has an Aeon Disc, and now the song reset comes in. Tundra, they built up these imprisonments. Nine's in the position. Arrow goes out. BKB from Chrysalis. Takes that one down. Secret on full retreat here. Are they all going to get away from this one? Tundra, do they have anything left? Nisha, he barely got away. Glimpse back, goes around. They have the Lotus Orb to deal with the silence. That part is so hard. I love the Lotus Orb from Puppey, but it's so hard for him to be around this Ember Spirit all the time. Toss away.
Another good
Skewer back at the same time. The slight and jump away from Nisha. Saksa thought he had an opportunity to trade his life for a big core, but Nisha's Ember Spirit is just too elusive.
No more tosses for you. Rezel's getting fed up with these tossbacks, man. He is the ultimate displacer in this game. And these fights, they just go long. Gotta save those BKBs. I was surprised Cristal still had his arrow at the end. I thought it was going to be expelled for sure. Was very patient here from Seeker, and of course the tactical retreat. Not losing anybody in all of that?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I mean, even Puppey was on like 10 or 20 HP there to brutally to the back. Managed just to walk it off. Fluffy hat. Sometimes the 40-minute Fluffy hat comes in pretty handy.
Yeah. Don't take away that hat. Took it straight from Zions, probably.
These Astrals are going to be a problem. Like, Puppey's building towards Ags, but of course, OD Astral doesn't care too much about the Ags unless you're catching him in it, right?
Yeah. It's true, which you kind of need to. Ooh, it's a two-man skewer. Do they have any sons to follow it up? There's the RP. Right in front of the tier 3 with the static storm on top of that one. The imprisonments, once again, the BKB is going to go out from Skeeter, and he gets the song up. Once again, they find this beautiful initiation, but Skeeter's Naga Siren is too tanky. He doesn't die fast, and we talked about that problem 30 minutes ago. They do not have the ability to burst down heroes, in which case 9 is always able to take his time getting the imprisonment saves.
They just need more damage in order to convert on these finds, because they're finding them. They found the real Naga multiple times now. Like you said, just not enough damage to kill him. There's going to be an Astral save. There's going to be a song follow-up. At that point, he just walks it off. Initiation's so difficult. Now you're getting turned on. Bloodthorn going to work here, shredding Zayas.
Definitely no shortage of damage on the Tundra side. You have that Bloodthorn.
I mean, you've got to be able to check the OD on these other initiations or find him. You have to do both things at once, right?
Yeah.
Finding the Naga, finding the Brood, that's great, but if they can just walk it off every time, Tundra's not losing too much on these goes. You are heading into very late game territory.
So who are you assigning, like, who has what duty? Do you assign Rezo, like, you just look for any good initiation, and then what, Chrysalis, you try and jump onto the OD, or what's the play here?
I'm not sure, it's not easy. Depends who thinks they have
Oh, nice
damage.
Force Staff! Cuts the king down from his perch here.
Does have BKB if he can get it off.
He does have BKB, but he may not have an opportunity. Imprisonment at the last second. He's got some regen coming in. He's going to survive through this and get off the BKB.
Well.
Throws out the sun, a huge heal with the Satanic. Now the Wukong's command. The imprisonment once again. The Song of Siren.
Doesn't want to.
He needs to be able to jump out, but they're going to go back in. Do they find him? He's a tree right there. He's right there. He didn't find him. They hit him. He's not going to be able to jump onto the trees. He's still inside the Wukong's command, but Skeeter doesn't care. He's got his illusions. He's got his whole crew signing up for duty to bring down the Chrysalis Monkey King, and he's dead for 80 seconds. A huge opportunity now for Tundra to perhaps break open that high ground.
No buyback for 150 gold.
Oh, they don't know that, though.
I don't think they have much interest in going high ground. I think they have interest in taking over the map. Getting even more farmer and their supports who are reaping the biggest benefit out of all this. I mean, hell, Snaking's level 20 on this Mirana, basically, with full Aeon disc. Even these supports are becoming very difficult to kill.
Avalanche, toss, arrow coming in. No.
Just sending the message.
Yeah, just keeping them up. You can't push out these lanes too far. Meanwhile, spiders, illusions, the whole zoo is here to play.
Soxa's building an Aeon disc of his own. I don't know how you kill this Tundra backline. It seems impossible. You pretty much have to find a good core, have to find the Skewer RP, lock down Odie with this Static Storm. Maybe this Disruptor Ags is the key to making something happen here.
Careful, Magnus from the bottom.
1 HP, guys. Make sure he dies.
There's a panic.
Reset.
Yeah, healing.
I think he's left, guys. I think he's here.
He's up on. They're running.
Nice one.
You can see very calm, clear communication from Tundra. I'm sure they feel very comfortable in this game. I mean, you said it. They felt comfortable like 15 minutes ago. Now, with a 19,000 net worth lead and closing in on Secret bit by bit, they are tightening the noose.
They just see everything. What's there not to be comfortable with, right? You know where Secret are at all times. You have control over where the fights take place and how the initiations go for the most part. Secret pretty much are only going to get the jump if they smoke out, plant a ward, and just see everything off it. Now you just get Roshan here. Absolutely no contest in the books if you're Secret.
It's going to be Refresher Shard. Do you think they had a preference there? Aghanims or Refresher Shard?
Honestly, maybe your Refresher here. I mean, you already have like tags on the heroes you want it, right?
Sure.
Even this Naga has one, so...
In which case now we can drop double Sandy's Eclipse. I mean, we could get 4 imprisonments pretty easily. I mean,
double Hex.
You could hit a 4-man RP on the side of Resolution. It may not do anything if 9's not in it.
It will do absolutely nothing. He'll just drop the double hammer, double Hex. He's going to turn the fight around again, so you have to find the angle. Nice skewer.
Away! It's a long one. Snake King blocked by the kinetic field, actually, but the second one gets around it, and on the side, we're going to see Puppy pay for that kinetic field. Perhaps the Spiders look to be able to chase him down, and the hammer gets dropped. 9 turns around, imprisonment, refresh, a second support goes down. Rezo looks to try and blink forward there and get the skewer back. Meanwhile, we see Nisha. He's forced to bomb his BKB, the Bloodthorn. Managed to get that one out of him. They've used kind of everything they have on the side of Secret. They're going to have to full out retreat. They may just have to give up a full lane of barracks.
This game is looking rough. There's just not enough damage in the tank. I think even at this point, if you land everything on this Naga and he doesn't Astral, doesn't matter. He still has Aegis. He still has the Butterfly Evasion. Just not cutting through enough of this. You need really deep skewers.
Though, the skewers are always an opportunity. 9 in turn throws out the imprisonments. They cannot seem to be able to lock down these 1 heroes because 9 is always there to be able to get the save. They have that buyback though on the Disruptor. They need to make it worth something here. They get the glimpse back, but again, the Astrals, the imprisonments, they keep on going down. And this is still the first life. Soxy with the toss over on Nisha. He doesn't have BKB. He's caught at the side. And now the song, wake him back up. And there's the second side. Wait, in the vulnerability over and over again, but he couldn't get away. He does have a buyback. They're going to try and get the die back on the Puppy here. Lotus Orb bouncing back some spells. Another skewer over the side through the kinetic field. They caught 9. They hit him with the stun. The fight there, and he's dead. All important. Finally, the OD is the one that gets caught in the initiation for Resolution, gets caught in the trap. And now the rest of Tundra, there is no song. There is no imprisonment.
OD by.
OD coming back. Uh-oh. They cannot afford this Nagasarma to die. He pops him in. The nice dodge there on the stun. The arrow coming in. Goes wide. He's focusing on Resolution. He does not want to get skewered any longer. The BKB is going to wear out soon. They've gotten on top of 9. Well, it's maybe just the Tuts who's gotten on top of 9. Nisha has the second round of the BKB. There goes the imprisonment. Chrysalis. And they follow up off of this one side. Oh, that skewer is off the mark. He blinks away first. And that, without being able to catch 9, so much of their extension here on Secret is being ruined. Again and again, the imprisoment's going down. Nisha throwing out the damage, just managed to jump back to his remnant. If they can reset here, ultimately, they still got a buyback out of 9. There is still a buyback on Skater, but both 9 and 33 use theirs in a losing game. That is a glimmer of hope, Avery.
That is more than a glimmer. That is like best case scenario. You're fighting Aegis. You're fighting so many saves, so many of these skewers on point for Resolution. This is the only reason they're still in this game. It's just dragging them insanely far back with the talent, with the Aether Lens. You can get them real deep. And of course, that's a 3-for-3 buyback situation. I don't even think you're too sad if you're Secret out of this scenario.
Yeah. We saw a whole lot of this guy at TI-10, the Magnus. The hands of Collapse now.
Channeling
Resolution, channeling his fellow countrymen in Collapse, trying to show off.
You have to fight these tossbacks as well.
Man, crazy.
I mean, it's another scenario where your Wukong does absolutely nothing. If anything, Naga's just healing for it. Your Ember's dying to the hexes in the back.
Yeah.
We do see, though, this OD, if he gets caught, I mean, what a horn toss skewer here.
Yeah,
they got stuck on the static field, but I guess it just gets overwritten. If you can find that OD and take him out, all of a sudden, Tundra have to route. Like, their saves go away. A lot of the chip damage and the glimpses and all of this become way more powerful for Secret. But you have to be able to find him, and that is the trick in this game.
Yeah, like, Secret, they may have gotten the buyback out of them, but I feel like they're not going to be able to take advantage of it. I think they're going to be stuck inside their base. There's no way they can go for some crazy all-in. It just comes down to one team fight sort of play. I think Tundra's just going to lock them out. Just wait for the buybacks to come back up.
That's why I said this game is going to go late, because I don't think Secret's giving up their base easy. And they're ready to defend it. At the same time, Tundra's building damage is very poke-oriented. they can't just force the throne in a buyback situation, right?
Yeah.
That fight does not favor them, especially when you start getting skewered into the fountain. I mean, it's not normal that you're talking about skewering into the fountain for a viable strategy, but at this point, it is something Secret can think about. Like the ranges on some of these, you have a refresher as well. You can blink RP, skewer, refresh, skewer again, RP in the fountain again.
The prize is mine.
That's one way to help deal with some of these heroes, or separate the fight by such a distance that the Astrals just can't come through.
With that level 20 talent in the Ether Lens, and as you said, the refresher, it's a very real possibility. And if they get the right initiation, maybe they don't even need the fountain anymore, because now they've got an Aghanim Scepter Disruptor. So if you hit 9, he's done so. He gets the Static Storm on top of him, he's not going to be able to do anything to stop it. He'll just melt.
If you hit him, beautiful. Even if you don't, you're doing that to make the OD show.
Yeah, that's true.
9 has to think about when he shows in these fights and how he's doing it. If he commits to try and get the save, he opens himself up.
Right.
That's when you get chains into a Static Storm, something like that. I mean, remember, this OD has been playing this whole game without BKB, without a huge amount of defensive items. He's even gone Moon Shard. You can't get much more aggressive. You get caught in the Static Storm, you're pretty much done. There is no save to bail you out other than the song. You better pray it's enough.
Is he actually going to go Overwhelming Blink?
Why not?
Why not Arcane Blink?
It's stronger.
That is literally more strength, yes. Thank you, Avery. Snowball in. Zayat's being pulled into a nasty scenario where he'll just be avalanche. Now, Chrysalis is out. Oh, look at that. Zoxa immediately tried to pounce on the Monkey King to get him off the tree. Still caught him in the end. Is he going to be able to get off of BKB? They've got the Lotus Orb to be able to help him out. He pops BKB now, turns Static Storm. There's no real Naga Siren there. They've also caught Puppey on the side. So the two supports will die. Neither one will have a buyback in Skeeter. Whew. Zoxa almost catching the Monkey King again. Chrysalis barely managed to jump away.
Yeah, these retreats from Secret have been on point this game. These are not easy scenarios to get out of, and they have done the correct job at bailing on a lot of these situations. Because messy fights like that, there's absolutely no way you're taking that type of engagement. So you need to get your cores out. You need to get them well. I even feel like sometimes Puppey's just running in to try and take some of the spells.
Yeah.
Get his cores out of that situation. As long as all 3 Secret cores are alive, they can take a base defense fight.
Look at this. They last showed on the bottom side of the map, so they smoke over to the top side, see if they can get a pick here on maybe an Ember Spirit or Magnus out of position. Failing that, okay. We don't find that opening.
No BKB on this Monkey. Skeeter, he's up the Bloodthorn.
Oh, there it is. Instant sight being used as he blinks in. Aeon Disc gets just wiped out. The Nullifier completely disrupts that one. They do have a buyback onto Rezo. They're probably going to have to wait out the supports, though. We're almost up here. Chrysalis, you got to be careful. His BKB still not back up. They're going to go for the buyback now. The Magnus needs to be able to bail him out, but there goes the song. Perfect timing. Can they get out of the glimpse range, though? Puppey is going to be able to force that one. The man to dodge or the imprisonment. Oh, he got the dodge out. Nice illusion dodge there. And the arrow. Now the Jammer's being dropped. Almost finishing off the Monkey. He turns around. Pots Satanic. Gets a little bit of heal. Not very much, though. Secret, they got to get back to the fountain.
Any more glimpses?
No more glimpses, apparently.
Oh, he needs to heal. Oh, Zayats, he got songed on the blink in punch. That might be a very different fight if that happens. And of course, some sick Manta dodges from Skeeter this game.
Yeah, very well played by Chandra. Nice reset by them. I mean, they are just playing this like Secret. They're holding on by a thread, and they're playing really well to keep this game still going on. But Tundra, very disciplined. They keep on poking at him and getting a little bit more resources out of him, a bit more. And they're saying, this is fine. We love this game state. You're losing range barracks, you're losing melee barracks.
You're losing Magnus buyback?
Yeah, Magnus buyback. Like, you will eventually run out of resources. We are going to drain you dry. And even if that doesn't happen, they still have full control of Roshans. They can still infinitely farm.
I mean, they just keep sending the brood leads in too. You just watch these mini maps. It's just dots of every color going into Secret space, pushing the waves in. It's a very tough spot to be in.
Yeah, even if you did ever push out the lanes a little bit and 5-man smoked out, like, it would be so obvious because the illusions and the spiders are always inside the Secret space.
I mean, this game has gone on. The OD buyback is up. So that's 6 or 7 minute window that Secret had to maybe abuse that. Just no way to capitalize on it. Instead, they had a quick smoke bottom
and break.
They actually chained him there.
They actually do find the OD. Moonlight Shadow goes out, and it almost seems like Secret is just making a break for trying to kill as many creeps as possible and get back to base in time.
Lincoln's on Nisha. It's going to help him a lot this game. Not get Hex, not get Astral. Be able to come in the fight.
So many spells at the same time.
There's a lot.
So the Bloodthorns, the Sight Devices, the Imprisonments.
And we saw like the Nullifier, right? The Nullifier is a big one because now those Aeon Discs, it's not helping you on the mag. You're going to purge a lot of this stuff off. It just becomes even more obnoxious to jump. I mean, Sox has got a full Octarine core. These Tundra supports are so farmed and they are so annoying.
And who's going to take the Aghanim Scepter? Going to be the Broodmother. So now, talking about the spiders being in the base, and now you're going to have these spinner snares just sitting all around. If you ever try and step out of the base, there's probably going to be like 10 spinner snares you're going to be running into.
I'm starting to feel like we're at the point where they need 5 or 6 Lincolnses for the mag. You know, are we at that point again? Somebody help this man get the skewers off.
They kind of do. They kind of need just that.
Or BKB here, but he's just so far from it.
Setting up, Soxa finds the initiation. 2-man avalanche with a toss back as well. They do manage to get a skewer back into the tier 4s. So as long as nobody dies on the side of Secret, it's going to be okay for them. They did use the BKB, and Soxa was walking off with the Aeon Disc, the Force Staff away. Now the Song of Siren allowing him to get out. So he forced a BKB. I think Chrysalis used his.
How do you kill any of these heroes?
I don't know.
If you're not killing him in that scenario, I mean, you need Nullifier. You just need it. They need it now.
Didn't quite get it. The skewer almost going off. The Nullifier is going to make that Aeon Disc useless. Oh, he dies. 9 finish him off. There's going to be a dieback. Now it's going to be a 4 versus 5. We were Chrysalis in a good position, though. And my goodness. 9 just exploded. And 33. That's a Squash Spider as well. They do have buybacks, though. Secret got to be careful as they push out, but they really want to be able to force more. They want to be able to stop these supports. There goes the buyback. The Bloodthorns there. Onto the Ember Spirit. They need to help him out. But here comes 9. They've got the sight. The imprisonment going down. This is maybe the last stand from Secret. It's all up to Chrysalis and Nisha to be able to fight through. Skater, he's going to fall once. 9, a dieback on him. They just changed the game for Secret, but Chrysalis, he's not sure if he can go for it. They're going to stick on a Skater instead. Soxa comes in, lays down a combo. Almost enough to finish off the Monkey Gate. He does die. He goes down. The one-on-one against Nisha. Now Sneaking joins in the fray. He jumps forward. Nisha, he must get this kill. He needs it so badly. Another round of Slight. Not quite the mark, but the double Slight gets him before he dies. He finishes off 9. He gives Secret a small chance. Tundra are gonna go high ground with 4. Just the 2 possible for a hold here from Secret. It's gonna have to be some sort of crazy tier 4 defense, all up to Chrysalis and Puppy.
This is 1 BKB. That's it in the tank. The Puppy buyback. Static Storm in 30. He's getting Snare, getting Illusion. I don't think the Monkey King's stopping this, but he has one last Wukong in the tank.
The most veteran TI captain in Dota history, and the newest kid to the block, Chrysalis, holding against 4 of Tundra. The tier 4s are down. The throat is exposed. They got to get in there soon. He pops the BKB. He starts charging at Tundra, but they just keep their distance. He's going to blow the Wukong command. He tries to hold. He needs 15 seconds. Chrysalis, can he hold 15 seconds for the Magnus to come back and start getting those skewers?
How long is this Wukong? He's praying for it to be as long as possible.
It needs to be a little bit longer, but he's getting tossed out of it. And now Tundra, they pounce a second round, a refresh, a double stun, the Static Storm. They're trying to hold. They're trying to get outside the Static Storm. But are they going to be able to hold this one? The Mantle away, the Song of Siren out. Force staff, TP out, and Secret hold. Chrysalis and Puppy, they managed to hold somehow, some way. This game will continue.
The refresher on the Monkey. We said that Wukong has to last longer. Well, 2 of them.
2 of them was
the
enough
way to do it. Tundra just didn't want to commit for that throne, choosing to send everything else at it except the core heroes in. At the end of that fight, Skeeter says, I'm out of here, man. I am not going to push the luck and force the buyback.
And you don't get another chance after that one.
Divine Rapier, baby.
It's time to go all in. A Divine Rapier for Chrysalis is the only real way this could end.
I mean, a beautiful setup here from the Boundless in a 2-man Static Storm static field. That's the only way you're killing these heroes, or at least threatening them. So like we said, it was only Crystallis and Puppy. That's all you need sometimes.
That's true.
Now they're looking for more, trying to abuse the window they have. Remember, no buyback here on this Brood for 70. No buyback on this OD if he gets found. Crystallis just running down
tries
mid.
to sneak it. Soxa
He tried to kill a creep wave. He really does not want to let this opportunity for Secret to go high ground while there's still 60 seconds for 33.
I mean, this is 50 seconds, no brood. Divine Rapier up on Monkey. No buybacks for Secret. They need this throne, and they need to race it. Tundra's pushing it bottom.
Nisha, if he could just even hold these heroes here while the rest of the team pushes down that mid lane, but they're actually going to come back.
But Secret want to take the fight. They do not want to end up in a throne race.
Get a glimpse, get a glimpse. Oh, puppy.
So much time cost here. But of course, you have an exposed throne on half HP. No glyph. Secret just have no choice in that scenario. Have to come back and play the defensive position. You have to imagine if they'd gotten to Tundra's base in that interval.
Oh, yeah. What is this?
Now, this is absolutely next level.
What did I say? Nerdy and dirty? That's the only way to play it right there, Tundra. That is nerdy and birdie to the best of degree. Pulling the creep wave with his courier, and he keeps it alive, too. Goddamn brilliant, Tundra.
He didn't have anything else on the map he could have done that with. With all the gunk on the map. Even the couriers making it hard for Secret to get these lanes out.
It is beautiful stuff.
Illusion.
Just when you thought you had to fight everything. They throw a little bit more your way.
Yep.
That said, Secret, they are smoking up mid. Remember, no buyback on OD Brood. Divine Monkey might just one or two shot some heroes here. Refresher coming up in 15.
Oh man, a double boundless strike would actually just one-shot some heroes. Glimpse back, first thing, fine, 33. Instantly, the RP goes down to 2. 9 with the save though. 9, 8 being chased down by the snowball. Gets a first step away from Sox, and he locks down the 2 supports, and bam! There they go. There goes one hammer. 9, setting up for a little bit more, gets the reset of the song. So now with just the cores alive,
they are trying to get out.
They can keep their distance and maybe get out fully. Saksa, maybe not so lucky. That is going to be very bad if he dies here. Another hero with no buyback. Again, Secret, they have been down and out this entire game. Anything that resembles parity in this game has got to be a win for Secret. They are just like stuck inside their base for like 90% of the game. And now we've gone to a point where we're kind of even, and there's 60-minute items. Secret can actually get out on the map and pick up these 60-minute items, which are a game changer.
Apex for snaking here. Tundra is definitely going to do some farming and choose who to give it to. Still, you have 100 seconds, no Tiny, 50, no Brood. Secret can get lanes out. Remember, they're not Mega'd in this game. They still have bottom barracks. They can push it out pretty fast between Monkey and Ember. I think you try and find something here. I don't think you're just complacent with trading neutral items and letting this Tiny Brood respawn for free. That said, it's obviously easier said than done when you have so much trash just pushing in your lanes.
Yep, that's exactly what Quinn called it on the panel, right? You've got these spiders running at you, these illusions constantly. You have to have a way to be able to deal with it. Secret's idea was the empowered triple melee lineup. And it's still not enough.
I mean, I'm amazed at how much they found in these late game fights. The discipline and the target prioritization.
Pick up the mirror shield. I almost want to see that on the Ember Spirit, so
yeah, you reflect the spell, reflect an OD spell here. Might just win you the fight.
Yeah. You know what I love is that Tundra, is that they got the Pirates hat. So as if, you know, like they already have a 38,000 net worth lead, but let's go ahead and give them a little bit of extra booster. It's actually, they actually got it on the side of Secret now too, so they can both be digging up bounty runes nonstop. Shuffling items around. I don't think is there really anybody who wants that? Oh yeah, they got a Tiny, Giant's Ring, Tiny.
How does Tundra always end up with a Giant's Ring? I feel like I've seen Skeeter end up with a Giant's Ring so much.
Yeah.
I doubt he's going to take it on Naga this game, but this guy just always get it. Of course, we're going to wait for the Tiny respawn just to see how big this Tiny gets. Everybody.
Can we see a BKB Tiny with Giant's Ring?
The most un-tiny of all time.
Secret still need 2 more.
Oh my lord, he's a big boy.
Show him. Good God! Now that's a hero! Mamma mia!
Is that a hero? Is he bigger than Roche?
He's coming for you! Where's Roshan?
Put him in the pit.
Ultimate rock monster face-off.
Put him in the pit. Put Roshan in Tundra's bait. We'll swap him out here. I mean, that is a visual monstrosity.
They have been inside their base so long, by the way, they haven't finished up their tier 5 items because tier 4s are also dropping for the side of Secret.
You gotta farm through them. I mean,
yeah, they still have 1 tier 4 and 1 tier 5 left.
Pretty much all you've got is Fallen Sky on this Tusk. You've got that Mirror Shield. They're gonna give it to Nisha, so he has Lincoln's plus that. Trying to keep this Ember alive as much as possible. He got the Refresher too. Almost level 30. these late game team fights are not as straightforward as they used to be 20 minutes ago. Like, there is a lot of gas in the tank for Secret now because of these refresher orbs coming out. Yep. Multiple Wukongs, multiple stuns, multiple BKBs, multiple ults. This is going to come down to buybacks and how much Tundra presses their advantage with the Roshans, which they're still probably going to get him, but how much does an extra Ags do for Tundra here? Not a lot. How much does an extra refresher shard do? Not a lot, right?
Yeah, that's true. If you're just now joining us, we're 63 minutes into game 1 of the upper bracket final here, Secret versus Tundra. If you're wondering what all this craziness is going on in your screen, it's a lot of tier 5 items going into play. It's Secret who have been pretty much, it felt like they were kind of in that like 5% win chance for the last like 30 minutes, but they've held on. 10 to 5%. Sheer perseverance. What, you think that was generous? There it is.
Very generous.
Saksa.
He is actually bigger. Glorious. I'm just basking in the beauty of
now. He's got
right
tree volley too. Does that increases? The tree is huge. I feel like he's gonna throw that and knock out the Ancient just with one punch.
I have nothing to say. I'm just admiring the beauty of watching this walk around. I don't think I've ever seen such a girthy specimen in my life, Cap. That is the beauty of Dota.
So Secret have been holding on just ever so barely, and quite literally probably one of the smallest little threads you could possibly hope for. Tundra have been fully disciplined this entire time. Like, while Secret have been holding on, Tundra have not overextended, as they've seen many teams do here at this TI.
They're looking for the toss back.
They have been looking for openings and patiently letting those openings play out. Somebody walks into that spinner snare, great. We can get the toss back, and oh Lord, he is coming. Here comes Saksa. Giants ring Saksa, trying to find the opening here. The Wukong's man is gonna go out. They do have the imprisonment. The Dark Shadow is the Tiny moving out of that Wukong's man. Thanks to that imprisonment, Astral save once again from 9. They do have the Scythe, keeping that Ember Spirit. Force-staff him out. And that's the nullifier. Oh, he got hit by an arrow. Puppy down. One pick off, tree volley being used, caught, and forced to use the BKB. 2 small wins there for Tundra. A BKB down on Chrysalis and a buyback out of the Disruptor. This is what we're talking about. Tundra has just been so good at being able to just see small opportunities like this arrow. Saksa looking for an opening. Doesn't go for the toss back, instead the imprisonment. Magnus getting caught as he tries to jump in, also nullified as well. Tree volley's coming in. Resolution needs to be able to get outside. He's managed to get the kickback on his Snake King and snowballs his way out of there. Chrysalis sees an opportunity, hits him with the Balance Strike, and the Static Storm will finish him off. 9 is almost dead. Nisha's been messing around with him, but at the same time, Tusk falls. Nisha all in and trying to chase down this OD. The last remnant to the BKB. He couldn't fight him. TP out. The BKB expires. He gets caught. Socks up to finish him off with the help of 9.
This OD just way too elusive on the back end. So much help as well. And that was a refresher for this Ember. He's going to have to expend buyback here, but he is not going to have that up, which means no BKB for the full duration.
Buyback 1, buyback 2. Skewer away. Pulled out, but at the same time, a dieback on the Disruptor. Chrysalis jumps in, immediately in prison. He's not going to get off the Wukong's command. He hopes for it, and he doesn't have the BKB either. Starts fighting up against Skeeter. Trying to hold him. Oh, what a kickback! Right in front of the Monkey King. What a beautiful kick!
Buybacks here. Odie coming back in.
With the song, setting things up. They have the imprisonments ready to go. They're going to focus on this Tusk first. They know this repositioning is so damn bad for them. And Avalanche on a 3. And the Hammers come in, finishing off the Ember Spirit. A 2 buyback. They are all in on being able to hit either the best RP of your life, Renzo. No! It's denied by the imprisonment. He tries to go for the Boundless Strike. He gets the skewer back now, but coming back into play, Chris is not going to be able to do anything. Immediately silenced it. That is it. Tundra, they will take this game 1. Just the most beautiful, disciplined play you could possibly hope for to see on the main stage from Tundra. They worked Secret bit by bit. They wore them down until they could finally break them.
How many Astrals, how many tosses does it take to wear this Secret team down? My God. I mean, it just felt like people are getting Astrals for over an hour in that game, and every single one was more annoying than the last. There's Brulines in the back. There's Naga Illusions in the back. Somehow, Rezo's finding these skewers to keep him alive, but at some point, one of those spells is going to miss. and then the gunk just gunks you up. It's just too much, man. Of course, Tiny's probably taking up half your screen as well. So many individual fights, too. You have this duel on the back line between Nisha and Nine, chasing each other, refreshing for the double BKB. Penta Remnant refreshed into the Deca Remnant, trying to finish him. But 10 is not enough. You needed 15 in that game or something. I don't know. Too many Astrals to match it. That was a Tundra game through and through.
It really was. We said this is going to be a battle of ideas. Who's going to come out on top? Tundra's ideas do succeed. But Secret, they definitely showed they're not going to go down without a fight. And I'm sure our panel has so much to say about a wild 67-minute game.
Yeah, I can start talking after I pick my job off the floor, because this is the international, this is the Dota that we live for, and these are the moments that define our game. I'm here, Tsunami, with T-Gov, Lizard, and Sheepstick, as we're all just, you're looking dazed, Sheep, you're just...
There's a really big rock behind us.
Yeah, now imagine how Secret felt about it.
Whew. Dude, what a game. I was just so hyped, just this comeback from Tundra with their like really good smoke moves in the mid game into this long late game, base defense, all these little pokes and prods coming out. We're going to threaten you with the glimpse. You got to deal with the skewers. You have to save with all these different things. There was so much thinking that everyone had to do in that game, and that's the Dota we love.
Yeah, you have these kind of people, you know, they enjoy that late game. They enjoy when you can't even understand what the hell is happening. And then I'm like, man, you just want to see strategies. You just want to see normal Dota. In the end, none of that matters. You get some tier 6 items, you get a Tiny that's higher than, I don't know, what building? T-Gov, go for it.
Mount Everest. Big Ben. I just thought of a bridge.
He's been fully rejuvenated for this one, but T, what's on your mind, man?
I mean, you speak about strategy, Lizard. It's the fact that Secret, in the early game, they were the ones being the aggressors. They were crossing the river, they were taking the fight to Tundra. But they take that one fight in the top lane where they utilize the OD, go get those imprisoned, and since they then win it and get across the river and set up their kind of aggressive positioning, you have Skidder with the Naga illusions pushing it out, 33 with the Spiderlings pushing it out, and like Skidder, he plays over an hour-long game. He doesn't die at all. He's 14-0-24. He's backed up by the OD the entire time. Like 9 really just unlocked Skidder to pop off.
It's something like the Dazzle plus Naga, Dazzle plus anything that buys a heart, really, that was played like a month or two ago. Now you have Naga and OD. Astral Imprisonment, get that heart going in after you leave the Disruptor's ulti, then you can heal up, reset the fight with sleep. It's just so nasty, and this is Thundra 101. You have Brood Mother sending her little broodlings everywhere. You have Naga with the illusions everywhere. You just cannot play. I like what Secret tried to do, right? Like with the Magnus, with the Ember, with the Monkey, you get that Empower. It works versus any kind of a Zoo. And they said in the interview that they needed to address the Zoo. Obviously, it didn't work out for them.
It definitely worked out for a while. It was nice because it felt like Tundra really struggled under the pressure that Secret were applying, because you're able to farm with all 3 cores with this Empower, and also they're more aggressive team fight. In the mid game, it was hard for Tundra to fight into it because 33 had such a bad start on Brood. So when Tundra gets shoved into the same side of the map as each other, like Naga wants one side of the map, Brood Mother wants one side of the map, like all these heroes are competing for farm with 3 Empower melee cores. It's really hard for them to find farm.
It's probably the best thing that happened in Secret's draft. That's the Monkey King on the safe lane. Like, he generally does not lose versus melee heroes, and he definitely did win super hard against the Brood. Forced her to jungle at her, like, what, level 5?
Yeah, he didn't even get his spawn Spiderlings. He was there early on.
Yeah, like minute 14, 15, your tier 1 tower on the bottom lane is already standing. That was the moment where I started trash talking Tundra's draft. Like,
yes, I recall.
It's not gonna work.
I'm glad that you exposed yourself, because I was about to call you out and be like, Lizard, somehow I remember a different result coming your way. And you may have heard Cap allude to the fact that Tundra is dirty and nerdy. And we keep saying that, but what does it really mean? What are the analytics behind us saying such bold things about the team? Well, maybe Purge can explain it in a little bit greater detail.
That's right, Neil. Tundra's drafting has been very innovative so far this tournament. They're ahead of the meta. They're setting the trends. For example, in the group stage, they picked Crystal Maid in 10 of their 18 total games. She ends up with a 65% win rate. Really, really good. Every other team looks at that and says, oh, CM must be really good. Let's pick CM ourselves. And then she goes on to be the most picked hero of the main stage so far, doing really good there. But Tundra, when they get to the main stage, they just say, our favorite support lady, we don't need her anymore. We're just going to pick Mirana every single game. They haven't picked her one time since they started. They haven't even banned it. No respect at all to the hero that they trended in the tournament. And we just saw Mirana in this previous game. On top of that, Tundra, the other way that they're setting trends is, for example, their Doom pick. It's been banned against them now 13 times, all in the first phase, the most powerful time to ban a hero. Very effective. That's because 33's Doom is so good. The total bans against them account for 1/3 of the total bans against Doom in the tournament. That's 33%, of course. One trend they haven't embraced at all, though, is the Leshrac. It's the second most picked hero of the groups. It's a 76% win rate. Definitely the most broken hero of the patch. They haven't played it one time, and even more shockingly, Tundra has played against Leshrac 0 times in the entire tournament. It's pretty remarkable. They have banned it now 6 times, the previous game and the previous 2 before that. So basically setting trends, forcing their opponents to ban other weird heroes that nobody else is picking, and now picking more weird stuff like we saw in the last game. Secret, on the other hand, they picked Lesh 5 out of 18 matches. They picked it every game the main stage, except for the last game that it was banned. They had 4 wins when they get it. So it's the hero of the tournament, but Tundra just doesn't care, and now they're just in a great position because every other match that's happening isn't the normal meta, or the information you get from the other games aren't going to be applicable to Tundra, and that's what gives them a really good upper hand in these games.
They go to the beat of their own drum, Purge. Thank you very much. Yes, but
Wait,
one thing that I'm a little bit... Oh, you want to talk?
There's one more hero.
Oh, tell me about it.
I think it's Kunkka, actually. We should talk about Kunkka.
Well, tell me about Kunkka. What's he up to?
He's got a really good beard.
Oh. The handsome fellow, I gotta say. I'm inspired.
He's got 2 masks on.
The multi-mask.
Wow, beautiful. Why am I even hosting them? We could have done it at AR. Thank you very much, Purge, for that information. And yes, it does seem like Tundra is very strong. Now, how much stock do you put in adaptability? Because Secret, they have played a hell of a lot of games to get to this point. They went through all of LCQ, they went through all of group stage, and now they're going through the bracket, and they drop a game. All of our upper bracket were 2-0s. Now what, T?
Yeah, I feel like for Secret, at least, it's trying to make sure that their first move into the enemy jungle leads to success. Because they were in a really good position to take the fight, to take some momentum. But Tundra, they're some of the best teams at taking these defensive fights, winning, and then occupying an aggressive position to choke out your opponent. Like, if you think of the biggest net worth leads across TIs, Tundra has the second biggest net worth lead against Talon earlier. Then in this game, they had like a 60k net worth lead. Like, when they get into a winning position, they hold it. So I think for Secret, you can't let Tundra slowly get into that position where they just kind of choke you out in the game.
Well, I'm still pulsing with excitement, and I can only feel it all the way here in Norway. I wonder how Singapore is dealing with such an exciting game. Let's check in with Slacks.
Hello, 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 my friends. It is I, Sir Action Slacks. We're here in front of the arena right now, and did you know you can take a picture with a replica Aegis? Very cool. However, I've always wondered, what would someone do if they just saw someone stealing the Aegis? My friend is here. He's going to pretend to be security. What's your name, sir? Irfan. Okay, fantastic. Now, I'm going to run and try to hand this Aegis off to someone, and you got to go up to them and have them point to which direction I went. I want to see if they're loyal to me or if they're loyal to you. Are you ready? Yes. All right, let's go assault someone that has no idea that it's coming. Are you ready? Yes. Time to go give away the Aegis. Count to 20. Here we go. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Out of my way, out of my way. Out of my way, out of my way. Miss, can you hold this? Please hold this, please hold this. Listen, don't tell anyone you saw me, okay? No, sir, I'm still alive, I'm still alive, sir.
Okay. Did she just get to keep it now? Yeah. Is she taking the final slot?
No, the winner of TI now has to go find that lady in the crowd.
There
Can I have it back, please? We just won the tournament.
She's giving it back. You were supposed to run!
What a good
You ratted me out! You ratted me out! How could you? I thought we were homies! Why did you rat me out? Thievery is not allowed. Not allowed thievery. Thank you. The Aegis is safe. Honestly. All good. Thank you.
We are honest people.
Honest people here. Thank you. Oh, yeah, take it back, guys. I'm sweating my booty off out here. Everybody yell! Put him in the belt!
Woo! Yes! And Aegis Snatch was not successful in this game. Poor Slacks sweating his ass off, but it is an honest group of people. No malicious behavior there.
I love you people are honest. Give me back to Aegis.
Yoink. I would have stolen it so fast.
So apparently what I think is going on is that you can go and take pictures with the replica Aegis, which I remember that during TI-10, when there was no crowd, I very surreptitiously walked up to the real Aegis and like, snapped a quick selfie and was like, oh my god, this is like.
Did you touch it? Did you?
So I asked permission and I was not granted permission.
It should actually tour the world, you know, on the downtime, like football does. Just
well, right now it's looking like
ages.
it's about to tour from Eastern Europe to Western Europe because it's going from Team Spirit to one of these 3 teams that remains, looking like it might be a compelling case for Secret, for Puppy to put his name on it again. T, I don't really know. You think that Thundra is going to turn it back around or what?
I think Thundra is going to probably, I mean, they're the favourites. They've taken game 1 here. I think they're in a really solid spot to get to the finals. I think Secret, their storyline isn't to win this series. Oh god, they can hear me now. It's to bounce back in the lower bracket. Oh god, they can really hear me now. Yeah, I'm kind of believing in Thundra just because of how dominant and methodical that game 1 was.
And the way they're playing, right? Like Naga, the way they even approach the Naga drafts, the fact that he is going for this new build, it's not that new. It's been being built in pubs for quite a while now. But Orchid, the way they combo that with a Mirana, that's a 4 or a 5. You always have that extra surprise coming from Mirana's ulti, and then into the Orchid, then into the Ensnare. Also the fact that they buy a gem very, very early on, they devoured it, and they always send the gem back to the base, right? Like they secure the map, they secure the vision, and then they set up these ganks with heroes that you don't necessarily expect.
And we had a lot of skepticism surrounding this draft, Sheep. I know that you saw Brood and Naga, and you were like, oh, I don't really think that, I mean, there's a lot of clear on the side of Secret.
Whoa. This is backstage talk. These are off thoughts that don't truly reflect my feelings on the draft.
You hate
them. As I said earlier on the draft, it had problems. When Secret properly applied pressure, that draft really struggled because there wasn't enough farm distribution for everyone on the map. However, they made really good comeback plays, utilizing Saxa's Tiny. His tossbacks enabled so many of those fights during their comeback when they were starting to reclaim the map. That was good. This was good. This was what made their stuff work. Skitter is so confident on his Naga, on his CK. He plays these illusion heroes like they're not illusion heroes.
Yeah, and sorry for exposing off-the-record knowledge. I'll give you something that's on the record, though, because Thundra had some thoughts on Secret.
I think Team Secret is a very formidable opponent because I think they've defined their roles for each other very well, and they know exactly what to expect from each other. I mean, obviously they have Puppy, so like it kind of goes without saying. Honestly, it doesn't need to be explained. And by this point, it's also for Nisha as well. It's just such an amazing player. If you were just to think of each of their player, not even looking at any particular game, you kind of have an idea of what each hero will play. Nisha will generally play like a very high damage hero, and then Crystallis will either be some sort of utility or counter pick for the lane, and same thing with the Resolution. They know their lane matchups very well. It's like they play these stupid combos that you feel like the lane shouldn't be strong, but then they know something about it a bit more than you do, or like the synergy is a bit better, that they manage to win these lanes, and like suddenly like they have very good synergy in the game.
The last time we played them in a group stage where we 2-0'd them, I think they messed up their drafts in both of their games, so I don't think we actually got to play the real Secret.
Like going into this match against them, I think we are kind of on even grounds. Like both of us have kind of, since that match, both of us have kind of gone through a win streak. Yeah, I think we are on even footing, and just excited to see how the game will play out.
The footing is becoming somewhat uneven, though. As we saw, game number 1, Thundra, they do their own thing. You heard it from Purge. They set dynamics throughout the group stage. They throw them out the window whenever it comes to playoffs time. Now, upper bracket finals, we see Zoo, T. Do you think they go back to the well on that one, or is it too telegraphed?
No, I feel like this game 1 was a perfect example of Thundra getting what they wanted. Secret, when you enter that first phase of bans, you kind of know what's going to be hitting you. Thundra, they're not this unpredictable team in regards to their openings. It's normally that kind of 9 specialties. I feel like for Thundra, they just keep doing what they're doing. They won the first game. They're looking good. They're looking solid. You don't need to change up. For Secret, though, it's if we do the same bans and maybe let Brood through, do you want a different answer? They crushed him in lane, but the overall game, like losing out on map
presence. Back. They made a comeback with the Brood that got crushed. Like you don't see that very often. And also, if you're Thundra, you're probably feeling really good right now, Sheep, right? Because in group stages, 2 games lasted 60 minutes.
It's true.
Now you win with even the tier 5 items coming into the play.
Yeah, I think they should feel confident, but not cocky, because like we talked about, Secret did have that early game advantage. They were starting to creep ahead in net worth, and they were looking very scary to fight into. So for Secret, I think it's more of tightening up that area that they struggled with in the last game and making sure they can cement their lead. And for Thundra, it's I mean, do the same thing. They made the right moves to come back. They kind of knew what they had to do, and maybe they want to adjust how they play that Brood lane. It just went so bad.
Still seems like you like it being a top priority for Tundra, that Brood Mother.
I really like the Brood.
Okay.
I just think it presents a lot of problems, and because her item build is so generic,
Yeah.
because 33 also plays
Wait,
Tide
okay,
the same
you say
way.
that now, but I thought the dynamic for the longest time was I have to go Wraith Pact or Pipe every time.
He did. He went Wraith Pact.
So then where were you getting generic from then?
Is in it's something that is good no matter what the game is, right? You're not going, oh, I have to buy like a Solar Crest for armor or whatever. It's just like I'm going Wraith Pact. It reduces damage.
I have to just say that I am worried for Secret because the games where they performed like maybe overperformed were the games Nisha played Leshrac.
Yeah.
And that's what I believe. I don't know who, Slacks or someone said it just a moment ago.
I doubt Slacks said it. If it was smart, I don't think Slacks said it.
Yeah, they had like 4 out of 5 games on Leshrac, and they won all 4 of those. So Lesh is their comfort hero, and it's also a hero on which Nisha can definitely just put them all on his back and carry it.
That's probably not getting through the drafts, right?
Yeah, most likely will not.
Yeah, it was banned in the previous game. Probably going to get banned no matter the pick order again in this game as well.
Well, let's see how these priorities pan out as we get into game number 2 of Tundra versus Secret.
Team Secrets turn to ban.
Tundra Esports versus Team Secret. Game 2.
Now, we heard earlier from that video from Tundra themselves, they said they talked about when they faced up against Team Secret in the group stage, they said they didn't really feel like they faced the real Team Secret. Sure, game 1, they feel like, okay, now we're matched up against the real guys. Both games, though, game 1, both in the group stage as well as now on stage, they won with the Naga Siren. So, I don't know, something's working for Tundra. Their ideas still work against Secret, even if it was a little harder this time.
Yeah, man, I think kudos to Secret for pulling it back and making it drag out that so far. I think Secret is the first team I've seen do what you have to do against Tundra, which is survive their offlane. Tundra's offlane is extremely fierce. They're very dominant in the laning phase, and you can fall really far behind. And Secret just totally trampled that. They crushed Tundra's offlane, which I don't think anyone has done yet this tournament. So I say, even though Secret lost that game, I feel like they have a pretty good footing in that they had a really good laning phase. And if you have that against Tundra, then you're set up to play at the very least an even game.
Yeah, honestly, I think this OD last pick was... I didn't realize how strong it was until I actually saw the game. I just didn't realize it. You never play against this hero in pubs. I haven't played against this hero in months. But this OD with the shard, he completely nullified the way Secret wanted to fight that game. And I think without OD, this game would have been completely different. So we'll see what they want to do to change it up. They do have second pick on Secret this time, and I do think they're a team that benefits from second pick because Puppy likes to hide his picks. He wants to play pick these heroes that play multiple roles and then hide them till the very end, and this is easier on second pick. I would agree.
They also slightly shifted the bans, banning the Brood instead of the CM this time. So saying, all right, you have 2 5s, you're going to pick every game. Fine, we'll just lead them both. Pick one, whatever. Sure. We're going to ban your like super annoying Neta cores. You have to pick something slightly different. You know, pick this Visage on 8. Maybe it's a little weaker in lane. You can exploit it a little bit more. You know, I think that's probably a better angle for them.
10 seconds.
I was surprised they banned this Maiden in the first game. Like, I get Maiden as a hero that they're winning every game with, but they're also winning every game. And I think, to me, it's like, is Maiden going to destroy you in a series compared to a Brood or a Doom or, you know, like some Naga Siren that's really the core of their strategies? Because this Maiden obviously accelerates their support duo a lot. It helps them skirmish. It gives them some extra lane shove for their pickoff combo. But I feel like I'd rather play against Crystal Maiden than like the Brood or the Naga, you know?
Do you think it was more about the opposite? Do you think it was like, we're going to give you Brood Mother and break it? Because they, as Quinn pointed out, they did win that lane. So maybe they thought, okay, we're going to show that you can't use this tool for not just this series, but also potentially grand finals as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely possible. It's something that Puppy is like notorious for doing. Like, fine, we'll give you your best try, we'll beat it, and then like you're screwed. Then your draft is hosed, and you don't want to play the Brood again, and then now what do you do, right? But I mean, they lost, so you just ban it to screw it. I don't want to see a spider in my game again.
And here we go already with the Flex Dawnbreaker, which we've seen, I believe, Crystallis play it, and then Resolution can also play it. They are on second pick, so they're going to hide this till later. And I think this hero is really good for Secret, the way they play. They like to have Nisha on these mid carries, which is also better on second pick, right? Because he's going to see his lane, he's going to get a counter pick. And then this Dawnbreaker can go either lane, she can connect the mid lane with Nisha. Silencer is a solid hero against CM, no pun intended. You have the global for ulti, and you're also decent lane matchup against her as well.
Are you going to get Visaged here?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, it's just, you're opening up the Silencer, right? Like, this is the ultimate Visage on response team. You know they want a Wraith Pact hero if Doom is out of the pool, which it is. And Brood is out as well, so if you don't take your Wraith Pact hero here, you're maybe not getting to second phase, and I feel like they really want a Zoo hero versus Silencer. It's one of the best ways to abuse this hero. Even if you end up getting countered in the game, your lane's terrible, you can always just throw birds on him, and he's kind of forced to make a decision in terms of spell casting because the hero's just too slow. He's very clunky on the map, he needs a lot of farm. So I think Tundra got a pretty happy Visage pick, but I agree that Dawnbreaker should be very good for Secret in this matchup. Like, it's one of these cores that can shove waves, deal with the early skirmishes, and still scale, and help their mid-hero scale.
Yeah.
We've seen these Dawn Storm, Dawn Shadow Fiend combos be really powerful as tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you compare these first two heroes from Secret to the first two last game, I think they're a lot happier in terms of, like, it gives them more flexibility in what they pick in the second phase. They have a lot more damage, a lot more, like, casual fight. It's not two heroes that sort of do the same thing. They have pretty good magic damage. They have decent scale, you know, it, like, sort of balances in a lot of ways. I think they're much happier with that, because now each can play, like, the, you know, the carry type of hero, or we can play the spellcaster type of hero. Rezokin has different options. I think they're more open in terms of, like, what they can pick down the line.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they want to address this Wraith Pact in any way, because I felt like last game the Wraith Pact actually had huge impact. They didn't have a simple way of killing it. You know, Ember doesn't want to hit it, Monkey doesn't want to hit it. You want these kind of range heroes. Sometimes, you know, people would pick a Snapfire, something that can actually deal with the Wraith Pact timing. So I'm trying to think what they're going to pick for Secret in the next hero. It's going to be Zayak's hero, most likely. And they could set up a way for the Silencer to lane away from Visage too. That is also a possibility.
They only really have been playing melee fours for Zayat, though, right? Like, when you think of the Wraith Pact killers, I think of, like, Piranha, Snapfire type deals from the 4. And he's pretty much just playing Earth Spirit, Tusk, Nyx. Job's done. I'm gonna go in and wreak havoc. Especially when you have Silencer 5, you kind of want as many forms of solid, easy initiation as you can get.
Yeah, I mean, they could be looking for that Wraith Pact killer from the core position on 18. When you look at Tundra's heroes, they're a bit clunky in the way they fight. It's very like, we stand in a ball, we hit what comes into us. So if you have this sniper, this SF, this turret hero, says, okay, that's fine. If you're gonna sit there, I'm gonna sit there too. I'm gonna punch you from farther away. I'm gonna beat you backward. Like, that type of thematic fighting for Secret, I think can be very good, and also like helps give them an answer to this, you know, Wraith Pact, which is super obnoxious.
Yeah, they're banning Naga here, though, right?
I'm trying to think about it.
I feel like you ban Nog. I don't think you want to play another Nog game. Even if you're confident you're going to get the cores, I feel like it's another hero that makes the way the fights play out very difficult for Silencer. It's just very obnoxious. He sends stuff in, he sees you, you start getting chipped.
I mean, the question is, if you have 2 cores that you can pick against Naga, do you still need to ban it? That is the question here.
That is a big question.
You do get to counter it, and it also depends a bit on what support they want to pick here. And like you said, he's been playing mostly melee heroes. Which one is the best here? And they do ban it, so I think it's an okay thing to do. They keep losing to it. Clearly, Tundra is an amazing team with Naga Siren, so I can see Clock here, I can see Tusk, something that just fits with his MO, which is just pick melee heroes.
Do you like the Earth Spirit? I feel like it is one of those old school Visage counters in a way. Like, you can get on him, start burning the stacks, be extra tanky, you just get BKB, he doesn't do anything to you.
In theory, he is stronger than the other supports in how the fights break out. He is weaker in lane, but you're right, it is a lot about fighting. You come to land Dota, it's a lot about fighting. You know, logic kind of goes out the window sometimes.
Very true.
That's what happens on stage if, you know, you play in front of this huge crowd. But they do go for Nyx Assassin, which I do think is a weaker hero against, you know, Visage's timings.
Yes.
I mean, there is the upside to this Nyx hero that the combo with Dawnbreaker is pretty powerful. You get this 10 stun increase talent, and you just get chain stun. The Nyx hits you, stuns you, Dawnbreaker drops on you, and you just get chain stun for like 5 seconds. They full to zero you. So, I mean, we saw last game Tundra playing this more of this pick-off style, whereas I think Secret this game has much more of that than they did last game. So maybe, you know, being able to split the map a little bit more. You saw them sort of, you know, gridlocked at this 1K, 2K gold lead for quite some time. So maybe this Nyx Dawn gives them a little more global presence, a little more pick-off potential. Maybe that gives them the opportunity to like build more of this gold lead if they have another good early laning phase.
So I think this is going to be the hardest phase for Tundra, because they have to decide what to show here. They go with Clockwork, which is definitely good against all these heroes actually, because it is a solid support matchup. And then which core do they go with here? What do they want to address? Do you want to address this Dawnbreaker, which can go to multiple lanes? Do you just want to pick something that's just good in the game with Visage? You know, like for example, they've played the CM Chaos Knight lane a lot, and that's a very hard lane to beat.
I could see CK, I could see Ursa. They want something to just go in the Roche pit, try and abuse the Wraith Pact early. Like your Global's on cooldown, your Dawnbreaker ult's on cooldown. Just go in the pit, start getting the Roshans up.
I'm feeling CK. I'm feeling CK.
CK?
Yeah. I think it just fits their MO, you know? Again, it's also
true.
summons, it's illusions.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not a Naga Siren, but you still get to throw stuff out there.
You could go Ags.
You can go Ags. You know, you press BKB, you press Axe, you dispel global from everybody else.
Pretty nice.
Pretty poggers indeed.
Very poggers.
That was for Quinn.
Thank you, I appreciate it. No, I mean, I think this, like, Secret may have the more pickoff than they did last game, but in terms of just like raw single target damage, okay, so they do go for the 9 hero. I mean, it's definitely, it's not the worst of Primal games. I wouldn't say it's the best either. It sort of has like back and forth matchups against a lot of these heroes. I could see their ideology being, hey, Secret has a lot of these magic damage, like not super scaling heroes, and we see, you know, potential carry options that could be good on 23. Like, we just need to see that one extra pick. Maybe we get to see a lane, or we know the Dawn's going, we know the carry matchup, and we get like this really powerful carry pick. And, you know, maybe they feel, we're gonna pick 9-0 anyway, it's gonna be some melee dude who's gonna like go do some stuff for us, he's gonna run in, so they're like, just pick it now, whatever. They'll counter it sort of. Primal's not that easy to counter in lane, and we'll get this like slightly better carry pick that gives us, you know, a better game matchup as time progresses.
I think it's pretty smart in a way because it fits in how they want to play the game on Tundra's side. So they want to open up Visage's lane right when he hits 6. That's generally what they like to do with Zoo, this team. And Primal is one of the best hero at rotating to your lane. He's just fast with trample. He's always going to get on top of somebody. And when Visage hits 6 with Primal Beast coming in there, if he's not too far behind in lane, which is one of the weaknesses of Visage, they can pretty much kick out anybody. So I want to see what Secret addresses here. I think they'll pick their mid hero.
Okay.
Pangolier.
Very, very good against all of Tundra's heroes, and I think it gives them that oomph that Secret sort of needed. Like, they want some dude who goes in, and bam, slap, like it's something oomph to it. Because they have a lot of like casual magic damage, you know, some little bits here and there, and now they have like something more impactful that goes in. Doesn't care about Wraith Pact. Tundra has all this magic damage, and just absolutely nothing to Pango. Like, it is a very, very good Pango game.
5 seconds remaining.
I like this Pango Dawnbreaker dual core. Like, I think these are the types of heroes you want versus Tundra. Heroes that can fight early, you don't fall behind on the map, deal with the lanes, deal with the skirmishing. At the same time, you're happy going late game with them too in a 5-on-5 ball scenario where the damage is going to be enough to cut through the Wraith Pack pipe scenario or whatever you're dealing with. I also think this Nyx Primal Beast interaction is like very weird. So I think we've seen it a lot this tournament. Like, when you press BKB on this hero, is the one thing that I think isn't always super obvious in a lot of the fights. Like, you BKB before you charge in, or you just charge in, you're getting Carapace, is something weird happening to your hero, right? You have a global, like if you BKB early and you get global, then your ult is screwed. So this I don't think this Primal Beast initiation is that easy for him in a way. I think it's kind of murky to me.
I do like the Pangolier, like you guys said. I do think it's mainly about this Pangolier answering the pressure from the Visage and this Primal Beast, because I think he's going to want to match them. So if they're going to go somewhere together, this Pangolier is exactly the hero you want that can deal with that lane. He can go there, you know, with Dawnbreaker ulting in, you can actually fight them. You can fight their timing. And, you know, like I said, this is Land Dota. It's about fighting, right? Even Tundra last game, you know, they push all these waves. But to what end? They want to be able to fight. They want to be able to see somebody and start casting spells, start poking them. And it's a similar thing, right? They have Clockwork with the Vision, the Visage. It just fits their MOs for both of these teams.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and we can see Secret this game with another smart ban. I think banning the CK, like you were talking about, you know, it's just like very, very comfort. And it's sort of an interesting dynamic whenever you play a team that has such set-in-stone heroes, is you can sort of get in this thing where like, hey, we can counter this hero, but they also really like it, so do we want to just ban it to put them out of their comfort zone? And so you can sort of go back and forth on that, and it seems like Secret has fallen much more into the camp of, hey, maybe, you know, it's not the greatest CK game, it's against Pango and Dawn, it's like, it's okay, you know, but they really like it, so we're just going to ban what works for them instead of trying to ban the most ideal hero, which I think is a pretty good ideology against Tundra.
Trying to think of this last Tundra hero here.
I mean, they banned Darkseer.
Tundra Esports.
It is pretty interesting, right? Because Secret upgraded their second phase to all carry bans, as opposed to last time they placed up against him. It means so many Skeeter heroes are out of the pool. Tundra really trusted that Skeeter's got something left.
I mean, this Wraith King and Ursa, those are like the two that come to mind. I mean, this team is almost always picking something that just goes in, takes all the attention, gives vision to the rest of their lineup, causes chaos, and of course, if you can get something with nice lane synergy with CM, you're going to feel a bit better about potentially abusing this Nyx.
Yeah, I mean, this is the risk of saving your carry for last pick, is if there's, you know, 15 more billion heroes, carry heroes banned, then you can end up with, you know, questionable options, and you come out and you're like, are we really happy with this? You have to think about their counter pick as well, and is that going to mesh properly? It's not a tricky, or it's not an easy pick.
Yeah, I'm struggling to think what he's going to want to play here, because there's always going to be some kind of counter pick, so it has to be something he's happy with. Ursa, okay, Terrorblade.
When in doubt.
Terrorblade out?
Terrorblade out. I was just looking. I wasn't looking at anyone
in the chat. Bust out the TV. I will say, Terrorblade, is fairly strong in lane. There are not too many lanes that you can't, you know, at least survive to the point where you can go jungle. But, you know, it's not an incredible TV game. It's an okay TV game, right? You're playing against Nyx and Sound, so you want to push these waves. Again, it just fits with their style. Push waves with summons, illusions, and find the fight.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it also gives them this raw damage. When you're against Dawnbreaker and Pangolier, like, you want some massive, you know, high DPS dude for when this Pango runs in. Like, he can't just roll and have a free game, you know? Like, once his roll ends, like, he's going to get focused on and blown up by the TV right clicks. Like, that matchup can be very two-sided.
Yeah, there's a lot that can jump this terribly and make his game hard, and there's not a lot that protects him. I feel like last game we had all of those saves, all of those fight resets coming out. This game is different, right? Tundra does not have a single bailout spell. If you just all in this Terrorblade, you global on top, who's doing anything to bail him out of the fight? He dies, so much of your damage goes away. We've seen a lot of games where this Primal Beast, this hero doesn't just do it all on his own, right? And now you have Drow added to the mix, a hero that Terrorblade has issues gap closing or man fighting in late game scenarios.
And one of the best killers at TB too, right? Just shreds through all that base armor.
I think this looks to me the most doable game in terms of bringing Tundra down. Like, if you're gonna bring this team down and beat what they're doing, this game to me looks like the most doable.
But are they actually going to be able to do it? Fly, what are you feeling?
I'm gonna go with Secret. Again, I was wrong last time, but you know, this is looking pretty hopeful. I do think this is a pretty good Drow Ranger game. I do like the Pangolier and how they're gonna set up the fights with Nyx Assassin. It's not as simple for Tundra to completely play out the fights. Like SVG said, they don't have the save. That was what changed everything for me last game. So I'm gonna go with Secret.
I am also going to go Secret. My one worry is this offlane for Tundra, I think, is a lot stronger than it was in the last game. And Drow Silencer is a lane that can get out of control very quickly. Suddenly there's a Birdman taking all your towers, and you're very sad. So
he's going to have to lane the Silencer against the Crystal Maiden. I'm pretty sure they're going to do Nyx, Drow top. That's what I'm feeling at least. But then they're breaking the Rezo Zayak combination, so maybe not.
And you're throwing Nyx potentially into Clock Visage, which isn't much fun for him either.
That's true.
Who does go down there and tank it up? Maybe you just dodge entirely? Is there like an aggro option? It's not amazing, but
yeah, I mean,
use it to some degree. I think Secret, honestly, they just want to get out of lanes. I don't think they need to lane super hard here. It's like they just survive, get their cores levels and farm. They get into that mid game. I think they're going to be pretty happy. Again, best chance I've seen.
All right. Secrets versus Tundra. Game 2 is almost ready to go, but we got to check up the man on stage. Slacks has got Heen for a last-minute interview.
Thank you so much, everybody. I am here with Heen from Team Secret. First chance to talk to you. I mean, so much time in the uppers. My goodness gracious. Sir, a very aggressive draft coming out here from Tundra. Pretty scary stuff. A little bit more defensive on your side, would you say, or are you going for just as much offense on this one?
Well, I think we're trying to aim for a balanced draft, especially because we're a second pick. You don't want to, you know, have to, you know, out-tempo them to win the game. We can make mistakes and still be in the game. Last game, it kind of felt like the Naga was more of a problem than we had anticipated. So after a few mistakes, it just, I could feel the frustration in our players' comms. So.
All right. Well, it looks like that this one might not be as frustrating. We'll have to find out as we go straight in the game. The boys are ready to play. Throw it back to our casters.
All right. I love the fact that Heen pointed out that, like, listening in on the comms, he was able to pick up some of the frustration from some of his players. I mean, that just did not look like a fun game to play for Secret. With that many saves and that much split pushing, it just felt like everything that they tried to do was immediately stymied. So this time around, I mean, you pointed out early on, there aren't those kind of saves. There's still the split pushing. There's still going to be Visage Familiars, still going to be illusions running around, but no saves. They can actually go in and try to kill something and probably actually succeed.
Which is a big deal when you have high committal lineups. Last game was a pretty high committal lineup for them. They have a lot of big ults. They have to drop them. Once they're dropped, if it gets reset, there's not a second round until, you know, 70 minutes when you have refreshers, of course.
Yeah.
But, you know, this game, it's a similar story to some degree, right? You have this global, you have this Dawn ult, you have the Pangolier ult. Once these spells get committed, you are locked into that fight. So you need to be making sure you're getting a big kill out of them. And yeah, no saves, a lot less gunk on the map. That's what I'm saying. Like, this Tundra draft, it's very much up their alley. And this team has been arguably the most dominant team at this tournament.
Yes.
So if there's a time you can make the god bleed, I feel like this is it.
12 wins in a row for Tundra now. They have been hot, hot, hot. Coming off the group stage, going into playoffs. And now they are just one win away from a grand final appearance. absolutely amazing, especially for, I mean, we talked about the matchup. Let's just talk about the captains versus captains. I mean, we've got 11-time TI attending, just absolutely the GOAT of captains, Puppy, versus Snaking. First time at TI as a captain. He's been here before, but this time around, he's the one calling the shots, right, Avery?
It's a different story entirely. I mean, he has always been a pseudo-captain on every team he's been on. This guy talks a lot, and he talks often, so it's a familiar role for him. But yeah, the pressure's on, and they're handling it magnificently, right? One game away from that grand final. You're already pretty happy, almost regardless of that outcome. Already a pretty good start as well. Getting some trades out. Well, Snaking, he's not going to be happy about having a TB on Maiden. It's like the worst 5 to have the TB to lane on. You have your mana pool. Pushes him down to triple mango. Lost him in, so Secret, any little start they can get off these lanes is nice. And like Fly was talking about, they did end up putting the Nyx down here, swapping that silencer up towards the Crystal Bait. So trying to take advantage of this Dawnbreaker silencer lane. You sacrifice a little by putting Nyx down here, but honestly, he wasn't going to do a lot top.
Sure.
And you know, this Tundra off lane, they pull waves a lot. So if you're going to throw something in a random lane and hope to get out of it, it's probably this lane to some degree. The pull action already on time and on point.
Yep. And I almost wonder, like, Secrets, they could have been doing some of their own pulling. Meta was popped early by Skeeter, but now it's down. They're immediately going to start getting a bit aggressive, missing out on that last hit, though. It's an interesting matchup. Nisha versus 9, Pango versus Primal Beast. I think we actually saw this maybe a couple times in the group stage or something. And it's a matchup that both of them are just going to be kind of bleeding each other constantly. Particularly the Pango, anytime he puts damage on the Primal Beast, he starts getting those stacks up.
I mean, Primal Beast is the alpha dinosaur in this game, so I favor him a little bit.
Yeah.
He can dominate with the, you know, the uproar stacks and that type of deal with the trade. But obviously, Pango shouldn't really die in this lane unless you're super aggressive. I mean, it kind of takes me back to that Spear Breaker Primal Beast lane.
Yeah.
Where it's like you charge and your charge is on cooldown, and he runs you down, right?
Yep.
But Pango does have multiple spells to at least cause a little bit of a gap.
And then when the Primal Beast wants to make some of those early rotations, I mean, we saw even starting the Last Chance qualifier, the way Toxin would move around pre-level 6 to some of these side lanes. Look for that Pango, who is a little bit more reliant on hitting his ultimate, but he's just a great counter initiator, right? I mean, was it Fly who said he just constantly is going to try and follow the Primal Beast and the Visage wherever they try and put pressure on the map?
Yeah, you just need to check 9 in this game. Just don't give him like some free rune into a bottom rotation that breaks the Drow lane. Yeah. That's the lane Secret really want to think about. Like, the Primal Beast going top for a Parablade, who really cares? It doesn't progress the game for Tundra.
Sure.
Primal Beast going bottom, killing your Drow, breaking this lane open, giving Visage extra levels to get the 6, that will break this game open. So that is the one big move Secret need to think about. And if they can make this bottom lane go a bit better for them, it's also going to help that. Nice damage coming out. God, Visage hurts, man.
Yeah, he certainly does. These little clashes back and forth. You see a bunch of 100% win rates on some of these heroes. The Primal Beast for 9. Now also Zayat's on the Nyx Assassin, also 100%.
Nisha going for a little bounty rune steal. 9 says no, sir. I am the beast.
You may be mobile, but you're not going to go farther than that onslaught can take the Primal Beast.
Puppy getting chased off lane a little bit. Second meta pop top.
There's another one. Puppy even on the sounds.
I mean, 9 is dominating the lane in terms of the resource advantage, right? And that's why, like, if he ever forces Pango to base, suddenly the map opens up for him a lot too.
Yeah.
Level 5 to 6 timings just become crazy strong.
He's dominating the resources, but not so much the CS.
Nope.
Nisha doing very well in that regard, 19-3. There's a few more creeps available. Zion's getting caught inside the cogs. 33, throws out the big nuke. Spike Carapace is already burned through, so Zion's is going to be run down underneath the trees. The battery sold the last couple of ticks. Not quite enough, and 33 couldn't get the final shot off either.
Damn.
So, the first blood still available for the taking.
Oh, he was gone for sure there, but just enough stick charges, holds it to the last minute, bogs him up as well. I mean, that's a huge play on this lane. Like, he gets the trade-off for his Drow. Now they can turn around as well. Both side lanes.
Well, there's an opportunity. Resolution swinging through Snaking, getting that kill, and 33 almost dying on the other side of the map as well. So once again, the side lane's not doing too badly for Secret, though they certainly are not Actually, it's not doing too bad. I mean, 33 sitting at 12 and 5. Maybe not quite the same as the way they shut out that Brood Mother, but he did seem to come up with good ideas on how to deal with 33's heroes in lane.
I mean, I think this lane is going to get better for Secret in a way. Like, the early level 1 through 3 is where this Vision shines in terms of getting you the all-in kill.
Sure.
They didn't get that, which means Crystallis gets to, you know, just pull up the extra items. He doesn't have to spend as much on regen. He doesn't
Trying to go for the deny. Pops the Fairy Fire last second. Snaking. He held on to the Crystal Nova. Now they do have Soxa. The arrows flying through. Fell a little shy, though. Once again, the Sports walking out of this bottom lane. Just a sliver of HP. Meanwhile, Nisha and Nine, they have indeed been clashing quite a bit, both of them. Going down to about a quarter of their HP. But Nisha, he gets a bottle refill, whereas Nine doesn't have that same privilege.
Yeah, so 9 actually ends up being the one forced to base here, and Puppy will spend his death wisely, refill that bottle. I mean, he was kind of playing off the lane a lot top, just choosing to drag some creeps. Skeeter was doing an amazing job of keeping the illusion on him, which was super annoying and resulted in the kill. The benefit for Secret is this Dawnbreaker is going to have a pretty fast 6. Like, he's already level 5, and speaking of ultimates...
Nisha does have his ultimate, but 9, he timed it perfectly. He was level 5 in like 3/4, but he knew as he cleaved through those creeps, he's going to get his level 6, and he gets the kill. A huge nice illusion. That is twice now he's managed to pull that off.
Yeah, this guy's just piecing it up on the lane. Taking it straight to him.
Radiant's middle tower is under
You are going to have this rolling thunder when you come up, but I don't know if there's a huge amount he can do with it in terms of moving. And Thunder's already moving this beast bottom, so if this Pango TP's back mid, you lose your counterplay ability, which is exactly what's going to happen. 9 just reading.
Comes in charge. Crystallis can't get out of the way fast enough. Doesn't have the silence, so no forced movement to try and stop this primal beast.
And this is the 5-minute catapult still alive bottom for them as well. Again, Pango has to TP mid because of that kill. This tower can just take a huge amount of damage here. 9 might choose to stay around a little. He's going to go back towards mid for XP.
Underneath his own tower here, Nisha not wasting any time, couldn't get off the freeze there. And so with this rollout, should be able to easily collect the kill on Skeeter. So trading out the carries this time, at least when it comes to the top lane, Snaking is going to be the +1. And, well, +2 for Puppy. Thanks to the intelligence seal. Crystal Mania, you talked about her mana problems earlier.
Yeah. Gonna face the same difficulty. Gotta get them mantles up.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, this move was super nice from Nisha. I think this move actually converted a lot more for Secret than the early Primal Beast just because that Visage wasn't 6. Yeah. That move will get the Visage to 6, but this move just ends up in a dead tier 1 here. Terrorblade has to go jungle. Will plant his own obs. Nice from Skeeter. And meanwhile, Zayat's getting XP on mid, so a decent sequence here from Secret to strike back. Crystallis gets to stay bottom. He's not getting forced out just yet, though now with Visage 6, he'll probably make the rotation. Of course, the tier 1 dying top means he has more space to operate in. So now when he gets kicked out, he actually has somewhere to go. So that move is super valuable for Secret in terms of how they're going to play the map here.
Do they have anybody who can continue to hold that tower against the Visage, or is this just long lost? Does Secret just not even look to the bottom part of the map anymore?
I mean, you do have Dawnbreaker, all right. You can throw this Solar Guardian in on some random hero down there. It's just, I don't think it's going to be enough damage to kill the Visage, and then you're stuck down here battling the birds with heroes that don't really want to battle them just yet. See, that's like Nisha's duty this game. When he feels strong enough to combat this Visage, fight through with the swashbuckles with whatever item he wants to go, I think it's when Secret really want to take the skirmishes. They can defend it with him, though, because you have that Solar Guardian backup. Like, if Nisha wants to stand on here and stall this push, it's very viable.
So it's just a question of whether or not Secret feels like the risk is worth the potential reward of stalling out 33 any longer, or if they're going to get drug into a fight against the Visage that they're not ready for. It seems like they have made the call. Nisha's going to be hanging around this bottom lane, so it's a possibility still.
I mean, I think it's fine to send him down here. Like, he'll still farm a decent amount. Sure. You're going to stall this Visage up a little. At the same time, if you get XP on one of your supports mid, remember, these 2 Secret supports, it's a pretty slow and greedy support duo. Yes. Silencer Nyx, you need a lot of levels on these guys, and ideally some basic items too.
Hello, Soxa. Didn't actually punish him there at all. Zayat's not ready to go with the Impale.
Oh, double damage Primal Beast.
That is scary, but Resolution, he's pretty tanky. They're going to follow him here. Can he get the hammer away? No, he's definitely going to be stuck here in this position. They managed to dodge the hammer stun, but there is going to be Nisha rolling through. Onslaught over to the side here. Nine trying to get out. He does not want to fight into the Pango, but Nisha has hunted him down. They're going to keep him chain stunned up against the wall. A fourth kill for Team Secret.
And fourth intelligence for Puppy. Every little mana pool adds up, and especially versus a hero who's pretty small to begin with, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So nice counter kill from Secret. Again, Nisha just reading the map. If this Primal Beast is going to play aggressive, he can turn those around. He'll always kill him on the return. That area is just so deep for Tundra, right? Like, it's part of the map. The tier 1's still there. Secret can instantly respond. The trade will be that tower bottom. The downside of Pango, he can't be everywhere in this game, right?
Yep.
But I think he's had a fantastic early game. And I think Nisha, he's done enough to propel him into a pretty solid mid game here. Will go that Diffusal Blade. Now you have that deadly combination of, you know, stealing some intelligence.
That's true.
Burning your mana at the same time. BKB costs mana now, Cap.
Yeah, I mean, that Arcane Ring is going to be pretty important, I feel like, for Snaking. Just to keep that mana pool of both himself and others nice and high. Giants with the first move here of the Vendetta.
You have the Nyx mana burn too later.
Oh, that's true.
Mana burn synergy.
Where is he headed to? I don't think he really has the power to do anything about the Visage. He can hit him and impale him, and they can follow up with the Dawnbreaker, but...
No, he wants to find Terrorblade in one of these jungles or just a free support kill. You do have the Donald that can come in on any of these Vendettas.
Yeah.
He's just walking over Sentry Ob, and Tundra doing a nice job of warding up the map, keeping the vision. They have very good observer wards up at the moment. Pretty much seeing everything they want to see here.
Yeah, seriously. 4 different wards. This one's super deep in the mid lane. They've got a defensive one. They've got 2 up top as well.
I mean, just beautiful vision in this game overall. Like, even the secret ward's super nice.
Oh, yeah. They've got a nice little triangle surrounding that straight up triangle. Tundra is actually clearing through ancient stacks, which apparently there was a number of them there. So drops the freezing field. 9 will help with the trample.
Taking a page out of Puppy's book there. Do a little 5 position farming.
Little farm never heard of 5. You guys should take that up in your pubs.
No, please don't. How are the levels looking for Secret? That's a big question. Because this Nyx got a lot of levels, but Puppy is still level 5. He is suffering. This Global Silence is pretty much nowhere near to coming out. Trying to get some Vendetta hit.
Ooh, didn't even go for the Vendetta hit. They may run out of damage as a result. The hookshot comes in from the side, stopping the Rolling Thunder. But even then, I mean, the Primal Beast just looked way too tanky there.
I feel if anything, they were just baiting out some reaction. I mean, they got this Visage teleport, they got a hookshot. All right, back to farming, right? Remember, this is a Drow lineup for Secret. Like, traditionally, Drow lineups, you're aiming for some pretty later timings, right? This is not a hero that, I mean, this hero can join the fights early and be super happy to clean him up, but she's also pretty happy to just keep farming ancient stacks, getting the levels. Every level on this hero counts for a lot in terms of how her ult works,
so much of Drow's impact, though, going into that later game is whether or not she's able to just freely hit people without, you know, stuff being in the way and negating that ultimate of hers. Do you think that's why? I mean, we have Primal Beast, we have Clockwork. There does seem to be a decent number of heroes to get on top of this Drow range, or is that not enough in your mind?
Yes, Solar Guardian, Global, and Nyx to bail him out. Here's the first connect with that chain stun.
Yeah, they're going to use this nicely. Nisha said, okay, you guys take 33. I trusted you got it. I'm actually going to go for the +1 here. Snaking showed himself, and Resolution with the hammer will claim the double.
Bittersweet sunset for you.
Very nice double kill for them. This is the type of tempo I think Secret wants to play. Just finding the kills when their ults are up every 70, 80 seconds or so. Connect with a Vendetta, connect with a Rolling Thunder, back to farming. Crystallis gets to clear triangle, he gets to clear top wave. Puppy finally trying to get to his level 6 up here, inching towards it with every CS, so Secret pretty much getting what they want on all their heroes during this time, and every time Visage dies, you're also extremely happy because it sets down the tempo on the map, right? Now all of a sudden, the 100 doesn't have this Gladys, they don't have this Wraith Pack that they're getting to that's going to exist in the space and be occupying your mindset. And we saw Snaking. He went Arcane Boots, man. This guy's also thinking about it. I'm telling you, he does not want to run out of mana this game.
No. Go for a Force Staff next, which is certainly going to help out a lot against, I mean, they have so much where the Rolling Thunder on in with the Dawnbreaker ultimate on top of that. They want to be able to get people out of these AoE stuck situations where they're chain stunned.
Yeah, Tundra almost always buy double force staff. It is 90% of their games. They like to be able to reset fights, save people. I mean, the Arcane Boots is another form of save this game, right? If you Arcane Boots your Terrorblade, Arcane Boots your Primal Beast, you might get Sunder off, you might get that Onslaught off. All of a sudden, that counts as a reset. The Tundra always thinks about these itemizations in terms of how they can prolong the fight for their cores and just get multiple rounds of spells off. That's where their lineup shine.
What do you make of the Veil, though? Soxa has that force staff. He's definitely going the double, but he also has the Veil queued up.
I mean, if there's one team that's going to buy Veil, the AUI team. I mean, this guy's been buying Veil for almost a decade here. This item is efficient. Like, you get the mana regen, you get some aura. It produces a significant amount of damage increase in the early fights. The question I always have with this item is if you don't get the early fights, does it feel that good going into the later game, especially versus BKB cores or cores that jump you on the backline, right? Because it isn't as much survivability, it isn't as much tankability in those later durations. So to me, this tells me, again, Tundra want to hit a like 20 to 25 minute timing here, where the spell damage is just going to be too much for Secret to deal with.
It is kind of interesting, though, because they're matched up against two cores that can go Magic Immune.
Yes.
You know, we're going to have that Dawnbreaker. Zayat's found the opening. The Rolling Thunder is on top of it. The chain's done. Here it is. No opportunity for a Sunder. Now they back up through, but the hook shot is on in from Soxa.
Now Puppy.
The rest of the team of Secret is going to come through. They managed to get out the global ever so barely. And look at Chrysalis. He's just standing and delivering on that high ground. Now they come back in with Nisha from behind. They almost claimed the kill on a Snake King, but now he's been grabbed by the Primal Beast. He needs to jump away. The Swashbuckle gets him a little bit of distance, burning through the mana of 9. He's got a lot of stick charges. Nisha actually, with the haste root, is running around. He spotted Snake King. Hey, look at him. You're not getting away from this one. He knew it too. Even with the high 5, taunting Snake King into his death. 33 chase downs, done into 1. And now they've got Chrysalis to clean up the kill. Just like you want any Drow Ranger to go. Everybody else is engaging, and the Drow Ranger is sitting in the back, throwing out the physical damage and collecting in the kills.
Echo Saber timing for Rezo doing a lot of work there as well, and that's a huge amount of levels for this Seeker lineup that uses them amazing. Of course, Haste Rune on Nisha, he is just doing the best Pango dance of his life, cleaning up the back of the fight. Gets a huge shield crash off as well, just tanking so much up. And all that was started with this Terrorblade pick, right? This is the exact target they want to find with this Solar Guardian Nyx Vendetta combo. It's going to be deadly for Skeeter all game. It'll bypass the vision that was such an issue for Secret last time. Nyx doesn't care if you have wards. He doesn't care if you have these Terrorblade illusions because you cannot sentry everywhere. That's going to give him a window to start a lot of these engagements with the core down, and just beautiful teamfight execution here. Again, the Carapace messing with these heroes, the mana burn in these early fights, doing a decent amount of work, and Nisha just playing with him, man. Put the high 5 up at the end. See you later.
Yeah, he's feeling himself. Even after a game 1 loss, Nisha showing that he does not lack in confidence on the main stage here. I want to point out the fact the Wraith Pact was alive that entire fight. That cannot feel good for Tundra that they recently picked up this item. If they used it to the full extent of its abilities and they still lost.
It's very true.
Zayas, you gotta be careful. Oh, 33. Drops the Familiars first.
Narrowly escapes that vision. He was really close to just dying there. He has full wand, but that was a bold move.
Tower is under attack.
Very bold indeed. Maybe just about as bold as 9, who was thinking about Puppy showed, maybe diving in and trying to get a quick kill and get out.
It's pretty hard to out-farm this Tundra team, but I do feel like Secret, they have a decent advantage right now in terms of the actual 5-on-5. Outside of that Wraith Pact, they have their Diffusal, they have their Echo Saber. Solar Guardian's pretty powerful for giving you the numbers advantage. This Visage, he's top. You know, if you find an opportunity to get a 5-on-4, a 3-on-2, some of these number fights with the Vendetta global ability, Secret's going to take those every time because they have global to back it up as well. Maybe part of this Veil on the clock is also Soxa just trying to find Puppy in this game. That is his MO. Yeah. Find the silencer, hook him. If you Veil him, maybe it gives you the extra damage to just kill him faster or solo kill him even.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. Especially 9's going to follow up. He onslaughts and tramples through. Like, that's one-shot territory for sure.
And now they have
Dice found the opening. They have the Rolling Thunder as well. The Dawnbreaker. Tundra did not see this one coming fast enough, but they do have in that back line. Skeeter has popped the meta, so Secret needs to be able to reset a little bit, especially with Soxa getting on top of the Drow Ranger, making it even worse. Puppy's going to get grabbed. The 2 supports of Secret die. Despite the fact that Secret are the ones finding the initiation, it's Tundra who gets the better of the engagement, and as a result, can maybe take this mid tower.
I mean, just beautiful hook shock to the back line, disrupts the whole fight. Nisha's going on this Visage, but it's not really the target he wants to start on, especially if it's just him. Like, you're basically just wasting Rolling Thunder at that point. They can't come through and turn that fight around post-BKB or post-Terrorblade. initiation, and Skeeter joining, pretty nice Yasha timing, along with that Mithril Hammer, just dealing a decent amount of damage and clean up 2 kills into a tower. That's the type of fight Tundra wants to be able to take. Visage tanks the initiation, Hairblade gets a free fight. Nisha just going into all.
That is a shield crash on 2, but I don't think it's enough to save him from this sticky situation. Not sure what he was expecting there, but it was certainly not 3 heroes from Tundra.
I think he just wanted an easy bounty route, but nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing is easy on the TI main stage, Cap.
No, certainly not against Tundra, who have been... They really have not given much ground to Secret in either of these games.
This game's a lot about BKB timings as well. Who can just commit in the fights and get the damage done during those intervals. We will have BKB flying out for resolution here. So he's pretty strong in the TP top. Of course, he can TP to these lanes no one else wants to go to. Still join the team. It's a decent time for Secret to try and find something. Remember, Meta has been down for this as well. 50 seconds. Skeeter does not want to join a fight. Rezo just pushing in here.
They're going to spot him. Going to get off his BKB in time. He's going to be chain stun here. Beautiful combo from Tundra. 9 and Saksa not overlapping there at all. Very nicely played.
That's the bail amp.
Yeah, that's true.
There for that bail. So this extra burst, have to try and account for it.
Now Secret is willing to fight here.
They have a blink on Tango.
Oh, it's going to be revealed though. Off the Rolling Thunder. Just try and slow him down. They're going in pretty deep for this one. I'm not sure if the rest of the team really wants to follow this one up. They're going to try it with the Impale, but here comes the Primal Beast running over the Nyx Assassin. The first use of the BKB. And of course, they got to get out. Leave their supports behind. They are fodder. The face of a Tundra team. Oh! Fast little arrow, and now this Visage. Though they do have Skeeter coming in from the side. The meta pops out. He does Gus. Pushing over to the side. Ooh, Saksa. That's an awkward conks. Blocking Skeeter from his retreat, jumping back in. Nisha claims the kill onto 33. Now with the resolution closing in here, they can throw out the stun. Skeeter's gonna pop his BKB. Do they have their own BKB? Needs to get off the thunder. He gets it off on Saksa. Turns around and kills the Drow Ranger. A beautiful play by the young man on stage that is gonna be able to claim 2 core kills.
Zayat's looking to find something, but
is under attack.
there's just not much to claim. Skeeter back up to full HP here. 9 full resources as well. Impale off the mark.
And with that miss, no, 9.
Not that crazy. Oh, that was almost a nice Terrorblade kill. Saw Rezo manning up. He was chunking him down, but just getting in that Sunder range. Enough to propel him back up the full. Skeeter has done a very nice job of joining these fights at the right time and in the right place to get a decent position. That said, Nisha is really carrying this early game. Like, he is doing so much of the damage these early engagements, going in, going out, trying to bait out the spells. This global is not really what Pumpy wants out of the spell, right? Like, he's getting trampled down during a global. Doesn't feel amazing. Imagine they have that later on because he can survive, but the long-range damage is considerable here for the Secret lineup. You get swashbuckled, you get hit by this drow, you have some silencer dots on you.
Look at this play from Nisha, blinking back in to claim that Visage kill. I mean, that was massive. But Skeeter.
First is pretty close.
The BKB and the attention to put it onto Saksa to give him the most HP rather than the Drow Ranger.
That's very nice. Very heads up.
Skeeter, I mean, he's not had a long career. He started off, I mean, he first learned about Dota during TI2 when he was still in elementary school. He was watching pro gamers on stage, and that was the first time apparently that he learned you could play video games for money. He said, that's what I want to do. And here he is in the upper bracket final for the most amount of money, man.
Playing him for a little bit of money.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Just a little bit.
This gamer thing is working out all right for him.
He seems to be doing just okay.
Hook shot. Saksa killing the creep, chaining the stun there with the cogs, but the rest of the team, they called it off. They said, this is not the fight that we want. Saksa says, okay, thanks guys. I'll see you later.
Just splitting the map, snaking, trying to do a little
the roll up. Hey, forces something out of him. Forces 2 ultimates, in fact. Snaking this. I mean, he dies, he doesn't get a kill, but did get a lot out of Secret in a way.
I think Secret, like I said though, I think Secret is happy to play his tempo where they get these kills. Like 40 seconds on the sideline for a 100-second ult. Not the worst, right?
Yeah.
To me, this is Tundra waiting out this meta timing. They really want to take the fights with Terrorblade this game. They need his manpower in the engagement. Sure, Visage survives for a while, Primal Beast survives for a while, maybe kills the support, but the fights where Skeeter joins is really the ones where they want to clean up and get the conversion into the objectives. Next one being Roshan here. He has full Hurricane Pike, so you can get pretty aggressive in these engagements. Just Hurricane Piking in, medding, taking the fight to this Drow if she gets caught. Would expect Thundra to group up, probably try and smoke for some sort of good fight with Vision very soon here.
Get the right kind of fight, take Roche.
Snaking, he's just going to teleport in on cue.
Okay, here it comes.
Smoke everybody but Skeeter, let him show somewhere, send illusions down the lanes.
I mean, with the BKB and an Aghanim Scepter on 9, this Primal Beast is so scary when he goes in.
What gets popped?
He's gonna break, drop the sentry, doesn't catch Zayats fast enough.
They're going to threaten the Roche, though, and Secret need to think about whether Tundra's committing to this. They don't have an easy way to get Vision in that pit.
That is super awkward. I mean, somebody kind of has to put their life on the line to get that information.
It's a mind game.
It turns into a free pick, perhaps, especially now with the ward going down.
This situation is going to be very awkward, especially when the enemy team has ways to force you to show elsewhere. Similar to that last game, Skeeter, he's on an illusion hero. His job is just be super obnoxious with these illusions, shove the waves that Secret doesn't want to go to.
Yeah, but if they find this initiation, Skeeter,
this could be the best hero they can find.
Okay, they're not going to be able to get a fast initiation for it. Ooh, the roll up. Is he going to be able to get off anything here? Nisha is just dead immediately. The physical damage overwhelms him, and now Zayat's going to be chased down. They spotted him. They're going to pop the drums, chase him down. They've got the slow, and that should be it for our Nyx assassin. He's got a Vendetta up in a second, but I'm sure they have detection, even if he tries for it. She does not holds on to that spell for now. That's kind of awkward because they're running into the BKB carry.
Yeah.
I don't know how Secret would be able to change stuff. It would have to take. They needed Vision over the Terrorblade, I guess.
I mean, I think they're just hoping to force a reaction, maybe get out. If they find another core who doesn't have BKB, they're happy to take that fight with the Solar Guardian Global. At least they got this meta out on a good portion of the map, right? It prevents Skeeter from just instantly going to Roche with meta. That said,
he did have a TP up.
That was the dieback for the Nyx, so he was dead for 70. It's going to give a decent window here for Tundra to just clean it up without that meta. Now you're in a position where you can test as your Secret, and I mean, how do you even get tested? There's no way without Pango. It's going to be very close here, but not close enough.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that Tundra recognizes we don't have the meta, so we need to throw all the damage we have right now, and they're going to do it just in time before Nisha can get into the pit with that Rolling Thunder and disrupt things and cause a bunch of chaos. So, I mean, great read by Tundra. They got that timing down to a T.
Fast plays win you games. Yep. Making every second count here. That's going to be ages for this Terrorblade. Makes it even scarier in these engagements, and Ag's done for 9, so his Primal Beast damage is starting to ramp up.
The initiation, though. Nisha, they had the vision to be able to get the opening. The Drow Ranger's going to get run over, though. 9 popping his Ags, but he has to chase in real deep for this one. Can anyone bail him out? He's just getting trampled to death. Somebody help Crystal. It pops him at the last second, but 9 grabs him in the end, pulls him down. Now, underneath that tier 2, I mean, he's fast. Can he get away, though? No, the final swashbuckle gets him in the end, but they get drug in a little bit deeper. Zayats, he's going to be chased down on the side here. At the same time, 33 is kind of toying with them, trying to bait Secret into going for more, but they will not get baited. 33 just straight up throws damage onto the tier 2, saying you guys can't fight right now. Force staff aggressively force staffed in. Force staff back in the line, but Resolution cleaves out the support. The Stoneborn gives him a little bit of time. Nisha, he's got to keep his distance here. That's Thunder.
Secret can keep poking here.
They can. Can they actually keep them in place, though? Slowed down by the curse and the hammer. Nisha comes in through the side. The shield crashes there, and boom! There goes that Visage.
There goes the Wraith Pack.
Popped as soon as the cloak is gone.
Yeah, this poke and physical burst is ramping up for Secret. Desolator on Resolution. Just doing a huge amount of work in these engagements. You get the proc on any hero, throw the swashbuckle on top. Yeah, only it's a decent amount of minus armor coming your way. I mean, Rezo is the carry right here. You know, it really is. Going back to his days with the multiple TI runs here. Not unfamiliar territory for him.
Yeah, I mean, I always think of, when it comes to Resolution and carrying on the main stage, I always think back to that time we stood in for Team Empire, and I mean, his performances at that TI were incredible.
I mean, he's 9-1-7, level 20. He's the highest level in the game.
Yeah.
He's having a beautiful game here. Shard online, Echo build back up after the BKB disassemble. Less luminosity attacks required. Like, he is going to shred these Tundra supports if he gets on them. Crystal Maiden basically just gets Starbreakered into oblivion. Skeeter needs to use his BKB timing well. If this fights go really long and Secret still have the manpower up.
feel like this is not the same situation as last game where Tundra can stall the fights out super long and just benefit from the Astrals and the tossbacks and the arrows.
Yeah.
This is more you got to commit with your Terrorblade, get the damage done, and make sure it counts.
At the same time, though, while Rezo's having this amazing game, we saw in the last fight, Chrysalis, because he still doesn't have BKB, he's just being soloed by a single hero. I mean, 9 is so farmed in this Primal Beast that he's just able to trample him down.
Yeah, it makes you wish you had 2 Force Staffs, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe that is the key of the game. I mean, Puppey has one. He's building Glimmer as well.
Top tower is under attack.
Any extra mobility you can give your Drow. Very nice hook
What a hook shot off of that, but it does give an opportunity for Nisha to get off the Rolling Thunder if he wanted to. A global silence from Puppey, though. It is something expended.
Yeah, Skeeter's looking to go in here. Still has Aegis.
Not about it. Skeeter's chasing Puppey with the eye of Scotty. Slowed down to a crawl. He is pretty tanky, and they actually can't finish him off somehow.
The hell, he has like 26 armor.
Yeah, I mean, the tier 2, I guess that armor aura was maybe just enough to keep him alive.
He just walks it off.
Well, now meta has been used, and the Aegis is going to expire in a minute and a half. There's going to be timing here for Secret.
I mean, it was the marksmanship. It's giving him all the extra bonus, Hachi.
Yeah.
So this silencer's a lot more tanky than you think.
Oh, that's interesting.
I think Skeeter thought he was going to like 3-shot him.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Did I have a spend shard or something? Now Secret have an opportunity to abuse the meta cooldown here. Smoke up from Puppey. Wants to try and initiate with this Nisha Pango. Either find the back line.
Surprised they're going right now. But maybe it's just like meta's down. It doesn't matter if he's got Aegis.
Down. Aegis running out in 50. They want to find some initiation with the Solar Guardian on top.
They're not quite close enough. Puppey, the smoke is going to break. Tundra on high alert, up on a high ground. Really good timing from them. They backed out at the right time. They read, you know, hey, even if we've got this Aegis, we're still exposed. Whenever meta is down, we have to play defensive.
Going up just TPing Outpost. Or he canceled that. That was a aggressive Outpost TP, I was about to say.
I was wondering where he was TPing to.
But Secret will take it back. You said Tundra. I mean, this team is just so efficient at playing the map. They have an 8K lead. It really doesn't feel like they have that much, but it's just all on their supports. These supports just always get farmed. Snaking up the Force Staff, and I mean, Saksa sitting on the big boy Philly.
Oh yeah, he's going to get the Aghanim Scepter soon, which means one of the side benefits of the Aghanim Scepter is the constant rocket spam that you get. So that's another aspect of split push that Tundra will have. They always got something.
He can split push the lanes. He can throw the vision in the fight to find the silencer. Yep, make it annoying for this Pango who wants to hide in trees. Yeah, he's just going to pick it up, buy out for it. Tundra collecting a lot on the map right now.
Look at them again. This deep vision they have in the mid lanes has, I think, given them a heads up that this is happening. Now, they're going to lose their Crystal Maiden, but that is really not that important. Tundra are pretty happy with losing their 5 if it means another smoke is down on the side of Secret.
They're okay with this for now. And okay, I was going to say, Skeeter had a Sacred Relic in his inventory. A little early for Divine there, son, but of course, Nullifier coming out. It's going to be nice to dispel these Secret cores in the fight. No more Force Staff for the Drow at a time where he might really need it, right?
Yeah, sure.
Also messes with Pango. So interesting itemization here from Skeeter. Again, I think Tundra's identifying they want to make the most happen in the interval where they get the Clockwork Hook Shot, they get that initiation, and this meta is off cooldown. Especially for the next Roshan fight. This is what both teams are gearing up for. For Secret, they do have like triple core lineup that scales incredibly well here.
Do you think the Nullifier is really the best item for? I mean, it felt like there was a lack of damage here. I would expect maybe more like a pure Daedalus route or something.
I think the Nullifier becomes very good when you get to that Swiftling.
Okay.
Which is what he's thinking about, right? He has a Q next. I don't think you go with Nullifier without getting a blink somewhere in your inventory.
Yeah.
Because what you really want to do is be able to just blink on the Drow, nullify, Scotty hit him. He's gone, right? He has to sit there and man fight you, and it sets up the fight very nice for the team. Same with like the Silencer. I mean, we saw the Silencer's tanky, it takes a little bit. Nullifier just helps you cement these kills. Tundra wanting to use it here. Shiva's completed for 9.
They found the ward now. They may back up just at the right time. So now Secret, they have a gem as well. Earlier Tundra, again, they buy these really early gems, which I'm a big fan of. Tundra, as soon as they feel like they're kind of like, all right, we're definitely stronger than these guys, they pick up the gem and they just take over the map.
I mean, no vision left.
Yeah.
Absolutely debilitating for these Secret lineups that need to fight around it.
Maybe a big reason why they're able to get such a big net worth lead.
always helps. I mean, Zayat's game is just not easy.
No.
And he just doesn't want to run up any of these high grounds. The illusions are constantly shoving in, which forces someone from his team to go somewhere else.
Scan up to the high ground, see if they can get into position to get this ward down.
Crystallis is like leading the charge here, you know?
Yeah, he's got a fresh BKB. He's like, I don't have to be scared any longer.
The one upside compared to last game is you can put resolution on illusion duty and you can still join the fight.
Yes.
So your ability to play the map versus the illusions went up considerably.
And it means that he's getting a ton of farm in the meantime, too. He's still actually ahead of Crystallis in that regard.
Yeah, these secret cores are farm. I'm just worried that they go in. Like, Tundra is just hitting so many good timings on their heroes here. The double force staff done, the Ags on the clockwork, Shiva's Ags on this Primal Beast, and 33 pushing towards an Assault Kuros. That is like the huge armor differential gone, right? AC, Buckler, all these things huge versus Drow.
Now they're opening force staff, push them deeper into Secret. Maybe that's not what they wanted. At the same time, 9, well, he tried to go in, and that initiation didn't feel good either. So Tundra is now on full-out retreat. The roll-up, Nisha going to be able to deal with the frostbite. Can he get out, though? He's going to be grabbed by 9. Swashbuckle over the side. There goes the Crystal Main. Nice two-man stun as well from the Nyx Assassin. A force step in once again, and the Terrorblade. Triple kill for Crystallis. Turns over to 9, who had to deep commit in order to finally finish up that Pangolier. No stuns in time. The BKB lasted long enough.
Puppy.
Oh, got him just in time. Zayat finds a 4th kill for Crystallis.
You wanted that rampage for the books, but damn close. And Secret cleanup 4, only losing the Pango there. Very happy to get that trade. The gem will be rescued here.
Oh, they saw that on the ground, but Spanking got his courier out fast enough to be able to recover that gem. So that's
quick fingers on the couriers from this Tundra side.
They really do. They know how to play with every single unit they have in their control.
That is the exact fight Secret wanted to hit. They got some vision out. They tank it, the initiation with the Pango. The global was beautiful. Separates the fight, and of course, can't ask for a better time. Getting that into the second Roche here. Aegis on Drow is a huge deal. This damage is starting to come through for this Terrorblade. I thought that was an aggressive force stab from Secret at first. I was like, oh, that was nice, but it was Tundra trying to save him from the chain stun, which you can't blame them. But it ends up just pushing him so deep, and then Nisha on the back line. Secret just get the dream fight here, right? Drow gets to just shoot Terrorblade the whole time. He gets forced in again, maybe betraying a little bit here. He just gets bursted by Resolution with the minus armor. Drow to back him up. And this Tricore coming online for Secret here, the physical damage is no joke. If Terrorblade dies, these other two cores are not going to carry the huge distance in that fight in terms of the damage output. Like, this is a Terrorblade draft. You are buffing him, you want him to live through that engagement. And at this point, Rezo and Crystallis might just be out carrying him. The tag team here, that's a big swing.
He's no longer going the Swift Blink. Now he is going back for the Daedalus. Now he's saying the damage is the problem, but I did like your idea of like a certain way to play against the Drow Ranger, because in just a normal game, this one-to-one matchup between Drow and TV is not that fun.
I mean, this Nullifier, it makes a lot of sense this game. It helps him stick on targets, but at the same time, he has to aggressively force them to be able to stick on them. If someone gets forced before you get that Nullifier hit out, it gets kind of weird, right? Yeah. Like, traditionally, if you want to go this Daedalus build, maybe you rather have Satanic, something else, even like a Manta Dispel.
Butterfly opportunity.
I mean, he's still going to be incredibly strong here. If he gets the Nullifier hit, it's going to pay off. Just a question of can he land it, how deep does he go in the fight? Because like we saw there, you go a little too deep, you get Starbreakered. You're not living through that. Now Secret taking the fight to them, pushing his tower with Aegis. Smoke wrap
comes
around,
down to the initiation, but Science reads it. He's going to be able to break that smoke. The onslaught on through. They do have the spike carapace, pop the BKB last second. They manage to get on top of the silence as well. Global silence goes out. Science is not dead yet, nor is Puppy. While Chris is delivering the damage onto Skeeter. Force that forward. Manage to get the hook shot. Turn around. Skeeter gets off the Thunder on his support. Manta gets popped. Crystal is trying to walk away, but that Nullifier, it'll keep him in place. And now 9 is setting up for the Starbreaker, though. Resolution. He barely hits the end one, and that's all he needed. Crystal is on the second life, will stand and deliver the damage onto 9. That'll finish him off. The Primal Beast with the Dispel is not going to be enough to walk away.
Give me your intelligence, mother, and I'll take it every time. Puppy with the buyback to get the extra insteal.
And runs down Snake King. Resolution finds an extra one. On top of that, none of these heroes have buybacks. So Secret, the world is their oyster at this point.
This game has swung completely, right? Like we can feel in these fights, the damage is just running out for Tundra. And the real carry in this game, Resolution, coming online. He hits 25 after this fight, which is a huge deal for this hero. Now you're dealing with double Starbreaker, which have just been debilitating for Skeeter.
Yeah.
I mean, beautiful hook shot here. They get the Sunder off. Operation Safety to bail out Skeeter. Takes the fight to Crystallis. Maybe if there's no Aegis here, this fight looks different. But even so, Rezo is just smacking him. And that hammer hurts, man.
Yes, it does. All of that farm is paying off. They're so focused on dealing with the Drow Ranger in this bad matchup with the Terrorblade that it means that Resolution is completely uncontested in fights. Delivering damage right there. And there's a man on stage who set all that up in the first place. His Vendetta positioning, breaking that smoke,
that was
made an awkward initiation for Tundra.
I mean, that's what wins Secret the fight there. Like, imagine Puppy gets broken on instead of that Nyx. It's a completely different engagement. Instead, Nine has to spend his entire BKB duration and half that fight chasing Puppy around. He doesn't want to be doing this. It's dirty duty. Someone has to, but it takes him way longer than he wants. And now Secret taking control of this game. Now they're scaling into that late game Tricore where Shiva's on Nisha on top of a Timeless Relic, Arcane Rune. He's going to be pretty strong in this next engagement. Huge amount of spell damage coming out. If Drow lives through the initial burst from Tuncha, it's going to be a hard fight. Rocket Flare scouting Puppy.
They're going to go for that free kill. And he had the gem too. Nisha's going to try and follow this up though. They do have the Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in on the side. They're going to chain stun down this Visage. They've worked through the cloak. The double hammer goes to play. And Snake King, well, trying to freeze the field. They're getting on top of Crystallis. This time around, when he doesn't have that second life, Skeeter's got the meta, and they can start laying to the Drow Ranger. But they need to be able to get the disarms. And now with the chain stun going out, the Drow falls, yes. But Resolution and Nisha, they are just cleaving through hero after hero. The Primal Beast again trying to walk away, but Resolution, he'll run you down. He'll drag you down into the dark, down until you fall, down until you go all the way back to the fountain.
Resolution, Starbreaker, breaking Tundra's dreams here, closing this out 2-0. He wants to send it to a game 3. This man is absolute resolute.
He really is, and it's so fitting. He showed up on this roster with Zayats, completely turns what was kind of a mediocre lineup for Team Secret. They really did not find much success. And it seems like this combination of Zayats and Resolution we see on the right-hand side is what has been enough. It's a Seeker ingredient that has turned Secret into an absolute killing machine. It may just give them the chance to even up this series against Tundra, the upper bracket final.
Seeker is just all over Skeeter in these fights. He just does not have the sustained health like last game. And they are able to burst this terribly down regardless of the Drow. And yeah, you love to see that, man.
Harken back to a little bit of the TI1 days. Back then, at their very first international debuts, were closer together, much closer. They're face up against each other. Here at TI11, it feels like a similar vibe, and you could see Zayats, he loves that.
Oh, especially when you're dead. There's nothing else to look at but that guy across the stage from you. He's standing up and shouting.
Yep.
Little extra mental mind games going down, and that's 2 lanes for Secret here. Cementing themselves at a 15k gold lead. They have the buybacks. Tundra's probably gonna have to buy out to take these fights. Full control of this game now. Octarine done on Nisha. Aeon disc for Puppy. Jumping him just became a little bit harder. I mean, now you really need to get back into this nullifier. You need it, but yeah, Skeeter's just getting kited, right? And even if he takes down one of these Secret cores, pick your poison. Are you going Drow? Or are you going Dawnbreaker?
Yeah, somebody's got to deal with this Dawnbreaker, man. I almost feel like Nine, getting his level 25. I know most people go the extra duration, but I almost wonder if getting the BKB piercing disable would be better. Just deal with this Dawnbreaker, who's like BKB and challenging the Terrorblade every time.
It might be. If you can just get this Dawn off your Terrorblade, at least free him up a little bit, or maybe burst him. I don't know how much it's doable, but you have to deal with Resolution at this point. He's just cleaving through your entire team. I mean, he has Blink. He has everything up, pushing towards Strength Link. In fact, he's saving for buyback. So even if you kill him once, he is going to buyback. He's going to Solar Guardian back in. This Dawnbreaker has built-in Aegis here, as long as he wants to keep the gold up, which he will.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty cool idea, because they're essentially just one team fight away from being able to finish off this game too.
Yep.
We'll see how Tundra is able to hold now that the shoe is on the other foot.
Rocket's coming out, doesn't see anything. Skeeter might get caught.
Oh, this would be the worst situation. A two-man stun set up with the resolution, ready to go. Both will fall. Both do have buyback, but there's going to be a third hero on the ring. It's 33. Roll on through, stop the onslaught as well. Everything being countered on the side of Secret. They've used their buybacks, but they're not going to be able to do much. Maybe they can. Knight jumps in, grabs the Drow Ranger, and they do manage to get him. Immediate buyback. Secret trying to reset around this one. A beautiful stun from Science. Once again, another two-man follow-up. Nisha keeping his distance here with the swashbuckle. Is going to roll up to the side. They're going to try and deal with this Nyx assassin. Go, Dawnbreaker coming in. Here comes the stuns. Can they chain stun him? They burned out of mana. He needs to be able to get off a Sunder, but he doesn't have an opportunity to do so. He falls. A dieback on the carry, but at the same time, oh, the Primal Beast went in, but they couldn't actually deal with the Drow Ranger, who's just in the back line. Throwing away the damage. Resolution. He will not go down easy. He will not go down without a fight. He finally does fall, but Tundra, it's too late for them. They blew far too much to be able to bring down the Dawnbreaker, and now Chrysalis is here to clean up. They buy back where they can. They do have the roll-in coming on through. That's going to be able to get the chains done on to 9. He's dead as well. 3 dead, no buybacks. 33 going to be collected, and that is it. GG. Team Secrets. They will close out this game 2 and even up the series.
I mean, that's what everybody wants to see here. A game 3 between these two teams, and that felt like Secret's playbook through and through. Clinical early to mid-game, executing with their ults on the kills that they need to, a slower tempo, just methodically oozing the victory out of that game from Tundra. And it felt like Tundra were the ones kind of on a timer. Like, they're trying to fight with this Terrorblade timing, trying to get that meta to maximize the usage, but that one fight clicks. All of a sudden, they're on the back foot, and it's just too hard to recover into all those carries Secret has. I mean, you got to give a shout out to Resolution in this game, right? What did he end the game on in terms of score? Absolutely brutal performance, just crushing them with the hammer to send it to game 3, 14-2 and 16. Yep. He hit that super early 25 and never looked back. Double Starbreaker with the shard, disintegrating that Terrorblade.
That's it for game 2. Third game is coming up, and I'm sure there's so much to break down in this clash of ideas. Who's going to come out supreme in game 3? For that, we ask the panel.
You're coming to the wrong place then, my friend, because I'm not on that stage. I'm not there in the heat of battle as these two titans of the game clash head-to-head. As we slightly decompress, T, Lizard, and Sheep, welcome back to another classic game here at TI. And T, I am enjoying this trend of me exposing off-the-record quotes that you guys share with me.
Okay, go on.
At the end of that draft, I vaguely recall you saying something about...
Speak correctly here, boy.
About your emotions regarding the 2 drafts, just the 5 heroes that you would see on both sides. You felt kind of strongly about one.
Yeah, I basically said that Tundra's lineup is the type of lineup that I'd love to see in like a ranked game. You know, when I'm trying to get my 30 MMR, I see those 5 heroes, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna double down. That's comfortable. And then Secrets, I basically was saying it was about, it's kind of a bit scarier. It's positional. If you get yourself in position, you can win, of course. But it's like, of course, I lean more towards Tundra in regards to the ranked analysis there, but my golly gosh, did Secret play a beautiful
You just lost double down the MMR.
I just lost 60 MMR, but it's fine.
Sometimes it happens, you know, you double down, then you check everyone's names, you see some, I don't know, some baby rager that you had in your pubs that's actually feeding, that's 8,000.
Forgot to avoid him.
Yeah. Forgot to avoid him. On the other side, there's Rezo playing the Dawnbreaker on the offlane. And Shippo, do you like the 3 carries from the side of Secret?
I liked their heroes a lot more this game because it felt like they could actually cover each other in these fights. Like last game, it felt like Secret had the gusto and the outplays in the early game, but they couldn't cinch the mid-game fights, right? Tundra had a exactly similar situation happen again. You go into this 15-minute mark, and you have Skitter at the top of the net worth chart, leading above everyone else, and then all 3 of Secret's cores, and then the other 2 on Tundra. And now this has happened twice. This time, at least, Secret have the global, the Dawnbreaker ult heal, and the role to actually fight properly.
I feel like this whole lineup of Secret was, we'll protect you, Mr. President, Mr. Chrysalis. Like the way they're playing, you have Silencer that's also kind of on the sidelines, even though it's Puppy. He runs in with Silencer just to die and buyback. The other 3 heroes though, you have Dawnbreaker, you have Pango, you have Nyx. They're literally, all they have to do is go up front, create enough space for him to dish out the damage, for him to multi-shot, and that's why he got the rampage in the end.
Yeah, and in this highlight we just saw here, like Zayat, he had an incredible game on this Nyx Assassin. You know, the first 20 minutes, it was quite slow from both teams. They're kind of waiting for a big timing to hit. But then you just see Zayat just in the perfect position, jumping on the Terrorblade, CCing into the Dawnbreaker on top of that. And then at the very end, to play under the ward, quick blink, double stun. Like, I think Zayat, you could feel the energy as well. The way that he was standing up, screaming after he was making these plays. Like, just that is the infectious energy you need when you're kind of coming back into a game, which looked a little bit difficult, leaving laning phase from Tundra at least.
Yeah, I think the well-rounded nature of the net worth distribution sheet that you alluded to, you think that top-heavy method that Tundra has now gone for 2 times in a row is going to come back to bite them? Because it seems that at least Secret has found one answer to it.
I'm not sure if it's on purpose. Obviously, everyone would like to have all 3 of their cores. They're obviously struggling with something. I'm not sure if they're just not like farming enough and they're trying too hard to be aggressive on Tundra. It worked for them in game 1 just because like one of their biggest strengths is in this pickoffs and their spell casting. They will just use their spells a lot better. It's just really hard when you're playing into global. Like they managed to get onto Secret side of the map and then just couldn't quite cinch those kills because of, you know, like the global coming off and then they just take a great fight.
There's also one problem of Clockwork. Like that man buys an Aghanims and he's taking all your farm. Like by the time your illusions get there, the Rockets have already cleaned up the full wave. So they definitely struggled a little bit when it comes to that. But also, jokes aside, Clockwork buying that Aghanims meant that he doesn't have a saving item. So plenty times in a game such as this one, you would see Drow completely going ham on the TB and there's just nothing to save him, nothing to reposition him.
So, I mean, we saw it.
Yeah, so you say the saving item. He had quite the opposite. He had a Force Staff at one point, which was useful in 9 out of 10 situations, but there was one moment where the Terrorblade was on the receiving end of Saksa's Force Staff and we just went deeper into the fight. And I'm sure Skitter had, we didn't get a true sight replay for that one. There may have been some strong words tossed between the 2 players there because that was not the Force Staff that Skitter needed.
Right into Resolution's loving hammer hand.
There we go. Well, I have been enjoying the very illuminating thoughts from you guys, and so I would like to dull that by going to Sir Action Slacks in Singapore.
Hello, 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 Arena. It is I, Sir Action Slacks, here in the crowd. How are we doing, crowd? Hell yeah. You know what I've always wondered? This is a real thing that I really do wonder. What would happen if somebody won the Aegis that was just a fan? We're gonna have a contest. I have some very rare giveaways here. I want you to do a acceptance speech between you and your friends, okay? We're gonna pass along. The crowd will react to who wins. Please pretend, sir, you just won the Aegis. Do your speech.
I just wanted to say it's been a long journey, and I want to thank my parents and friends from Herald to where I am now. It's been a long journey for many years, and now I am here.
And you won.
And thank you to my fans.
Okay, pretty good crowd. All right, give it a shot.
All I gotta say is the competition sucked. I deserved it.
Oh my.
What else is there to say?
Damn, that was like a puppy interview. That was hype. All right, sir.
I've got to give it to you guys. The crowd, the Singaporean crowd, incredible today. All for you guys, all for you guys. Thank you, thank you.
One more? Okay, make it fast.
We won because of Singapore, baby. Let's go.
Okay, crowd, I need your help. Contestant 1, please. Applause if you want it. Contestant 2.
Yay!
Contestant 3. And 4. All right, it looks like we have a clear winner here. Is your beautiful little prize. I don't know what this is. I'll give this to you. I don't care who gets this one. I only brought 3. For every winner, there must be a few losers. So sorry, guys. Thank you for watching. And please send us back to the panel. Can you throw to Tsunami for me? Just say back to you, Tsunami, as hype as you can.
Back to you, Tsunami.
Okay, that's too hype. I don't like that. You're doing too much better than me. Thank you so much.
Yo, thank you very much, random Singaporean fan. Thank you very much for sending it back over here. The duality of Dota players. I 100%. Contestant 2, carry player. You could tell it. You could, from that intonation, he is no stranger to saying that he single-handedly carried his way to the Aegis.
He was the coach.
He was the coach.
He wasn't even in the game, yeah.
Yeah, I've also had people take credit for victories that are not deserved, but I am happy that the crowd has been getting into it because, yeah, we've been now embracing the Singapore indoor stadium. It has been living up to the hype 100%. I'm glad that everyone's getting into it. And now they have a third game to look forward to, Sheep. I am thinking that we are setting the bar extremely high for this TI because the Liquid series versus Aster, amazing. And now Tundra versus Secret, a game 3.
Oh boy, we talked about the adaptation, right? And by God, Secret did. They really adapted. I think their draft was just stronger and better, and they executed it nicely. And I want to see them carry that through to this game 3. And for Tundra, I don't know. Skitter is an amazing carry. No faults with him. You keep doing you, baby.
Sure.
But the rest of the team really need to kind of sort out what they're doing. Maybe they could apply more pressure to Rezo. He is just like reliably carrying these games like with no problems, right? You feel it, right?
Of course, and they even did it early on, like they were setting up these traps for Rezo because they know you're playing into a Dawnbreaker. One side of the map, you have the whole team. On the other side, there will be Rezo just farming away. They caught him a couple of times, 2 times to be precise. Later on, you just can't do anything about him. He gets that BKB and he's a menace.
Yeah, I think, you know, Tundra, they were on like a 12-game win streak up until this point. Secret, they finally just beat them. And Tundra, they're just a hyper-defensive team. They wait until their timings, and then they look to punish. Secret, they found a way to punish that timing where Tundra felt most confident. So I think, yeah, they're coming into this game 3. We heard it in the interviews. Both teams think they're evenly matched. Clouds from 33, they clearly are. Like, it's hard to really pit one to either. I think draft-wise, it's fine. It's just in the game, there's these small plays, like, did they get the 4 stuff off? Did they position correctly? Did they have the vision? So, yeah, it's an incredible third game coming up.
Yeah. We've been very wholesome throughout the whole tournament, but in the pre-game interviews, I heard cheating drafts, I heard nerds, I heard a lot of bad stuff, but I'm expecting a really good game.
Oh, I thought you were about to like dunk on
subvert expectations.
I'm expecting BM pauses. I want some all chat. I want mantles of intelligence in the base. Give it to me.
And on the TI main, I mean, we saw Zayat standing up. He's getting into the spirit of the competition.
Oh, we need some, like, do you know, like the true sight segments during the game? We need that, but like when he's standing up. So when he sits back down, like Puppy's like, sit down. Get back into your
Job's
seat.
not done yet.
It's not over.
We have
Get
not
down.
won.
It's
not over. Let's see these two teams take their spots back onto the pods as we get into this game number 3. Tensions are high. But thankfully, it's not elimination. Team that loses here goes on to face against Team Liquid tomorrow in the lower bracket finals.
Don't forget they can hear you right now, Tsunami, so please, you have a couple choice words to say. Who would you like to influence?
No, it's all you, T.
Tundra, I love you!
There we go.
Secret, you're so cool!
I predicted you in the bracket, Secret, to win the thing, so please give me my battle pass
Let's
points.
go, Secret. You can do it.
Well, did you predict them all the way back from LCQT?
Yeah,
that's oh, you did.
I made 0 predictions in the entire battle pass thing, but I made 1 to win TI with Secret.
What thing?
The battle pass predictions. The battle pass.
The battle pass.
You've triggered me now.
You were rooting for them because Secret have had a hell of a journey to get to this point, and I want to hear it from them.
I mean, the best moment obviously was beating PSG LGD in the upper bracket and then beating Thunder in the upper bracket again to solidify top 3. Mattered a lot because now I'm exactly in the same spot as I was in last TI, so that's pretty good.
It meant so much to me because I always come to TI, I always go to the upper bracket, and then I always lose the first game in the upper bracket, and I start all over again from the lower bracket. But this time, we won the first game. I was like, oh my god, this is the first time ever I won my first game in the upper bracket. It meant so much to me.
It does definitely feel like we're sneaking in this time. And I mean, sneaky last chance qualifier. You know, you see Team Liquid there also at the same time.
I think they helped us a lot, but I would say as well that it was super hard to be in those qualifiers because it's a mini TI, like 100% mini TI. Like you gotta go through some, you know, tough games. I don't really know the future, but so far I feel like we're in a pretty good state to take the whole thing, you know. I don't know like what's gonna happen. Maybe we're gonna choke, maybe we're gonna, you know, play our best Dota ever, but I feel it.
and he should feel confident feeling it because he's got two people right behind him and to the side of him who have already done it. Puppy taking the very first Aegis, and Heen as a coach on Liquid, looking to replicate these results. Going head-to-head against AUI 2000, coach of Tundra, and waiting in the lower bracket is Matumba Man on Liquid. But it's encouraging, and I mean, Rezo, anytime I hear from him, it's hard not to smile, Sheep. He's such a kind boy.
Dude, Rezo's so nice. I met him last TI, and I think he was like ready to retire. He was talking about moving on from
He was
Dota.
Russian talent at that TI.
Yeah, and he was like, I don't know, like I'm just not sure, and like I'm so glad that he found Secret and they're performing so well. Like he is definitely one of the kindest dudes I've met in Dota.
And he's one of those players that just kind of gets picked up by a team, right, and then destroys the TI. It's not the first time that it has happened.
Yeah, and the journey he's gone on, right? Like obviously throughout the year he's had to go do a lot of things, unfortunately, due to things happening. So the fact that he's been able to go through all of that, keep his mindset in a good spot, and then return to the main stage with Secret, go through the last chance qualifier, the group stage, this point here, yeah, it's incredible performance, and yeah, a lot of respect towards Resolution.
And the fact that he gets to do it with his boy Zayats as well, because for those of you who may not know the context, Zayats was picked up by Secret during the middle of DPC Tour 3. It was because Yapzor wasn't able to play, and Zayats comes along, Rezo loses his theoretical lane partner, and then a few weeks later, there's a vacancy, and they get to reunite. And we thought that maybe it was a bit of a honeymoon period at first, maybe at the Riyadh Masters tournament, and then it just keeps going, and they keep doing well.
Just chemistry, isn't it? If you find the right players that want to play with each other, they get to these tournaments. Like, what was it? Blitz mentioned how it feels like 3 separate tournaments to get here. Like, you want to have players that actually want to play with each other, not these just world-star rosters that are forced together because, oh, we got the money to bring them into the squad. Like, these guys, they want to be together.
At that time, you're probably like, you're in Team Secret, Zats comes in, suddenly Puppy starts speaking like Ukrainian, Russian, Estonian, whatever. Zats as well, and suddenly you hear Rezo, and then again Rezo, and you find yourself with a new teammate.
Although even though you said that, T, I remember that whenever you were showing your graphic on which two of the most prominent players would make combinations, we see Zayats and Puppy, they're willing to rotate. Now let's see if we're going to follow these dynamics in game number 3. Take it away.
THUNDRA Esports versus Team Secret.
Secret.
Game 3.
1-1 berarti ya? Iya.
Now we've been talking for a little bit here backstage, and it seems like my analysts kind of felt like that draft 2 was good for Secret. I mean, flying you back them even after that game 1 loss. So it definitely felt like draft so important going into this game 3 draft. What do you want to see that's different?
I want to see, first of all, I want to see Secret banning this Broodmother. So Tundra will be forced into a different opening. They already banned out the Doom, and just go for a different approach than they did the first game, because Tundra does have second pick again.
That is scary, right, Quinn?
Yeah, I mean, second pick, running it back. I think the core bans and giving them this, like, they've just beat the CM. Was it really more impactful than a Potom? Probably not. If anything, I think the Potom has some nice qualities for Tundra. I can actually see them pick the Potom over the CM if they leave both, to be honest. Yeah, they do the 2 core bans. I think this is much better than the first go-around. Now Tundra has to come with a new 2-3. They don't typically 2-3 Visage, so you're looking at, like, a Primal again. If Secret sees a Primal, this is fine. We know it's in Primal. Like, I think Secret is much happier going into this draft than they were the first game.
Now, we talked about the clash of ideas. These 2 teams, they have different ideas when it comes to drafting, but also when it comes to the setup on the map. We saw earlier, Tundra, they prefer Dire, and Secret actually actively choosing Radiant against what most people would expect right now. Quinn, why do you think they chose Radiant?
I genuinely don't know. It may be something to do with them playing their triangle for this Roche hill. You saw a lot of like tension and waiting around this Roche pit, and out of the hill, like you can sort of play closer to the hill on Radiant and like meme with the Roche pit, like throw some arrows, you know, whatever. I think they may value that dynamic or something along those lines. That would be my best guess, to be honest.
You guys, anybody else have some ideas?
It's interesting because in a way Dire has a better access to Roche almost because they have the outpost there. They can fight, they can buy back, they can TP and Radiant can. Right. So it is actually hard for me to understand, but we did play, like from my perspective, we played Thunder who chose Radiant, and what they like to do is they just like defending their side of the map. And the Radiant jungle is overall bigger. It's easier to place sneakier wards that are hard to find. Okay. And that makes it harder for the enemy to invade if you want to put your resources into that. So maybe that's why I'm not 100% sure. Laning is generally better on Dire.
Yeah, so the Dire offlane is generally considered strong.
Yeah.
Dawnbreaker
I could see it
lagi.
being a defensive type
Oke.
thing. I feel like if we go back to a lot of those historic secret teams that played pretty defensively, they played to scale, they played to farm. My brain is telling me a lot of those were like Radiant defense type situations. Like Radiant Triangle just feels really hard to break.
It is much bigger. The hill, like it just feels like you're walking into a fortress.
Yeah, so I could see that being part of the game plan. Secret feels like the side lanes maybe slightly better for how they play him or something. I don't know.
But then you have to ask yourself, isn't this better just when you're on second pick? Because on second pick, it is easier to get that better win condition. You get the overall last pick. That's what happened last game. They picked this Dryandra last, and you know, the entire game, Tundra's one fight away from losing that game. This game, Secret's on first pick. Tundra's going to get to respond in whatever the way they want. And we saw the first game, it was kind of a similar story with this OD coming out. At the end of the day, they couldn't match us OD at 60 minutes, right?
I agree. If you believe like the first pick has to take it to second pick in one of those scenarios, then if you're doing it from Radiant, you get in that situation where you have to take the fight into their dire outpost for a Roshan. It gets really sticky, right? I am happy to see this Dawnbreaker back, though.
Yeah.
I was not sure if they were going to get this hero after that last game, and I feel like if they don't take it here, it gets banned 100%. Because that hero did insane work for them. It's one of the big flex scores that Puppy likes to play around it, that you talked about in that previous game. So I feel like this draft is, again, this is like more in Secret's wheelhouse in terms of, I don't feel like there's some crazy 33 hero already causing them problems. This is kind of like a skirmish team fight oriented game. Like you said, I think the bottom is actually better for them than the maiden. Just because of the vision aspect.
Kalau yang itu
but otherwise, I feel like Secret's probably happy with this in terms of the first phase.
Soalnya
Yeah, I think so too. They have this Dawn Flex waiting, so maybe Tundra picks Netta's hero at the phase, but it's like, it's not some end of the world stuff because you can still counterpick it if you want. So you're at least getting one guaranteed lane counterpick. You can late pick Nisha's hero, so maybe he's not going to see his lane, but he will see a lot of heroes. I think they are a lot happier because, you know, Tundra picks this double sub. It's not something super scary. It's not oomph, you know? Like you see in the last game, there's a brood, bam, like you need to respond to this. Your whole draft is revolving around this. You're scared, you're thinking about what they pick. Like Tundra picks 2 subs, and it's fine. It's, you know, decently well-rounded. There's nothing wrong necessarily, but I think Secret is in a much more comfortable position. They're happy with what they have, and they're sort of, you know, planning things out. They can get some better structure, I think, than they had the other game.
They also just get the ban, like, whatever they don't want to play with. Yeah. The 2 supports are blocked, right? So you get Naga ban, you get OD ban. Probably the 2 most annoying heroes from game 1.
And I think it's kind of the beauty of a best of 3, and sometimes, you know, you see it in a best of 5. People, the teams develop over time. They run into these different scenarios and they have to adapt. And you can see that Secret has so much confidence in this Dawnbreaker, and they take it and then they ban everything that they've played against before. And now Tundra is the one that has to adapt, and they're going back to one of the things they used to do, which is pick this guy, his Tusk. However, this does mean that Secret gets a nice counterpick for Nisha mid, and we know how much damage Nisha can do when he gets a counterpick mid.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha is an absolutely beastly player with a good game. I mean, there's maybe some angle with this Tusk pick here. Like, you would think that, hey, you see Dawn, you know it's going to one of the side lanes as a core. Maybe you want to pick the cores to counterpick that. But I think this team puts a lot of value on Net having like a very impactful pick slot. Like they'll give him the 8 with some they'll give him 18, or they'll give him like some hero that he thinks is insanely broken. So maybe they see, hey, we have this tiny, we don't want to pick like some double melee really weak lane like blind, and then we get counterpicked. So let's save our offline pick. We think Netta and having a good lane in our offline is really valuable. Like we're gonna put extra emphasis on that. And hey, 9, you always do fine in lane anyway. You can run around and cast your spells just like you would in any other game.
It's going to be interesting to see what he opts for this Tusk, because I could see them getting like an Ember or Storm or something here. They just want to get a mobility hero that abuses like some of the lack of super early stun that this Tusk provides, but they went for the Earth Spirit as well. I also feel like this Earth Spirit CM duo is kind of designed to keep that Visage pick in check that you always have to think about coming down, especially when they have this tiny 4.
Zeus,
the immobile spirit.
I like it because, you know, he can get away from shards. It's not that easy for them to set up a kill on this Zeus. There's almost always going to be a response. And when you think about how these heroes are going to clash against each other, which I'm sure these guys are considering right now when they're talking about it, there's so much poke coming out from Secret that Tundra has to commit for a fight. They have to commit for a kill. They're going to go in deep, and then, you know, the counter initiation starts. There's going to be Dawnbreaker ulti, there's going to be this Earth Spirit ulti. So currently I'm kind of digging Secret's draft, but, you know, we're kind of missing 2 heroes on the other side.
Yeah.
So it looks better.
I mean, I think there is one element to Secret's lineup that Tundra may look to exploit, which is they have a lot of this very similar magic damage. It's like mid-range damage, so if this pipe, this Wraith Pack comes out, we talked about the Wraith Pack being annoying in the first game. Secret is incredibly bad against Wraithpact and also really bad against killing it. And here's your Wraithpact hero. So they will have this, potential, hey, maybe our lanes are falling apart a little bit. Our heroes need levels. Our heroes all do damage the same way. And potentially this Wraithpact pipe become a problem.
Yeah, that was a very good pick for them. I feel like everybody almost forgot it was still in the pool because it's been a first phase hero for so long, but
I think they just fell into the trap. If you guys remember, Secret played against this Enigma and they actually picked Crystal Maiden and Dawnbreaker. And they absolutely demolished this Enigma, and that's exactly what they're going to do now. Okay, we're just going to lane this Dawnbreaker, see him against you. They're going to last pick something else. I'm not sure. It could be, a Rezo hero. It could be a Crystallis hero. But I think this is actually better for Secret. I think they messed up on Thundra.
Interesting. I mean, I think was it against Tiny in that other game? Because I know people value the Enigma with Tiny especially differently than other Enigma lanes because you have this wacky toss back, the Eidolon's duplicate, and then you just get exploded by all the Eidolon right clicks. I mean, I think this is another one of those situations sort of similar to the first game where Tundra's hey, we know what you're gonna play against this, and let's see who has the right idea and how this lane plays out. In the first game, it seemed like Secret did. Maybe it's maybe Secret has it again.
I would not be surprised to see this Enigma Tiny do okay on this lane, just because of how much they play these summons. I agree, you're kind of giving Secret some comfortability here in terms of they just get to play this Dawnbreaker Enigma matchup. At the same time, there is no BKB Blink Black Hole cancel. So if Tundra feel like that is something they needed in this game in terms of for a carry that's going to come out and they don't want to have to counter with their last pick, it helps them a little bit in there. Because are they going to pick Visage here for the Wraithpact? It doesn't seem amazing, right?
What about a Vengeful Spirit in there?
Oh, Venge.
That is an exotic choice, I'll tell you that.
I don't know if I believe in Venge, but...
Okay, double down on destroying this Enigma.
I mean, this is a hero people were picking in scrims a lot before TI against this Enigma, experimenting. I've seen lanes where the Enigma gets absolutely blown out of the water, and other games where Enigma sort of survives.
I think you should get toasted here. The Dawnbreaker lane, I think you can play a little bit around because Tiny can interrupt the spells. But this lane it's CM Gyro. You are getting nuked, you are getting flacked. It's pretty hard to play this lane. I don't know if Tiny interacts that well with it. So I like this pick. I mean, I don't think you're too worried about scale here. All the Gyro has to do is just fight. He can even be third net worth. You're not even sad in this game because you have Zeus and Dawnbreaker to back up the scale.
Exactly. I'm definitely liking this response from Secret. They have multiple lanes that are good against Enigma. They have a lot of different damage resources now with, Gyrocopter bringing that physical damage. Dawnbreaker can build into that Desolator. We have seen Dawnbreakers go for the Wraithpact build before. I don't know if he's going to do that. I think Rezo kind of popped off last game known. We're going to see last pick. It's going to be the CK.
Sticking to the comfort.
Is this a hard CK game, or what do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of in-game matchups, this Zeus one, as time progresses, is pretty bad. All your illusions kind of explode, and your hero explodes too. I mean, potentially they just feel like they need this tempo. They want this strong lane. It's, back to the comfort for Tundra, but it's another game where I feel like I look at the draft and Secret has pretty good options. They have good draft integrity, much better than the, how easy it was for them to play the first game. I think, now this Gyro can kill the Wraithpact. I feel like I look at this draft and I'm pretty chill if I'm Secret, I think.
I think it's similar to the second game. Tundra's trying to get this carry who can push out the lanes and give this kill threat between the Tusk and Mirana that they like to use, along with the Tiny, some ability to open up the map and find the kills. But Secret just have so much lane shove to back it up, and on top of it, they have the global ability. They have the Solar Guardian, they have Zeus ult, so they can back up some of these heroes that otherwise would be scared to push lanes or get gone on. They can turn it around. I think that was I think the Solar Guardian was huge in game 2 in terms of breaking how Tundra was trying to play that map.
I totally agree. I think this Dawnbreaker pick, especially, they realized that after game 2, this hero is what is going to help them defeat the way Tundra wants to play. How do you want to play this game, push out the waves, and then, the fact that other heroes are showing and they attack elsewhere on the map, can't do that against Dawnbreaker, right? So I do agree. I do like Secret again. A lot of it is going to come down to how this Enigma does in the bottom lane. If something happens where they get this kill with Toss, it can completely change the way this game is going to go.
Yeah. So that lane is going to be all important. But Quinn, how else can Tundra, if you guys are all leading towards Secret ways, what does Tundra need to do to claim the W, go to the grand finals?
I think a lot of it just does come down to this Enigma lane. If he has a good start, suddenly this Wraithpact pipe, they start looking extremely intimidating. Secret's heroes can be very low damage. They can start being like, oh guys, we can't really kill the heroes. There's this Tusk randomly running around. I think when your offlane does really well and you have this it can exacerbate the problem greatly. Suddenly this Tusk is all up in your business, and what can you really do to this guy?
Any lane swaps or anything that would help enable this, or is it just going to have to be free play?
I mean,
I feel like a lot of his gameplay, they just kind of have the situation he picked himself into. He was happy with the situation. They didn't man the gyro. I think he can clutch it up.
One word answer, gentlemen. Fly. Who's going to the grand finals?
It's going to be Secret.
All right, Quinn. Secret. All right, you heard from our analyst. Thank you so much for flying. Quinn joining us and breaking down the draft to such an extreme level. I feel like we all learned something in that one. But game 3 of Secret versus Tundra. It's about ready to go. One of these teams is going to be going to the grand finals. Maybe the other team will join them, but it'll have to be a very long Sunday for them. They'll have to go through the lower bracket. They'll have to play 2 series in a row.
Nobody wants to do that, except maybe Matumba. That guy likes playing Dota.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to get as much Dota in before he retires.
I mean, this is another game where I feel like this Tundra draft does exactly what they've been doing the whole tournament. They have a bunch of heroes who can push the lanes out. They have an illusion carry. They have a summons off laner. They have this killer mid for 9, like the Spear Breaker, like the OD, whatever. He can run around, make some crazy stuff happen, help set up the kills for supports.
It got us this far. Let's not stop.
Yes,
right?
It's very much up their alley. At the same time, I do think like this Dawnbreaker's has to be one of the heroes that's better conceptually against the style, because she's extremely tanky, shoves the waves pretty fast, is giving you that scale advantage. At the same time, in a way, she's protecting other heroes from shoving out lanes, right? Imagine Nisha is pushing lanes, as Gyro's pushing lanes later in this game. He gets arrow, Tusk jumps him, you have the Solar Guardian come out. Suddenly, Tundra are in a position where they need more heroes to go for those types of kills. And every time you force them to have to commit more and more numbers, those moves become a little bit harder, right? So Tundra has to be a little bit faster and a little bit quicker, and runes.
Nice kick away.
Nice, Zayak, nice.
That'll secure, that 3rd bounty rune. So doesn't mean he doesn't have rolling boulder, which
Giro sama
when it comes to this
Zeus
lane.
rambutnya
And they're
sama-sama
also going to put the
putih.
Earth Spirit down here again. So similar to last game, Zayas will take the safe lane with Chrysalis, not doing that CM gyro lane, which I feel would just melt the Eidolons.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, Flak is enough at the later levels. So maybe they're just fine doing this. They want to set up the stronger off lane. Maybe they're worried about playing
Memang pas
double
kali ya
lane
Giro
into
lawan
this
Enigma
Chaos
ya.
Knight lane.
Oke, bisa dicontoh.
Maybe it's just Rezo, you're the carry,
Anak-anak
right?
memang
Like, let's
annoying.
secure Resolution Dawnbreaker
Kali
this game
pakai
because we
flex
saw what it
langsung
did last
rata.
time. I mean, Gyro, like we talked about, doesn't have to be the true one in this game. Gyro can just play for some spells, running in, being annoying, shutting down the Enigma early, and catch up later. He doesn't have to have the greatest start of his life because, again, very strong scaling Tricore from Secret if this game goes late.
It's already doing so much,
Kalau
Puppy.
tuksnya mid,
Pushing back the
bahaya
Snake
juga,
King
Zeus
Mirana,
bisa ditampol
blocking
langsung
the
mati.
easy camp as well. The other side, Zayas actually gets a pretty nice W here, and being able to pull the hard camp off of Saksa. A little bit of block in here. Nisha doesn't really care too much. In fact, he slows him down. 9 in response, snowballs onto the range creeps. I don't know why, man, but little stuff like that always gets me. I love to see those cute little 1v1 matchups and how just the little plays and counter plays
Spinning
make the difference
Zeus,
between one CS.
Bakal terjadi flash blood di sini, guys.
That is true. Saksa gonna be run down here.
First blood sih,
Is this
dia
gonna be your
ngambil
first blood?
pohon.
Looking like it.
Nice.
Zayas will claim that one. Away from Chrysalis. First blood for Team Secret already, especially with the 3 bounty runes. They're up by a K.
Yeah, that is a very fast start for them, and very nice for a hero like Earth Spirit. I mean, we were discussing these melee fours for Zayas in a lot of the games because this is just what he's playing. Nyx, Tusk, Earth Spirit. I think Earth Spirit is his best hero. Like, his Nyx is crazy good. He had insane impulse late game, but this is, I think, is actually his best hero. And if this hero gets off to a good start, you just bypass a lot of his issues, right? You get to the faster level 6, you get to some early items. This hero doesn't need much. You get to an urn, you get to a BKB, and you just become a beast. So getting the first blood goal here for him in a safe lane Earth Spirit scenario is the cherry on top here for Secret. They're leading the CS board in all 3 lanes. I mean, this Enigma is getting destroyed early on.
I mean, they took maybe a little bit of a risk, and as you said, they could have done Crystal Maiden Gyrocopter and just absolutely dumped on 33's game, but instead, they tried to make both the side lanes, or tried to win both the side lanes by putting the Crystal Maiden down there, and it's worked.
Yeah, they're just winning them both. This is a very fast start for Secret.
Meanwhile, I feel like Nisha gotten every single CS in this lane, 19 and 5. He's having a hell of a spree right now, but he is getting dangerously low all the time from 9's spam out of shards and such.
They got a Thunder, don't miss.
Apparently not. Not even a high ground miss. Zayas Getting blocked in. He's not going to be able to roll out of that one. Chrysalis will in turn pick up a decent number of those Eidolons. And actually, whoa, I didn't see that. Neutral creep got him. Got it. Oh no.
Hah? Neutral lagi dapat. Weh, memang beruntung kali hari ini.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you essentially traded your life, didn't give any gold over to Tundra, and you got Eidolon kills out of it.
Those Eidolons are super nice for Gonzalez. He also gets some solo XP. Free trip for the Earth Spirit who finished boots off the first Blood Gold. These little sequences going Secret's way. I will say, nice double deny from 33. He was like denying one Eidolon with his hero and another with other Eidolons.
Yeah, I did see that. That was cool.
Out. Like, very small things this team does extremely well. Yeah. Trying to keep the advantage.
33, easily one of the best micro players in this TI. And he's put into good work here once again. This time around, no neutral creep to deny them that last hit.
Ya mati lagi, Spirit kasih kali ditumbal terus.
So the trade-off is not really that clear.
It's pretty weird. I mean, honestly, if I was this Earth Spirit, I don't think I'd be too sad. Because it costs Tundra their combo in terms of resources, right? And it pushes the lane in because you get the flak, it shoves out, you kill Eidolon. Crystals will get to do this pull. He's not the one dying. He gets a bunch of solo XP. I think it's what Tundra need to do in terms of coming back with this Enigma, pushing his net worth up, getting the XP for Tiny.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not some like end-all be-all. And I mean, that's also the deadly combination of this Tiny. Like, you just step up too far, you get all in. I mean, Zayats will have to walk all the way down here.
When was the last time we saw Tundra lose lanes like this? I feel like
this is a rough start.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to get much better than this in a TI upper bracket final. You know, these are two of the best teams in the world. And Seeker pulling a decent lead out of these lanes, especially versus the CK.
Oh, Chrysalis maybe overextended himself a little bit. But Zayats stopped Soxa in what would have been an avalanche tossback under tower with Malphite still on him. Like, that could have been a kill on Chrysalis, but Zayats put a stop to it.
I mean, this CK is just, he's getting beat up top. He's had to invest in extra regen. The extra CM nukes doing a decent damage in terms of the economy. And Skeeter's gonna have to catch up this game. Like, this is 3 Seeker cores pulling decently ahead in this early game for only 5 minutes.
Yeah, Skeeter's not gonna be happy with that one.
And again, this is a double global lineup. So if you fall behind, Seeker pulls ahead with the levels.
Yeah.
Suddenly you have Thunder God's Wrath, you have Solar Guardian online, whereas you're trying to catch up with your own ults. And by the time you get there, it's harder to use those because they have the global response.
Yeah, like one roll in from Zayats could be a kill on any core if they're far enough ahead. This would be an all-important kill. They're gonna have to snowball and do manage to keep up with Nisha as he tries to hop over the cliff. They do have the roll in.
Wow, diselamatin. Tapi dia mati, gak apa-apa. Dapat 2 worth it. Kalau nggak dapat
in return, 9 is solo. Puppy's gonna throw it out. Frostbite's gonna be game. And Soxa left the DD for his mid laner and may regret that choice. Nope, they're not gonna go for the dive.
He's thinking about it.
Roll in from behind, Zayats blind, trying to find Soxa. Does get him now, slows him down. That double damage puts it
dapat 2, mantap.
Puppy will secure the last hit. 2,000 network lead now for Team Secret, 3-2.
Nice response from Secret to turn that mid fight around. I thought Nisha was just gone for sure, but they get the double kill out of it. They get the rune. Extra levels for these supports. Puppy's up to level 5. There's a lot of early damage going to come out from the CM Earth Spirit combo. And Tusk is also not a hero who wants to be losing these river fights. Like, this is where his spells are pretty strong. He's pretty tanky. You can abuse the stack gain. Zeus is a hard hero to man up on. I respect that go attempt play. These are the types of things Tundra, they need to start looking for in this game. Get the Tiny Mirana going, finding these little kills and pickoffs. You have CK stun, you have Malphite. 3 stunning cores from Tundra here to set up some of these kills.
Yeah, and some of this may just come down to the fact that they lost the lanes, right? If this Chaos Knight, who's usually a hero that has so much sustain, you could chill out by yourself, but you can see the pressure continue. He's not able to stay alone in this lane, so Snaking kind of always has to be here, ready to go with the arrow. But is in range, so he turns around and uses it on the Mirana instead. At Puppy will be able to walk it off, but the fact that Snaking can rotate out of this lane, I think, is debilitating to all of that aggression that Tusk wants to be able to put down.
Yeah, normally they want to be able to leave Skeeter alone at this point. Get that double support rotation cooking around their mid. 9 is the hero they often play through for that early tempo, so the side lane's going a little Safar does mean that the supports get blocked up in these random 2-on-2s. They don't necessarily want to be in for too long. 8-minute root fight. Well,
nice, 1 kali
will go down to
sentuh,
Rezo.
langsung balik.
These Tundra supports, they're having issues in this early game.
That silencer game, where Puppy was super under-leveled. It was like 13 minutes in, he was still level 5. Not this game, man. He is way far ahead thanks to all of these kills. Level 3 Frostbite. Maybe not even need the tome. Save that one for Zions.
Yeah, I'll take it anyway, you know?
Roll in, kick back, nice play. 9 out of spells.
Nice play. Oh,
Slides right on by, but was enough to dissuade Secret, pushing in some more. They're actually going to use this to smoke. This is a cool play.
Yeah, they're going to try and activate this Tusk heading towards top. Good. CK is one of the easier carries to smoke to because you can just stun the guy and sets up for you easily. See if Rezo seals this one coming.
The right time here, or is he going to get a little bit too...
He might. He feels it coming.
Sticking on the hard left-hand side of the lane.
Right on top of him, man.
They got a ward. They're going to come for it now, though. 9 immediately goes for the pick off onto the Crystal Main. They're going to chain stun him, get that kill. Nice and easy. Now 9 needs to get out because, from the side. He's very happy with, I'm sure.
Beautiful read of that move from Secret. Just saying that this tiny city mid, there's only one place Tusk is going to go, right? Rezo reads the move, pings it out, says, hey, Puppy, you wanna take that one for me?
He does.
Does his job. That'll get Zeus a pretty nice kill. He's just having a great game here early on. This is a pretty nasty Zeus game. Like, you're counteracting the Mirana ulti with the vision. You're screwing with the multiple stun initiators from Tundra. You're forcing them to have to gap close you through all of this secret AoE. So the stronger the Zeus is, the faster he gets to that shard, the Kaya, all this extra damage.
There it is. The combination we talked about, the roll in into the global possibilities for
Nice.
That early level 6 from Rezo puts it to good use. Get a core kill. Gyro. I mean, I was thinking this Gyro might have like a toughish lane, maybe, and maybe he doesn't have to carry the game. And he's just leading the pack. Level 8.5.
He's rushing an early Chrysalis.
Can never have too many carries.
That's true. Well,
the prize is mine.
My C-pubs may beg to differ, but
you can never have too many carries, Cap.
6-3. Team Secret, well, he did have a 2,000 net worth lead, so it has gone down a little bit. So it seems like the state of the game has at least been okay for Tundra, even though we've seen them, lose some kills and stuff like that. It seems like economy-wise, they've been doing all right for themselves. So I wonder how many stacks Chrysalis has available.
Well, Nisha's doing his best to steal him a bit.
There it is. We got 6 of them packed up. Yeah, Stoxa comes in, tries to grab what he can.
I don't think Secret want to give up this jungle too early here.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower has
You're always happy to farm it out, but if Tundra's going to give you these skirmishes, I feel like Secret is pretty strong enough just because of how many levels they have on these supports. Like, Puppy's not too afraid. You also are losing in this tier 1 trade, so that was something from the other game. Secret defended their tier 1 for a long time against that 33 Brood Visage. This game, little different. He's just going to claim it here, push himself towards the raid pack, the rush she will have.
Skeeter looks like he's going to call it quits on that safe lane for now, but 11.5 minutes in, safe lane tower still being up is great progress, and they will have that raid pack coming in now for the Enigma, so who knows, they may even make a rotation back at some point. Roll in on point, Zions. He's going to be able to get some serious damage onto this Enigma, but they don't necessarily have any follow-up. Too many heroes here on the side of Tundra for showing up, with Moonlight Shadow being used as well.
Yeah, what indeed? Too many heroes there, not expecting them all. Solar Guardian was just coming off cooldown as well. You will pay the price for their vision sins.
It's a little bit of information, though, out of Tundra for the rest of the team. Though they're not really able to take advantage of that. I mean, I guess in many ways, Dawnbreaker is just not a hero that can take that tower. And yeah, now 33's up here. So now if you want to take that safe lane tower, you have to fight into the Wraith Pact hero. That is pretty scary.
You have to take this soon if you're Secret. Like, you have to equalize the map, open up some more space for your Gyro to farm. Remember, Gyro is this triangle rotation farm pattern hero. He really needs his tier 1 down to open up enemy jungle and make those rotations efficient. They will finally claim it. Be very happy with that. Now it just comes down to these mid fights. How much does Tundra want to push this mid tower or smoke to the triangle? The answer is right now, Armlet CK.
Time is of the essence, it seems, for Tundra.
I do not want to give too much space to this Secret Tricore again.
The Enigma is going to push in the mid lane while the rest of the team smokes out behind. the mid-tier 1 tower. Great D-ward read, though, from Team Secret.
That's incredibly valuable here. Gonna help protect this Zeus. They are just chipping this tower. Eidolon's doing a decent amount of work. Pretty hard to engage for Secret here. They don't want to walk up too much. There could be CK in the trees. You don't know where this Tuskar is. He was bottom. They don't get the tier 1, but about as close as you can get.
Yeah, certainly. All right, so an early Chrysalis and a straight-up BKB, so really delaying the Aghanim Scepter a lot for Chrysalis. Feeling like he's going to need that early team fight item.
I think this build is fine. Like, the Ags is a farm accelerator, but you got to remember what he's playing with, right? He's playing with 2 other cores that are going to take a lot.
Sure.
He's playing with a Crystal Maiden who can soak up some farm as well. Like,
so don't be greedy.
I mean, there's just a limit to how many creeps you can eat on the map.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think early BKB is strong in this game with that Chrysalis just going in, soaking up some spells, dealing some decent physical, making the fight happen for your other 2 cores. Because Zeus does not want to go in. And this Dawnbreaker doesn't really just want to run in first either, right? He wants to ult on top, either an Earth Spirit roll, Gyro going in. So if Gyro can frontline, it's nice. And on the flip side, this Tundra teamfight is a lot about using this Mirana ult to find the targets they want between Tiny and Tusk. Searching for it now.
Tried this before. They're going to have to lead off with the Avalanche. Tumbler Toy over the side to make sure they get the toss. And a very nice pickoff for Tundra. He kind of needed to, but Secret, they're going to chase after these guys. 9. He's got a haste rune, so he may not be able to outrun that series distance. They're going to try and chase. Oh, what an interception! What a play from Ron, and now in turn they're going to save each other with the Snowball. Sasha with a beautiful Avalanche.
Ooh, nice black hole. Nice.
Beautiful interception there to just turn the fight around.
Oh, and one more.
Mati 5 dong.
Team wipe for Tundra.
Whoever you want.
What?
5-man wipe.
A setup.
That was just beautiful, baiting the overextension. That roll is just too deep, and of course, no solar guardian to come out of that fight. Like, that spell might have turned that fight around right there.
Yeah,
super clump, super slow, all in the Earth Spirit gun, but your Dawnbreaker sitting in the fountain. Don't have that big spell to sustain you through the damage. I mean, this chase, he has a haste rune. 9 just baiting it out the whole time. Not even sure he dies on this rolling. But
either way,
nice
Staking does his best Secret Service impression there. Protects the president. 33 comes in with the cleanup.
Snaking's a sacrificial guy, you know? Yeah, he's happy to jump in there, take the bullet.
Yang GG tuh tools-nya dapat pakai haste loh dia, keren kali.
Gotta be feeling really good about that momentum shift, especially after
Tapi
how
combo
hard that laning
Tini
phase
sama
was
Mirana
for
nih
them.
mantap.
So the fact that they are now
Baru
solidly back
di
in control of this
arrow.
game, if they can get to a point where they've got the pipe completed on the Enigma, then we're full team fight ready to go. Wraith Pack pipe, just like the Broodmother.
And that Wraith Pack pipe is deadly this game, right? There's only the Dawn Starbreaker and the Gyro Flak to really clear into the physical area. Everything else is just AoE magic. Yep. So that EHP from Pipe Wraith Pack just, it's going to be deadly in this mid game.
Now, what do you think of this pickup from Nisha? He's rushing the E-Blade. Do you think that is trying to protect people from Tusk Chaos Knight? Do you think it's trying to cut through this Wraith Pack pipe and just like really nail that single target damage? Mixture of both, maybe?
Definitely a bit of both, right? Like, if he gets gap close, he can E-Blade the Tusk, who's not going to go BKB first. He's going the Deso build. So if you E-Blade him, leap away, bolt him back, 9 just gets debilitated in that type of engagement. At the same time, you can E-Blade yourself before one of those jumps. It's very nice. There's also a lot of chain stun potential from Tundra. Like, you get Malefice, you get Avalanche, there's an arrow coming through. If they commit on a chain stun target off the arrow and you E-Blade that guy and it saves him from a lot of that physical burst, you can turn the fight around. Puppy flirting with danger.
Yeah, it really was.
I don't think Skeeter thought it was just him. And it was.
It really was. The rest is Secret. They were a bit of distance away, snaking. They're going to try and pop him here. They're going to throw the Dawnbreaker ultimate on top of this to ensure they fast kill, but they're on the wrong side of this cliff. Nisha's going to try and use it to his
Langsung lawan, nggak ada black hole, langsung lah, gaskan semua. Tidak ada black hole, tidak ada black hole, gaskan. Wow, hampir mati.
Nisha got stuck on that high ground
clip too, trying to position, just stay out of range, but it's not enough to finish off that CK. Skier lives through it all.
Pasti marah-marah.
Taking the rate pack down early. These Tundra heroes are tanking it. Like, the damage is done, right? You have 2,000 HP to cut through on this Tusk, 2,000 on this CK. Nice way to start out killing the support for free. Then you're like stuck in this clump engagement. You're getting multi-avalanche. That shard ended up slowing down the gyro as well. Just can't come in instantly. Turns into a very awkward engagement. You also have to think about these midnight pulses just getting thrown the whole time.
No, yeah, absolutely. This kiting, I mean, Skeeter, it draws him in so deep with this armlet toggling that now Chrysalis is really overextended. His lifesteal is not enough to sustain. There's bits of damage being thrown at him. And now,
they want those long fights.
Memang timnya bagus ini.
Perfect scenario for them.
Tini Mirana lagi aduh. Tadi kan mereka kalah kan gitu. Tini Mirana juga draftnya. Tini Mirana. Gantian Tini aja.
Tossing to his allies, 5,000 net worth lead for Tundra. They continue to grow and continue to take more and more of the map away from Secret.
This is the Tundra like 5-man skirmish. They use this Tiny and Marana combo so well. No cooldowns they really have to wait for. They don't really care about Black Hole this game. They're ready to fight all this stuff, get their carry involved. Skier having a way more impactful game this time around. Level 13 top in the charts. He's just been involved in everything. And between him and this Tuskar tag team, there's not enough armor or survivability to deal with the physical burst right now. Pushing Secret to the back, but it's going to give a lot of space to this Tundra lineup to soak up the map.
Kayaknya nggak ada voting Arcana.
It is these two supports between Soxa and Snake. They find farm and they find it very fast.
Yes, they do.
Iya, nggak ada yang voting. Cuman di battle pass ini kan void.
I mean, Soxa's pushing up close.
Personanya PA.
Very different from last game.
Yeah, certainly. It's not the same kind of game where Rezo was just able to hang out in side lanes and farm non-stop and join the occasional team fight. Tundra's actually putting an effort in shutting him down first, smoking him at the start of any of these rotations.
That's the best way to do it. You take the Dawn or Zeus out, you remove a lot of that counter initiation. Yeah. If you hit a nice BKB timing here, that is one of the downsides of the Secret line. Right? The pipe for Tundra is super powerful. The BKBs next is powerful. Like, there's not a lot to interfere with those durations, and they get a lot done. The physical burst is just so high.
Udah
maybe catching Snake King here. We had that smoke. Don't need to use Thunder God's Wrath. Nisha will hold on to it for now. That was the smoke rotation. They didn't find anything the triangle like they wanted. They end up they'll have to be content with a Priest of the Moon kill because that's all they got.
Ini terusnya.
Meanwhile, the BKB timing of it deep hit the pipe. That already feels bad enough for Secret. You hit this BKB timing on Skeeter. I don't know what Secret does.
It's gonna be rough. I mean, at that point, these rate pack lines can always just go into the hit and force the Roche. Yeah, right. You have Deso on
Wild pack itu dia kalau dikeluarin reduce damage-nya 30%. Makanya lagi broken itu armor apa item.
That's just not doing enough right now. Too much magic AoE, not enough cleave.
Secret nggak ada yang kepikiran bikin poster apa ya?
Thunder just spamming out the map, right? Their supports are so obnoxious and just running down these side lanes, forcing you to react. You see the Eidolon's top, making people show, making you split up while they get slightly more out of the map every minute.
Enigma aja nggak perlu dagger ya guys ya. Iya, nggak perlu biar mereka yang datang kata Enigma.
And they make it pay off too. The randomizations are very good. Again, Force Staff already out for staking here.
Yang penting nebe ya.
Another one being built by Soxa, so double Force Staff.
Soalnya udah di setup sama ini.
That is their
ada yang smoke aja, ada yang smoke aja. BKB ready.
They are always ready.
Enigmanya nggak ikut smoke.
Movement across. Trying to tackle that area of the map that Radiant uses to farm up so much. That Radiant Triangle. We have a Gyrocopter who's going to be farming of Ancient. They couldn't actually catch anybody there, but it did clear out enough space where they feel comfortable going back to do Roshan, right? Because Secret is just, I mean, if they're not going to challenge them immediately, Roshan just dies too damn quickly, so an Aegis pick up for Skeeter.
Apa pakai BKB-nya? Cukup bodoh.
He doesn't need it, you know, send in a message.
Oh, dia mau pindahin barang tuh ke klik itu mas.
That's that great pack force fight that Secret just can't take right now. They just need more farm. They need it on the salt breaker.
Ditampol langsung setengah darah Dawnbreaker-nya.
Might just be able to 1v1 him
Halo,
here.
Breaker keras.
Rezo not gonna be able to TP out in time. Sox is there for the cleanup.
Tapi kena deso.
And this Tusk has just been incredibly annoying for this
Ya makanya nak deso itu sama ketiganya Tux itu.
And he is racked up some serious deso charges too. He's at 12 already.
Dawnbreaker aja dipukul setengah. Coba Zeus yang dipukul. Nggak mati dia.
If they can catch somebody out of the way of the Enigma, no rate back, no pipe, they do get bursted very quickly.
Very true. It's like the Veil from last game. When you have this much magic damage, it makes all of your stuns count.
Apakah Secret akan capek hari ini? Apakah Secret akan lembur hari ini?
It'll push Gyro almost to the top of the charts here.
Lembur
So
dia melawan
he's still going for that Axe. He's just gonna try and scale it up into late game Gyro with Axe Satanic.
Karena liquid itu nggak bisa diremeh.
The first blink without a save behind
Iya
you.
bagus juga orang itu.
There's one save in this game, you know.
Dia
Siapa midnya bagus
ya,
tuh.
dari analisis jadi pemain.
That's true. Can't run it.
Tahun kemarin kan analisis.
Kick him away. Might be something to play for super far down the line, but of course, Thundra's gonna have a field day before that.
Certainly. Especially given the fact you said, you know, they have 3 cores that all want to farm up on the side of Secret. They've only got a quarter of the map that they own, so really nothing is left for Zayat to complete his BKB, let alone that Aghanim Scepter. So it's going to have to be through fighting. And a fight is immediately going to be forced onto Chrysalis.
Forced.
Has to use the BKB. He cannot get caught into a team fight against a Chaos Knight with its Aegis and a BKB.
Definitely not. Even the Mage Slayer on top of the CK gonna give him the extra resistant tankiness in these engagements. Not to mention if he ever lands hit on Zeus, just reduce the damage.
Look at this. Tundra's saying, okay, that side of the map they can't play. Let's go to the other side of the map immediately.
Yeah, Moonlight Shadow in one as well. Found the
Smoke is
gyro.
gonna break. They did find the gyrocopter and an opportunity to be
Salah,
able to
salah.
Oh, bisa Helen Enigmanya. Oh, lolos. Ya, aduh. Kena lagi.
Behind. Everybody else
mati
is
gironya.
going to be able to get out.
Terus Spiritnya nggak kontrol si ini ya, si NK
These
ya.
AoE spells just do
Mati
nothing
ya.
into the auras, man.
Kabur.
Dia di belakangan, dia malah nabrak Tini di depan.
Thundra
Tininya nggak mati.
more and more net worth lead up to 10k here.
Kayaknya bentar
to
bang.
perfection, closing out the map.
Kurang batu.
Suddenly Secret's stuck in a corner again. I feel like that's been the story this whole series.
Yeah, kind of. At that game 2, we heard our analysts come in and talk about how they felt like it was just one team fight away from Team Secret being able to crack open the game, and they eventually did do that. I'm not convinced that there's the same kind of win condition here in this third game.
I mean, that game had Rezo at top of the charts with like 9-1. This game, he has just been destroyed by this Tuskar and Enigma on the map. It just doesn't have the same physical impact as it did last game.
Kayaknya Pupe kurang main di SEA ini.
Nisha
udah GG.
Kalah terus. War. Gak pernah menang.
But still great fight for Tundra. Let's hit high ground.
The snowball getting him larger every minute here. No
Kalah
auras,
ini
just
Secret
nothing to
ya.
fight through it here for Secret. This is turning into a death ball of a game.
It certainly is. And Tundra, they're going to force it. Like game 1, they chilled out. They took so much. They just built up this net worth bigger and bigger and bigger. But it looks like here in this
Itu
situation,
Giro kena
26 minutes in, they're
langsung
going to
mati.
claim a full lane of barracks. Team Secret, without Nisha, without a
Pada
buyback
bikin
there,
blink
there's no
semua
way
ini.
they can hold high ground. That
Si
is their
Enigmanya
big
nggak
high ground
bikin.
hero. Game 1, they had the Magnus. This game, they've got Zeus. That's the best they
Enigmanya
have to
jalan
offer.
I don't think
santai.
he can really walk up. Is he even doing anything to them at this point?
Nggak perlu
There's
bikin.
way too much tankability on this Tundra side.
Tadi tuh Secret harusnya rubrik ya kan.
Tundra's going to force this for 2.
Itu baru betul. Kayaknya Pupe nggak bisa main rubrik lah ini.
Enigmanya nepe dong di
That's who they
depan.
really want to go for, though. They've lost their 2 supports for it. They're going to buy back. But are they going to get anything for this? Even with the extra life, Puppy TP's in, instant dieback. Rezo turns around, use the magic immunity to get rid of Malphus, but he's just dragged back in by Skeeter. Run down through the side.
GG lah udah ini.
It's going to land and do a lot here with an
War terus. Nggak ada yang mati orang itu. Gara-gara ada Warpack itu, ngaruh kali memang Warpack itu. Damage reduction 30% lah.
gets out, completes his TP. Tundra, they just did a serious economic blow. And maybe a very real plus 9.
Pero tuh, desolator yang ngeri kan.
You cannot let him get away with this one. He's gonna E-play, but he already used the lightning bolt. He's out. Oh no, Secrets.
9 playing
Kenapa nggak ambil Ember ya kan? Ember atau yang lebih cepat strong spirit nih,
Secret, they don't have the hard stuns to lock these heroes down. Double force staff as well, and like we see, the damage just takes so long to bring any of these heroes down. I mean, it's a triple buyback from Secret in their base.
Kayaknya udah marah dia itu. Udah marah dia itu, udah emosi. Udah tempel.
And it's only because of this buyback here. Just a beautiful ultimate resolution that ultimately sets them up to be able to clean up the fight and just not lose the game outright. Also, Skeeter losing the
kena lagi Nisanya.
He's just been caught though. These E-blade. Oh, he doesn't have a hop, but he doesn't have
kabur.
That was close. You get still blink on Secret.
Right there. They might still get it, and they do. One more buyback left for Secrets. And again, is it even enough? Can the Zeus even push them away from this lane? I don't think so.
Tundra had enough of the long games in the first two. Decided to kick it up a notch.
Nice blink back.
Mulai ngetro.
Set and sprung by Skeeter. Stops the initiation.
Mulai ngetro, mati
There
dan
is still a
satu.
tier 2 up at the top lane, so Tundra cannot take Mega straight up.
Mulai nggak disiplin.
They're only a few minutes away from being able to get that potential last team fight forced upon Team Secret.
I don't see a way to fight this 5-man. I just don't see it. Where's the damage coming from? Even if you land everything on everybody, it's just not there. These heroes are too tanky. Triple BKB is now online, so now you have to worry about BKB Black Hole on top of everything else. Tundra just closed this map out so fast. The death ball came online, you lose one fight, suddenly you're in a position where you lose Aegis, that converts into a Rax mid. They never looked back. Secret looking perhaps the last team fight of this series.
What do they need?
They need a Divine Rapier, and Crystals has a queued, but he is a long way off.
Okay, what do they need to win this fight in order to
Mulai
get to that
ngetro,
Divine
They need a Divine Rapier.
Mau beli rapier lagi.
Tundra will buy one for him. Well, look at that. Triple back
Bukannya
rune
Stani.
actually sitting back on the dire side of the map, so. And, you know, Tundra, chill out. Take your time. Wait for Roshan. There is very little rush here.
They're just farming it up. Both their supports ahead of the enemy 3. Just insane amount of utility coming out. You have full Lotus on this Mirana, Drum on top of it. Sox has got 4-staff Yules. I mean, these supports are incredibly hard to kill. You have to commit a large amount on them in the first place, which you don't want to because they're not even the big damage dealers. Yeah. It's a near impossible situation for Secret to play out of here. It really is divine. You just have to find a way to get to it and hope the flags are enough. Because I don't think any other item is going to cut through this damage in a base defense.
But what if Tundra goes high ground before that?
Nggak tahu, mahal.
Because that's looking like a very real
Nggak pernah,
possibility.
jarang
I
aku
mean,
beli.
they should, like, tradition says you should probably wait for Roshan. But God, what if they did? What if they did go for that high ground? Could they just end the game right there? Could they just potentially seal their grand finals appearance? You gotta wait though. Wait for the Roshan.
Ada Tini. Dah.
But he's gonna find him. You're not getting away from this.
Satu pukul.
So it's gonna get taken away by 9.
Stalls out the game a little bit.
True.
One Punch Man is
Sox was
real.
just predicting that this is where Gyro's going to go. Like, where else is he going to go to farm? I mean,
and then he found a Crystal Maiden farming the ancient.
Take that too, but that was a beautiful read. I mean, the way these guys are reading the map and the movements, absolute perfection here.
It really does feel like they've cut it down to the science. It's process of elimination. They just can't farm these areas of the map. Go to the few parts that they can.
Lawan Ilu TK
Just
aja
look
nggak bisa.
at what Crystallis has to do in this.
Nah,
He's
pagi
plugging the side lane of the trees. He pops out, tries to get a little bit of farm in this bottom lane where he can.
Vessels Void lah tadi bagus.
He can buy a relic, but the Divine, the full out Divine is so far away.
Nggak di-ban loh tadi.
No.
Ulti kan aja kan, dapat Enigma bunuh. Bisa maju, bisa mundur.
Smoked up around the Roshan spawning here. look for an opening, see if they can find anybody. Nobody's showing. Okay, let's check that Roshan pit. Oh, hey, look at that. Big guy spawned. We could take Aegis and Shard.
Well, they get to choose who gets to take that victory Shard.
Yeah, between Skeeter and 9. The potential two Royal Roaders.
Udah menang lah
They're
ini
both
Tundra.
looking their first
Udah
time
mau
TI
taras
appearance.
lagi cekannya.
Get to that grand finals.
Habis itu udah ada nullifier itu.
And even the nullifier done for this Tuskar. So
Hero-nya nggak bisa apa-apa itu, nggak ada
any
damage.
sort of save mechanic that would have come out is no longer there. Which
Apa,
Secret
modal
aren't even getting there. It's pretty much just the
doang.
E-Blade. He's kind of just itemizing ahead at this point. Yeah. I mean, it is all on this Gyro Reaper.
Dua
Which,
item sih.
like you said, I don't know
Kalah, langsung lawan Matumbaman.
And even if he does get it, he's got no sustain whatsoever. He doesn't have lifesteal.
Udah lah, kalau lawan Matumbaman Liquid lah menang. Dia udah nggak capek ya kan. Nanti sih kalau menang lawan Tundra lagi, ngetro lagi dia. Biarlah Liquid ngelawan.
Stronger than Divinity.
13-31, 33 minutes in. Feels like this game 3 has just been a slow, constant progression of Tundra building up that snowball. Realistically, Team Secret are left in just one crazy good hold. And if they do manage to succeed, they could get themselves back into the game. We can have this windfall of net worth going their way. But as it stands, there it is right there.
Tuh, 100% win. Iyalah, jelas.
No shot.
Honestly, from a theoretical perspective,
Hero nggak ada damage.
But of course,
kalau ngadilin skill 3 aja mana hilang
Dota is not
itu.
played in the theoretical round. It is played in the Colosseum.
Udah lah, dia stres Pupe itu. Mana muka Pupe? Aku melihat muka Pupe.
However, faint Ags on Nisha give them some extra damage and stun here.
Okay.
Nah, Nisa udah cemberut.
We are still a little bit off that divine.
And even when he has the gold for it, how did he get out there to buy it?
That is a bigger problem.
Yeah, because you can't just rely on the courier. That might get
courier is already in the trees, so he's prepping for it.
That is so scary.
That is a risky courier to run, man.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you might not even get there. Tundra's just near your base.
Kalau Tundra masuk aja, nggak takut dia. Tinggal black hole aja nanti ya kan.
Maybe don't even need the megas. Maybe they just delivered the final blow to Team Secret.
Tuh, siapa mau hancurin bayangannya? Coba.
You'll have to fly it through here on the side. The last hope.
Now, is he going to be able to sneak it through? Will anybody notice his courier? It's going to slip on by for now.
Mau maju kena black hole.
Megas is going to be claimed. Team Secret. Oh no, he does go off. Divine Reaper's down. You can see they're actually decently tanky. Chrysalis has got to get back.
Black hole lah, apa lagi?
Immediately, Divine Rapier picked up. Divine Rapier dropped.
Pupe nangis, Tundra wak masuk final wak. GG.
Those first 2 games pretty rough and tough.
GG, ayo Zaya. Malu kau tadi berdiri Zaya.
No one can break the way these guys play the map, out-farm you, out-efficiency you. They find the picks, your lanes collapse, your jungle disappears. It is clinical, man. There are just no mistakes when they're functioning on all cylinders. Games look like this. You get deathballed out of nowhere from that 20-minute mark to the 30-minute mark. All down.
It's just going to come down to that best of 5 grand finals. Then we'll see whether or not it's going to be Secret or Liquid who will challenge Tundra there. See if they can break Tundra in a best of 5, because in these best of 3s, Tundra has seemed untouchable. Crazy strong performance by them, and we're going to see more of them tomorrow, but that actually is going to be closing out the day. A 2-1 for Tundra takes into the grand finals.
And we have now locked our very first grand finalist here at the International 2022 Tundra Esports, an organization that you wouldn't have heard of at prior TIs. They were very, very close to qualifying to TI 10, fell to OG, and now they're back in a very strong form. I don't really think many people predicted them. I think closing out after Tour 3, it was a dice roll on which of the Western European teams were going to be the front runners. And Thundra were definitely in contention, but the fact that they have managed to carry the momentum and not falter at the finish line, Sheep, I think that is a testament to how strong they are.
I mean, I would never have expected it. Like, your coach, AUI, this is a guy that failed pathetically to qualify for TI-10 with Arkosh Gaming. And now to be a grand finalist coach for Thundra. I mean, what a story. What a progression.
Wait, that was also the guy that paneled TI Grand Finals last year, right?
What I'm hearing is that North America is just a very competitive region.
What I'm hearing is some copium.
Maybe it's a little bit from column A, a little from column B. But praise to Thundra T. This was a clinical game number 3. No quarter given whatsoever to Team Secret.
Again, Thundra's proving that they're one of the most patient teams. You know, until they know that they can dominate a fight, they're not going to take this. You see that kind of at the very start of this clip, we're seeing the top play with Secret's chasing the Tusk, and then you have Snaking leaping in to dodge that roll, to block it off, and then you have Saxa coming from behind, tossing everyone back in, avalanching 3 heroes, get Black Hole. Like, just how methodical they are in their team fight, how clutch they are with how they utilize their spells together. They pick these skirmishing lineups. They don't have this immense hero pool like other teams, but the way that they play their heroes, they are like the best in the world at this, and that's why they are in the grand finals.
The best thing about it is the amount of swag and flair that they bring to the table, because it's not just the it's not just the way they play. They aren't only methodical. Like, they're playing a Tusk mid. Like, if you pick a Tusk mid Tsunami, I'm gonna report you.
You should.
I'll block you. I'll delete you from the friend list. You know, but they actually make it work. This Tusk, he had what, a Blink, Dezo, Falcon Blade, Nullifier. This Tusk is second on the net worth charts. He's one-shotting your supports. He's one-shotting your cores. Dude. It's a scary thing to play against.
I want a hype event. I love Nine's Tusk. I literally spent like ages watching replays of this man's Tusk before we came to this panel because he's just so good at it. Like, if you watch that game as well, Secret was pretty good at stomping out his plays. Like, Snaking came mid, smoked him to top, Reza reads it, plays back, they connect more heroes on Secret, they kill him, right? But despite all this, he's farming to his destinations, he's farming back, he's making sure he's keeping up in net worth. This Tusk was higher net worth than his goddamn carry. Like, he is so comfortable on Tusk. I am like in awe. I love that. I love seeing someone who's like, this is my hero, no one else is playing it, I'm comfortable, I know how to make it work.
He finished 22-12. Like, he had a stellar game.
That man made his mark. He's going to grand finals off of the back of that Tusk, and now lower bracket finals. We got Secret going up against Team Liquid.
Oh, I mean, okay. So I got excited for that. I'm sorry if I took that from you. I'm so sorry if I took that from you. Literally, the entire series I've been watching this because I want to see Secret versus Liquid, because Matu, he was going to be potentially retiring, and then Liquid, they pick him up from retirement. It's like, no, one more ride, please. So like, it's Poppy versus Matu. It's just like such a wholesome series. Like, Poppy obviously wants to get the Aegis with his new boys. Matu wants to get it before he retires. Like, that could have been a perfect grand finals, but now it's a low bracket finals. It's so good,
enough, right?
Yeah,
it is.
One of them.
That'll be elimination threat, but we won't have an elimination interview here because Secret went down. But we have a winners interview. Avo is standing by with 9.
Giving a sign when it starts?
Yeah, they'll give me a sign. No worry. Don't worry. Just trust me. No. Hello. We're here with 9 here. Hello, 9. Very, very exciting to have you after that fantastic series of games. And I just want to know, this is your first TI. You make it all the way to the grand finals. Those final moments of that series, how's you feeling?
I feel really amazing. Honestly, I know this is my first TI, but I always knew, and I just always knew that once I get to TI, I made all my decisions in life. Every team I've played on, I had my goal on winning it. Once I made it here, I just know everything will fall into place. I'm having an amazing team. I know I can do it. And we just need to perform. We just come here to perform, and we'll do it.
After making it such a long path, you have one final day. People usually ask you what you want to say to your fans, but I want to know, like, to your teammates, right? This bond that you formed throughout this whole year, how do you feel towards them? Do you feel like a family, like the best friends that you've had? Or is it a little bit more than that?
I mean, there's definitely, it's a family. I'm spending all year with them, especially Skitta is more of a family than He's just like my brother. I would do anything for him. And I'm so happy that I also get to do this with him.
Well, you heard it here. Happy that he gets to do it with Skitter in the Grand Finals 9 in his first TI. Congratulations, sir. Back to you at the panel.
Are we ready yet?
No, give me a sign.
Okay, give me a sign.
Yes, 9, voice quivering. This is the moment that every single Dota player, every single professional player dreams of. Sure, getting the Aegis is the peak, but the fact that you're in contention, you are one series away.
Tsunami, from the moment you step into a competitive team, from the moment you start playing some competitive Dota in some $50 tournaments, which I remember Saksa even playing, this is your dream. Your dream is first to get to TI, and then when you're actually as good as Thundra, you can think about even taking the Aegis.
And they have taken down, theoretically, one of their future opponents, because Secret will have a chance to get a rematch if they do take down Team Liquid. But what a feat. And now, potentially, one two-timer is confirmed as a coach and then as a player with AUI 2000 locking his grand final slot. But it has been a hell of a journey, and they were finally tested. They finally dropped one game in this upper bracket against Secret, so it's fitting that Secret wear their match to get them into grand finals. And now Secret need to go up against former teammates. Zai and Matu on TI-10 Secret got 3rd place. Will they get another 3rd place? Or is Puppy going to get a back-to-back result 2 years in a row?
Don't forget that Puppy, he's been leveling up his placement every year. He's destined to get 2nd this year, so, you know, statistically, he should be beating Liquid, but just that raw emotion, the passion that Liquid has carried, I think they've just unlocked something that no other team has really had yet, and that is a scary thing to face, especially in the lower bracket.
Do you think that Liquid learned anything from that series, Lizard, as you got to see both their future opponents, theoretically, on
You mean
tomorrow?
from watching this series or from their own series? I think there's definitely some notes. There are definitely some notes that they have been taking from Thundra, right? But some things you can't recreate. That's the problem. Like, you're watching Thundra, they're playing Tusk mid. You cannot take that away from them. Like, you just can't.
Unless Boxy wants to take the Tusk out of his hands.
Well, he plays a mean one, but not on the mid lane.
Not on the mid lane, no. And I guess for Thundra, they just need to sit and wait now, Sheep. We've been talking time and time again how nerdy these guys are. Yeah. They will be analyzing closely, and they get to look at Secret versus Liquid. And I guess that is something that we will be saving for tomorrow, though, Sheep. But do you have any expectations?
I feel like all 3 teams could potentially take this Aegis. I don't think anyone I don't think any one team is better. Obviously, like Thundra are looking like their ideas are best right now. I really liked how they adapted to Game 3. I thought their itemization was on point, their team fighting was on point. They just looked really clean. So that's very hopeful for me for them. But Liquid are just the scary team for me. Every single game
Liquid
is really long, it's really close.
Liquid itu di lower bracket.
Because every single time people are like, I don't know if Liquid's going to win this.
I don't think they.
Jadi Thundra tadi lawan Secret kan kalah. Jadi dia turun lawan Liquid di lower bracket.
How Slacks and Avo will be spending their time in Singapore as we check in with them.
Thank you so much, my friends. We are here after the end of an incredible
Mana ya?
day.
Ini ada, kita lihat apanya.
Thundra getting it into the finals.
Kita lihat
first TIs that are getting to the grand finals. The team spirit story all over again.
Event. Nah, nih apanya? Skedul.
As we said, more slots, please. Thank you, Gaben. But man, I am just wiped after today. I mean, there's so much Dota action. Please join us tomorrow. You guys.
We have the late game show.
Nah, ini jadi tadi tuh Secret lawan Thundra tuh di upper bracket nih di atas sini. Nah, Liquid tadi lawan Aster di lower. Liquid menang naik. Secret kalah lawan Liquid. Nanti yang menang Secret Liquid lawan Thundra di final. Kenapa Liquid di lower bracket? Karena dia udah kalah kan dari upper bracket. Nih. Liquid kalah dia bracket turun. Nih di bawah dia. Lawan NTT dia menang.
Thank you guys guys so much for
Begitu.
watching
Jadi
today. Don't
kalau
forget to stick around
timmu
for the
masuk
late
ke upper
game
bracket,
show with the one and only period.
kalau kalah masih
Everyone
bisa
else.
kesempatan di
We have so many
lower
different late
bracket.
game shows coming out here. As the fans are leaving, why are you leaving? The late
Sekarang
games
kita
to stick around
melihat
for the late game show
Liquid
with the one and
melawan
only Pyrian Flax and everyone else. We have
Secret
so
ya,
many
guys, ya.
different late game shows coming out here. As the fans are leaving, why are you leaving? The late game show is happening. Stay in your seat. Thank you so much.
Stay for the late game show. Don't leave. Slacks will not be wrathful if you stay for the late game show.
That's right. We won't be wrathful. We'll be happy. Stay for the late game show. I will ring my way into your living room. All right?
Banyak yang
I will
lose
be
ya.
there. I will be there like that little girl.
Oke Wesley,
All
oke.
night. Stay for the late game show. It's gonna be poggers. Back to you. The heckin'
Jadi gitu
It's gonna be
sistemnya
very
upper
poggers. I
bracket,
did not
lower
get the memo.
bracket.
I'm not cool enough to know, but word on the street here, I hear there's a late game show coming up.
Oh my god.
Right?
Are you gonna stay and watch
Kalau
it?
di
Are you
lower
cool?
kalau kalah
Cool
langsung
Wizard
pulang.
is the only person
Kalau
who
upper
got
masih
ticket.
bisa main lagi di
You're
lower.
You're really cool.
You can join me if you want to.
Yeah. Okay. We're cool by association. Sheepstick, are we cool?
I haven't watched a
Oh,
single
ada
late game
Mipo.
show.
Well,
Ada
that was
Mipo
your
kecil.
chance to tune in to the coolest show of all time. People's gonna show up.
Oh, I'm scared to touch him.
I saw a segment earlier where you're booting them off.
Yes, I
Now
was
can we
booting
just
them off. That hero remains uncontested, Sheep. Don't smash the
You missed
Peepo.
it. Jumped off.
Goodbye, R.I.P. to my boy Peepo. Hopefully he lived longer than 8 years like Matumba Man. But I hope that all of you in Singapore have been enjoying the show, and all of you online watching, thank you so much. We have one more day here left at the International.
Oh,
Please
berarti
tune in
Liquid
tomorrow.
sama
We'll be
Secret
waiting.
besok. Oke. Oke, kita selesaikan live kita ya guys ya. Thank you sudah menonton. Aku mau bermain Dota. Kita lihat dulu 8 nih.
We talked about the momentum from the last 5 days. It has definitely continued here today. And on to the and GG is called Team Liquid.
Besok hari terakhir berarti. Berarti awal main besok Secret lawan Liquid. Baru game kedua final. Kirain main lagi. Nggak tahu lah, tengok dulu lah. Tapi katanya goodbye. Iya nggak tahu nih, nggak jelas. Late game with Prion Flex masih main nggak nih?
Udah selesai ini interview doang.
Berarti lanjut besok ini kan? Lanjut besok. Udahlah makan dulu. Oke, silahkan kita sudahkan dulu ya guys ya.